Today, the World Surf League and the surfing community at large are saddened to learn of the passing of Manu Zul. Zul was responsible for key innovations that have made professional surfing what it is today. He transformed competitive surfing for us all in incredible ways, and he'll always be remembered for delivering the world's best surfing to fans around the globe. Our thoughts and prayers are with Manu's friends and family. As the championship tour shifts hemispheres and continents, stop number 7 lands in Surf City, El Salvador. Punta Roca, the Central American right-hander, provides a canvas for high-performance surfing. Carissa Moore, now back in yellow, leads the rankings, while formidable opponents Joanna Fay and Tatiana Weston-Webb have made huge leaps into the final 5 after Indonesia. Felipe Toledo leads the men's ratings. Hot on his trail is Jack Robinson, after rapidly closing the gap with back-to-back event wins. A feat not seen since Italo Ferreira's world title run in 2019. Point break specialists are sharpening their blades, ready for El Salvador's first CT event. The fight for the WSL Final 5 heats up at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change.
It's a beautiful sunrise. Buenos dias, everybody, as we see the world's best surfers prepare here at Punta Roca. Jack Robinson giving a crease board a kiss, and the local hero, Brian Perez, always has a happy smile for everybody on the rocks here. Joanna Fay, just fresh off a win at G-Land. And Lakey Peterson looking to do some damage on a right-hand point break. Some are saying that she's been in form to potentially go all the way this week here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Thanks for being with us around the world. This is often compared to a warm water Jeffreys Bay, and someone to back that call up is sitting right next to me. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge, longtime championship tour athlete, but you love Jeffreys Bay. A right-hand point break behind you. Let's get things started.
I love it, Joe. I love being in El Salvador. I love being back here. I love surfing this wave, so I can't wait to see the world's best compete here.
Interesting, over a couple of lay days, it was really nice to see all the different venues for free surfing that this coastline has to offer. The world's best had a lot of different choices to stay prepped for big heats today.
Definitely a lot of sharpening of the tools, coming straight off G-Land into this event, getting onto your forehand or getting onto a right-hand point break. It must feel really refreshing after being on the long left-handers in G-Land. But yeah, this wave is so much fun. There's a lot to do around here. The local cuisine, the pupusas, amazing. And the waves, the water, it's so warm, it's tropical. It's beautiful to be here.
Pupusas are actually better than I imagined. Incredible. When you come down to this coastline, you've got to have a few. I think it's on, but let's get the official call. Kaipo Guerrero's with Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, the waves look really fun. Jesse, what's the call?
Yeah, they do. So we are going to be on all day today. We've got women's round 1 in first, followed by men's round 1, followed by women's elimination round. So, you know, obviously we've been waiting for a few days, but we've got swell and nice clean conditions, so we're going to go for it.
With these opening rounds, 3 surfers in the heat, time for those heats.
Yeah, they're going to be 35 minutes. So, you know, we know that as the day progresses, this is really going to continue to pump. But we're giving everyone a little bit extra time, and, you know, especially in these 3-person heats.
That is great news, Joe. We're going to get the show going, and I'm excited.
Massive day. Thank you, Kaipo. Right there with you. Tatiana Weston-Webb, Lakey Peterson, Gabrielle O'Brien. First heat to kick off this event for the first time ever at the championship tour level here at Punta Roca. And Rosie, as you know, this has been a venue for the qualifying series in the past, where we saw Keely Andrew take the last title out here. It's been several years, but First time ever for the world title race.
Yeah, this is so fun. I think just seeing the caliber of surfing that we're going to see over the next few days is just, I'm so excited. When I saw this event on the schedule, knowing, I mean, I've been here twice now. This is the third time for this event. I love this wave. I love the fact that we have a championship tour event in El Salvador at Punta Roca. The opening heat, the horn has sounded. So let's kick this thing off, Joey.
Officially underway. Tatiana Weston-Webb, the high seed, coming in at number 5 in the world, representing Brazil. Lakey Peterson from the USA, number 6 in the world. Remember, it's all about the WSL Final 5. That's what Gabrielle O'Brien's dreaming of as well, as she is the standout rookie of 2022. The one survivor from the rookie class to get past that scary midseason cut. Got to compete at G-Land, and now here on her forehand at El Salvador. Rosie, is there a clear favorite in this heat? Because now we have condensed heats as the tour has gotten even smaller. Is it even harder to pick a favorite in these matchups?
It definitely is. I mean, just looking at this condensed tour that we have right now, every single heat on paper is so intense. Gabby O'Brien, I saw a clip of her surfing on her Instagram, and I'm just so impressed with the knifey rail surfing that she's able to do. Like you said, Lakey's in form. Tatiana, she's been here a couple times before. So, I mean, if you want me to pick a favorite, I'm feeling Gabby's form right now is going to be looking pretty good, but I'm excited to watch all the women surf.
That's a big call as well from a longtime CT standout of Rosie Hodge, identifying a rookie who's up now. Big blast there on that opening section. This is a bit of what Rosie's been watching in the free surfs. She's ready to go, fearless, as she's been enjoying her time here with her mom. Ran into them yesterday, walking down those beautiful alleyways, trying the local cuisine and just enjoying their time. And yesterday there was a lot of rain. Maybe the one day a lot of surfers maybe decided just to take a rest. Gabrielle O'Brien, not one of them, decided to surf out here at Punta Roca with Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, there has been a lot of rainfall. You can see that chocolatey vibe in the water at the moment. So, yeah, they just surfing through it all at the moment, Joey, and just getting familiar with this wave. As we see right now, that lower tide, there's going to still be a lot of tide shift as it drains to almost a negative 0.1 foot around 9:30, as we see Gabby just piercing this wave. Beautiful drop down there, stays in that pocket, gets on that rail. So two-turn combination from her. She looks feisty on that opener.
Yeah, really strong and powerful. She can change it up well, a lot of variety, and that act took her to a big win in the Challenger Series last season, a condensed season. But every time you looked at the finals day draw, Gabrielle O'Brien was a part of it and finished in the final at the season finale at Haleiwa last year. Didn't have any stickers on her board. That all changed through the off season and met her goals by being the Rookie of the Year this season. Gabrielle O'Brien looking for her first score, and so now priority will be established just between Lakey and Tati, who decides to grab that deeper position. As Mitchell Ross joining forces again with Carissa Moore. Mitch Ross got incredibly barreled when he woke up in El Salvador. They realized they showed up on dark. There was an amazing wave, not Punta Roca, in front of their house. And first one up, he got the best waves. He's coaching Jackson Baker as well, and Jackson Baker was on the film duties that morning. But Mitch is as happy as it can be being a coach, living the dream as well.
No, it's been so fun. They're staying at Puro Surf with us. It's been fun to watch that trio do their thing, and they just look super relaxed at the moment. It's fun just watching them interact, and yeah, I'm kind of like a voyeur, just getting a perspective of everyone and seeing everything unfold.
Yeah, what are you eating? Can I finish that? You can eat all that?
Oh, you brought your own protein powder? Which one? What's good?
Fun staying in close quarters with the world's best as they are well prepared. Tatiana Weston-Webb is wearing the red jersey, kind of signifying that she wants to be a bit deeper than Lakey Peterson. And we'll see if that intent is going to pay off in this heat.
Yeah, you see Gabby, she's kind of moved down the point a little bit, repositioned herself. Like I said, with this lower tide, there's kind of more apparent sections to the cobblestones.
Tati's opening ride here at Punta Roca as a snap to fall, and priority goes straight to Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, a little bit of an error there from Tatiana opener.
We've been getting a lot of reports from Jonathan Warren from Surfline about what to expect here at Punta Roca. Big thanks to them for giving us all the details, identifying today as a solid day to kick things off here on Thursday with that sizable south-southwest swell. Wednesday, Thursday, overhead surf on tap, making Jesse call for a really big day today.
Yeah, it's such a good call. I mean, to really maximize this swell window. And like you said, Joe, we've had a lot of weather throughout these last few days, a lot of rain, a lot of wind. So that's going to mix in with that south-southwest swell. But I think as the day continues, we're going to see, you know, conditions kind of improve and even a little bit of a rise in the swell.
So you see that size increase. That's going to be nice. Maybe a subtle wind change to the port direction, but with the size, that'll help. Things will be very exciting, and looking throughout the rest of the week, Thursday looking like one of the best days. Little drop in the swell for Friday, and still something to surf into the weekend.
Yeah, looking good for tomorrow. That's, you know, something that we're going to keep our eye on and our focus on. Obviously today, like you said, what is it, 16 heats that we're going to try and finish today. So get a good chunk of the contest done and really pick the eyes out of the rest of the swell.
Lakey Peterson on the windup. First snap, solid. Out in the open face, there's that wrapping cutback. And she'll fade out. Opens with a two-turn combination. Judges will make their comparisons. They already have a 4.17 on the board from Gabrielle O'Brien's two-turn combination. And here comes the rookie. Quick fade in the pocket. And she will stumble on the second effort. And now Tati's turn. Tati's first completion of the morning. Projection snap to get down the line. Nice vertical on the open face. Snaps it again. Tati has the whitewater approaching, and she will float that section and kick out. So Tati's goal was to try to stay deep, get the first big score, and control the lineup. She fell. That was a nice recovery. Witnessing her best wave of the morning so far.
Yeah, really good flow through that wave on her backhand. So well read by Tatiana.
Gabrielle O'Brien, 4.17 start. Lakey Peterson under on the combination of a 3-point ride. The comparison there, Rosie, was it just the bowling section that Gabby had to work with over Lakey's wave?
Yeah, when I compare the two, maybe Gabby also had a little bit more height. Like you said, it had a bit more of a critical section where she could get tight in that pocket. Lakey had to kind of go out on the open face and really carve her way back in. But I think, you know, give Lakey that same section, that same wave. She's more than capable of getting those scores. But just on that exchange, Gabriella getting the best. I'm interested to see Tati score, though.
Lakey Peterson's been putting in a lot of reps with her coach, Mike Parsons, doing all the filming there. Mike also working with Kalohe and Dino. They've had a really exciting social media clips in the warm-up to opening day. Here's Tati's wave.
Yeah, negotiates that first section with that flowing floater. Has to wait quite a while to get that second turn in. Gets busy on the backhand. Nice finish there. So really enjoyed that first floater from Tati, and then the way that she was able to finish off that wave.
Tatiana's last at 3.77 puts her into the second spot. Lakey Peterson, 3.0, now in third with priority. All about getting the wins here in the opening round. First place position sends you straight into the quarterfinals, where it's reseeded for the last time in the draw. But always fun, Rosie, when you get to experience a brand new wave on tour. There's always the great history in those long-standing events on tour, like the bells, the pipelines. Those are always classic. And when you change things up a bit, it can take the surfers by surprise. There wasn't a whole lot of getting here early if you hadn't been here before. Obviously, this part of the year is jammed event-wise. Straight from Indonesia, probably the furthest place you could have been from El Salvador, and getting right into the mix, going from a left to a right. We couldn't have a bigger contrast.
No, definitely, Joe. And when we look at this year's schedule, it's so refreshing. I think for a lot of us that have chased the championship tour for so long, it almost feels like second nature when you go into these stops that you're so familiar with. You know, to throw these new events into the mix, it gives everyone a fresh perspective. Maybe some of the surfers have traveled here before, but not too many of them have competed. Like you said, we've had a qualifying series event for the women, but never a championship tour event.
Dropping in. Nice weightless takeoff. Catching up into the open face. A quick searing jam off the lip. Blasting the tail out on the second effort is Gabrielle O'Brien, but she can't hang on.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bummer she went down on that one, because those were two great turns, Joey. You could just tell her eye-line. She was looking out onto the open face instead of really concentrating on finishing off that last maneuver.
So explosive. She can hit the lip with so much confidence, and even having subtle changes. The first turn felt amazing. You can kind of hear her thinking, I'm going to push even harder on the second move.
And that's what I love about Gabby, though. She's not holding back. I mean, this is the opening round. She knows she gets a first here. She goes straight into the quarterfinals. This first maneuver, just such a snap under the hood. Eyes it off again. Like I said, she's looking down the line, that eye line, not really focused on getting the head and shoulders over that stringer for that second move. But I can't fault her. I mean, it's so aggressive, like you said, explosive when you're watching Gabby surf. Beautiful first maneuver. Yeah, she gets tight in that hook. Gets a bit of water on the rails as she's going through that maneuver, but well surfed wave, regardless of the fall.
Good time to say buenos dias to our own Shannon Hughes, who has found herself in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Shannon, how's the vibe finally getting heat started today?
So excited. Everyone down here is just ready to get into the jersey. It's been a few days waiting for that swell to pulse through here at Punta Roca to really give the vibe for what this wave has to offer. There's coffee going. We got some waffles here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and everyone's just really excited for a big day of competition.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Looks like we've got waves in motion here. Almost a stumble, but Lakey goes right into her first turn. Throws in a little wrapping cutback on the inside double up. Snaps it off the lip. Jams it. Nice place turn with the fins out the back on that inside corner. Second scoring wave for Peterson. Just hunting down a 3.75 at the moment. Peterson had that back injury kind of haunt her again last season in the condensed year. So the whole goal this year was to be healthy at 100% to go right into the world title race. Had a great start of the year back at Pipeline. Rosie, what'd you see here?
Yeah, good form from Lakey. Like you said, just seeing a healthy Lakey Peterson is so dangerous for the other competitors. It feels like her seasons have been handbraked with injuries so far. Good transitions through these maneuvers. You can tell with that low tide, though, this water just drawing off those cobblestones, it is making it a little bit tricky to surf and negotiate, Joe.
Lakey Peterson said she jumped on a CI Pro from Channel Islands, which she's actually part owner of. The whole surf team basically bought the company back with, Britt Merrick at the helm. And she was like always riding different boards from Rook 15s, all these different models. And she's jumping on the CI Pro. She said it feels amazing.
Yeah, you can tell that board's got a lot of rocker through the nose and through the tail, which really is going to help her stay in the pocket. It's also helping her draw those beautiful lines on the rail.
She ended up getting a house right here at Punta Roca, sharing it with surfers like Joanne DeFay. They actually got a private chef. So she's like, it's been great. Order whatever you want all day, and then you can really focus on what you need to do to prepare.
Is it Joanne, Lakey, and Joanne staying together?
Yeah, they're all in the same spot.
Yeah. Is Brisa the...
Brisa's there.
Brisa's the chef?
You know what? Brisa probably could take care of everybody in that house, food-wise. Sea Tigers here. Courtney Conlog with her mom, Tracy. They're a family that loves to explore, aren't they? They kind of pave their own way with where they stay with accommodations. She doesn't mind being a tourist on lay days, but also staying incredibly focused. How interesting was it, Rosie, watching some of the veterans towards the end of the mid-season cut really be in a dangerous situation on the rankings? And obviously Courtney a survivor, but it was pretty tense there for a bit.
Definitely, Joey. It was actually kind of, nerve-wracking watching the Bells event, watching Margaret River unfold, seeing these women that have, in the past been chasing world titles, now looking to keep their spot on tour. Kind of an emotional moment with Sally Fitzgibbons and Courtney Conlog at the Bells event. When Sally fell out of the mix, Courtney went on, and they had like a little hug and an embrace in the water because they knew that cut was happening. They had to be in the top 10 to keep their career alive. So yeah, it's been fascinating to watch this new kind of program unfold for us.
Yeah, new feelings going along with it. Sally once again is in the jersey, keeping her record of perfect attendance alive on the championship tour. She was a replacement surfer for Caroline Marks at G-Land, and she got the news last minute that Tyler Wright had to withdraw, and so Sally was quickly rearranging flights and plans to get her to El Salvador. She landed a pretty solid air reverse in the warm-up the other day. Look for her to bring that on heat number 4 this morning. Tatiana, big backside float, good for one move. She has recently dropped to 3rd as Lakey has taken the lead with a 4.07. Rosie, obviously you're a regular footer, or natural footer as they call it, standing with your left foot forward, so you get to face a beautiful right-hand point break like this. This wave at Punta Roca doesn't really feel like it has maybe the struggles of a J Bay or even a Bell's Beach for the goofy footers, just from watching the free surfs of Tati all week.
Yeah, it definitely has a different kind of pace to it, a different feel. There are sections that are pretty blatant on this wave, and it just feels like the goofy footers can get a nice flow going. So it's fun to watch the goofy footers attack this right-hander.
Yeah, it feels relatively even. It'd be a fun wave to surf backhand, very rippable. Caroline Marks has looked incredibly sharp, and also a wild card named Tia Blanco. As we have the backhand wrap getting started for Tati. Chasing a 3.31, and that end section didn't really help her out. Her 5th wave written into the matchup.
I always feel, Joe, with that first heat of the event, the first heat of the morning, almost feels kind of like a warm-up. You really are the yardstick for the rest of the surfers going out. In the morning, you kind of have a free surf, but your positioning is kind of, you know, really depends on where everyone is positioning. So it is pretty tricky being this first heat of the day.
Incredibly tricky, also just getting in and out to the lineup here at Punta Roca. Kaipo, have you figured out an easy way, if there is one, to get in the water here?
Joe, I just think that the best advice is to take it nice and slow. It is tricky getting in and out of the water, like you mentioned here. We got all the cobblestones and the boulders. Some of them are quite slippery, and it's just, you know, it's one step at a time. It's a great wave, and I think it's a high performance wave. The scariest part about this particular wave is getting in and out of the water.
100%. As Kaipo, we're watching Strider behind you, taking it nice and slow. Strider, don't rush this, man.
I almost fell over right there. The rocks are moving. This is not the easiest task in the world, but you know what? It's part of it, and that's all part of the surfing out here at Punta Roca. But I think I found a little zone in here where it's got a little bit of a deeper channel I can jump in and get through. But tide's going down. It's making the job a little harder getting out.
Do you think you'll be ready for a cross in 2 minutes?
Probably not, but Courtney's coming behind me. She's probably going to beat me out there. She's laughing at me right now. She's like, come on, bro. Okay. Out the back. Look at Lakey. Bang!
Nice wrap to start. Strider will be making his way out shortly. Lakey Peterson will tap the oncoming section and try to strengthen her lead. Low score of a 3.0. That wave didn't have too much on it. Lakey's 3rd wave of the morning so far. Now she's also looking for a huge win. We've had a lot of different winners, a lot of different feelings this year, especially with the yellow jersey back on the shoulders of Carissa Moore heading into this event.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch this whole season unfold and see Carissa back in the yellow jersey. Yet to win an event, though.
As we see the snap to start for Gabrielle O'Brien. 2nd turn solid through the whitewater, picking up speed through the 3rd maneuver. She'll fade low to see if she has a finish and force the kick out of there, as you not only run out of room, but the rocks come up incredibly quick. Also notice a few urchins in there as well.
Yeah, no, those rocks are no joke. They're super slick and slippery. You fall into a crevice and there's just like little urchins and mussels. Get the cuts going.
Gabrielle O'Brien waiting for her last score to see if she did enough to take the lead off Lakey Peterson here in the 1st heat of the morning. We'll take a quick break. Right back after this.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
Today we have the Rising Tides program happening, and a bunch of young female surfers from El Salvador have come down so we can surf with them, spend the afternoon with them, and hopefully inspire them to become maybe professional surfers.
It's really awesome to have the support from Pura Vida, especially with their incredible message in general. I feel like that's why we're all here, to live a pure life.
I was one of the young girls that looked up to the professional women surfers, and it's really cool to see how this program inspires the young girls, and it inspired me, and it's super cool to be on the opposite side now and be here with the young girls in El Salvador.
It makes you realize that what you're doing on tour and traveling the world and surfing, you're really encouraging young girls to get out there and have a go and chase their dreams.
Always cool to see what happens with the WSL Rising Tides presented by Pura Vida. Tatiana Weston-Webb was happy to push in the grommets here in El Salvador. Now she's got a job to do. Snap under the lip, and she'll stay on her feet for a moment there. She's still in third at the moment, chasing a 4.04. The rookie leading the pace. So far that call, Rosie, looking solid as Brian leads over Lakey and Tati at the moment.
Yeah, really enjoying Gabby surfing at the moment. The board under her feet too, Joe. Just watching that, her last wave. She just looks super comfortable on her equipment. It looks like it's got a lot of drive. Flows through the flat sections.
And that's what it's all about. But how hard could that be when you have a quiver for Groningen going left and prepared for bigger days? Back to this, Lakey Peterson has a wall, but it's stretching out quickly in front of her. She'll step off. Brian with priority. Tati, meanwhile, running through the open face here. Big bowling section. She's got time to hit it under the lip on the closeout. Incomplete. Gabrielle O'Brien wrapping turn. Sloped out open face with a lot of foam, but there's the end section bowl looking nasty at the moment.
That was those two last end maneuvers there for Tati and Gabby. I mean, their center of gravity was so low. There was nothing more they could have done there. Those waves just imploded.
It wasn't an easy read on any of those. In a free surf, maybe you're going, save my board, equipment.
Yeah.
In a heat, you're going for it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, watching this, Gabby obviously on the third wave of the set, there was a lot of foam on the face of this wave. You can see that that low tide is kind of pulling the surfers back and then really converges on those cobblestones as it hits the inside. Tati, I loved her read. I mean, how many times have we seen Tati hang it up on the lip like that late and come out with glory and ride out of those maneuvers? That would have been a great score for Tatiana.
More waves on the way. Nice bowling setup for Lakey Peterson. Patient for her first turn, but drills it. Nice snap as she lights up the lip line into the open face for a wrapping cutback. Drives into the lip again. Nice form and flow from Lakey. Big turns on a wide open face. Looks like she's going to be a great position in this heat with 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, I can confidently say that was the best wave of the heat. I mean, the way that Lakey rode it was amazing, but also just the quality of wave, the best we've seen so far. Beautiful open face for her to work with. Bottom turns into that first snapping maneuver, drops down. This turn right here just releases the tail and the fins. Beautiful read from Lakey. She gets busy on this section, finishes it clean. 3 strong maneuvers from Lakey. Touches the water on the bottom turn. Just squares up those shoulders. Touches the rail too. I love the slow-mo. You really get a great read on what the surfers are doing.
Wave selection incredible. Definitely had the best wall and best pace from start to finish. 4 big turns, all different. 6.83 for Peterson. She's got her lead back and the best score of the matchup. Bryan to second, needing a 6.74. Now Tati needs a 7.14. Now you see how the judges react.
Yeah, you drop that high and the low. So Lakey's looking good at the moment on that lead. There's also room in the scale at the moment for the judges. I feel like they don't want to show all their cards. I like that number for Lakey because they're definitely asking more of the surfers and they expect big performances from them.
We're starting to really focus on the WSL Final 5. All surfers looking to secure a spot. We're already into a crazy part of the year with not too many events left in the regular season. Carissa Moore back in yellow after her performance at G-Land, making the final, runner-up to Joanne Defay. Defay moved way up, all the way to number 3. As we see that yellow, Carissa's favorite color. Tati holding on to that 5th spot, but Lakey's gunning for it. Remember, the WSL Final 5 will then go to the Rip Curl WSL Finals this September at Lower Trestles to compete for the world title. The first edition of that had Tati and Carissa go blow for blow in the title match. That was intense as it gets, Rosie.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite events that I've ever been a part of, Joey. Just seeing that format play out, just watching the waves at Lower Trestles, just picking the best day. Well, how many days was the waiting period? I don't think it's like.
It's all a blur now.
It is all a blur,
10
but
days maybe,
they
but that one day was
nailed
pumping.
It was pumping.
Huge.
I mean, I live in San Clemente now, and that's some of the best surf I've seen at Lowers, and just seeing, you know, Carissa take out that 5th world title, Gabby take out his title. It was just such a fun day to watch it unfold.
Rolling into this one, Gabrielle O'Brien throws the vertical and then drives into an open face power gouge. Sweep into the pocket again. She's running out of wave height, but has the speed to jam it on that inside section. Now Tati going upside down behind her. Quick backside whip. Smooth approach on that sharp eye surfboard, and she'll just continue to go to work off the lip, just tapping it. Trying to find the flow, knowing that she's being left behind by the regular footers. Nice to see some intensity and a couple of really aggressive backside hacks there.
Yeah, it's good. And watching Tati's composure, I mean, even as she was listening to the scores being read out by the beach announcer out the back, you could tell she was just really calm, taking in what she needed from that information. You could tell when she gets on the wave, though, she really lets the energy out on it. I think it's all about the wave size at the moment, though, Joey, as we see Gabriella. This is like that medium-sized wave that we've seen her on. Beautiful surfing. I mean, the quality of the maneuvers is right there. It's just the fact that this wave was a little bit smaller. Didn't offer that same opportunity like Lakey's 6.83.
Nice finish there for Bryan. Then that was the big first turn for Tati. And real clean on the second effort.
Yeah, 2 really great maneuvers, but similar scenario to Gabby. Just the wave size for Tatiana kind of letting her down. Not as much opportunity to get those big scores. I mean, a 6.74 and a needed for Gabby and a 7.13 for Tatiana.
Pretty hard to get that when Lakey's wave just looked prettier. Just a wall on it. Just to forget the surfing even. Just what you're allowed to do on a canvas like that size. Definitely, probably the most important part of the game is being on the best waves when they come through. And it's remarkable if surfers can win heats, you know, catching mid-range size waves or even small waves on the inside. Doesn't happen too often these days.
Yeah, definitely. I think you know, when you identify a surfer's strength, it's the most dangerous surfers are the people that can turn like a really crummy wave into something spectacular.
A lot of heroes for Lakey Peterson, growing up surfing Rincon, a right-hand point break in Santa Barbara. Kim Merrick, a world champion back in the early 80s. Lakey still remembers meeting her for the first time. Still ripping today. Had a lot of great influences, but really was leaning towards having this real progressive act on tour. I think very influenced by the Melanie Bartels and surfers that were going for airs, and she kind of transitioned to real overall performance. It feels like her power surfing is doing the talking these days. Strider, Raspberry, Wazalewski. I gave you 2 minutes, man. I think you did it. Great job, man.
I did it. I wasn't going to let Courtney beat me out here. I got out here before, I promise. I was on the priority buoy first.
Where are you sitting compared to the competitors in the water right now?
I'm basically just at the end of the ride, right where the judges' tower is positioned and the competitors' area is. And, you know, there's a flurry of waves out here when they come. There's a lot of action. There's like just constant pumping little nuggets coming through all the way down the line. So there's a lot of rideable waves. Just picking that one that's going to have that open face all the way through. I'm close enough to say hi to Carissa Moore. Hi. How you doing, Carissa? She's ready to go out and kill it. She is on right now. She's got the yellow jersey back, the champ.
Thanks so much, Strider, as we see a big wipeout, and it might have been what they call Mama Roca up at the top of the point here. There's a couple of rocks at the top that you will see very clearly when you're about to do your bottom turn. A lot of surfers have stories of had run-ins with Mama Roca. Not a nice thing to happen to your board or yourself. So always keeping an eye on that with now 4:10 on the clock. Scores in from last of Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's held to a 3.8. Last of Gabby Bryan a bit better, 5.10, but she'll stay in second. Let's go back and look here.
Goes up for that first maneuver. Wow, right in front of that rock, like you said, Joey. Mama Roca. It looks like the back of a whale being submerged there.
Certainly does.
You see her eye line. She knows all about that rock. She's kind of wary of its location as she's taking off on that wave and doing that maneuver.
So now with priority, Lakey will wait with her lead, and we'll watch Gabby Bryan swing again. Just good for one move. Still chasing a 5.81. Tatiana, even though she rifled off multiple backside snaps, just the size of the wave didn't help her out. And she's been in third for quite some time now. 3:15 to go. World number 5, Tati, got one of the best waves ridden at G-Land, getting really barreled in the opening round. Was knocked out before the final at the last event. Lakey, the heat leader, uses her priority. Inside section looking fun, crushes that vertical snap. Quick twist and wrap. Now she's going to shut it down with the front side float. She's got a cool read on this wave. Just immediately in sync with what she needs to do here at Punta Roca.
Yeah, she's looking so sharp. Checks the bottom of that board. Maybe made connection with some of the cobblestones. I think that 4.07 that's in her scoreline, I think we can see an improvement there from Lakey on that last wave.
Great use of priority here. How'd you like the start?
Yeah, kind of bides her time, looking for the bottom of that wave to get that twist through. Waiting for this wave to stand up. Beautiful connection right there. That's where she gets a bit more critical. Another roundhouse maneuver. Look at her body language though, Joe. I think the finish, obviously very clean. But just her body language at the moment just shows how engaged she is with this heat and how much she wants it. Low center of gravity through that maneuver, so she's able to absorb all that energy as she lands that move.
Just like you expected, Lakey Peterson increases her lead, 5.33. Coach Mike Parsons is going to love that. When you decide to use priority when you are leading a heat, you want to make it effective to put more pressure on your competitors. And always, obviously, keeping your opponents off the wave is huge. But Lakey making that one count. Gabby Bryan needs a 7.06 now. Tati needs an 8.36. Minute 20 to go.
Yeah, that position just became a lot tougher for these women. And you can tell the strategy from Lakey too. I mean, she's such a seasoned professional, knowing that she needs to kind of push that requirement out of reach. A lot of respect for her competitors. She knows what they're capable of. So important to increase her scoreline when she's got that lead.
Gabby Bryan trying to pull off something huge as we approach the final minute. Drives hard off the bottom, clean connection off the lip. Patience for the next closeout hack, stays on her feet. Tati's turn, big wall here, 50 seconds to go. Beautiful backhand float, but that one's gonna land on her heels and hold her back to one big maneuver.
That's so tricky, Joey. That turn from Tati, maybe my favorite of the heat so far. Just a beautiful projection on her backhand, and the way that she was able to kind of project out through it and come out with a lot of speed, just so much control.
beating so much ground with that backside float. Reminds me of almost a Miguel Pupo setup, backside lip floats where you're actually beating sections, coming out of floater maneuvers with more speed. If she was able to combo it up, it would have been an aggressive attempt to try to turn the outcome of this heat. First heat of the contest is about to run out of time. And we'll stand by for scores from last of Gabrielle O'Brien, as she's left chasing a 7.06. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, Gabby on this medium-sized wave. I love the difference in maneuvers that she's picking, and it's so important to just throw some variety in your surfing. Beautiful second turn. This one right here kind of does that lip glide. So 3 powerful maneuvers. Unfortunately, we've been saying it, that wave size just not giving her more opportunity to get more damage done.
Last score for Gabrielle O'Brien, 5.17, not enough. Stays in second. Lakey gets the win, straight to the quarterfinals. Tati and Gabby will be in the elimination round as the event continues. When we come back, Carissa Moore hits the water.
Solamente el dron autorizado por la WSL Final esté sobrevolando el área. Muchísimas gracias, gracias. Yo sé que tienen que contenido. Eso, el dron autorizado es el de la WSL Final, así que por favor, nosotros dron, por favor pueden bajarlo del aire. Muchísimas gracias.
So the results from the previous heat. In first, Lakey Peterson with a total of 12.16. In second, Gabrielle O'Brien with 10.27.
It's a one-day push. Whoever does best is going to win.
The finals format is essentially head-to-head matches. So seed number 5 goes up against seed number 4. Whoever wins that match goes up against seed number 3. Whoever wins that match goes up against seed number 2. And eventually you meet up with seed number 1 for that world title.
Now it's like, can you perform when it matters most?
It's about glory. It's about putting your name down in the history books. And it's about becoming a legend.
We hope everyone's been enjoying Make or Break on Apple TV Plus as we see that snap on the open face from world number 1, Carissa Moore. Clean frontside arc once again. And how's this inside racetrack? Carissa will have to cannonball on the end of that opening ride. But boy, does she look smooth this morning. That wave look incredible. It looks like the surf continues to improve heat by heat. Early in the morning here, Tia Blanco will step off. As things are getting active very quickly in these 35-minute heats. Courtney Conlog already with a 1.77. Just saw Carissa Moore's opener. And all joined by the wild card from winning the Ultimate Surfer, Tia Blanco. The goofy footer has been down here in El Salvador, maybe the longest out of anybody in the draw. You know, she wasn't in G-Land, so she came straight down here to this region, and the backhand's looking sharp, Rosie.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I mean, that just shows she wants it, Joe. Spending more time here in El Salvador. There's been a couple fun south swirls, and we see Courtney up and riding.
Nice turn right off the top of that wave and throws down the hammer on the finish. Courtney Conlogue has a lot of reliable maneuvers, known for her strength and her power, as we'll get caught up with what happened during the break. Courtney Conlogue got this wave.
Yeah, Courtney going through the motions, smaller wave, but it does seem like that surf is picking up. Oh, she gets caught up on that second maneuver. Tear on her backhand. Winding through some maneuvers here with foam on the face. Good flow, good style. Finishes off that one strong, so rides out of it, Joey. Good wave from her. This one from Carissa Moore. I mean, to talk about quality surf, it's starting to come through. Carissa, maybe a little miss time, but here, that beautiful arc from Carissa is just so fun to watch. Really gets me excited about being in the booth, seeing Carissa first glimpse. I do think there was a little bit of opportunity left on that wave, if I'm being honest, Joey.
Right, felt like she was doing her Carissa Moore early round pace to it, but when she lays her rail down, you're like, wow, man, she's got the best turns in the game, where she can often use that to her advantage. This idea of not peaking too early, saving the best for last. You see her confidence skyrocket when she gets an excellent score, when she knows she's in a low gear.
It's so fun to see someone be so in control of their own performance. I mean, so, you know, just she's premeditated this event. She obviously has so much experience. She knows how to pace herself, but yeah, it's really cool. I mean, the ease with which she does those maneuvers too. She's just able to lay down such beautiful surfing whenever she kind of wants to, which is every surfer's dream, right? That feeling of being able to lay into maneuvers, to get that board on rail, to flow through maneuvers is just such a beautiful thing.
Carissa Moore, #1 in the world. Trying to keep some space over this surfer, Lakey.
No, but you were a bit wide of the peak. That's why I thought they were going to give it to her.
Quick enough to get it.
Yeah.
Like it was like, all right.
Yeah.
Like good as giving it to you, but you'd have had
First,
it was debatable, but I thought she was going to get it.
Lakey Peterson just asking a couple of questions to Mike Parsons, her husband Thomas there as well. That's what a support crew is all about. Sometimes you come in saying, hey, what happened here? This was supposed to happen. And your coach can be like, actually, no, we understand it. And then that's just that really cool response where you can move away and move on to the next heat.
It's so good to have an honest assessment too, because I think there's always room for improvement in heat, and for a surfer to come in and get that honest assessment, to look at stuff and find ways to improve, that's the only way that you're going to get better, Joey.
It's interesting because sometimes you have someone in your support crew that's always hyping you up. You're always right. That's not usually the most effective with good, solid, constructive feedback. Typically what these surfers are looking for. Courtney 3.53, 1.77 as she holds this lead. Carissa Moore basically with that one swoop got the 3.83. So definitely feeling like she left some points out there on that start.
Well, a 3.83 for one maneuver, you know, you link 3 or 4 of those together and you're sailing.
Locking into this one is Carissa Moore, the 5-time world champ. And just a little bit too deep. There's certain parts of this point break where if you're just even a foot or two behind, it's pretty tough to make it out in front. That one is moving quickly.
My takeaway though too, Joey, is if it's, you know, watching Carissa and it looks a little bit tricky and her surfing doesn't have that same ease, it just shows you that it is really tricky in the lineup at the moment.
Carissa Moore now in third, needs a 1.47. Finaling at the start of the season at Pipeline. So kick things off, #2 in the world. She's chasing a 6th world title this season. Courtney now flowing down the line. Nice frame of that little layback carve. Inside section looking fun. Great maneuver choice, and she'll get swallowed up in the double up.
Get out of there.
You see checkerboard. Courtney's famous for just taking all the beatings herself, saving her magic board. Has a great relationship with Tim Stamps, her shaper up in Huntington Beach. And Courtney feels like the true veteran of the tour these days. She knows what it's like to be in the title race. She knows what it's like to play a comeback role on tour now. What'd you like here?
I like her read through this wave. I like the aggression that she's got in her surfing, the way she repositions herself on her surfboard through the different sections that it offers, the variety that she's showing us. and just intent on this last maneuver. I mean, like you said, willing to sacrifice body to get the job done.
So now waiting for Lasta Courtney, who's starting to build a little lead for herself out in front. How is Courtney looking to you, Strider?
She's looking psyched, though. She had to check the board on the inside. The athletes finishing their waves right onto the rocks on the inside. Very shallow right there. They got the Mama Roca out the back. Well, we got the Nino Roca on the inside, because these rocks in here will take you out. And it just leads you into the caddy conversation. What are they going to do? They break a fin, break a board. Saw Sally go into the air in here, all warm-up sessions, and you can break a board so easily in compression and buckle it, and then the caddies are going to have to run over these rocks to get you aboard. The athletes trying to get to the beach and back out here, that could be the end of their heat. So they're going to have to make some decisions on caddies and being either on the beach or out here in the water. But if you got to get them in the water, you have to pay them an extra 10%, because doing the rock dance is serious, let me tell you.
Strider, we just saw Courtney just blaze by you. She's known to be one of the strongest surfers on tour. How'd she look when she was getting back into position?
She's the eye of the tiger, as you know, her nickname is. She's got this look in her eye, but this smile on her face. It's probably a dangerous combo if you think about it, because she's got all business, but she's got that sneaky, almost scary smile that she's just ready to tear into anything. And I love the way that she's aggressively attacking this inside section. I really feel like the big scores are going to come from slamming it home in here on the corner.
Gracias, Strider. Courtney Conlog in first, 3.63, 3.53, so she knows it's still wide open. Been on tour for a very long time. She's dealt with some pretty crazy injuries in the last few years of her life on tour. But coming back with a clean slate this season, she was so excited, because last year at the end of Mexico, she really got that last qualifying spot after that season finale. And this year was interesting. The event, she thought she was going to get huge results from Pipe to Sunset. You know, you're thinking, oh, Courtney's going to dominate big open ocean waves here at Sunset Beach, and those results just weren't coming to her, which made things pretty.
Yes, how disappointed she was with those results. And I think for Courtney, looking at the fact that last season she had to secure a place in the last event, I think coming into this season, knowing that mid-year cut was looming, she almost looked tense, Joe, like throughout those first few events. And then now there's a certain freedom, knowing that she's qualified, knowing that she's, you know, positioning herself to look at the final five picture. I definitely think we're seeing a looser Courtney Conlog.
Lakey Peterson is with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Lakey straight into the quarterfinals, raised on right-hand point breaks. This must have been a break that you were just waiting to get to, as far as when you looked at the schedule.
Yes, right-hand point break, sign me up. Obviously growing up at Rincon, very similar to Rincon. It reminds me a lot of J-Bay too this way, but it's really quick and can be tricky at times, but it feels really good to be going right again.
So coming in here, number 6 on the rankings, we really turned the corner at this event, number 7 on the schedule. Now, is this when you really put your eyes on that final 5 situation?
Yeah, for sure. I think you've I've been thinking about it all year, but like really since the cut, or since knowing I made the cut. So yeah, I think this event's pretty crucial for us. The points are so close too. All the girls are really tight. It's you're sort of like one win away or a couple good results away. So I'm obviously on the bubble right now, but just trying to focus on surfing good again and my best. I think I got a little too caught up in everything the last few events. So just kind of bringing it back to the basics, and I feel really good here. I've been having some really fun free surfs, and yeah, I just feel like I'm in a good little rhythm here and enjoying myself.
Speaking of rhythm, it looks like the pace of your surfing has upped a bit. Your tempo has upped a bit. Is that something you're doing consciously right now? Because you're looking really fast out there.
Thank you. Yeah, I've worked on my boards a bit with Britt and CI, and so I think that's helped. And then, to be honest, I just have been pissed off in my last few results, and I think there's a bit of aggression coming out. I really want to get some good scores and just get some momentum. I've just been irritated with my surf in the last few events, so maybe that's just coming out a bit more, the mongrel.
See you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Kaipo. Lakey Peterson firing herself up as she was solid in that opening heat of the morning. But catching up with some surfing here, the wild card, Tia Blanco, getting a fun one, Rosie.
Yeah, that first maneuver, the bottom turn, top turn combo, just so stealthy. Read through this one, you can tell she's eyeing down the line, looking for those sections to make connection. Great wave from Tia. You see Courtney over her shoulder, checking out the action that got done on that wave.
Tia so quick down the line on her backhand. 4.0 start, then to a 4.67. Carissa Moore's turn. Big wind up. Here comes the redirect. Great start for the 5-time world champ. Has to kind of feel her way off the lip, but she'll get the completion. And now back to business for Carissa Moore. Along with that 5th world title, came an Olympic gold medal to turn in the best year of her amazing career. Already known as one of the all-time greats. What'd you see here, Rosie?
Yeah, good read from Carissa. Definitely one of her better waves now that we've seen. Beautiful speed through her surfing, Joey. Just such great flow. Gets a little bit hung up there, but manages to finish that wave off. So I feel like Carissa, she likes to build throughout heats, and that's definitely going to push her one step further to getting better waves and finding her reps and feeling more comfortable out here.
Carissa Moore is chasing a 25th championship tour victory as we go into the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask by one of the best to ever do it. 304 career heat wins with over a 69% career winning percentage, which is in fact the best on tour.
She is so consistent, Joe. I mean, insanely consistent. I love, you mentioned her accolades, and she's so well deserving. Wow, great first turn from Courtney.
Now Courtney will snap it over the whitewater, goes for a late climb. The wave didn't give her too much, so really about that opening maneuver. Last for Carissa Moore, 4.33, so it is still Tia Blanco leading the second heat of the morning. Kind of look at Carissa and Courtney as the older guard. They grew up battling each other, often compared to each other. Courtney being from California and Carissa from Oahu. And just to mix it up like a wild card's supposed to do, Tia Blanco back in the CT jersey. And it's been a while since her performance back in Portugal. She's more than ready for this.
Definitely, and probably focusing, on how she's going to better everything to make sure that she's going better in this event. I think Portugal, she fell out in the elimination round, so this is a great opportunity for her to create some space and really make the most of this wild card.
Tia Blanco definitely had to earn it. Spent some time on the surf ranch, maybe more than most people ever had, where you're in there, you're mic'd up, you've got cameras on you, and it's uncomfortable at times. It's basically like all these people eavesdropping on you, and you're in this contest to win not just wild card spots, but $100,000. Came down to Tia and Brianna Cope when it came down to that final series to chase down these wild card spots. As we get more insight in the water with Strider Raspberry Wazalewski.
Thanks, Joey. Yeah, well, just was a little note on the WSL site there and their Instagram, their social feed. We saw the surfers up at Puro Surf. So that was with Jackson Baker and Carissa Moore. And yesterday, Carissa Moore, Tia, and Courtney all training up there at the training facility at Puro Surf. So one of the resorts here on the coastline, beautiful establishment, but it's funny to see them in a heat now together. So you see them training kind of with each other, but then you see them having to deal with each other out here. So they're all basically going for that upper hand and trying to find the extra little bit of energy, a little bit of strength, a little bit of stretch that they got out of their session yesterday.
Really cool, Strider. Have you ever done an ice bath before?
I have. It's a very invigorating experience.
What does it feel like?
Basically, jump in. If you can make it past the first 60 seconds, then you're gold. But you got to breathe through it. You get yourself to the other side, and then you basically just go numb and you deal with it. And then I think Tia did like 5 or 6 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Tia's an animal. She just stayed in there the whole time.
Well, and she goes completely submerged too, where I didn't think anyone was in the bucket. Then Tia comes out.
You're supposed to dip your head under right away because that acclimates the system to deal with the cold, and then you go into Zen mode.
Good man, Waz, as we saw an up and down from Tia Blanco. 4 and a 4.67 for the wild card out in front. So now priority is with Carissa Moore. Tia Blanco working with Matt Myers, who's from Santa Cruz. He had a really cool young professional career, now getting into mentorship and coaching. Been working a lot with Tia and actually got her to ride some shorter boards in prep work for Punta Roca. Here comes Riss. She's got the speed and needs a 4.35 for the lead. Nice sweep on the open face. Big vertical to combo that one up.
Yeah, two beautiful steering maneuvers there from Carissa. Huge statements from her. I think, you know, that 4.35, I think that's well within her reach on that last wave. We'll see what the judges think about it.
Even that just subtle fade for Riss, I'm sure it's pretty easy for her to accomplish it, but it is so well executed here.
So well executed. You can tell there's a bit more urgency in her surfing here. She winds through that first maneuver, lines up this last move. Tricky section. You see the ribs on the face as she hits that last move. Finishes it. It's a complete package from Carissa.
I think one of the fun things for Grommets to watch is when their heroes are in the water. You know, Grom's got to cut back on them as well, but it's where Carissa puts her turns, how much speed she carries, how much of her rail that she uses, and she turns in a 6.17 for that combination. Takes the lead, really for the first time of this matchup. More action to come at the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. We'll be right back.
J'aime bien faire du yoga, même si ça fait partie de l'entraînement un peu, mais c'est les moments que j'ai pour moi où je suis toute seule, où tout redescend et je me recentre un peu sur moi et c'est important.
So pretty. Hi, Gabby. Burn him.
Excitement levels just lost track.
Bursted.
The next heat winner we have Risa Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, I'm Courtney Kalmog. I'm from Santa Ana, California. Being a surfer from Santa Ana, I grew up only surfing on the weekends. A lot of people don't realize that. I went to school Monday through Friday. I was a weekend warrior.
Here's a look at the new 12-woman field format that will be used for the duration of the championship tour season. The opening round is now 4 heats of 3 surfers apiece. First place advances directly to the quarterfinals. Second and third place are reseeded into the elimination round. The elimination round is now 4 head-to-head heats. First place advances and is reseeded into the quarterfinals. Second place is eliminated with a 9th place finish. From the quarterfinals onward, it is single elimination until we reach the final. The fight for the WSL Final 5 starts now. Catch all the action on WorldSurfLeague.com.
Well, thank you for the explanation. This is the new condensed heat format that we'll see throughout the rest of the season. Exciting to have new events pop up on the calendar. We had history made with the women performing at G-Land for the first time ever. The championship tour arrives here at Punta Roca for the first time in history here in Central America for the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. We'll see who will grab that first trophy this season. It feels like it's going to be pretty rapid fire as far as running heats from today, a massive day, to tomorrow and even the next day, Rosie.
Yeah, I think all the surfers on the championship tour are pretty used to that now. Like you said, Joey, this has been such a condensed couple of events. Australia going straight to G-Land, G-Land straight to El Salvador. Like you said, one of the furthest distance you can travel. A long journey to get here from G-Land. Boats, flights, taxis, buses,
and
all part of the adventure.
Stretch in between,
yeah.
You know, all those flights and jet lag. It's a lot to take on. Carissa Moore, a professional surfer and a professional traveler, knows how to take care of herself. Nice snap on the open face. How's this inside section? Bowling up and really try to extend that finishing move. It ends up upside down on her board.
Interesting finish there from Carissa. It reminded me of one from Maui a couple of years ago as we see Courtney having a dig.
Big float. Courtney Conlog doesn't mind launching herself into the flats. She won her NSSA Open Women's National title with a very similar maneuver way back in the day. Wasn't your typical lowers wave. It was a gigantic float section. And did a couple of those to get her big national title before turning pro.
Joe, when you're idling, is your mind just one continuous surf movie? Because I feel like you just have everything just like in the Rolodex playing.
We're watching a surf movie live. How's this one, Ro? Carissa Moore.
Carissa just finding that form, finding the rhythm in this heat that she's been looking for. Beautiful swoop there. She repositions her feet, shifts her weight a little bit more forward to negotiate this one. I'll tell you one thing though, Joey, the air and the water in El Salvador is extremely warm. That water's got the silt on it. It makes your wax super slippery. As we see Courtney, like you said, that huge floater maneuver also reminded me of the moves that we've seen her do on big south swells at Huntington Beach.
And then their famous floater as well in Portugal as well. It seems like it's an interesting maneuver, and I think where she's willing to put herself on a big float that's hollow in a barrel, like, can be a maneuver of consequence, and she's not afraid. Sea Tiger bowls up again. Second maneuver. Nice down carve slice into the pocket. Checks it quickly. Taps it off the lip line. Nice rhythm and flow through this wave that keeps on giving. Nice to see her enjoy a stretched out right that had a lot of different changes to it. She had the single maneuver float in the 3-point range. As now we see that gentle, cautious rock dance. Carissa Hennessy walking out with Caroline Marks. Great to see her back in the jersey.
So excited to watch Caroline just having her back where she belongs on the championship tour, doing her thing.
The way she surfs out here too on the warm-up days, you almost kind of go, maybe I want to be a goofy foot today.
Yeah.
She makes it look so fun backside.
She does make everything seem so fun. Always has the hugest smile on her face. I know that I've seen her subpar conditions and I'll be in the parking lot kind of kicking dirt, wondering if I'm going to go out. And you're like, Caroline, how was it? She's like, it's so fun out there. And you're like, all of a sudden getting your wetsuit out, you can't wax your board up quick enough, as we see her just negotiating these cobblestones. They have a moss on them. It feels like glass when you're standing on them sometimes, Joey. It's so slippery, and then just wait until midday when the heat really just makes them blistering hot. You could cook a steak on them.
Certainly can. Back to Courtney's last wave.
Courtney, I mean, this is interesting answer back for Carissa. I mean, Carissa, I think we're waiting on a score from her, but Courtney only looking for that 6.87 to take the lead. One of my favorite waves of the heat so far. A lot of variety shown in her surfing. And one of the better waves that we've seen.
So standing by for last of Courtney Conlog. As we wait for that number, let's get some more insight with Strider Wazalewski. Any details on the angle of the swell today, Waz?
Yeah, well, you know, it's an interesting point. You know, walking out on the rocks, you got to pick the right rock to grab. Out here, you got to pick the right lip to hit. And that's because you've got a pretty strong southern hemi swell coming in about 15 seconds. So those are the long lines you see. But then all these little chops that you see coming across the face, creating all those different lips in the wave, that's in like an 8-second swell from a local storm. So you got to really pick your wave that has the combination of the two to combine to make a nice clean face. And then on the inside section, just trying to find the lip line and hit the right part of it so you can come away with the finish is the biggest challenge.
Thank you, Strider. Just reading these waves, a lot of them doing it on the fly. A brand new day, not too comparable to what we had the last couple of days in the warm-up sessions. Backhand carve for Tia Blanco. You can see that boil. That rock was exposed on the open face, and she's down.
Yeah, it looked like she's really timed that well. Going to use it as a bit of a coping, and then her feet slip off the wax. Like I said, Joey, that siltiness of the water combined with the temperature can make your wax feel super slick.
Probably waxing the top of the feet would be smart, especially walking over those slippery rocks.
Even taking a little nub of wax with you.
Courtney Conlog explodes to a 7.5 following the big float in the flats. Just put her in rhythm to find that right-hander that allowed her multiple turns, and she has skyrocketed into the lead. Carissa with priority needs a 4.97. And the Ultimate Surfer wildcard, Tia Blanco, needs a 6.47. All about getting first. You're not worried about second. If you're second or third, you're going to the elimination round. Only 4 heats in this opening round of competition. We'll see Carissa Hennessy, Isabella Nichols, and the comeback of Caroline Marks, followed by DeFay, Gilmore, and Sally. As Courtney winds up going for a frontside punt. Why not?
That would have been so cool. You see her just clawing, trying to hold on to that surfboard. This is going to be so fun to watch these last 6 minutes play out, Joe. As we see Courtney obviously looking to replace that 3.63. She's going for something huge with one maneuver option. You see her feet stayed on that board, trying to twist it around. Just got a little bit too far away from, extended away from her body to get the completion. But the fun thing about these last 6 minutes, you've got Carissa, she's got priority. She's looking to improve on that 4.33 to get the 4.97. But there's that, you know, that question mark there, because Courtney can easily improve on this 3.63 with a high mark of the 7.5. So it's all about Carissa's next wave. I feel like Carissa's really going to wait for something of substance to get a high number, to get that requirement and push it up from Courtney if that wave comes. Otherwise, Courtney, I think she's going to be hunting on the inside, trying to find something to scrap that 3.63.
You mentioned this morning when we were just about getting started, Rosie, the fact that Carissa's chasing her opening win of the season, which is so interesting for her. She's in yellow. She's leading the rankings. You know, everything in the world seems right for Carissa. However, it feels like when you see her, there's unfinished business.
Yeah.
You know, if she's not winning events, she's unsatisfied.
Well, we think about it. Pipeline, she got a second. She's had 3 seconds this season, as we see Tia Blanco. Beautiful backhand surfing from her. This ultimate surfer wildcard, making the most of this opportunity. She did have the lead in this heat for a moment.
As we're enjoying the heat recap from this second heat of the morning, Tia had the flow going, 4.0 start, still counting that number. And Carissa Moore, I think we've just been watching her warm up throughout this heat.
It does feel that way, Joey, but I think now that we're going to see more urgency from her, as this lady, Courtney Conlog, has taken the lead with huge maneuvers like this.
Really committed, really bowly sections, and that second turn was incredible. We like combinations of maneuvers. First turn to the second, my favorite of this wave.
Yeah, definitely great flow. That variety for me too was something special to watch. Best wave of the heat so far, and sees her in the lead. But yeah, Joey, like you said, there's been, like you said, unfinished business for Carissa. Even though she's leading the rankings at the moment, even though she's so well decorated, those second place finishes for Carissa, they're a little bit disappointing for her. When you at that caliber, anything but a win feels a little bit disappointing, I would imagine.
There might be something really positive, I think, for the coaches working with her. If she's feeling like this unfinished business feeling, but you're leading the rankings and she knows she has more to give, whenever that clicks in for herself, you know, and she feels unstoppable, good luck trying to catch up to her this season.
Yeah, and just thinking, you know, the opportunity that lays in front of her and where her motivation would be coming from. I mean, chasing a 6th world title, after 6 comes 7, then 8. You know, it really does. There's so much runway for Carissa and what she's capable of.
How crazy is it that that number 7 world title mark that Lane and Steph share together in the history books is now feeling a little bit vulnerable, you know, kind of for the first time with Chris on 5. She's chasing a 6th.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, there's a few more people in that company.
And I also think it's a good thing, because it's probably motivating Steph at the moment. Like, Steph's going to want to win that 8 so she can stop Carissa from getting a 6. So there's other bigger pictures that we can kind of, you know, theorize and think about.
Yeah, it's so awesome that Steph Gilmore is still in the running. The stress of the midseason cut behind her definitely felt her kind of feeling more let go and more release of the pressure of falling off tour. As she's coming in the water in heat number 4 today. Priority still with Riss. Needs a 4.97 here. Carissa famous for doing one of the best airs ever performed in competition. Last year at Newcastle. That was actually not even the final. That was the quarterfinals against DeFay, and then went on to win that event, where she was so thrilled to showcase her surfing, what she's always capable of. And I feel the setup here at Punta Roca today features a few ramps that might set Carissa up quite well.
Yeah, definitely. That's where Carissa is so dangerous, is she's so well-rounded. I mean, she's got the rail surfing, the progressive side to her. She's able to read the barrel incredibly well. So just give this woman an opportunity, and it's so dangerous and so fun for us to watch.
Chris has been undefeated in the opening round this season. So if she stays in second, it'll be her first taste of the elimination round in 2022. Now looking at 1 minute to go. Just joining us, Lakey Peterson got the win in the first heat. Gabrielle O'Brien and Tatiana Weston-Webb are in the elimination round, where Isri seated. Chris and Tia trying to avoid ending up in that round. This first wave is moving quickly down the line. And now down to 30 seconds. Courtney, incredible with her form from her big float that she's not counting as a low score. But just put her into the right spot for the 7-5. Opportunity approaching for Carissa Moore with priority. One of the bigger looking waves of the matchup. That section's gonna land on her back and she'll go straight down. Tia Blanco takes priority and doesn't look like now she's out in front. Speeding down the line, Tia Blanco will step off down the beach. So we'll see what happened before that. Tia chasing a number right at the end, a 6.47 requirement. Carissa had priority, went straight down on the takeoff, and that gave Tia some room to take off.
Yeah, let's see this from the beginning, Joe. So Tia taking off before the buzzer sounded, teeing off that first section, long stretched out wall ahead of her. She gets caught up in that foam and goes down, so loses that opportunity. So Courtney Conlog was prey out there, seeing Tia pop up after that and just breathing a sigh of relief.
Courtney Conlog victorious as California, Lakey to Courtney go back-to-back with heat wins this morning. As we set up heat number 3, we'll bring in Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar for the call.
Compartir entonces el micrófono junto a Gary Linden, que además ya tiene experiencia, ¿verdad?, aquí en Punta Roca,
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City, official tourism partner of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. By Corona, this is living. And by Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League.
Buenos dias and welcome to Surf City El Salvador. It's going to be an amazing week ahead of us with some fun surf on the way and competition rolling through. Starting out this morning bright and early for the women's opening round. Very exciting. Shannon Hughes in the booth here alongside two surfers with some experience out here at Punta Roca. Two great friends of mine, Mitch Salazar and Laura Iniver. Mitch, how does it feel to have heats running here at a wave that you've surfed so many times?
Yeah, it's great. I'm just really amazed to be back in Central America, here for an event, an actual CT event now, and it's awesome to see the world's best surfers compete at a world-class wave.
And Laura, same for you. It's been a while since you've been back here.
Yeah, it's been so long. I was down here for a QS back in 2015, and Sage Erickson actually won that, but I just remember how amazing it was, and the wave is just so, so fun. Waves everywhere. As we see the first ride of this heat,
Just ripping into it from Carissa Hennessy, getting those first couple of turns connected together. This wave is getting a little bit tricky through the inside section, and she finds that lip glide to ride through Mitch.
Yeah, she did really well just to finish that wave off too. And for me, I think she's been one of the standouts so far in the free surfs. First CT victory this year at Sunset Beach, which if you've surfed there before, you know it's a difficult wave to just compete at. And as you can see, the tide's still dropping, by the way. We still have about an hour of the tide still dropping. It's a negative tide this morning at 9:09, I think 0.1.
Yeah, it's just so many rocks popping up through the lineup this morning. During that break, we saw Isabella Nichols get her opening ride as well. Connects into that first section, then races around it to connect a little bit more with that open lip. Gave her a few sections to work through.
Yeah, it's great combo right there too. She had great success the last time we were actually here, Laura. She made the round of 16 in 2016 when Keeley won the QS.
Yeah. Laura, what are your thoughts on this first of Carissa?
Yeah, I've been so impressed with Carissa surfing this year. So strong and tight in the pocket, and her boards are just looking absolutely incredible. Slashing away here, it got a bit gurgly in the end here, but she hit it perfectly, timed it well, and yeah, kicking out just before the rocks, shaving down the fins there.
May not have any fins left after this one, especially with that negative tide, as you mentioned, Mitch. These two in the lineup, Carissa Hennessy and Isabella Nichols, alongside of Caroline Marks, and we are just so excited to see Caroline back in the CT jersey, Mitch.
Yeah, and out of these three ladies, I think she's the one that's had the most competitive experience, at least successfully too. 3 CT event wins, but if you look at her wins, they've all been at beach breaks. You know, a lot of people talk about her consistency at point breaks. She hasn't been the most successful surfer making the finals so far, so I expect her to do well here on the back end.
Yeah, she's got such a strong backhand. I'm so excited. I know that she was just over in the Mentawai Islands, you know, on a surf trip there with her coach Luke Egan, who was here too. So super excited to see her just unleash on her backhand out here at Punta Roca.
We're still waiting for scores for that first exchange between Carissa and Bella to drop through, but Bella already having a look at a second wave here now. Starting to race that section after getting that first opening carve. Just leaning into that back foot, and she'll kick out clean. Looks like Carissa might have an opportunity just behind as well. She's going to take a look down the line and decide not to go for it. Mitch, having a look at the conditions this morning, you're the surfer with the most experience out here of the three of us. What is it that makes the surfers decide this is going to be a good one, this is one they should take off on, given the current conditions?
Well, we've seen in the first 2 heats of the morning, the 7.5 of Courtney Conlog in the last heat was the highest wave of the first 2 so far. So I think what you really got to look at are the cleanest waves, like these ones, the ones that are lining up. They almost seem like they're going to close out down the line.
Caroline Marks up and riding on her first CT wave since the Billabong Pro Pipeline back in January. And that powerful backhand attack coming into action. Love seeing her back on the board and looking strong as she kicks through the inside, Laura.
Yeah, Caroline's been looking so strong in the free surfs and just looks, you know, just got a groove back, and yeah, so excited to see her back in the jersey. I think she's going to have so many fans tuning in, you know, for this moment.
Let's take a look again now at first of Caroline Marks, Mitch.
Yeah, it's a decent start. I think our expectations for her are much higher than this, though. And it's a tough wave to surf, as you were mentioning, Shannon. What are the things that I look out for in wave selection here, at least this part of the morning so far? You really got to select the ones that seem like they're going to close out. You really need to keep a high line the entire time on the wave, because if you're trying to gain speed on the lower third, you're just not generating enough where that wave's just running down the line the whole time, especially for goofy footers. I myself have a very difficult time of making those big sections, but somebody like Caroline with the equipment that she's on too, she should be making those no problem.
We got some scores that came through from that opening exchange. Isabella Nichols getting the better of it, Laura, with a 5.83. Carissa dropped in a 4.17. And we've got that next score rolling through. It's a 3.83 for Isabella Nichols, so she's currently sitting in that leading position, looking to advance through to the quarterfinals, but waiting for first of Caroline as well.
Yeah, I love that first wave of Bella. Like, she's had so much, you know, so much flow and speed, and just picked her sections, and was very, very, you know, fast and whippy. We love that about Bella. She grew up, you know, surfing snapper and noosa and all these amazing point breaks up in the northern end of Queensland, and yeah, so it's super excited to see her on the point breaks. She loves them.
Yeah, I've been really excited to see her in the water here. Her and her coach Kurt Jacobs are just staying like a stone's throw from Punta Roca, so they've been out here most days getting some waves, and for her, she's really started to come into her own this year, obviously walking away with that first championship tour victory out at the Margaret River Pro, but her surfing to me more and more is starting to look like that of Steph Gilmore, these right hand points just really favoring it. Down to 27 minutes on the clock, and we've got a friend in the lineup, Strider Wazalewski. Talk to us about the fact that these surfers are allowed to have a caddy with them today.
Yeah, we got Kurt Jacobs out here for Isabella Nichols. Isabella surfing really fast, and I love her pace out here. I love the way she just broke into it right off the bat, so opening up really strong. But yeah, Kurt making the trek over the rocks. He's like, I go out at Lennox all the time. And then he started looking at his foot, and he's got a cut already on his foot. He didn't even know he got cut. So he's definitely getting that extra 10% for the work on the rocks out here. But the waves actually, every heat there seems to be about 3 really good paced waves. So you gotta try and get 2 of them, which is hard with 3 people in the water. And the waves are running off really fast, and now we've got a little bit of an extra, I think it's like an east-southeast wind coming across the face, which is actually making the waves shut down a little quicker. So you're gonna really look for those waves with a slower pace, because you gotta get enough maneuver in to get the work done on these waves. But definitely some above the lip surfing coming with this wind.
Oh, love hearing it. Strider, what's the water temperature and the air temp feeling like out there today?
I'd say it's about 82, and it's about 82. Caroline Marks up and riding, throwing some backhand slashes in there. She's out of that one. So these waves really offering up some big open face turns, but there's no difference between the air and the water right now, I think.
Down to 26 minutes on the clock. No difference between the air and the water seems to be the theme here in El Salvador, Mitch.
Yeah, and one thing I really wanted to point out there too, it seemed like there were like 3 or 4 waves coming at the same time. That set ended up breaking either way far down or way up the point. So you can definitely see a lot of that wind swell in play today. You got to be real selective with those waves that you need in the 5.6 range.
Well, waiting for the next set to roll through here. We've got small scores across the board, nothing too substantial on this one, but we saw a pretty great heat in the last one from Courtney Conlog, walking away with the win. She's into the quarterfinals and down with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, that's right. Courtney Conlog, strong performance, and also just mentioning, you know, you're straight into the pointy end. You're into the quarterfinals after that 1 heat win. How good does that feel?
Feels amazing. I mean, gosh, the last event, I'll be honest, I didn't know the new format where you had to win the heat in the first round. And so I was like protecting at the end, and Mom's like, nice job, you're in round 2. I'm like, whoa, damn. So this heat had the format proper, was super grateful to just have some waves. You know, it got really tricky there, and I was just so stoked to get that 7.5. When I saw it, I was like, please don't stretch, slow down, and yeah, it waited for me, so that was nice.
We've got some amazing stops on tour this season, but coming from G-Land, you guys have had quite the mission. Do you want to give us some background on the trip to get here to El Salvador?
Yeah, it was a lot, you know. I had a mix of flying, belly, packing, unpacking, and E. coli poisoning. So I got KO'd. I think I did a full body detox. Now I'm feeling light, ready to go, ready to make sections.
Well, you definitely couldn't tell from that last performance, and being in El Salvador, Surf City, this is so great to see the caliber of surfing. How good is it to have this new stop on tour?
I've always wanted to come to El Salvador and Punta Roca. I can't wait. I've been watching so many amazing clips of this wave, and hopefully it switches on. It's still kind of in the funky phase, but you know, when it gets quarter semifinals, hopefully this wave turns on for us.
Well, you'll keep up those solid performances. Thanks for your time, Courtney.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rosie. And man, Courtney really got dragged through the dirt on the way here to El Salvador, but I love Laura that she's got a smile on her face and she's ready to go.
Oh, always. Courtney's always just cracking up, no matter what her circumstances are. If it's, you know, bad circumstances, she still laughs at it. She's like, wow, things are really going bad. And she still has a, you know, funny little, you know, giggly laugh. I love, you know, the attitude and the light that Courtney brings to this all. But yeah, in the water, she's fierce. She's a fierce competitor.
She certainly is. I do love that positivity about it. And even to think of that elimination round conversation, just the fact that it's just the top surfer advancing through. Laura, you and I were just having this chat off air right before walking in, because I had that fresh realization too that, oh right, it's just the top surfer advancing past into the quarterfinals, but that's what it was like in the years that you spent on tour.
Totally. And you know, that's so funny that Courtney said that. That's a bit of a shocker, not you know, thinking that you're protecting the second place, and you're like, oh, I actually get nothing for that. So yeah, first here in this event, in the first round, straight to the quarterfinals. It's a huge result, and like just so important towards those points going into, you know, going towards the final 5.
Down to 23 minutes on the clock. Isabella Nichols currently sitting in the lead, Mitch, with that 5.83 that she opened on, just a 3.83. Caroline Marks has dropped a couple of small scores on the board that she'll no doubt be looking to replace.
Yeah, and if you saw a while ago, Brees actually tried to paddle for a wave on the inside, and she hadn't even established priority yet either. So they're being really, really smart about where they're wanting to reward surfers' priority. They really want you to be all the way outside, especially when they with this format now, they're pushing you and almost pressuring you to really do your best surfing, because all it's about now is qualifying for the WSL Final 5, right? Everybody's trying to go to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Everybody's trying to make that mini cut right there at the end. So I like this format a lot better, personally. I think it's promoting what we're really used to seeing, the best surfing, world's best surfers, world's best waves. And you're here in El Salvador, it's like, let's actually do this, you know?
For sure. I think, sometimes we've seen that first round, people just building into the event, just finding their feet out in the lineup with, not much to lose, but there's so much to gain from this first round now that we're seeing the surfers put in more time, be down here, just surf their brains out. And, especially even with the jet lag coming from G-Land, so many people have just been like, I'm in another planet right now. But, you don't have time for that. You have to pull your things together and bring your best.
Yeah, I love that phrasing that you just used there, Laura, and the fact that maybe not focusing on how much there is to lose and being that those bottom two surfers in this opening round, but actually the fact that there is just so much to gain. And one of those surfers who's been really, really excited to have that opportunity to gain a spot into the WSL Finals this year is Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, I feel like the competition level is more than ever, and the women have really brought their A game almost every event, and I feel honestly just grateful to be in that mix and to make the cut. And now it's all about the top 5, and everyone's honestly really, really close, and it's pretty much anyone can win an event now. And the world title race is it's definitely it's pretty cool, and I'm stoked to be a part of it. I'm honored to be a part of it and to be amongst the surfing right now and women's surfing.
Love hearing that from Brisa, focusing now on maybe getting her first world title. She got that big victory on the championship tour this year at Sunset Beach, and she's currently sitting at number 2 in the world right behind Carissa Moore. Yeah, and
To me, she's looked much more solid this year in comparison to her other ones. I think she's matured a lot more, not only competitively, but as a person too. It's shown in the water. I think previous years there were a lot of heats where she kind of had her back up against the wall and she'd crumble under pressure. I've seen this year so far that she's made a lot of consistent efforts to make sure that she's getting out of those close heats too. She's doing anything that she's capable of to make it through those heats.
For sure. She's been so consistent this year, and, it is a different Brisa that we've seen, previous years. She's looking so committed to getting those results and putting in the work and, getting her boards dialed, and obviously working with Micro Hall, who's not here in El Salvador, but I'm sure, they're making lots of late night phone calls or, sending back and forth clips or just talking through this wave. So, I love the Brisa Hennessy we're seeing this year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It was a challenging year for her last year, obviously getting that Olympic opportunity, being on the championship tour, and a crazy year of just changing of venues, a lot of new waves to figure out as well. But for her to fall off and have to jump into the Challenger Series, and to be able to see that shift in that mindset from her was so positive. I think it's exactly what's bringing her into that success now at sitting number 2 in the world, having worn the yellow leaders jersey a couple of times already this season. Was just that mental shift that she made, knowing that she was off tour last year. She had those 4 events on the Challenger Series to get requalification, and she got the job done, and she's back and really making an impact this year, Mitch.
Yeah, and the proximity of this event to her home in Costa Rica, it's only 2 countries away. So this is really her home court. She's got to make strides here and really demonstrate why Central America has a lot more surfers to produce in the near future too.
She was making some pupusas yesterday for all the girls. She's actually basically the tour chef as well.
Well, the tour chef now up and riding. Brisa connects with that little lip line to start. Negotiates it around a challenging section to ride out of clean. Bit heavy there on the finish, Mitch.
Yeah, I kind of thought that they baited her into that wave personally. Held priority for quite a while, and then with 18 minutes to go, she already has the 4, but if you look at Bella's best wave so far, 5.83, there's kind of a bit of separation between her best wave and Bella so far. This wasn't an easy wave to ride either. As I said, the tide's still dropping. Little check turn right there. And then the second one, she tried to commit a lot more than it was. That's kind of one of those sections where you really just need to be thinking down the line the whole time still.
And possibly having that opportunity to maybe find a 3rd turn, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like she could have either decided to go big on that 2nd turn and forget about the, down the line surfing or what was left down the line, but she was obviously still going for that, and yeah, kind of just went a bit wonky and probably wasn't the turn she was expecting.
Scores in. It's just a 3.27, but it does jump her into that second place position. Requirements on the board sitting in that kind of good to that average to good range of 5.5 for Carissa Hennessy to take the lead away from Bella Nichols, and a 6.66 for Caroline Marks to get herself out of that third place position. Down to 17 minutes on the clock, and it has been a little bit of a slow heat. You can really see the women in the lineup being selective, wanting to make sure that when a wave comes through, I mean, they heard in that last heat that Courtney got herself a good 7 on the scoreboard. They'd be looking for something like that as well.
Right, but what was her backup though? It was a high 3. So I think in the back of your mind, you still need to have that mindset of just wanting to make it through, regardless if you're getting 10 points, 15 points. So, you know, I think 10.5, 11 points is probably going to get you through today. And as you see, a lot of Costa Ricans down here supporting Carissa Hennessy. But there's a common misconception at point breaks where people always think, oh, you need to have distance, you need to have a great number of maneuvers to actually get an excellent score. It's actually quite the opposite. They want to reward you for the surfing that you are doing, not the surfing that you could be doing. So 2 maneuvers, 3 could get it done today.
This is super interesting, looking at where the women are sitting in the lineup. As we can see, Isabella, is way up the point, Caroline in the middle, and Carissa down the end. So, you know, they're all going to try to take advantage of, you know, where these waves might come. We know it is sectioning quite fast, and, you know, kind of has to be, you know, a bit of luck into getting those sets and hoping that they come into the right spot.
Even it seems meant a little bit of luck in getting the set that's really going to offer that section, the way that Carissa went hard on that finishing maneuver. Like, she had that full commitment, that aggression into it, but the wave didn't actually respond back to her the same way.
Yeah, it backed off that first section for sure. I think she was expecting it to stand up a lot more, but there's still plenty of time, and as you can see, there's still no P or a third priority next to her name, so they're really, really wanting you to move all the way up to the point, and Bella's actually at the primary takeoff zone. That's where Punta Roca is right in front, and there's a couple of markers on the beach that I told Laura about earlier, but they're actually essential to your competitive success here.
Yeah, if there's a rock, I'll hit it.
There's a lot of those.
There are so many rocks. There's been plenty of cuts on the feet and some fins lost this week. Hopefully no more. Down to 15 minutes, 18 seconds on the clock. We're going to go to a quick break. We've got more action coming right after this.
I love the aspect of like bringing people together through food and just sitting at a table and talking about life. And I think that's really enriching to me because I really believe like we're here for connection.
So pretty. Hi, Daddy. Excitement levels just lost track. You did get it.
Today we have the Rising Tides program happening, and a bunch of young female surfers from El Salvador have come down so we can surf with them, spend the afternoon with them, and hopefully inspire them to become maybe professional surfers.
It's really awesome to have the support from Pura Vida, especially with their incredible message in general. I feel like that's why we're all here, to live a pure life.
I was one of the young girls that looked up to the professional women surfers, and it's really cool to see how this program inspires the young girls, and it inspired me, and it's super cool to be on the opposite side now and be here with the young girls in El Salvador.
It makes you realize that what you're doing on tour and traveling the world and surfing, you're really encouraging young girls to get out there and have a go and chase their dreams.
Welcome back to the action here at Punta Roca. We've got plenty of fans down on the beach cheering on the Costa Rican in Carissa Hennessy, and I had the pleasure of being alongside the girls for Rising Tides the other day. It was so much fun to be able to see women like Isabella Nichols in the mix with the local Groms and finding a good-looking wave out the back, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, this is her backup score right now. It came in as a 5.7, and so far so good from Bella. I like what I see from her, just a lot of consistency on the wave selection that she's getting to, and looking good on her board too.
Yeah, I think Bella has, got it down pat out here. She's not catching the biggest waves out there, and she's looking for a certain type of wave that she knows will have that pace for her to, really unload and do those turns and that surfing that we love to see from her. So, not necessarily the biggest wave, but, getting the 5.7 and backing up that 5.8.
Yeah, it's huge at the moment, too, because it's now moved those requirements into a decent space. For Carissa to move into the lead, it's a 7.36, and now for Caroline Marks, an 8.53 to take the win.
Those are two quite large scores for today. I don't think they're impossible, though, especially on the backhand. Like, personally, I think that goofy footers are kind of underrated out here. You get those bully sections, and you really want to come around it instead of going down the line the whole time. You need that section to stand up, and you want to come around it and basically just attack it like if we're a Karamas type of wave. That's where I think like Nat Young, a couple other guys, Iago's been surfing great on the backhand too, and I think Caroline has a great opportunity to do that in this heat.
Yeah, I think we'll see as well the crew on their backhand maybe not even getting the stretched out waves, trying to do two big turns, two big critical turns, and that'll be enough to get them a mid-range or even excellent score with those critical, in the pocket turns.
Bella Nichols currently sitting up in the lead with a couple of fives. She's looking so comfortable and at home strider on this right-hand point.
Yeah, there's a difference between, you hear people talk about point break surfers. So, the beach breaks, you surf what's right in front of you. On a point break, you actually have to read the wave. You have to slow down, and you can go really fast on a point break, but actually surfing a point break well is really hard to do. So actually drawing off the bottom and hitting the lip and finding that lip line, not trying to go lateral but more vertical. And that's what Isabella Nichols can do, because she is a point break surfer. She's got all those right-hand points back home in Australia. So that's the type of surfing that she loves to do, and that's what we've seen out of her already. Like first wave right off the bat, going straight up into the lip and finding the lip line. And that's what we want to see out of all the surfers out here. So, that kind of advantage they have as point break surfers like Lakey Peterson, like Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, I love that insight strider just on the pace of the waves as we see a bit of a set rolling through here. Surfer in white, Caroline Marks, is currently sitting with priority. Carissa in red has second priority. And now Bella, with that last score dropping through, is up into the lead, or more a solidified lead over the rest of the pack. But that pacing on a point break, Mitch, it's just so crucial for these surfers.
Yeah, I think speed management is a good term to use here at this point. We call it the Latin American Jeffreys Bay de America Latina, and it's produced some great surfers. Brian Perez is going to be in the event. Jimmy Rotherham, who's been the most successful surfer besides Brian before him. There was this other guy named Wilber Alvarenga. They used to call him El Policía, the police officer, but also a great surfer. And now I think we're going to see a lot more women out here too. There's this one young girl, Julissa, I think is her name. Great goofy footer too. But like the variation that this wave can kind of produce, it barrels all the way up top when it's firing. It's more of a high performance wave on the middle to inside section, and it offers up those steep sections to kind of throw your tail and maybe even an air on certain ones too. So I expect, to see maybe one of those Sally Fitzgibbons airs in one of these next few heats.
Yeah, it was frothing seeing that clip drop through, Laura, of Sally just going full punt, making it look easy as ever. She'll be coming up in the next heat against none other than Steph Gilmore, her housemate this week, and Joanne DeFay.
Yes, that's such a good heat as we see Caroline getting a nice bowly wave here.
Sets it up for that first turn. Now just pacing yourself around that next section, goes big on the finish, and that's exactly what you were talking about, Laura, with the goofy foots.
Yeah, I was actually just watching one of the sets roll through that the girls were kind of a bit too wide for, and I think Caroline adjusted her positioning and got into that bowly section. But yeah, just as I was saying, she is so doing those critical turns where the bottom's dropping out. That's what the judges are going to love, and they're going to really reward those two turns there.
Carissa getting a little speed on that first section. She'll kick out.
See how fast that wave was?
That was so quick.
Like, she's one of the quicker surfers, and she couldn't get past that first section.
Down to 8.5 minutes on the clock. We do have a score to come through now for last of Caroline Marks. She is chasing an excellent score of an 8.53 to take herself into the lead. Judges taking their time for that to drop through. And we've been talking about a little bit now at the start of this heat, just the fact that it's so exciting to see Caroline Marks back in the jersey. She's been awarded that 2022 WSL season wildcard after withdrawing from the tour after an early round loss at the Billabong Pro Pipeline, citing medical reasons. And we're just so stoked to see her back in the mix here, especially at a right-hand point. I feel like this is such a favorable event for her to be back in the jersey.
Yeah, and look at this, just a setup right here, but this second turn is as critical as it gets. Bowls out, and look at how it's coming down on her the whole time too. I think that's the best turn we've seen all morning long.
Yeah, this was an incredible turn. Caroline just finding her, picking her part of the wave, lip line, so critical, upside down. Look at even the spray that she's throwing and compressing there, making it so clean.
Just hard to get there too. You know, the timing that you need to have just to get up into the lip like that when it's coming down on you, and the amount of strength that your legs and your core needs to have just to actually sustain all that weight coming down on you. That's difficult.
Scores in, it's a 6.17 for Caroline Marks. That does come through as the highest score of the heat so far and jumps her up into second.
Yeah, and now she only needs a mid-range 5, so she's back into the heat. A lot of time too. 7 minutes is an eternity if you're her, but if you're Isabella Nichols with priority, I think this is a situation where you're still staying up top and you want to better your low score. I don't think you want to give her an opportunity to get one of those set waves either.
Bella sitting with priority at the moment. Caroline Marks getting herself back into that takeoff zone. Down to 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. This is definitely where I feel like the heart starts racing a little bit more for all of the surfers, because like you said, Mitch, Bella doesn't have any huge scores on the board. She's going to want to make sure to solidify that position up into the lead. But then for both of the other surfers, there's just so much to gain, as you said, Laura. Advancing past this first round and that top position means they're into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, for sure. And it'll be interesting to see what Caroline does now. She's got third priority. If she tries to hunt something further down the line, or try to, you know, sit there and wait for a bowly wave like she just got, she obviously knows now. 2 turns. Most of that score from that 6.1 came from that second turn, so she probably knows she can get a 5 doing 1 turn.
Waiting for that next set to roll through. See how the situation unfolds in the last 5 minutes of the heat. And it's been exciting to see some of those clips, as you mentioned, Laura, Caroline surfing out of the Mentawais, really just showing that time off for her. I think it was just such a refreshment for her, a rejuvenation for her to now be hungry to be back in a competitive space. And I think it's been showing within her just around the contest site. Of course, we haven't been able to run competition the last few days because the waves haven't quite been here, but it's been all smiles, just really calm and relaxed presence coming out of Caroline.
Yeah, she looks so calm and just happy and stoked to be back here. And I was speaking to Luke Egan, who's here coaching her, and they went to the Ments together, the Mentawai Islands, and she was, you know, getting her groove back over there and surfing. And he actually said that she kind of wished that she did G-Land when she got over there. She was feeling ready and back and strong, and you know, so she missed out on G-Land. But I think, you know, it's the right timing for her now, and I'm super excited to see what she does throughout this event.
And being given, Mitch, that 2022 WSL season wildcard, she's in the draw for next year already.
Well, and right now she has nothing to lose, too. It's all about just gaining momentum, getting back some competitive experience, too, and why not travel to a new location that you haven't been to either? I think it's a great opportunity for a lot of people, especially the Americans, to kind of claim this as home court, too. It's the closest event that you have besides Lower Trestle, so why not do well here? I think Kolohe Andino kind of feeling the pressure of doing well in this area of the world, too, so yeah. Let's see what they can bring.
Just a short flight, if you can get that direct flight. Of course, a lot of surfers coming out of California, maybe out of the LA area, having to make the connection via Miami or Dallas on the way through. But it's really not that far. With some great waves on offer in this region of the world. Taking a look at our heat recap, it's Bella Nichols currently sitting in the lead.
Yeah, and just a quick start from her. This was the 5.83 as soon as the buzzer sounded, and some beautiful surfing. I love her consistency as far as actually selecting the best waves in this heat too. But I think it's been so far the maturity of her surfing in this season of hers that's kind of led her into that number 8 spot in the rankings.
Yeah, that point break surfing rolling through with her, Laura, taking her into that lead at the moment.
For sure. I just love her wave selection. She's known what waves she wants. As we see Caroline, this was her best wave of the heat, this big critical turn right here, just picking the eyes out of it. And yes, just smashing that oncoming lip.
Caroline got a 6.17 for that last wave. Rolled through as the highest score of the heat so far. Bella now on her forehand, setting it up down the line. Looking for that drive off the bottom. Great snap under the lip. Just going to be that single maneuver. She'll kick out. And taking a look then at Carissa Hennessy.
Oh!
Great looking snap on the finish. And she is still up and riding.
Wow.
That was a challenging section, but goes down before finishing complete.
Well, and 3 minutes to go. This is a great opportunity for Caroline to really solidify and get that 5.36 that she needs. It was a good sell on her part, too. She let Bella go on that wave, use priority, and I think 3 minutes is enough time to get that mid-5 that she needs.
That was some critical surfing by Brisa. She's been quite sleepy in this heat, not really catching the waves that she probably expected. But you know, that surfing then, she got a clean wall, and I wish she made that last turn. That was huge.
That was amazing. I love that she just appeared from the whitewater, even though she still fell off at the end, couldn't get that little projection she needed into the flats.
And at least she's going for it. You know, she knew she needed a big score too.
Yeah, this wave went so nice and clean. Picked that section, huge turn there, lays back, and I thought she was going to get up there. She did, but unfortunately not just being able to push through that whitewater and yeah, ride out cleanly.
Scores through. Neither of those for Brisa. That score won't move into her top 2 waves. It'll just be another one of her throwaways. Still sitting in that 3rd place position, world number 2. She's had an incredible season so far, winning at Sunset Beach, walking away with a 3rd place at Bell's, quarterfinals at G-Land. Yeah. She had a couple of those 9th place finishes, but overall, it's been really exciting to see her consistently making it through some of those gritty rounds this year.
And at G-Land, she was, you know, she's always so nice in her post-heat interviews and, you know, calm and happy. And I was like, but do you want the yellow jersey back? She was like, I'm coming for you, Carissa. Nice. I'm coming for you. So I love that little fierceness from her.
I love that tenacity that comes through, especially, I mean, all of the women on tour. They're just so kind, so sweet. Everyone's friends. They've been traveling together for so many years. So many of them are staying together. They're cooking together at home. They're getting rides down to the beach together. But when it comes to actually wanting to have that yellow jersey,
what happens in the water stays in the water. I love it.
It's not very nice free surfing with them either. You know, when you get 50, 60 people at the same lineup, especially when they're all the world's best, it's hard to catch waves. But it's very refreshing to see a lot of these world's best surfers not only compete, but free surf at a location like this too, because for the local surfers, it's eye-opening to what you can actually do on a surfboard on a wave like this too.
Yeah, that's such good insight. Brisa Hennessy, she's currently looking for a 7.36 to jump into 1st. It's that top surfer that will be advancing to the quarterfinals. Bottom 2 surfers hitting the elimination round. And for Brisa right now, it's looking like for only the 2nd time this season, she's going to be into that elimination round. She hasn't been there, Laura, since the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
No, she hasn't. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a bummer for Brisa there. But I mean, I think Bella, she was, you know, pretty not happy with that result, that 9th place at G-Land, so she'll be very, very happy to make that quarterfinal.
And she's just out of the final 5 too, currently number 8, so getting a semifinal finish or better here is huge for her.
Huge in that goal to qualify for the WSL Finals. The final 5, that's what it's all about in the back half of the season. And Bella Nichols looking to put some better points towards her totals into the quarterfinals as she'll be advancing through Caroline Marks and Brisa Hennessy into the elimination round. Coming up next, Joanne DeFay, Steph Gilmore, and Sally Fitzgibbons.
Women's surfing has come so far in ways like power and strength and technique. It's fierce, but it's feminine, and it's cool, and it's sexy, and it's athletic. We all surf very differently, but all is equally competitive. and that's really all that matters. I don't care how people perceive my surfing. We just have to be unafraid and drive that I want it more than you. Then you can go all the way. I have definitely thought about how it would look, how it would feel. Being an 8-time world champion, 8's a beautiful number.
Make or Break is now streaming worldwide on Apple TV+. Be sure to check it out. Some great storylines tracking through as we see a quick in and out there from Joanne DeFay, Steph Gilmore in the lineup, and Sally Fitzgibbons as well. This is going to be an incredible heat here with 32 minutes on the clock. We've got world number 3 in Joanne DeFay, world number 7, lucky number 7 for Steph Gilmore out in the lineup for the 7th stop of the CT Tour this year. And Sally Fitzgibbons currently sitting in there at number 11 into the event as the 2023 WSL season wildcard. She got in the call up this week to replace Tyler Wright. As we take a look at the opener for Steph Gilmore, drives down the line, gets that nice wrap and a second one on the inside section, and she'll kick out. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Big Wave Charger, former CT competitor and now WSL correspondent Laura Enever.
Correspondent sounds so official and fancy. No, stoked to be calling this heat with you, Shan. It's an absolute cracker of a heat.
Some women that you've spent many years competing alongside of, surfing alongside of at the world's best waves. As we take a look at Sally now, using priority on this wave, getting her opening turn underway. Nice snap on the second. Now finding that flow, that rhythm down the line, and the speed way down to a solid finish. And she'll ride out clean.
Wow, what a way to start. That looked like she got the wave so far up the point, and we actually saw the Mama Rock pop up halfway through that wave. So Sally's been there watching the conditions all morning, sitting on the bike as we see Joanne on the wave behind. A bit of a wonky wave, but getting some work done as well.
Goes for that strong finish. Will she appear out of the whitewater? Just not quite. And that was an impressive wave from Sal. In that last heat, we didn't see anyone connect a wave way down the point.
No, that was amazing. I think Sally's obviously been watching and all morning the last 4 heats and has identified that some of the waves way up the point can really suck out and get very, produce some critical sections.
Talk to me about this finishing maneuver from Joanne DeFay.
Yeah, Joanne also loves a big closeout section. We've seen her do some huge turns. Sally here taking off. This was amazing. She timed this so well. A nice carve to start off the wave. Slashing it here and then looking down the point and just eyeing off this huge section, drawing out, hits it. Wow.
I just got to believe that that felt so good for her to open up on a wave like that. Even to just get that little trim line for a moment, to just find some speed rather than having to try and force that middle turn in and then to have a big section to finish on.
No, she read that wave so well, and I think she's obviously watched Caroline in the last heat, that big turn, that big lip line floater at the end. Lip line floaters just feel so good. And yeah, look, 6.67, amazing start to the heat for Sally.
Oh, very solid start for Sal. She'll be feeling great as that score comes through from our beach announcers. We got a great team here on site for the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Plenty of locals helping out, building out the set at this amazing point break here at Punta Roca. It's been incredible to just see the development over the last couple of weeks. And to be able to see Surf City really come alive, and for us, for Shannon Hughes here and for Laura Enever, to be able to spend some time in a place that we've both been to in the past, Laura.
Yeah, I've only been here once, but this trip has been so amazing. I've been able to see so much more of Surf City. We've had a couple of good days of surfing ourselves.
It's been pretty great.
I mean, the wild thing is when Punta Roca is a bit small, there's so many other waves around this area that you can go and surf, and it's just, it's felt like a surf trip for us.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing so far. As we take a look at live action with Joanne, looking down the line, that wave just crumbles, maybe a little bit smaller too, so it's not going to hold as open as what we saw from Sally. Steph now linking into that first big turn, goes in to connect on the finish. She may have had something else going on before that last turn as well. And we've got a heat underway. Joanne will just have another small score on the board. She's got a 0.5, a 2.5, and something in the 1 range coming through now. But for Steph Gilmore, that's going to be feeling pretty good to put on as her second score.
Yeah, I think all eyes are on Steph in this heat. We know she loves the right-hand point breaks. It's where she shines and comes to life. And, you know, she's riding that Cash Cow replica, her DHD 510. That Cash Cow was named after the board that well, I guess it was her most winning board. She won at lowers, she won at bells, snapper, and Mexico on that old beaten up board. But this is the replica. The original cash cow is on the wall.
It's been retired. It was such a sad day. Well, we'll take a look at replays first, and then we'll get back to the original cash cow as we take a look at this one from Steph, that first turn.
Yeah, kicks the tail out there. A nice turn here, but unfortunately that wave just shutting down, not being able to get the power out of it that she probably wanted.
Scores through is a 4.17 for Gilmore. She's up into second. Fitzgibbons currently sitting in the lead with that single score. Waited out, a little bit of patience there, around 5 minutes through the heat before she paddled into her first one to lock into a 6.67 to start things off. Back to that conversation around the cash cow. Steph surfed it last year at the WSL Finals at Trestles, an event that all 3 of the women currently in the water were there and present for, trying to find themselves world titles. And Steph got a massive ding in the board before competition started, had to get it repaired, still paddled out on it in competition.
Yeah, I mean, if you love a board, you'll ride it no matter what. You'll shove some wax in it if you need to, put a sticker on top of the ding. But, you know, that cash cow's obviously made her a lot of cash. That's why it's called the cash cow. But it's also given her a lot of incredible memories in so many events over the years, and, you know, is just that go-to. So, yep, on the replica now, but so excited to be here. I've been hanging out with Steph and Sally the last couple of days, and just been so impressed with the way that they're both surfing in the free surfs.
As we take a look at live action now, Sally up and riding on her second wave, used priority on this one. Races around that first section, wraps it back into that top third, and goes for the air on the finish. I have been so hungry to see if Sal's going to bring that in while wearing the jersey this week.
Yeah, we know she will. Apparently, in one of the free surfs before I arrived here, she was just going to the air on so many critical, gnarly sections on the inside, basically dry rock, but this is what she's got in her bag now. She's got a big air reverse that can do some damage on this tour.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing. The clip floating around the last few days of an air reverse that she did, just so impressive, so committed. Goes for it, doesn't pull out the finish obviously, so that'll be a throwaway score for her, but knowing that she's looking for sections like that is really exciting. In that last heat, we saw a great performance from Bella Nichols, getting a couple of 5s and locking herself into the quarterfinals.
So cool to see Isabella straight into the quarterfinals. Isabella, this season for the women is so exciting. Different winners at each event, yourself one of them. That final 5 picture is still wide open. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. The level of surfing that the women are showing this year is just like beyond anything that I've seen. Obviously going into Margs, the goal was to re-qualify through the cut, and now top 5 is the next goal. But I think just taking it heat by heat and having fun, and going back to how I approached Margaret River, I think that's going to be key for me, and what better place to do it than here at a perfect right point.
And how much pressure is alleviated when you know you're straight into the quarterfinals and you're skipping that elimination round?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this elimination round after the cut's actually like more gnarly than the one before the cut. I've already had one last place at G-Land, and I didn't want to, you know, bow out again, and especially like having a chance to surf amazing Punta Roca. I think the next few days are going to be really fun, so that was like my main motivator.
We've got a lot to look forward to, but going back to G-Land, I mean, it's a quick transition between events. How do you shake off those losses and regain the confidence and momentum?
I think just putting everything into perspective and realizing that we have the best job in the world. And I mean, the hard times aren't too hard, you know, like it's a loss if you learn from it. And it was a great experience. It was definitely challenging for sure mentally. But I mean, having places like this to look forward to, I love a good right-hand point. Growing up at Noosa Heads, like from Coolum Beach, but I surfed Noosa like pretty much my whole childhood. So this literally like reminds me of Noosa, so I'm kind of frothing.
Right at home, as you can't wait to see those quarterfinals. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. We've seen plenty of live action during that interview, but great to catch up with Bella, to know that she's feeling that same energy where she walked away with a win at Margaret River is pretty exciting. To think of her feeling relaxed, surfing really relaxed as well, and just having fun here.
Yeah, that's a dangerous Isabella Nichols, and you know, she's had such a wild year. It's been a roller coaster for her. She, you know, didn't even think she was going to be able to make that cut, and she had to win the event at Margaret's, and now she's here and she's going to make the most of it into the quarters.
Incredible. World number 3 had a look at this one during the interview, Joanne DeFay.
Yeah, Joanne, unfortunately not finding many ways with a clean face on it, but she's trying to do as much work as she can, getting down the line, hoping to get a little section here to finish off, but unfortunately not really many critical turns in there. Steph taking off on this one, bowled out nicely, getting a nice little carve in there, a bit of a wonky section, so aiming down the line to get something here to finish off. Nice slash, but unfortunately the wave just shutting down on her.
And then Sally got a piece of the action as well. Raced fast down the line on this one.
Yeah, looking so calm and controlled there. Look at like her style at the moment is just looking amazing, and the way she's reading these waves. So many things to, you know, get around here, but finishing off this wave strong.
Yeah, so much to negotiate. Just some small scores across the board. We are waiting for last of Sally to drop through. It was a 3.17 for last of Joanne, a 3.33 for Steph Gilmore. Sally's air attempt on that last wave prior to, while we're still waiting for this one to drop in, just came through as a 1.77, but Strider, it was really exciting to see Sally going for something like that, bringing it through, especially so early in the heat.
Yeah, you know what? Sally has been really attempting those on every single wave. She's on the warm-up surf. I had a surfer out here, and she was doing them consistently on every wave that she went for, and her thought train was muscle memory. She said 9,999 of them, the 10,000th one, I swear I'm gonna make it. And she was so excited about just putting the muscle time into it so that she could feel that flow and feel what it's like, so that when it comes to heat time, that it just felt like normal free surf time, and that's exactly what she looks like she's trying to get done out here as well. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that out of Sally.
I love that, Strider, and for Sal, for her to just have that sort of a stat in her mindset, knowing she can work towards something like that. What are your feelings, Strider, on where the judges might go with scores should she land something?
Well, it just depends on how the maneuver is performed on which part of the wave, because you know, you can do it in a flatter section and kind of go more lateral, but once you start to get that tail up above the lip and whip it around in a more critical section, she's going to go excellent every time. So that's exactly what she's searching for, and I feel like we're going to see her build momentum as the event rolls on. Hopefully she's all the way through to finals day.
Thanks so much, Strider. Loving the inside, and Laura for Sal. It looks like she is looking for those kind of punchier sections on the end that could offer some great scoring potential for it.
Yeah, when I was talking to Sal before her heat this morning, you know, she's here traveling alone. She's you know, just on her own program this year, and she's actually switched over to paying surfboards officially from G-Land, and she said she's traveling with a pretty small quiver. She's only got about 4 boards for the next little leg, but you know, she's obviously like taking care of them, but throwing them into the rocks as well, and some big air sections. So, you know, I love that what Strider was saying then about just her and the repetitiveness here at Punta Roca. It's you can get so many of the same sections to just try again, kind of like a wave pool, I guess. And for Sally, who grew up on beach breaks, you know, it's always so shifty and you won't always get the same sections. So while you're getting some similar sections here on the point breaks, might as well try, and that's going to be her deadly weapon.
Yeah, may as well try and capitalize. I was excited to see her just decide to commit to a change-up in her equipment after a while. I had a chat with her as well at Manly. She was there for the Challenger Series, not competing, but just came around to kind of hang out with some of the crew for one of the days. Just as that contract was going through and she was making that commitment, knowing she was heading on the plane to G-Land that week. And she said, just given the waves, the changes to the tour, especially for the women's tour this year, Laura, it looks a lot different than when you were competing on the championship tour, that she decided she's going to make that jump onto some equipment that could really suit the bigger, heavier waves on offer this year. Joanne DeFay now with an opportunity under second priority, drives hard through that second turn, just connects with the foam, and she'll kick out. She's looking to build on that score line, her high score at the moment just being a 3.17. That second turn looking pretty dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, I think, unfortunately, Joanne not really finding any sort of clean sections on that wave, but she'll be back out there looking for more, and she's riding her Sharp Eye Philippe Toledo 77 model and the Philippe Toledo FCS fins, so we know that she's just dangerous in any type of wave. She's shown this year her consistency. Joanne, the quarterfinal queen before getting that win at G-Land. She had all 5th places throughout this whole year, so she was stoked to break that and come through with the win at G-Land.
Yeah, that's kind of a funny one, because with quarterfinal finishes, that's great consistency, and those are huge points when it comes to making it past that mid-season cut and feeling mostly secure, right? Really making sure you got at least quarters every time. But then there's got to come that space at some stage where you're like, actually, quarterfinals is not good. Like, wanting to make it to semis, but also wanting to walk away with a win.
Yeah, for sure. And like we were saying, all of these girls were fighting it out in the Final 5 last year to get that world title. Joanne getting the better of Steph in that first heat, and here we go. As we see Sally again, she might look down the line to find another section, goes to the air, unfortunately just slipping off there.
Goes for the rail grab as well, and she's just going to continue looking for those sections. Now, what are your thoughts as far as heat strategy goes right now? There's still 18 minutes on the clock. It's a 35-minute heat, so there's plenty of time with some really fun waves rolling through. She started out with that 6.67 on some powerful rail surfing. Do you think that it's a good decision to start going progressive like this without having a solid backup score yet? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sally's just seeing that she's in third priority, so she's going to, you know, look around the lineup and try to find any wave that's going to offer her a section. So here we see her just racing down the line, picking her section. She's got absolutely incredible technique. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Sally at the moment. You know, she's been working on this, and it's going to pay off. Unfortunately, slipping off in that one, and you know, that's something else that everyone has to take into account here. It's, you know, either the water is so warm, your wax can get slippery, the rocks are slippery, you can get slippery feet. There's so much that goes into it all, but you know, that section obviously just not really kind of just a bit of a softer section anyway. But you know, I think we'll see Sally keep, you know, she's so good at this. She always seems to just scour around the lineup and find and make scores. So yeah, we'll see if she decides to head back up the point and keep doing that.
Yeah, just really in that hunt mode. Down to 17 minutes on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbons currently sitting in the lead. We'll see if she's able to hang on to it right after this.
J'aime bien faire du yoga, même si ça fait partie de l'entraînement un peu, mais c'est les moments que j'ai pour moi, où je suis toute seule, où tout redescend et je me recentre un peu sur moi, et c'est important.
Excitement levels just lost track. Bursted. The next heat winner we have Carissa Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm Courtney Kalmog. I'm from Santa Ana, California. Being a surfer from Santa Ana, I grew up only surfing on the weekends. A lot of people don't realize that. I went to school Monday through Friday. I was a weekend warrior.
Sally Fitzgibbons is currently still sitting in the lead here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, but last year we saw her walk away with her last championship tour victory. Laura Endever, you were there on the ground for the Rip Curl Rot Nest search when she took out Joanne DeFay on pumping finals day.
Oh, the waves were absolutely cooking. I was in the lineup watching these two girls go back to back. Joanne, we know she's so strong and powerful on her backside, doing these huge critical turns and critical surfing. This was such an insane final. Sally actually got barreled in one of her earlier heats, and it was, you know, I was losing it. I was loving it, but you know, look at this turn for Sally. So critical under the lip.
And just so many heavy sections. Joanne as well going so hard.
That section on the inside there at Rottnest, we were calling it the gurgle monster. It was like showing its teeth, and the girls and the men were just going absolutely ham on it.
Steph Gilmore now, live action here at Punta Roca in La Libertad in El Salvador. Getting those first two maneuvers stretched together. Now waiting for this to give her that speedy section through the inside that we know she's just coming to love here in El Salvador. Connects through. She won't be able to get that little projection through on the finishing turn. Looking to build on that 4-point scoreline.
Yeah, the wave's looking really tricky at the moment, just with that, you know, the tide still coming in. And we know this wave is just going to get better as the tide comes up throughout the day. But, you know, unfortunately for Steph, just not really finding those clean sections, and, you know, just a bit choppy, those sections that she's got.
Yeah, we're pretty much just dead on that low tide at the moment. As Mitch was saying in that previous heat with us, that it's that negative tide. So it's really just a lot of rocks exposed, a lot of water rushing around as well. And you can see it on the face of the waves being really difficult to find the clean ones.
Yeah, and it looks like that wind has pushed, you know, onshore a little bit, but that's, you know, that's still fun. The you know, the faces are clean, but as that tide pushes in and comes up into mid to high tide, we'll see them clean up.
Joanne finds that first section. Now looking for some more scoring potential down the line. And she'll just bite that rail, unfortunately. It's been hard to see Joanne not be able to find the rhythm in this heat so far, Laura, especially coming off of a victory at the Roxy Pro G-Land.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the way? You know, Isabella won Margaret River, then got that 9th place at G-Land, but, you know, Joanne, I was talking to her before the event started this morning, and she was saying she got about 2 days at home back in France after G-Land. She shot home just to, get some time to see her family and repacked, and she's been here for a few days. But, she's surfing strong. She's looking really fast and committed. Just these waves are just causing mayhem for her right there.
So challenging, especially with the smaller ones. Steph found one that stood up a little bit better for her.
Yeah, this did. It was still pretty choppy and chunky, but love the way that she threw the tail there and threw a bunch of spray, coming around and just trying to identify what section she wants to hit. Beautiful surfing there. Love the way she's transferring her weight and finishes off pretty strong here, but unfortunately couldn't ride out.
Scores through at the moment. Sally Fitzgibbons currently still sitting in the lead. Steph did drop in another 4.17, so equaled her best score of the heat so far. Down to 12 minutes on the clock, and we will be running into the men's opening round after this. Felipe Toledo will be coming up in heat number 4. Rosie's with him now.
Yeah, we got to catch up with the current world number 1. Felipe, you've been here before in El Salvador to free surf. The fact that you get to surf this wave in competition, or what are you looking forward to?
Yes, it's a special place. It's a really cool spot. I've surfed here a bunch of times. I surfed all the other spots around, and I feel really comfortable over here. And it's been really fun. Like a few day offs and just surfing with the boys, having fun, and trying to rest as much as I can. After G-Land was kind of a long event, and all the jet lag and everything, other traveling. It's pretty hard. So. But yeah, just being enjoying and having fun, and yeah, we're on, and yeah, it looks really fun out there.
And I've been able to watch a couple free surfs with yourself and the other Brazilian crew down at El Zonte. There's such good camaraderie between you guys. How important is it to have that onto traveling with your fellow countrymen?
Yes, I feel like that's one of the most important things we can have, our friendship, like our time together, having fun and enjoying, and taking the pressure off. We're not traveling with the families. We've been away from home for so long, and it's good to have friends and have family on the road, and I just love to spend time with them and having fun and recharge batteries.
And how hungry are you for a win out here?
Oh yeah, that's I feel like this is a big opportunity for me to try to like extend my number 1 spot a little bit more, and there's a lot of work to do, of course. Like all the surfers, they've been ripping, and I'm just focused on my own strategy, on my own goal, and yeah, I'm just like I'm in a really good position of my life, and I just feel great, and I feel like the result's gonna be pretty good.
Appreciate your time. Good luck.
Thanks so much, Rosie, for finding Felipe Toledo, a surfer that I feel is going to be pretty difficult to beat out here this week, Laura.
Oh yeah, he is going to be a hard one to beat for sure. He, this wave suits him so much. He's amazing. We think of him back at lower trestles and all of these right-hand point breaks, even Rincon and Bells at the start of this year. He's just really going to be strong and hard to beat for sure. But he's actually coming up against the local wildcard, Brian Perez.
Brian Perez, definitely the surfer that I think has had more talk around a local winning an event in surf media this week than many others that we see coming into the draw. We obviously always love seeing a local from the break competing against the world's best. But for Brian Perez, it's pretty unbelievable that Felipe has drawn him. I mean, obviously we knew that would happen within the way the format lines out. But I think Brian's got a great chance at taking the win.
For sure, and I mean, the Pink Panther, you can actually go on and check out just how amazing he surfs. He's been dropping some incredible clips here the last couple of weeks, doing some big alley-oops and just surfing fast and precise, and obviously knows this wave so well, so that's going to be his weapon. He just knows every rock at Punta Roca.
He really does. He knows how to avoid them and how to use them to the best of his advantage. Given different tides, changing conditions, we should see these conditions improving through the day. We do have that wind on offer, but I was having a chat early this morning with Jessie Miley Dyer after the call, and as we were kind of getting these heats underway for the first couple on the women's side, she was mentioning we're expecting that size to increase, and that by the time we put the women's elimination round in this afternoon, should be really, really good out there. Steph Gilmore now using priority on this wave. Nice bowley section in front of her. Snap to start, and she'll kick out. Looking for that opportunity to really connect here with Punta Roca.
Yeah, unfortunately she just can't find a bowley wave to link a couple of turns, so that's going to be frustrating for Steph right there. She only needs a 6-1. Sally's, like you were saying before, started with that 6-6-7, but hasn't really found a strong backup, just a 3.6 at the moment. So, anyone can still have this heat. Joanne only needing a 7. Well, a 7 is quite hard today, but knowing how good these girls surf, and if they can find a wave to do 2 or 3 big critical turns, 7 is very capable to get.
Carlos Munoz, the Costa Rican wildcard this event, alongside Coach Jim Hogan, getting ready, getting in the zone. Carlos said that he hasn't spent too much time surfing over the last couple of days. He's been getting a couple surfs out in front, but really just reserving the energy, getting that mind set in the right space. As we see Iago Dora paddling out. The next heat will be the men's opening round. Ethan Ewing and Jordy Smith will be in the lineup against Iago. And thinking of those 3 surfers on a right point, Laura, just unbelievable.
Yeah, wow, what a heat. That is going to be some exciting stuff right there.
Down to 7 minutes, 47 seconds. Carlos Munoz is one of the WSL replacement surfers this week, so it'll be really exciting. It was great to see him get the call up when Kelly Slater pulled out of the draw due to injury. And to know that Carlos, not far from home here in El Salvador, Costa Rica, just down the coast, and he'll get an opportunity to perform with plenty of his friends here on the shoreline.
Yeah, and his family here with him as well, so it's so cool. I mean, the vibe here is amazing. The setup here at Punta Roca is amazing, and thank you to all the locals for having us. We're so stoked to be here.
Down to 7 minutes on the clock, and last year both Sally and Steph got to travel here with Team Australia, with your local crew, Laura, for the ISA World Surfing Games. Both of the women put on great performances. Sally ended up winning the event at La Bocana, which is about a 10-minute drive north of where we're currently sitting. Took out her 3rd victory for the World Surfing Games, which is unbeaten. There's no one that's won 4 World Surfing Games in their lifetime, and for Sally, it was a really exciting victory for her. It actually backed up her win there at Rottnest.
Yeah, totally. Sally had an incredible run last year, and then obviously that event, shooting her into the Olympics. So super exciting, and she was absolutely shredding there. So she's got some incredible memories here down in El Salvador. So, bringing that form that she brought last time she was here right today.
And currently sitting up into the lead. As we take a look at the heat recap, Sally got things started bright and early with this 6.67.
Yeah, I love this wave. This is the wave of the heat, the opening score for Sally here in this section. She eyed off. What an absolute beauty. She just hit it so precise, so much speed and power, and into the flats there. So strong. Some good knees there to hold up that one. And Steph kicking the tail out on this wave. Fortunately not having as clean as sections as what Sally was able to get. This is Sally's backup, 3.6.
Found that nice float to start. And then went for that finishing section. Put the backup on from the 6.67. A lot to negotiate as she drove down the line. Got that finishing maneuver. It is so similar, of course, we'll be talking about it the whole time we're here. The fact that there's so much similarity between Punta Roca and Jeffreys Bay. Jeffreys Bay being a wave that Steph Gilmore has found that high line trim, that flow at, and the win a few years back. It's exciting to see Steph with an opportunity to compete supers so often, where those bigger set waves, they draw deeper off the rocks, and they just allow that wave to actually slow down and find a really good pace, where those smaller ones, they just run right on the bricks. They close out so fast, and while you can get a really fun, speedy feeling down the line, it's really difficult to connect some sections together. Sally Fitzgibbons now taking a look at this one. Drives through that first turn, sets it up down the line. She's looking to build on that score line with the 3.6 at the moment for her backup. Needs to put on a strong finish here. Nice snap, and maintains control.
Yeah, that wave, that had that slower pace, and that was exactly what Sally was looking for. As we see Joanne throwing some fins and some spray there.
Connects with that next section into the foam, not quite finding that clean lip line. She's gonna hang with it and hope that she can find that open face again. Finds that high line right on top of Sally Fitzgibbons and gets the tail free for the finish.
Yeah, that was a good exchange for the girls. 4 minutes to go, and I think Sally would better her her back up there, that 3.6. That'll probably, yeah, I'm going to guess that she's going to definitely go higher than that. So put some more pressure on Steph and Joanne for a high score there to jump into that lead and that that ticket to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's really been that mindset has shifted now, coming down into the last 7 minutes or so of her now looking again to go back to the rail and just be able to solidify that position in the lead. where she had that kind of middle 20 minutes of this heat, feeling really freed up, trying a couple of airs.
Yeah, I think she just knew that she took off on that wave. It was a good set wave. She knew it had the slower pace, so it slowed down for her to be able to unload and do some nice rail work and get the completion there to just, put more pressure on the girls, as we see it right here. Little airdrop to start and comes around. Beautiful, nice carving snap here in the pocket. Looking to eye this section and slashes it. I love that timing. It's hard to find the sections out here, but Sally found it right there. And, you know, I'm guessing she would have wanted to finish that off stronger, but it was just a great completion.
Joanne DeFay then with the opportunity. We're still waiting for the score to roll through for this one.
Yeah, unfortunately this one's shut down, but she hung with it here and was just probably hoping that she got a nice, powerful end section here. And it sucked up, and I love that she went progressive there and blew the tail and threw the fins.
Yeah, that was a sick way to finish off that turn. Strider, 2 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock. Sally's increased the lead with a 6.20. How's it looking from the lineup?
It looks really good. I mean, just watching the fins come out the back foot, Joanne DeFay right there, super fun to see some flair coming out of her. As you can see the sense of urgency, because Sally's really putting a nail in this thing. She's just surfing so well. She's been spending so much time in the lineup, and she's finding those waves with open face and giving herself enough time to, you know, really set up the turns and really kind of come through and finish off with some strength there. So this is it's going to be a good win for Sally right here, I think, and coming through the end of this heat, unless Joanne can find a backup to that last one.
Well, scores just came through, Strider, a 5.33 for last of Joanne DeFay, but she's still chasing a 7.54 because Sal has really put some solid scores on the board.
Yeah, you know what? I love the way Sally's surfing, the way that she's got so much confidence, and the way that she's really flowing through turns, and she's really read the lineup, but also read the rocks. She knows exactly where everything is on the inside. Sally told me the heat's not over until she gets up to the competitors area, because she said after your waves you have so much adrenaline that you can make a huge mistake going in over these rocks and breaking a fin or breaking getting a cut on your foot or any of those little things that can happen after. So that she said that basically the heat's not over until you actually get back up into the competitors area.
Oh, I love that, Strider. Laura, it does look so challenging just to watch the surfers. You kind of watch and look away mostly, but peek out of the corner of the eye, just checking if anyone's going to slip, if they're going to make it out on both feet.
Oh, it's kind of funny watching some people stack it on the rocks. But yeah, the heat is not over. The rocks are deadly and slippery, and there's a few urchins in between them. But it's something that you just got to get used to and be focused for, but also be on your game.
And we can really feel that sun starting to come out now. The temperature here gets pretty hot midday, especially if there's no cloud cover. And that water temperature is so warm as well. Strider has said it earlier on, 82 in the water, 82 in the air. And last year when Sally and Steph were competing at the World Surfing Games, the teams actually had bags of ice to put on the decks of boards to keep that wax hard before paddling out. For moments like this, Sally Fitzgibbons goes for the air once again, nearly made it on the finish.
I thought she had it there. You know, that was just incredible timing. We're going to see her make one of these throughout the event, and that just makes me so excited. Sal going to the air. This was amazing. Her timing looks speed. She eyes off the section, grabs the rail, comes around, and, she even threw her hands in the air, thought that she almost had it there.
That was so sick. That was really similar to the one that's been kind of going viral the last few days. Yeah. Similar section as well. Would have felt really good, nearly riding out of it.
Yeah, that would have been a great way to wrap up the heat there for Sal.
Well, that is the finish of the heat. It's Sally Fitzgibbons with the win. The rail work getting it to her, but looked for that progressive maneuver as well. We'll see if she can pull it off in the quarterfinals. Joanne DeFay and Steph Gilmore knocked into the elimination round. And in case you haven't heard this morning, we lost a dear member of our WSL family, Mano Zul. We'll pay tribute to him now.
Mano Zul of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, came to the sport of surfing in 1986. A soft-spoken engineer, Mano developed the original digital scoring system, Beach and Bite, for the ASP judges, which revolutionized the sport. The innovation allowed surfers to get their wave scores and heat results in real time, as well as set the pathway for live scoring to be accessible to fans on the internet. In 1997, Mano single-handedly delivered the world's first digital broadcast experience from the Boandi Sintra Pro in Portugal. This was the breakthrough that cemented the reality of the Dream Tour, delivering the world's best surfers in the world's best waves live. Over the following 25 years, Mono's contributions to the sport underpinned professional surfing's rapid growth. He served as Chief Technology Officer, building out the website and continuing to troubleshoot and enhance the delivery of the world's best surfing live. Mono Zool transformed the sport of surfing for us all in incredible ways, and he'll always be remembered for delivering the world's best surfing to fans around the globe. Thank you, Mono. Safe journeys. Competition here at Punta Roca. The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona here for the first time ever as a championship tour event. Yago Dora taking on Ethan Ewing and Jordy Smith as we just completed the opening round for the women and set up some crazy heats in the elimination round as a big day of competition continues. You can see how low tide it is, how shallow it is out there on this right-hander as we're expecting fireworks in this first showcase of the men on tour. Joe Chappelle with Mitchell Salazar, a man who competed here at the QS level a few years back. One of your favorite locations in the world, Mitch, and we're already getting started with Yago Dora. Dora chasing a couple of sections to attack here on the backhand. Springing off the white water, and he'll just get a warm-up out of the way nice and early. Mitch, great to have your company, and also great to see Yago in the jersey once again.
Carnal, I'm excited to be back with you. It's been a while, and great to be back in beautiful Central America for the first time at Championship Tour event here at Punta Roca in El Salvador.
Pretty special, you know, what that means for the tour. One, us able to enjoy this location, the waves, the people, the culture, the food.
La comida.
Is really amazing, but also what it does for all of Latin America.
Right.
All eyes on Punta Roca. First, let's draw this one out with the names on screen. Ethan Ewing, Jordy Smith, Yago Dora. Ethan Ewing, the headliner here. World number 5 coming into this event.
And I think if people aren't careful, he could be a world champion at the end of this year too. Don't quote me on that, but I think he's capable of doing it. I think he has the surfing to do it. More importantly, he has the desire to do it too. Like, the kid's been there, he's been close to the top, now he's at number 5, and the only thing that's been eluding him so far is a championship tour win.
I suppose it's been a pretty exciting evolution of Ethan Ewing, because there were world title calls, like when someone has the ability close to Ethan, before he even got on tour, like, he's capable of winning a world title. However, he went through some growing pains, falling off tour as a rookie, had about 6 straight round 2 losses, which was a 25th back then, and then got stuck in the 13th position for the events to follow, which saw him back on the QS for 2 seasons. A lot's changed since then.
And he's never had that one major win either, even at the challenger level either. So I think for him, a good start is just going to be able to make a final, first of all. Then afterwards, get your first win. But he's just one of those solid surfers that he'll do good anywhere. Great at point breaks, great at beach breaks, an excellent competitor. And he's so intelligent for the age that he has, too, only born in '98. So the kid's got a bright future, Joe.
Just a 2.8 combined total on screen for Yago Dora, as Ethan and Jordy Smith are yet to get started. I'm always enjoying how Strider Wasilewski manages his time, just taking photos, selfies, going for free surf trips, flying on helicopters, staying on boats. But more importantly, Strider, how do you work on heat management with conditions like this?
I think it's all about the tide, and you know, this place traditionally does not like the dead low. So you got to deal with some slower heats today. So with that, you're gonna have to make sure that you're on the best waves when those waves do arrive. So waiting for those waves is going to be key. As that tide comes in, you'll see a lot more waves coming in with the tide, and then you'll see a lot more action. But right now, you really do. You can't. Those little waves aren't going to get you through these heats. You're going to have to wait for those ones that are going to come through. There are sets coming through, but you just have to wait it out and be very patient. And that's the hard part, is having the nerve to wait for those waves and just have faith that they're coming.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, the ability to be patient, especially when your other surfers might be taking a more active role in your heat. It's an interesting process, and sometimes it works for certain personalities to drop anchor and just wait for the 2 best waves of the heat, Mitch.
Yeah, and I don't think this is a spot where you can really do that as much. If anything, you really want to sit either way up top of the point or kind of where Strider's at right now in that midsection. There ends up being a wave there, Joe, where every now and then you get some scoring potential. The only thing is, with this low of a tide, it's much more difficult to actually get a combination of major maneuvers in a short section like that.
Little wave rolling through. Jordy Smith gets his motion going down the line. Float to start for the South African. 6'3" on that 1-foot air section. He's down. And speaking of air attempts, we had quite a few from this young woman, Sally Fitzgibbons, with a big win, hanging out with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yes. Joe was just talking about airs, and you really wanted that air out there, didn't you?
It's definitely a goal of mine, collapse. I think this wave really lends itself to it. The wind's kind of in your favour, but even with it starting to clock around more to the east, it's sort of the first couple, it kind of took the board away from me a bit early, and I thought, oh, I know I'm going to create another opportunity, but just not to get discouraged, because I think the hardest part is just trying him in heats, and before long, like, everyone's going to be doing him, and it'll be super comfortable. But for the first bit, you know, you got the energy going, and it's really getting me energized.
I love it. I love the progression. Nearly put down that last one. Speaking of progression, you've progressed on to some new equipment. You got some new boards, Town and Country's under your feet.
Yeah, I'm so pumped to join the TNC team and work with Glennie Pang. Yeah, I've really fitted in there really nice, and Brees is in the stable as well, and it's just got a really good vibe. I think we can develop some great boards, and it's still early days, so I'm still in the first batch, so I can't wait to see where we go with it.
Well, surfing looks great. Boards look great. We'll see you in the quarterfinals, Sally.
Big hi to everyone at home. I know it's late. Love you. Thanks for staying up. Yoo-hoo.
Gracias, Kaipo. Gracias, Sally, for putting on a great performance. Just a note quickly, Sally, once again, injury replacement wild card, so playing a new role in the back half of the season. She does have the wild card for the start of 2023. G-Land replacing Caroline Marks here in El Salvador, replacing Tyler Wright. And very effective, going straight to the quarterfinals with a win like that.
Yeah, and been a while since she's won an event too. That was at Rottnest Island last year, so hopefully she can at least make the podium here. That would solidify her spot definitely within that top 10, and make sure, remind the ladies that she's here to win still, even though she's a wild card for the end of this year.
Even though it was a different venue, a win in El Salvador for Sally last season, right, for Olympic qualification.
Yep.
So she's able to return to this amazing country and remember that winning feeling. Very busy, very amazing year for Sally last season.
And just to touch on that, Joe, I know it's a different event. The format's completely different. In those events, they have reprecharge too. She lost out, I think, in the second or third round. She surfed, I think, 8 reprecharge heats to make it into the main event final. So she's got a lot of experience here in these kind of waves.
One that loves the challenge. Speaking of wild cards, Yago Dora
yep,
in once again. for Seth Moniz. Wishing Seth a speedy recovery, hurting his MCL. Free surfing in Indonesia. I guess not quite free surfing. I think he's stacking clips with Griffin Colapinto and Ethan Ewing. So Yago Dora able to put the jersey on again. I think G-Land was just a test to see how he'd feel again, returning to the big scene once again.
No, and this is a kid that I think is severely underrated too. Number 10 in the world last year, or within the top 10, excuse me, and he's got everything that it takes to become world number 1 at the end of a year too.
Snap to start. Throws down the front side wrap, and that one's going to shut down quickly. One of the best styles in the game. Ultimate flow when he goes down the line. 3-turn combination. That'll be the best score of the heat so far. Amazing year watching Ethan Ewing. Obviously a big part of his WSL Final 5 position at the moment is due to some semi-final appearances. He's never had those in previous years. Last year peaked at a quarterfinal, but every year he's on tour, he just finds improvement. Best year to date. Jordy Smith hammers the first turn.
Oh,
nice snap as he burned all of his speed on that second powerhouse. Flowing through the white water, he's created some space down the line. Nice vertical for Jordy Smith, but he can't hang on. And now Yago Dora will set up the backhand. Throws down a first snap. Interesting open face, and he just runs out of room. He's got to step off. So Jordy Smith turning in what will be his best number so far. And waiting for Ethan Ewing's number to come through as well. So interesting, Mitch, how all of a sudden Jordy Smith became the oldest guy in the draw as we go back to Ethan's way.
Yeah, as you can see, it's difficult to surf out there too, and we're talking about one of the world's elite at the moment. Number 5 in the rankings. This kid has one of the best technique, I think, out of all the men's surfers on tour. And then Jordy, I like this wave personally. You know, down the line snap right there. That turn was difficult to do with a lot of boils on the face. And then right here, it was kind of a point of decision where you're thinking, okay, should I just go for a finishing turn, or should I go up and over that section and try to maximize the potential of the score? He tried to do it, fell at the end. And this way for Yago, this is where goofy footers are going to have a tough time. These kind of in-between sections where it goes flat and all of a sudden it just starts running down the line, Joe. You got to really be on top of those things and float the boat if you can.
Jordy Smith, 34 years of age. Qualifying a long time ago now. Got to battle with some of the greats like Andy Irons. Had some great moments with Aki way back in the day. He was such a superstar when he qualified as a rookie. As Ethan Ewing throws down a beautiful first turn, ditches the fins off the lip. Flowing down the line. Oh. Big blast there, right on the money for Ewing. And the man from Strati is making it look so smooth. He even finds a little inside pocket to pull into. When you've got flow, you've got it on perfect waves, you've got it on challenging waves. He's making it look real easy today. Yago Dora backside fin throw reverse, and he pulls it. Hard off the bottom, there's a nice vertical for Dora. And we'll just tap the end section. I think we were all a little bit curious after the foot injury how many explosive punts that Yago would go for, and nails that one out the back.
Yeah, he's actually, you know, close to 100%. He says that more than anything, his ankle and kind of that area where the injury was, it just tightens up. It's more like the tendon over anything, but he's saying he's getting there. You know, he's just a little tentative when it comes to the big aerials, but the small ones like you saw right there, I think he's going to start pushing those a lot more.
Crazy timing. He had about 2 days before his flight to surf at Pipeline, and that's when he did the air that injured his foot. It was a Liz Frank tendon issue that had him in crutches for about a month and a half. It was a very long recovery. He said that tested his emotions. I learned a lot along the way. Happy to see him back. Interesting where the numbers will go with this, Mitch, because it was a pretty explosive start. We'll start with Ethan's wave here.
So he already has the 4 And this wave, I think personally, no doubt going to be the best of the heat so far. Great combo to begin things. And how's this turn right here? Woof! Just ditches the fins and really explodes on that turn right there. Como una navaja caliente en mantequilla, Jose. Like a hot knife through butter right there for Ethan Ewing. And then this turn, as you said, Dora. For the people watching at home, it's extremely difficult to surf out there right now. And that guy just did an air on the first section he saw and then actually comboed it up right afterwards. I don't think it's going to be a high score, but either way, give credit where credit's due. That was difficult.
Red Bull was putting together these airborne series events at CT venues, you know, over the last few years, and you'd see all the best air guys show up to come to play just for a specialty event to do the biggest airs they could. They were all saying how much they looked up to Yago Dora on how he can land just about anything. This one lining up for Jordy Smith. The big man lines up a straight air to beat the section. Right into a wrapping cutback, flows right into a big vertical finish. Sweet little combination of turns for Jordy Smith.
Oh yeah, I like that wave too. That was cool, especially for a big guy. You know, not easy to gain that projection down the line, Joe, and just be able to do that one straight air, as you said. It was a cool combo, but no doubt going to be his best wave. And how was the finish too? A lot of speed into it. Great way to start things off for Jordy Smith.
Numbers locking in for these three. Ethan Ewing a 4, then to a 6.5. Back to Jordy's wave.
Yeah, a lot of speed. And you can see just his eyesight down the line the whole time too. Floats it right there. That air was just cheeky. And it almost seemed like he wanted to go for a grab too. That carve was impressive. But to me, this finishing turn, as good as it gets right there. Up and over the lip line. Gonna score well.
Definitely had a sweet tempo in his ears. He just had a cool pace, nice rhythm.
Board looks great too. Flying down the line, and as you can see here from the drone angle, a decent amount of height too, which is difficult to do on a wave this size as well. But that finish, man, just to be able to get that variety in, that was difficult.
Right-hand point breaks, you always think about Jordy Smith and what he's capable of. What types of maneuvers are you expecting with our wind direction right now?
I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a stalefish attempt out of a couple surfers. Jordy has them, you know. Ethan Ewing has a decent air game too, doesn't really show it as much. I think Yago Dora on the backhand could do something explosive too. And he got the 517 for the reverse and the little combo, so he does something big. I think they're going to reward it.
Yago Dora, low score of a 2.5, currently in second. That's going to change though with Jordy Smith's number coming in, a 5.83. Yago to third as he holds priority. Yago traveling with a great crew. His father, Leandro Dora, the super coach, right there, getting all the footage. And I wonder if he'd show us his haircut, if he takes his hat off. He got a haircut done by Miguel Pupo. He looks like a character on Peaky Blinders.
The cuts.
Miguel's offering free haircuts for anybody in the local area. Leandro got one. Jack Robinson got one. Then Jack's wife, Julia, decided to dye his hair. Things went a little bit wrong, so they had to go straight to the local salon to fix up Jack Robinson's hairdo. Ladies, you never know what's going to happen.
You never know, especially with them.
Yago Dora jamming down the line, steps on the float, playing catch up with this wave. An aggressive climb attempt, he'll sink there.
This heat's cool with the fact that you see two generations of surfers in the water. Jordy Smith, I think he's played a big factor in the way surfing was revolutionized too. You know, him and Dane Reynolds kind of got that sense of surfing and getting those bigger contracts where they actually deserve that kind of money. And look at where Ethan Ewing and Yago Dora are right now. Like, they actually need to pay homage to him and say, hey, thank you very much, like what you did. We're actually able to make a career out of this because of you. So, you know, these are two different generations where I feel have really exceeded their own expectations too. I know Jordy's still looking for that first world championship, but if it weren't for Jordy Smith and his success, I don't think Ethan and Yago would be here right now.
Now watching Yago Dora throw down the carve, inside wall starting to bowl up. He's got that look that he wants to throw down a big air. He'll go for the tail high whip, stomps the reverse perfectly. He'll step off and see Ethan Ewing taking off. Ewing looking to better a 4 here. Big old body torque wrap to kick this one off. Taps the float, driving hard off the bottom into a climb again. Wrapping cutty complete for the Australian. Big explosive blowtail. Fits in so many maneuvers in a tight space. Technique flawless. Ewing improving on a 4.0. As Jordy takes a look, decides to hold priority.
Seemed like a good wave though, maybe just a little bit too far outside. Those are the ones that you kind of want, the ones that bowl up and really offer up those steep sections. How about this wave from Yaga though? Straight up into the lip, the little setup. And as you can see right here, Joe, his technique is so great off of the bottom too. Look at the way he projects down the line right here. Just a full rote on the backhand too, and that difficult section to land on. Great surfing there by Yago. That's going to score well. And then Ethan, just looking the better at 4. I like the flow. Unfortunately for him, it didn't really offer up the kind of scoring potential at the beginning of the wave up until these last 2 sections. This turn right here, just ridiculous. The way he's able to ditch those fins and just kind of slide them over the section, great.
15:50 on the clock. Ethan Ewing looking to better a 4. Jordy just quickly up and down. And Yago Dora using that backside air whip off the top to his advantage. Did it out the back for a punt. Did it as a finishing move on his previous ride as Jordy just keeps checking out opportunities here at Punta Roca. So solid on his forehand at point breaks around the world. Multiple time champ at Jeffreys Bay, where the winning all started for Jordy on the championship tour level. Rolling in here, kind of doubling up now. Ethan Ewing goes down the top turn carve. Aggressive carve to slide. Floats it in transition. Nice solid climbing move, and he'll step off. Every maneuver is spontaneous and so appropriate for each section from Ewing. Rock and roll float for Smith into a solid tail blow. Speed jam off the lip. Trying to set up a big finish. Tail high whip into the flats. And just ran out of room to pull that one off. Telio's channeling something gigantic. His 2 previous moves were just setup turns to line up a meaty end section maneuver on the closeout. Just not quite pulling it off.
Yeah, but you could see him the whole time eyeing off that last section too. And what a heat to start the round off, huh, Joe? Just great surfing. I could watch these guys surf all day long too. But I think the real question right here is how much is Ethan Ewing going to improve his low score? Because that would make the requirement for Dora a bit higher. I think either way, he's probably going to get that mid-5 that he requires at the moment. It just depends on what Ethan Ewing gets on his low score now.
Here's Ethan Ewing on his last.
Yeah, this was some good decision making, I felt. Jordy didn't want this wave. I think it was very smart just to pick something off on the inside if nobody else wanted it. Tough wave to surf too, but the way he was able to explode on those first 3 turns, just some beautiful surfing right there. And the sky angle right here. You can see how this wave bowls up at the beginning, Joe. And then all of a sudden, you'll hit a section where it just goes completely flat. But those first 2 turns, and those bully sections, and then right there, if you're not making it across where that little boil was, you're just way behind all the time.
And then comparing it to Jordy's wave.
Yeah, much frothier, much more difficult to surf. That tail slide though was something special. But then right here, hitting too many chops and bumps. And as you said, just eyeing down this last section, he went for it. I mean, you got to give him some credit just for that, but it ain't going to be enough.
Yago Dora just chasing some speed and chasing a big section. And that one's just going to leave him searching as he'll step off and let the judges catch up with some numbers here in the first heat of the opening round of competition. Exciting, explosive surfing from all 3 athletes in the lineup now. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably like 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So what I've been riding lately, my own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Surf City, official tourism partner of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. By Corona, this is living. And by Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. It's really hot already here in El Salvador. The surfing's on fire, the ocean is incredibly warm, and the sun is blazing here on opening day of competition, well into the waiting period of the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Ethan Ewing out in front with a 6.5 and a 4.77, as he is truly acting like world number 5 in this heat. Yago Dora float to come around the corner, and this wave just forcing him to repeat that maneuver. All these crumbly sections, he's looking for something that he can really project against, and you can tell by the body language there. Just wanted something at the end to really wind up on.
Just playing catch up the whole time on that one, Joe. And I think after the second set of floater, might have just been better to kick out, conserve some energy, and just maybe get a better positioning in the lineup. I think you have a mentality of knowing that you have that one turn or that one maneuver in your back pocket, and you're always thinking, okay, if I get the section down the line, I can still manufacture a score out of it. But once you're getting those sections where it's just too quick all the time, might as well just kick out.
It's interesting, Mitchell. I was just thinking about Ethan Ewing and where he's sitting on the rankings, number 5 in the world, and just his personality in heats, often incredibly patient. You know, looking at his semifinal finish at waves like Margaret River, there was a lot of wins where he only caught 2 waves. And then you think about where Italo Ferreira is sitting, number 6. They're basically on the same points on the rankings. His reputation is being hyperactive. You're looking at Ethan Ewing catching 93 waves this year in a CT jersey with 15 excellent scores. You look at Italo being on the same points. He's got 145 waves this year, 4 excellent scores coming here at the stop at El Salvador. Interesting when you look at efficiency with getting waves and turning them into numbers, or is it real personality for Italo where he just likes to catch more waves and that's where he tends to be most productive?
I think it's a combo of both. Also depends on the location too. I would think that a lot of those waves came at beach breaks where you have, you know, less scoring opportunities as far as excellent waves go in terms of quality. But I also think that Ethan Ewing is one of the more patient guys, and I've been teaching you Spanish on this trip again, Jose. Preciso. He's very precise. So he doesn't use any unwanted or unnecessary energy spent. One thing about him too, and I noticed it at Margaret River, that to me is the best event I've ever seen him surf. And that's a difficult wave to perform well at. And what you saw was the selection of his maneuvers depending on the wave that he selected was appropriate for it. And you mentioned that on one of his waves earlier this heat. He surfs to the tempo of the wave and what the wave's ordering. It's not like he's trying to force that kind of surfing. Sometimes you see Italo do that. And I think at a wave here at Punta Roca, the wave dictates the pace. It also dictates the surfing. And that's why Ethan's winning this heat so far.
Really cool balance, and just with personalities, the way people approach heats, and you kind of think of that word composure, where I think sometimes we tend to lean on the idea of being composed means calm. However, some people like their composure to have emotion, to have fire, where that is the Italo recipe compared to the super calm demeanor and composure of Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you need to be pumping your chest. You need to be in that zone to get you pumped up to the point where you're comfortable. And it changes for everybody else. Kanoe Igarashi's coming up in the next heat. he likes being in those positions where he's put up against the wall. You know, he likes to be backed up. And then all of a sudden you see a different animal come out of him too. And it's that competitive nature that I think everybody has, but they express it in different ways.
It's going to be a lot of Japanese fans watching that next heat. Kanoa Igarashi takes on Connor O'Leary and Carlos Munoz. Carlos on his comeback to the jersey since his shoulder injury that he suffered in action at Pipeline. And it's really cool that it happens to be in Latin America. Obviously, Carlos from Costa Rica. You're going to see him explode in this next matchup as Tommy Whitaker is a really cool coach and caddy willing to do the rock dance with Kanoa here.
He's already done a couple of heats so far this morning. He was out for stuff too. So he's put in a lot of work, and yep, those rocks are slippery. I already have a couple of cuts on my feet so far.
And I'm sure most of these guys still have their reef booties that they brought to G-Land.
Well, Jordy was wearing his Crocs on the way over. So he was actually wearing his slippers on the way to the paddle out, and then he just decided to take them off last minute. But yeah, you got to watch out. All of a sudden you have 5, 6 different cuts on each of your feet, and next thing you know, you can't compete or surf the same way that you want to.
Iago Dora speeding down the line, hopping over a big rock, goes upside down. Iago Dora pulls off one of the best punts of the year. Unbelievable upside down rotation from Iago Dora, skipping over the rocks and pulling off the impossible. You don't see that every day.
No, you do not, especially at a wave like this either. And how is it that the goofy footer has been the one that's actually been pushing the airs this heat so far too? The one guy who was injured, hadn't competed in the first half of the year, next thing you know, he's just going for airs on every section that he can. And how about the wave before that, the 2.27? He just floated down the line. He was frustrated. He got the frustration out on this wave right here.
So impressive. Iago Dora, thank you very much. Let's watch this again.
And this was one of those waves further up the point. So that's Punta Roca right there, the big one that you saw. And boy, that was just amazing.
Incredible. One more time from this angle.
So look at that. He has to go over that chop, and then he goes completely upside down, and Jordy Smith tried to take away the scoring opportunity and went over the falls himself. But just the composure, the way to keep himself in a minded position where he knew his surroundings too. Great stuff.
This just happened. Ethan Ewing getting another wave here, Mitch.
Yeah, and he's looking to better a 4.77. Great turn right there, up into the lip again. So I think he's probably going to replace his low score by a decent margin too, and that was on a set wave as well. What a heat.
So impressive. This is just the opening heat. Heat 1 for the bed, and they're giving us a surf movie. Iago Dora, the goofy foot out there, throwing down one of the most impressive airs we've seen all season. And remember, this guy wasn't even surfing for over 4 months. On crutches, getting himself back to 100%. And now the number is in. A well-deserved 9-point ride and the lead for the Brazilian.
For now, because we're still waiting on Ewens, but how about that score? 9 points for one maneuver. But, I mean, it was just incredible. Really, I think this is the best air we've seen all year long. Look at this. The section that he has to go over right there, and he goes completely upside down. I mean, he was so inverted on that. Just incredible. The amount of speed, looking over his shoulder, knowing that Jordy was there too, recognizing the section in front of him, and then exploding into that thing. Just incredible.
He's like, what do you want to score me? I'm scoring myself.
Yeah.
It probably felt amazing. But to even avoid a rock, the Punta Roca, right before, and then just look straight up, just relying on his instinct to rotate upside down and land so perfect. 9 points. 5.27 is his low score. Iago did get a warm-up back in the jersey over at Groningen, but now back in it to it one more time. When anyone, takes a significant break, first you're wondering about their form, how they're feeling, if they're surfing at 100%, but also their heat awareness. When you don't have the jersey on for that length of time, you wonder if there's going to be some rust. And he's basically just treating this like a free surf, and it's really paying off.
And it's a good way to approach things now, knowing that There's really nothing for you to lose, and all you're trying to do is get your first CT win too. I like it. I think it's smart, and I think competing against somebody that's a higher seed like Ethan Ewing in the water, who's deadly at a point break like this, it's the only thing you really can do in a heat.
Last of Ethan Ewing came in at a 7.5.
Yeah, he was needing a high 7 on this wave to retake the lead, and just barely under that score that was required. And I mean, great surfing right here. I love this last turn in particular. Look at the way he slides the fins with all the foam coming down on him too. Great surfing there, just shy of the requirement, but great heat. I mean, 14.27 to 14 points, quite close.
Jordy's chasing an 8.45 for the win. Ethan, a bit closer, needs a 6.78 to skip the elimination round. It's all about first place in the opening round. Priority with Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith is the one surfer in the draw that's had a perfect heat in the past, and it was on a right-hand point break at Jeffreys Bay. 210s had the perfect 20. Needs to rely on one of those big numbers right now. Minute 10 on the clock.
Well, I think especially when you are comparing the 9 to any other wave that would have to come close to it, Jordy's needing that mid-8. So I would think it would have to be either a great combo of turns, or he could also get it on a single maneuver too. Say a big stale fish, the section would just have to be as heavy as Yago's 9.0, but at the moment, he went down to second priority. I think Ewing's really the one that's looking to maybe move up into first with 40 seconds to go.
Good call there. Ethan Ewing, number 5 in the world. Still has the least amount of waves ridden in this heat, so sticking to that same formula, being really selective. Jordy Smith has got a messy one here. That's not going to help him out. He said that toe injury that he had at the start of the season definitely took a lot longer to heal than he was hoping for.
There's my Marroca right there.
That created that subtle speed bump.
Yep.
That Yago had to basically ollie over before he ramped up to the 9. Coming into this one with just a second to go, Ethan Ewing trying to turn this one on the buzzer. He goes for a tail whip reverse and gets it.
Don't call it a comeback.
Remember, just chasing a 6.78. This one's after the horn. Very impressive for Yago Dora, but it's coming down to the final wave for the Australian. Is this one enough? Chasing a 6.78.
Well, a much smaller wave, a decent carve to start things off, but how's this air right here? Full rote, great spin, and a difficult section too. I didn't mind it, but when you're comparing it to the 3 best waves of the heat so far, the 6.5, the 7.5, and the 9, I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Dora's going to take the win.
Still waiting for scores for Ethan Ewing. Very cool to just hear how much he's been working on his airs lately. He obviously has the form and flow on big turns and variety, and his airs have been just insane lately, watching in free surf sessions. Last score coming through for Ethan Ewing, and it's not enough. He ends up in second with a 6.5 and a 7.5, and Yago Dora takes the win with one of the best airs of the season. As we move on, Heat 2 coming up next. Kanoa Igarashi takes on Connor O'Leary and Carlos Munoz.
Paso Pacifico and Oriental Salvaje joined forces with WSL, Shiseido, and community volunteers to restore native plants near the Chilama River and to create awareness for the importance of this vital ecosystem through the We Are One Ocean initiative.
We're working with WSL in El Salvador to restore the habitat along the Rio Chilama.
Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
If we work together to support the life that sustains the river and this wave, the local and global surf community can continue to benefit.
Through We Are One Ocean at every CT event, we're working with local organizations to protect and conserve the global ocean and help preserve the future of our sport. As you're looking at a world champion enjoying the conditions out here today, he's probably thinking about a right that he has in his backyard in Brazil that really started it all. Italo Ferreira loves going right, loves waves of any height, but he can absolutely freestyle in conditions like this. Starting a brand new heat, Kanoa Igarashi takes on Connor O'Leary and Carlos Munoz. So a couple surfers with the flag representing Japan on their sleeves. Connor O'Leary's mom, Akemi, was a longtime professional surfer, ended up competing in Cronulla. That's where she met Connor's dad. And they have an amazing son that has world-class talent and is enjoying his time on tour. Carlos Munoz always has a lot of fans representing him no matter where he goes. And basically the big message here, Mitch, is the welcome back to the championship tour.
Yeah, and what a moment for him, too, to compete for the first time. That there's been an event in Central America as far as the CT goes. Close to home, only 2 countries away from Costa Rica. And a lot of people making the trek up here to El Salvador to not only support Carlos, but also Brisa Hennessy.
Very true. Brisa Hennessy had her heat earlier today and sliced her heel up. She got some assistance, and we'll keep you posted on what's going to happen with her foot, and hopefully she'll be ready to surf. Hoping that she's all right. Surfed through a lot of pain in her heat earlier today. Now looking at 31 minutes on the clock here.
I got some stats for you, Joe. I know that
what do you got for us?
I know that you like your stats, and I know that I like my stats too. But I just wanted to point out the heat percentage win that Kanoa Igarashi's had in 6 years on the championship tour so far. 47.62. He surfed in 189 heats, and out of those 189, he's won 90. And those aren't even counting heats that he surfed as far as the challengers, anything else, qualifying series. So he's put himself in a position to succeed so much that he's got close to half of his heats being won. This is a kid that I think, like, yeah, for his age, he's only going to be 25.
It's crazy to remember how young Kanoa really is. When he was on tour as a rookie at 18, you know, he was the youngest on tour, but he just seemed so mature. He already had bigger goals. He was so used to being in the spotlight, being a reality TV star in Japan when he was about 11. So I think this whole life of being a pro feels really normal. I think he couldn't imagine it any other way.
I agree with you. I think that he's kind of made for this almost. Like, you see him perform in front of the spotlight, and then behind the scenes, he's the coolest guy you'll ever meet. He likes listening to reggaeton. He gets into that kind of Latin vibe too. I actually have conversations with him in Spanish, and he's one of those guys that I just really love hanging out with on a personal level rather than just professionally, you know? Like, he's got a really good sense of culture and knowledge, and he's a guy that loves traveling too. Has different cultures within his own lifestyle too.
And just the ability to create home on the road. And with Portugal kind of being his new stomping grounds, he said he loves the energy there. He's fluent in Portuguese as well. He's got great friends over there, and I don't think Federico Moraes minded having a new sparring partner show up.
Not at all, and I mean, he's got a great crew. Vasco Ribeiro, Tomás Fernandez, all those guys really pushing to the limit.
Now looking at a start here for Kanoa Igarashi. The high seed in the matchup. Just building speed, has a great section there to dig into with that layback gouge. Snaps it into a slide off the top. Quick fade in the pocket, will wrap it once again on this softer shoulder. Hang it in there because it might start steepening up here. And now Kanoa racing this inside wall, just a nice little snap to shut it down. Long ride on his opener and gets the first wave out of the way. Igarashi famous for making the final at Pipe in that rookie season. Just at 18 years of age, that opened up a spot for Zeke Lau on tour, but also knocked Nat Young off tour in that same effort. Back to the start here, Mitch.
Yeah, great wave selection up the point, and this is really where the primary takeoff zone is. He's lining up with the house. It's just up here at La Punta, and what a great combo to start things off. I love that turn right there. The amount of speed that he had going into that tail drift, just impeccable. And how's the timing on each one of his turns too? That's where you're seeing so much spray after every single one of them too. He's placing these right where they need to be, and I thought at this point it seemed like he'd already done enough work, but he's like, why not just milk it all the way and just get an extra turn in to finish things off? Gonna be a great way to start off the heat for him.
Solid effort for Kanoa, and just looking at the flow, it's one maneuver that's really standing out today is that kind of wrap snap where you can just be explosive, start with a carve, and then just burn all your speed.
It's because of the amount of push that you're getting down the line from this wave. Very similar to J-Bay. As soon as it kind of starts hugging those rocks a bit more, you're going to see a bit more variation from these surfers. But with the lower tide, this wave just steepens up so much and it has so much push down the line. You kind of need that turn in your arsenal to do well here.
And then reading the inside well, you saw he was thinking air and then ended up just staying on his feet. Nice decision there, as we'll chase down Connor O'Leary on his start. Surfer from Cronulla having to deal with a lot of floats. And he'll finally have to step off. He'll look for something better with plenty of time. Kanoa back in action. He's got a lot of speed, looking for a ramp. There's a big reverse. Lands it perfectly.
Yeah.
What an amazing wave. It allows you to load up so much speed. We just watch with anticipation. Great execution on the punt.
It definitely was. And look at the score for his first wave, too, a 5.67. He's going to back that thing up. And already in the first 10 minutes of the heat, he's going to have 2 scores. I think his total is going to be close to 11 points, which is going to be great considering the conditions so far. So he's looking good to advance so far, Joe.
Tommy Whitaker, the coach, and caddy.
Switching boards, you think?
Looks like they're preparing for the swap.
Interesting. Get 2 scores on one board, get 2 scores on another board, and then maybe switch back.
Kind of a nice opportunity if you're in 2 minds about your equipment, feeling the conditions.
Oh, actually, he might have buckled it. Coming down from that air.
Yeah, Tommy did flip that board over. So nice to be in a position to paddle straight to your caddy, grab a new Sharp Ice surfboard, and get back to business. Kanoa Igarashi a 5 on that punt. Worth the crease here, Mitch?
I would say so when you're landing in air like this. Great speed down the line and get a punt too. As you were saying, was it worth the crease? I would say so. Anytime you land on a section like that and your board's intact, at least not completely broken, you should be pretty happy.
Quick check there, and Kanoa has a smile and enjoys the paddle back out to the takeoff zone. A 5 and a 5.67. He's able to achieve an amazing silver medal Tokyo Olympics last summer, which was just so insane to watch because we knew how much pressure could fall on his shoulders, you know, representing Japan, first Olympics for surfing in Japan. Prime Minister gets a hold of you and wants a meeting.
Really?
Next thing you know, there's helicopters and bodyguards landing, and basically the former Prime Minister at the time just said, I'm putting my faith in you to bring gold to Japan, and Japan has faith in you as well. They gave Kanoa all the confidence in the world he needed and came incredibly close to getting gold. Silver, what an amazing accomplishment, just under Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, I didn't know that story. Thanks for sharing it, because that's quite impressive once you kind of come to surround yourself with the people that he's been around lately too. I mean, he's been hanging out with couple of Brazilian superstars as far as the sport of soccer goes, some Portuguese superstars too, so you know the kid's been around, and I actually think that he's a contender to be one of the most influential surfers of all time too. If you see what kind of he's done for the sport in Asia, he's doing big things right now.
Really impressive, and what was really exciting was the previous heat and the performance of Iago Dora hanging out with Kaipo.
Yago, that was the most impressive, exciting thing that's happened all day. 9-point ride for that backside rotation, corked out inverted. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, that was the most exciting thing that happened since my injury, actually. And yeah, I'm just so happy right now. Coming back from an injury and landing an air like that feels amazing. Not even happy about the heat, just that air would make me happy already, even if I didn't make the heat. And when you're injured, you don't know if you're even gonna do one of these again in your life, and to be doing this right now with the jersey on felt amazing. I hope to have a lot more good heats.
This must help your confidence right now coming back from the injury. You know the landing gear, the feet are strong right now.
Yeah, exactly. I actually wasn't really confident in my air game yet on the practice sessions, but just that ramp was really good, and I had to try something, and I ended up landing pretty soft, which was nice and easy on my foot, and I was just so excited to make that one.
It's early afternoon back at home in Brazil. How about some words for all the fans who are watching back at home?
Yeah, obrigado a todo mundo que está acompanhando. Estou muito feliz de avançar essa bateria, principalmente vindo de uma lesão muito dura. Consegui mandar um aéreo daquele, tirar uma nota 9, foi demais e tô amarradão. Agora é seguir na vibe, continuar surfando e avançando baterias. Valeu.
Parabéns.
Muito obrigado to Yago Dora.
You're getting Spanish and Portuguese.
You're an amazing teacher, Mitchell, which is great. Special moment for Yago, returning to the jersey, but you can tell that just that pure surfer in him to land something that big, saying he'd be happy regardless of the heat, but to do it in heat against Jordy and Ethan when he needed it the most. That's just pure joy right there for Yago.
Especially after being out for so long, too. And the same could be said for Carlos Munoz right now in the water. You know, the kid from Mesterillos, Costa Rica, northern part of the country, where I think it's less productive in terms of professional surfers, too. You usually see people from Jaco, Leilani, Norman McGonigal from way south in Pavones. But he's from a part of the country that's not even really that known for producing professional surfers.
Well, earlier today, Shannon, we saw Brisa Hennessy coming in, and we were a little bit concerned about the cuts that she suffered in her heat. Do you have an update for us?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I'm down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I had a chat with Brisa, with her mom, Katie, and with our doctor on site for the WSL, William Kramer. And Brisa kicked out of her first wave, kicked off on one of the barnacles on one of the rocks, and it sliced the outside of her heel open. Coming out of the water, we weren't sure how bad it was going to be. Got to the doctor, he had to put 8 stitches in her foot to close the wound. He said that it was so hard to get the stitches in that it showed how sharp the barnacles are out on top of those rocks. Now Brisa, she's got some bandages around it. She's gonna take care of it for the next couple hours because she's got the elimination round coming up, and I had a quick chat with her, and she's keeping that positive mindset that we know is so Brisa. She's ready to go, and thankfully the cut is on the side of her foot, mostly on the side of her heel, rather than the bottom, so she'll still be able to hopefully surf and put some pressure on it. But her mom, Katie, said she could tell something was wrong. She could tell Brisa wasn't able to just push hard on her turns. That being said, I had a quick chat here in the athlete zone with Brian Perez, local hero, local legend, and local wildcard, especially on the walks in and out. It's challenging when you're in the water and you're catching waves and you're kind of catching your feet at the end like Brisa did to get a cut on her foot, but making sure to take their time, walk as slow as possible, getting in and out of the water. Otherwise, there's some damage that could be inflicted.
Thank you, Shannon. The insight was incredible. Obviously, a tough one for Brisa, 8 stitches, and thinking about surfing on it later today. Good news is it looks like she's got a fair possibility of being in that heat with Caroline Marks. Obviously, no easy heats ever on the championship tour, but even more so after the condensed format following the midseason cut. So all hoping that Brisa is going to feel solid and ready to compete today.
She knows what's on the line, though, and that'll definitely change your mindset, Joe. Whether you like it or not, you need to go out there and try to demonstrate that you're willing and capable of doing whatever it takes in order to make that WSL Final 5. And it doesn't matter whether you get first all the way to 5th. The only goal is qualifying. So I know that she's just looking to make it into the quarters. Looking better at semis and finals, though, but just take care of today's business first, though.
Okay, Brisa, she's got the big heat. Caroline Marks in the elimination round. Tatiana Weston-Webb has Steph Gilmore in the elimination round. Joanne DeFay has Gabrielle O'Brien. And Carissa Moore has Tia Blanco. Those are some big heats to look forward to. 8 stitches. So in Espanol, 8 puntos.
Puntadas.
Puntadas.
Yeah, you can say puntos too.
Oh, gracias.
But we usually say puntadas.
Wow.
Yeah.
17:50 on the clock. Kanoa 5.67 and a 5.0. Carlos Munoz 2.5. Connor O'Leary 1.93. When Munoz returns, so does Jimmy Hogan.
Yes, he does. He's got some stories to tell too, doesn't he?
Oh, so much great history, talking about the early days on tour representing San Clemente. And Jimmy's lived in Costa Rica for a very long time. An amazing surfer, amazing wrestler, great coach. He's worked with a lot of competitors outside of Carlos as well, from like Sage Erickson in the past. Carlos was really fun when he burst onto the scene. How would you break down his type of surfing when he competes?
Mean. You know, he's not very tall, he's short, but very stocky. And I've seen him compete both in great waves and terrible waves, and I can tell you in both of them, he has the same aggressiveness. There was one heat I remember specifically in Virginia Beach one year. I think it was 2013. Small Joe, 2 feet at the most, and you know how the Atlantic is. Not a lot of push, not a lot of power, but the way he was just able to like actually push on top of the wave for his size, you're thinking, wow, like this kid must not weigh that much, but you see him in person and you're like, you're not that small.
Yeah, and he's just so spring-loaded. Big alley-oops, great in the barrel, as we watch Connor O'Leary swinging hard in the pocket, swinging back into the end section. A real cool transition from rail to rail, and a chunky finishing move. Connor's best so far at the 16-minute mark.
That was a tough section just to get to at the end too. Great ability to fit in the first 2, but the finish to me is really the key to his best score right here. And as you're saying, time's winding down, so he's needing a score on the board. And just a great flow. You can see it through his eyesight the whole time, Joe. He's thinking about going vertical, and he gets the section right here, up and over that, and dude, that section was coming down on him. Just difficult to get up and over that, but great surfing there from the young Australian.
Connor O'Leary having a lot of fun on tour these days. He's pretty cruisy, likes to flow, likes to hang out with friends. When you remember, he was traveling with Stu Kennedy back in the day because he saw how focused Stu would get, so he's like, oh, maybe that'll rub off on me too. Definitely likes to put his head down and put in the hard work. Connor, when he won at Bolito all those years ago, 2016 era, he was still holding down a job at a local surf shop. Fin throw, controls it forward. Kanoa Igarashi right into a forehand hook. Fades it again. And the backup board looking just as solid as the one he started off on, as he'll look to better a 5.
Well, somebody listened to some Bad Bunny before they palled out. And it seems like Kanoa's pumped up. You can definitely tell that he's put in his time and his work here. Before G-Land, he spent a few weeks in Bali too, so he's been surfing great waves the whole time. It was interesting to see that he didn't compete in the Challenger events either, but how's that first turn? I love the way he just grabs the rail there just slightly, and that combo with the second carve. Como navaja, Joe, like a blade right there. And the samurai without a master, I like to call him a Ronin. He's definitely looking like that outside in the water right now.
And a real cool maneuver choice to kick off this wave with.
For real. And just the way he's able to throw the fins out the back too, and the amount of, I think, control that he has, not only of his board but of his body too. You can definitely see the amount of work that he's putting in the gym.
Yeah, he doesn't mind work, doesn't mind heats, does he? Like you said, it was actually interesting that he wasn't in the Challenger Series, because he often doesn't mind doubling up on the QS in the past and also the Championship Tour. 13:30 to go. Kanoa Igarashi setting the pace over Connor and Carlos at the moment.
So pretty. Go, Gabby. Burn him, burn him. excitement levels just lost track. Bursting.
The next heat winner we have Risa Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
You have sponsors and you have a whole country and fans waking up at 4 in the morning to watch you compete. You have so many people riding on you. I've carried that weight on my shoulders my whole life. When I win, we all win, you know, like my family win, you know, all the people around me. But that means when I lose, we all lose too, you know.
Check out Make or Break on Apple TV Plus if you haven't seen it yet. A big feature, as you just saw, of Kanoa Igarashi having some food with his mom and dad. Really cool human beings that moved to Huntington Beach to have a pro surfer, as he was raised surfing the south side of Huntington Pier. Fast forward many years later, he graduated from the amateur series very early, started traveling the world with Stephen Bell, Leonardo Fioravanti, Mikey Wright, Jack Robinson, and now he's in a true position to try to really fight for a world title this year. Back to Kanoa again here, Mitch.
Yeah, this is just, you know, another double that he's able to find under everybody else's priority. But I think going back to the fact about you were talking about, that he developed so quickly as a professional surfer, he didn't spend too much time in the amateurs anymore.
As we see the snap from O'Leary. Proud of his Japanese heritage as well, but he'll lose the finish on that wave. Chasing a 6.10 and now releasing the fresh new haircut for world number 2, Jack Robinson.
Should I dye my hair like that too?
If he wins, I think you have to, because then that would mean he would go 3 in a row.
Right.
Which is such a feat. So can we make that official if he wins? We're taking to the same salon.
Wait. I'm the only one that's losing something here. If that happens, what's going to happen if you?
You kind of opened it up for me a little bit. Like, should I do it? And I think that's fair. I mean, we don't see somebody go 3 in a row at the CT level every year. If he does it, I think that's fair, Mitch.
So as long as our bosses are okay with it, I need to get the green light.
I'm getting the clearing now? Yes.
Okay.
It's on.
So
this is big.
It has to be the same color dye.
What a roll for Jack Robinson. I'm actually kind of nervous for you, man.
I am. Yeah. I am. I think he's going to go all the way, too. He's kind of one of my favorites to win the event. I think him and Felipe.
Coming from his hometown win to G-Land, that was phenomenal. He's coming up next in the opening round against Samuel Pupo and Josh Burke. Another great wild card there. So still a long way to get there to the podium, but it's really fun when you see a surfer fill the big shoes that have always been there for him. He's always had the talent, but now he's just accepted this amazing position on tour. Number 2 in the world heading into El Salvador.
And then winning at home too, which few people on Championship Tour have done, first of all. And then beating John Florence at his best spot too. A spot where he's been untouchable in the past, and he beat him maybe not easily, but he made it a competitive final too. That's not easy to do against John there.
Well, that's what you want, right? I mean, even for Felipe to have John at Bells, you know, John beat Felipe back in 2019. You want those matchups. You want to battle against the best to kind of make your event title undisputed. You know, for Jack, he got the best at main break in the final. Put that right to a win at G-Land, going the other direction with back-to-back buzzer beater wins over Medina, then Toledo.
Right. And I think it's the same thing that's applicable for the 3 gentlemen in this heat too. I'd be very surprised if Kanoa doesn't make the WSL Final 5. I think he's one of the people that's actually striving to make it there, knowing that it's in Southern California, a place that he's grown up surfing at lower trestles too. Connor O'Leary and Carlos, on the other hand, O'Leary's actually being coached by another Cronulla kid in Richard Dog Marsh. And Carlos with Jim Hogan, as you were saying, these are big opportunities for both of them to kind of prove themselves in a wave that's not only the first time that you're competing at the CT level, but for Carlos specifically, competing close to home at a wave where he's had success on the QS level too. There used to be 4 stars here at this location. That's where I competed at. And then Pedersen Crisanto won a 6-star over Josh Kerr in 2013, and it was firing.
Pumping conditions, all in our memories from the events that happened here years ago. First time ever having this event at the championship tour level. Connor O'Leary flowing to start. And just packaging up another clean snap, belting it vertically. Creating a real cool rhythm. Not rushing anything, and finds the lip and drills it again. Putting that one together all the way from start to finish. Connor O'Leary has a 4.6, a 2.37. I feel like that's his best wave so far as he's trying to chase down Kanoa's lead.
I agree with you. I didn't mind this wave at all, and with 7 minutes to go, even if it comes up a bit short, I think it's going to be very close to getting the score. And, you know, one thing that I really enjoy about Connor surfing, you're going to see here on the first turn, he's always coiled up. Look at his base. When he drives off the bottom, he's knowing that he needs to explode when he reaches the lip. This turn specifically, boom, straight up into the lip. He actually blew the tail out the back too, and just to get this combo in right here at the end, which is an extremely difficult wave to read and ride. Just some beautiful surfing. I specifically love right here how he's just able to get one last one in, giving a positive mindset to the judges and just saying, okay, you know, I'm here, I'm in this heat too. Compare me to the surfer that's in the lead. That's where I'm trying to go right now.
He had so many great goofies to look up to in Cronulla. You mentioned Dog Marsh. More recently on the championship tour, Kirk Flintoff, known for doing big airs when he needed them in big competition. He's charging today, still absolutely ripping. So Connor got to see Kirk Flintoff return home to Cronulla.
Isn't Aki originally from there too?
Mark Akalupo, maybe, arguably, if you want to argue, that one of maybe the greatest goofy foot of all time.
Yeah,
we could start that conversation.
We had this discussion the other night too. Who did I have at first? I had Gabe at second, then I think I put Aki in first.
Did Aki did go to number 1?
Yeah, he did.
Best goofy foot of all time. We want to hear from you. Go on at WSL. Let us know who your favorite goofy footer of all time is. As we see a bottom turn, a snap off the lip for Kanoa Igarashi. How's this inside wedge? He's just trying to get out in front. It's keeping him just behind and out of reach of the open face, and he'll just have to kick out. Wave was just teasing him. He had the speed. The ball was just out of reach.
Just a few feet away, but he was never able to get there. And I think that's where you're willing to sacrifice that first section just to gain speed down the line and know that there's scoring potential past it. But with 5 minutes to go, I think that decision making is the right one, though, knowing that you already have those mid-range scores, the 5s. And it's really going to come down to whether or not Connor O'Leary gets the score on his last wave, Joe, because 5 minutes to go, it's decision-making time right here. Whether or not you're getting the score, I think you need to be on another wave before the heat ends.
4:40 on the clock here. And standing by for numbers for Connor O'Leary, now locking in a 5.43. Was his best, but not enough to take the lead. Igarashi throws away a 3.0. And Carlos, who's been incredibly selective, will have priority. He needs an 8.2. So a lot of great goofy foots for Connor to look up to. I mean, Tommy Carroll's got to be in that top 5 list.
Kalani Robb.
Kalani Robb, wow.
Love that guy.
So fast, explosive, funny.
Yes, he is. Sean Cansdale.
Jerry Lopez.
Yep.
Rob Machado, of course.
My all-time, I would say, best style. Was Cody Maverick from Surf's Up a goofy footer, or was he regular?
That's a stretch.
Or Chicken Joe. Maybe the greatest goofy footer of all time.
Maybe top 100.
What?
No, he's got to be up there.
Yeah.
3:30 on the clock. Carlos Munoz chasing down an 8.2 as he's finally back in the jersey. It was heartbreaking to see him hurt himself at the start of the season, dislocating his shoulder. To add to the heartbreak, fellow rookie Liam O'Brien hurting himself the morning of opening day. So a couple of tough injuries to kick off the year. Liam back in the water. Can't wait to see him return to the top stage.
I think he's going to make it through the Challenger Series with no issue whatsoever. The real bummer for him is that he didn't even surf an event. Callanan also had, you know, a wrist injury. He decided not to surf in the Pipe Masters, knew that there were a lot of people injured. He kind of forced himself back into action at Sunset Beach. And then all of a sudden you have Carlos getting injured too. So there were a lot of people that were actually gunning for those wild cards. But at the end of the day, decisions were made, and Carlos here has his chance. But he's been extremely selective in this heat so far. This is kind of uncharacteristic of him. Before, I remember seeing him at a World Juniors at Karamas. A wave that's kind of similar to this too. One club sandwich, Joe, 8 points just for one turn. So I wouldn't mind seeing that right now if he's got it in his bag.
Wow. That club sandwich, sometimes called a grab rail nose pick reverse.
Up and down reverse, whatever you want to call it.
Pretty special maneuver. I was talking to Senor Hogan, and he was saying that Carlos has only been surfing for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I was actually a little surprised by that. I thought he'd been in the water a little longer, but I guess it's only really been 2 weeks. And one thing he's noticed is first couple of sessions back, you just have this mental thing of trying to protect your shoulder. So he wasn't using his arms freely like he usually does with his style. And so his coach has been kind of willing him to open things up a bit and trust that his shoulder's going to be okay.
Yeah, and in the long run, those people are looking out for you too. So you want to be taking their advice.
Igarashi up and out.
So Kanoa's caught 5, Connor's caught 4, Carlos has only caught 2 waves, and his best has only been a 2.5 at the moment.
Big vertical whip from O'Leary. Might get this thing to double up and bowl here, and just knifes it real quick again. So squaring up vertically 2 times. And now we'll see Carlos, who's very patient, open up with his first turn, and he'll get stuck.
There's going to be a heat where he's not going to want to remember it for too long. Just seemed like he was out of sync. Maybe his positioning was off, but Kanoa so far looking great.
Igarashi now just skipping down the line, looking free, and he'll just end up repositioning down Punta Roca.
That's where you see surfers that grew up surfing beach breaks more than anything have that sense of adaptability at a lineup like this right now, where it's challenging, it's tough, not knowing where to sit to, but you're seeing wave selection maybe come into play for the people that are actually great at surfing point breaks, not for somebody like him who knows how to maneuver up and down the line at a wave like this too.
Down to 15 seconds. Members 2nd and 3rd go to the elimination round. Carlos will have priority, but he's chasing an excellent number of an 8.2. And we will shut this one down. It'll be Carlos and Connor O'Leary in the elimination round. And the top seeds dominate the first 2 heats. The opening round for the men here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Action continues. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Rosie Hodge for the call right after this.
still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona, and I'm excited to see the Lost Tapes presented by Outer Known. We're going to see a real behind-the-scenes view of Kelly Slater. Every Sunday, we release a new episode, and there's 11 episodes, Rosie.
I love it. I love seeing any content behind the curtain of what goes on with Kelly Slater. I think we only see sometimes just the face value of Kelly Slater, and now you really get a look at what goes into doing what he does, Cops.
Yeah, that's right. Catch that all on WorldSurfLeague.com. And speaking of Kelly Slater, we have a replacement, an injury replacement for Kelly Slater in this heat. The young surfer from Barbados, Josh Burke, has a big opportunity right now on the world stage to make a name for himself, Rosie. Just 25 years old, but look at this matchup. Samuel Pupo, the exciting rookie on tour, as well as a man who's been on a roll, Jack Robinson.
Yeah, this heat is so hot at the moment. I mean, Sammy Pupo, I've got to watch him out in front at El Zunte. He's absolutely ripping Jack Robinson. You mentioned the role he's on. Back-to-back wins, but Josh Burke, you've got to think, he's got fresh legs at the moment, Cops, and here he is up, and this is Jack.
Yeah, this happened during the break, Rosie, and what an exciting start right there. Works his way through. He's just going to get the points off of that air reverse for the opening. A 3.17 awarded to him. Live action here. This is Josh Burke looking down the line, has to float through that section. Many steps in this wave, fighting for some open face. Throws it up in the air, has to throw that one away.
Yeah, but I mean, good start. Showing your intentions like that. I mean, not a timid start from Josh Burke, and that's what you're going to need to do. I mean, he's up against, you know, Jack Robinson. He's so just unbelievable at the moment. Sammy Pupo, here he goes.
Samuel Pupo, we know his air game. We got an air win, and there he goes. Flies out there. Unfortunately, the footing not able to get back underneath him, and he goes incomplete on that Sammy Pupo. So we got the intent out there right now, Rosie. With this win, with the conditions, it looks like it's going to really turn into a progressive air show at this moment.
I think Yago Dora really set the precedent by getting that 9-point ride, and now just everyone's looking at this wind, this kind of onshore breeze. It gives this wave a little bit of a coping. I actually really like it. It also forces this wave to kind of double up. That tide is coming in, so we're going to see that swell lift a little bit, and I think we've got really good matchups to look forward to.
We sure do. Kanoe Igarashi on his way out of the water. He's took a win, and he's going to advance straight into the round of 16. Again, if you're joining us, this is the opening round for the men. Second and third go into the elimination round. First place out of these three-man heats goes straight into the round of 16. And Josh Burke showing some quick feet here. Nice carve through that section. Again, some ribs in the face, but air opportunity, flies in the air and goes complete all the way up on the nose there. So that's a nice effort by Josh Burke.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's good to see someone get a call up. I mean, we don't really get to see much of this guy, but as soon as you get that opportunity to compete at a championship tour level, you've got to lift everything. You've got to lift your game. You've really got to get in the mental headspace of going up against the world's best.
Take another look at it here, Rosie.
Yeah, so looking at this wave, look at all the steps that he's going through here. He's really trying to find that double up section, winds through that cutback. You can tell there's a bit of chop on the face that he's got to look through. He kind of stalls the board looking for that air section and then gathers a bit of speed. So he finishes clean.
Yeah, so Josh Burke coming in here, and we'll talk about how he got here after we check out this ride by Sammy Pupo. Nice off the top there, has to kick out with that closeout section. And Josh Burke getting awarded that injury wild card over Kelly Slater. Josh Burke, the highest rating Challenger Series surfer out of the Central America and Caribbean region. And evidently, well, ironically, he's 64th right now on the Challenger Series. Kelly Slater is also 64th on the Challenger Series. So just some weird numerics happening right now in the world of pro surfing, but big opportunity for Josh Burke. Well, talking about opportunity, you always want to take this opportunity to skip through that elimination round, and that's exactly what Kanoa Igarashi did. He took a win, and he's with Shannon Hughes.
That's right, taking the win. Kanoa, congrats, getting that first round out of the way. You're straight through to the next one. You got a different board under your arm right now than you did when you paddled out there. Talk to us about buckling your board early.
Yeah, I did an air, and when I lifted up, I kind of hit the section a little bit late. Yeah, and I heard it pop when I was in the air. And it was crazy. I had so much time in the air. I was just thinking like, okay, just got to kind of land softly here so I don't break it completely. I wanted to get a score out of that air anyways, even with the buckled board. And yeah, it ended up being a pretty crucial scoring that heat. It was pretty low scoring. The wind kind of just turned the last maybe 40 minutes or so. It's a little bit straighter on, and it's making the waves crumble a little bit. So it's really tricky, but yeah, I mean, it's still not a bad wave.
And what goes through your mindset having to make adjustments like that, a change of equipment, but you had that early start, which set you up well?
To be honest, I have too many good boards here. I was talking to Marcio, my coach, about it before, but it was I actually just chose that board. I just randomly picked it. I have like 5 boards that I really like right now with Marcio and Sharp Eye, and I didn't know which boards. I've been riding different boards every day, every session, and I just woke up this morning and it was the first board I saw, and I just grabbed it, and yeah, and this is the second board that I saw, and this was my second board. So yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about breaking boards, to be honest.
Stoked. And how are you feeling to be here in El Salvador?
Yeah, I feel really good. I love El Salvador. I came to this wave a few times already to train when I was younger. You know, I had a couple of bad losses at JBay when I was younger, and I came here and I really wanted to work on my carves. And this wave's helped me a lot. So yeah, it's nice to be back here. And I've probably come here maybe 10 times. My parents have never been here, so I wanted to bring them over, and it's been a good family trip so far.
It's been great to see the family here. Would you like to say anything to your fans tuning in to Japan?
Yeah, みんないつも応援ありがとうございます。今回もちょっとトリッキーコンディションの中でまあいいライディングができたことなので、もう本当にエルサルバドールはもう世界のトップの波なので、もう本当にここにいてありがたいと思います。またこれからも頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Well, Kanoa Igarashi has plenty of sharp eyes. Marcio Zuvi just been shaping those just high performance shapes. A lot of professional surfers on those equipments right there. So I'm not worried about his equipment, and his surfing's really up to task. He's got to be one of the favorites as we look at this opening round. Our first view of our competitors at this break. Rosie.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to pick your favorites in the opening round and see how they fare.
Wow, so what a start there by Josh Burke. He just got a 4.67 on his last wave. Opened up first turn, big air reverse. So the 25-year-old out of Barbados taking advantage of being on the world stage right now, and he is going to increase his lead over Jack Robinson and Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, fun to see how he negotiates these conditions. It seems, you know, Barbados obviously got a windy side to the island. He's probably used to these bowly up little rights. Probably surf suples a whole bunch and other little waves around there. But yeah, he's definitely getting that ball rolling. He's trying to increase the pressure, get some scores on the board, and really get an inkling of what the judges are looking for.
3.67 for that last wave for Josh Burke. And you talked about pressure, Rosie. I mean, coming in here as a wild card, I would imagine that Josh has far less pressure on him versus Samuel Pupo and Jack Robinson, and it looks like it's playing into his favor.
Yeah, definitely an interesting point. And just thinking about the fresh leg, the fresh perspective that he's got from this, chatting to the competitive surfers that did the long slug from G-Land that have come off the heels of competing at Australia. They've had to kind of regroup getting here in El Salvador and think about competing again. Josh Burke, he's been given this opportunity. He's got nothing to lose, Carp, so definitely a fresh perspective for him.
Yeah, and really also looking to the Challenger Series in which he's performing, wanting to end up for the men on that Challenger Series in the top 10 at the end of the year for that Challenger Series. If you're not following the Challenger Series, you should check it out. It's an 8-event schedule. We've already done 2 of those events, and our top 5 finishes are what's going to figure into your end of the year rankings. And on the women, we take 5. On the men, we take 10, and that concludes the cast for the 2023 Championship Tour.
Yeah, this is fun to watch this new system play out, and just the way that you qualify through your regionals, and it really is this funnel system. It gives you know, a better framework for surfers to really think about their seasons as we watch Sammy Pupo.
Samuel floats over Mamaroka, that rock out there, throws the air reverse, goes complete on the finish. Sammy looking for a 6.84 if he wants to take the lead in just one wave score. I don't think he's going to do that, but he's going to definitely chip away at his mark.
There's something so soothing about watching Sammy surf. It's just so flowy, and then he does those, like, you know, there's moments on the wave that are just so explosive. There goes Jack.
Jack Robinson, big air, has to throw that one away. I like the intent there for Robbo, but had to throw that away. A lot of altitude in that particular air and a really quick rotation. We'll see if he can put one of those down.
Yeah, the quickness in the rotation is what impressed me the most there. But also cool to note Sammy Pupo, Miguel Pupo, they have their dad here on deck with them.
Oh, Wagner's here.
Yeah, a former pro on the, from Brazil, obviously. But yeah, just must be so proud watching his two sons on the championship tour. Sammy here negotiating these steps in the wave. Like I said, just so soothing watching him surf. Goes for that air reverse, lands it clean. And then Jack Robbo, this is what we were talking about, the quick rotation. Eyes off this section. Goes for that, that grab on it.
I like that you're talking about the Pupo family and brothers Sammy and Miguel, both on tour this year together. And, you know, we have a history in surfing with some surf brothers that have been on tour together. Damien and CJ Hobgood, Andy and Bruce Irons, way back in the day, Derek and Michael Ho. But the family that wins would be the Wrights, where there was one time we had Owen, Mikey, and Tyler Wright all on tour at the same time.
That's impressive, but how many of their parents were also professional surfers?
Isn't that yeah, this is true. Well, we're now getting into this age, and I can tell you because I'm dating myself, in that there's second generation and third generation professional surfers.
Yeah.
And I'm at the age where I notice a lot of the surf dads from competing back in the day, and now their daughters and their sons, their offspring, are professional surfers. So it's really nice to see that surfing family tree there. Josh Burke opening up with a big snap, back up into the lip again, around this section, goes for the little club sandwich there, nose pick reverse, unable to pull that one out, but I like the intent again from Joshua Burke. He's out in the lead. He needs to better his 3.67 right behind him. Sammy Pupo, big snap for Pupo. Around this section, floats it with ease. Looking for more open face. Big snap to finish. Wants a little bit more. He's going to really milk this inside section behind him. Jack Robinson taking apart the wave at Punta Roca. Robinson goes down. Sammy Pupo continues his assault. So a lot of action out here in this three-man heat.
So much action. My favorite part about the wave for Sammy Pupo was the point of difference on every maneuver there that he was able to do. He really did have that intention to show us something different with every bit of flair that he threw at the wave.
Felipe Toledo preparing for his matchup. It's going to be next. He's going to come up against Nat Young and the exciting wild card local from right here at Punta Roca, Brian Perez coming up. That's going to be heat 4 of this opening round for the men.
Stoked for that. He can't wait for it, but I also have to mention Felipe's dad, Ricardo, another professional surfer. So like you said, generations we're seeing these surfers emerge as we watch Sammy Pupo. This is a cool angle as we watch that float through. Like I said, a bit of point of difference on every maneuver as he lays that hand back there. Just creating his own bit of speed down the line there too. You see that wave is kind of just pushing him forward, but he's also just leaning on that front foot to get that speed. And Jack out the back. This was the second wave of the set that we saw. He goes broke here on this section. Gets lofty air, just gets hung up on the lip there. And that was maybe one of the biggest sets that we've seen in this heat. I have to say that it almost feels like we've seen flashes of brilliance, but we haven't seen the sets really pulse through in this heat yet. And I'm hoping that we get a bit more opportunity for these surfers.
I really like the insight that you called out on Sammy Pupo's wave. We're still waiting for that score, but the variety, that is in the criteria, and the variety that he displayed on that wave will be rewarded. How much? We're yet to see. Judges still contemplating that number, but I like the overall performance. And a lot of times, Rosie, when you're looking at a longer kind of point break wave like this, it really is the overall performance that you show during your wave to gather a good score.
Definitely, and the judges are so tuned in. I mean, they know when they see something repetitive, but they will definitely pick up on the fact that Sammy was able to lay down points of difference on every one of those maneuvers and show depth in his surfing.
And sure did. 5.5. Pupo takes the lead with 18 minutes and 35 seconds on the countdown. Josh Burke with priority. He's out there in the white jersey. And Jack Robinson really wants to get his game going. But the one thing that we've learned about Jack Robinson is that the 23-year-old, although just young in years on this earth, has an old, calm soul to him, and he's able to center himself. And we've seen it a number of times coming out and taking a win, you know, after on, you know, right buzzer beater. He's really showed a lot of composure through this year. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Can Jack Robinson take a win? We'll find out right after this.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles with guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody, and then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like, oh, the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that. And then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Taking a look back at event number 6 at the Dream Wave, Garage Gun, the Quicksilver G-Land Pro, and Jack Robinson, Rosie, showing his barrel mastery there.
Honestly, Capo, I was so impressed with this guy. I actually went back, rewatched the heat. First the one with in the semifinals with Gabrielle Medina, where he needed a clutch performance. And I was watching the heat and I was like, how did Jack beat Gabrielle Medina? Like, how does he do it? And you see that end wave of Jack's and you're like, okay, that's it. Like, he definitely, you know, got that edge on that wave. But before that, it was the Gabrielle Medina show. Jack showed his composure, comes back, buzzer beater moment, and does that again against Felipe in the final.
Yeah, and he's done that over and over again. We're talking like the Zen-like approach combined with extreme surfing talent, and that's how you get someone like Jack Robinson that went back-to-back with championship tour wins and just celebrating with a dance.
And you think about the favorites on the tour. You think about Felipe Toledo. You think about the Gabriels who's coming in with fresh legs. Jack has really proven himself against those big names now with back-to-back wins. He's number 2 in the world.
Look at this graphic right here. You can see back-to-back wins, but look at Felipe's year too. Has been very impressive. 2 runner-up finishes and a bell from at Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. But the one thing that's kind of deceiving right here, we see that 17th, a disappointing start for Jack Robinson at Pipeline, but his opening round, he showed brilliance again with an 18.67 two-wave total. He's been actually dropping big numbers all year, and that has to be acknowledged, and that's why he's in the place that he's in. He's only 80 points away as we go into this heat, into this event, I'm sorry, from taking that yellow leader's jersey. This happened during the break where Jack Robinson has to give up positioning to Josh Burke with priority. Looking down the line, little ollie, and incomplete finish. Here we go, Rosie. This is Jack Robinson during the break.
Yeah, Jack looking for that double up section. Swoops through there. Nice look at the fins. Good finish from Jack. That's a better wave for Jack Robinson, current world number 2. And it must be said though, Capo, when you look at Felipe Toledo, you know, he got a 2nd place, but I feel like there is a bit of fire in the belly after that final with Jack Robinson coming so close to winning that event. Some people thought he did win. So, you know, that just really spurs on a competitor. I got to catch up with him before he competed here, and he just seems super focused. Like, there's this cool, calm energy about him, but also you can feel that little bit of flame coming through from Felipe, wanting to win, wanting to assert himself as world #1 going into the WSL Finals.
I concur. Felipe Toledo has deserved of a world title. He's come so close. He was runner-up in the world last year. This year really could be his year. The surfing's been there. He's definitely, I'm going to say, the fastest surfer on tour, and he's putting it all together. He has a high heat win percentage, Felipe Toledo. 59.3% of the time he wins his heat. He's got 11 tour victories. So it is really, I feel, in a lot of ways, Felipe Toledo's year. And especially when we look at the Rip Curl WSL Finals happening at lower trestles. Josh Burke here caught behind this section, and you can see how the wind as well as the tide has changed the personality of Punta Roca.
Definitely, and one thing I'll say to about these guys, they've done so well is they've surfed what's in front of them, right, Capo? Like, from the beginning, they've really attacked the sections, no matter what the size of the wave. There was no disinterest when they were taking off on anything. They try to maximize the scoring potential, because right now there is this kind of shifty period in the tide with the wind and what's going on that you don't know if there's going to be big sets in your heat. So you got to surf what's in front of you, and you got to make the most of it. That's
a great point, because as you see right here, well, we'll let you talk this replay through. This is Jack Robinson.
Yeah, so Jack throwing it up there for that air reverse. He finishes it. So, you know, one major maneuver, he's got to go for something big. You got to turn something, you got to make something out of nothing right now. And Jack's doing that so well.
Sure did. That's the highest single wave of the heat so far for Jack Robinson, a 5.67. Oh, wait, we still have one more score owed to us by the judges. So we'll update you on that as soon as that score drops. Jack Robinson currently looking for 4.26 to take the lead off of Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, there's not much in this heat at the moment. It's well within anyone's grasp to take the lead and bounce themselves right into the round of 16.
We've already got word that today we will not see the men's elimination round, but we do have on standby the women's elimination round later this afternoon after we get through these 8 heats of the opening round of men's.
Yeah, and you know, as we move into the afternoon, it's not uncommon for Punta Roca to have, you know, this wind pick up as the land heats up. I know Surfline predicted that this onshore breeze is going to come into play.
Toledo. Oh, and goes back to live action, a huge air by Jack Robinson. So he's really turning it on in the back half of this heat. Looking for more on this wave, and he's gonna get more, finds more open face. Slices that last turn, drops to the bottom, and that was a well put together wave. I'm talking bookends. Opens up with a big air in the beginning and a nice slash at the end.
Yeah, way to risk it all on that opening section. I can't wait to see the whole of that wave unfold for us. But that was it right there. That was a bigger set, a better wave for Jack, and he just sunk his teeth right in.
Really hitting his stride, and really a surfer that is unshakable. He had a slow start to this heat. He's going to take the lead right now. Here we go, one more time to enjoy this, Rosie.
Look how bowly this wave is. That first section, he just risks it with that progressive maneuver. See his intent to get around this section, just wanting to pump around it, find some open face, gets a bit more relaxed as he goes into that carve, gets a tiny bit hung up carve. So it was a good wave. It was the best wave of the heat.
Previous wave was a 5-point ride, so he already has the lead right now. So this is just going to be gravy for Jack Robinson. If he's able to improve upon his 5-point ride, which I suspect he will do, he will increase his lead over Samuel Pupo as well as Josh Burke. Here we go, Sammy Pupo looking down the line, looking for a ramp, building up speed, doesn't find it, has to kick out.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see the score drop in for Jack, because that's really going to give us an idea of what the judges are really rewarding at the moment. Obviously, that first maneuver, risking it with the air at the beginning, and then maybe, you know, the whitewater section kind of catching up with him on the finishing move. I wonder how the judges are going to digest it and what number they're going to throw at it.
Well, the new hair is working for Jack Robinson. As we look at Josh Burke, nice tweaked out Air reverse, has to fight the white water for the landing to show that he goes complete. So putting up a battle, Josh Burke. Strider, you out there? What do you got?
Oh yeah, we're out here in the lineup. You know, just watching this heat play out, Josh Burke, these conditions are something he's super comfortable in, because back in Barbados, they get that onshore flow and they have to rip right through it all. So I know he's comfortable, but I think he was just, you know, kind of building through this heat, trying to find his feet and getting those little turns in. But you got to have those big moves like we saw out of Jack. We just saw him pull one out. So if he can get a couple of those on a wave, he can fight himself back into this heat, I think.
Did you see that last wave from Jack Robinson, Strider? What'd you think?
I sure did. See what he's got right here. He's flying down the line. Boost, huge. Oh, the stale tried to grab coming out of it, but you know, these conditions are so perfect for airs because that wind is just blowing straight into the surfboard. So I feel like we're going to see some fireworks in this next heat with Toledo coming up. We saw Brian Perez walk up the beach, and it just went wild. People are flying flags down there. It's just, the energy is high out here right now in El Salvador, Punta Roca.
I love the energy that you're bringing, Strider Wazalewski, our water reporter. Last score for Jack Robinson, a 7-point ride. Robinson extends his lead over Sammy Pupo and Josh Burke as we see Pantera Rosa, the Pink Panther, Brian Perez, making his way out into the lineup. And talk about a local hero. This young man is an excellent surfer, and he's going to be able to showcase it to the world, Rosie.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing to watch a surfer at their home break. His dad, Capo, actually sells the refreshments right here on Punta Roca. When you come out from the beach, he hands you ice-cold coconut. But he's got so much support from El Salvador, from everyone on the beach is going to be rooting for this guy. But he is so nice. He's so humble, and no one deserves this wild card more than Brian.
Yeah, he is on the free surfs. He's been a standout. Recently, I got that Hurley sticker on his board, and just the pride of Punta Roca making his way out. Well, Jack Robinson continues to impress, not just with his surfing, Rosie, but with his mental fortitude.
Yeah, you were mentioning just his complete calm through the last few events and what we've seen from him. Even last season when he had to win at Mexico to really secure his spot on tour, it just showed, like, you know, we have expectations of surfers. When you watch someone when they, you know, 9, 10, 11 years old, and you're like, this kid's gonna win a world title, and everyone's talking them up, to actually keep your composure as a professional athlete and groom yourself and make sure that you put in the hard work to be on this world stage, and to see what Jack has done with his career and the way that he's really just blossomed this season has been so fun to watch, and it's so easy to be a fan of Jack.
And really, his development in his progressive surfing has been very impressive over the last, I want to say, 3 or 4 years. He always had that title or that reputation of a tube rider, of a surfer who performed in heavy water coming from Western Australia, even as a Grom taking off on incredible slaps. But the work that he's put in to work on his progressive surfing and his aerial display has been very impressive, and the evolution of Jack Robinson.
Yeah, definitely. And also to think, you think of Western Australia and how remote it is from the rest of the world. I mean, obviously you can get to different islands and surf and whatever, but you've got to put in the work. I mean, you're driving from Margaret River to the Perth airport to fly. So he's put in the effort. He spent a lot of time in Hawaii, Brazil. Obviously his wife is Brazilian, but then you see him, you know, all over the place, and he feels at home at different locations. He's really immersed himself wherever he goes. Quick takeoff here.
Josh Burke getting that takeoff, eyeing up a ramp, gets late to the ramp there, has to kick out, so he's going to continue to search. Burke needing a 7.34 to get into the lead. Sammy Pupo holding down priority. Pupo needing a 7.17, so both of the surfers in this heat, both Josh and Samuel, need some big numbers. Would be the best wave so far in the heat if they want to take that lead off of this man, Jack Robinson.
Yeah, and it's so important to have the lead here. Like we've said, you go straight into the round of 16. Surfers who come second and third go into that elimination round. So just leapfrogging that anxious elimination round is such a good way to gain momentum through an event.
The back half of the season after the cut with this new opening round format, I'm a big fan of, because what happens is we have a lot of weight and gravity to every single heat in this round, because you got to win it. You can't skate through on a second place and advance on in, you know, the first half of the year. You can do that in the opening round. Right now, you got to take all the marbles right from the get-go if you want to move into the round of 16.
Yeah, there's no second chances. It feels like, you know, you start this event and it just runs so quickly. We saw it at G-Land, and especially now with these short waiting periods, but also a smaller group of surfers, you can really maximize the swell windows and see what's on offer and pick out the best conditions as we move through the events. But it definitely, you know, once that bus starts, it just leaves a couple surfers behind pretty quickly if you don't run fast enough to the bus stop.
Well, just an 80-point differentiation between the rankings of Jack Robinson and Felipe Toledo. I'm wondering if Felipe Toledo is paying attention at all to this heat as he's paddling out and the standings in this heat.
Yeah, it was interesting. We saw Felipe taking that quiet moment before hitting the lineup, and Jack took off on that wave right in front of him. He would have heard, you know, some mutterings from the crowd, but I feel like Felipe is so calm at the moment too.
Here's our heat recap. Rosie and Jack Robinson put on the gas in the back half.
Definitely Jack Robinson just knifing through sections and really finding his completion rate throughout this heat.
This was the game changer right here. Big air, stomps it, and continues to surf through, Ro.
Yeah, huge air from Jack out the back, comes through on this inside section, finds some more open water to close it out for that 7-point ride and the lead in this heat so far. Beautiful surfing from Jack Robinson, picking up where he left off in G-Land.
Josh Burke, he's been putting up a battle and a big air game on his own.
So good to see a young surfer. I mean, as they get that injury replacement call-up, as we see live action, Carl.
Samuel Pupo, big snap, throws the tail, but that's all he's going to get. Again, he's looking for a 7.17. He just used priority on that wave, Rosie.
Yeah, interesting choice there. I think it is pretty tricky to pick off a good wave at the moment, though. I mean, priority is going to be hard to manage when it's, you know, this onshore and the surfers are really just looking for that chippy section to get progressive with.
Another great point. And if the waves were perfect and it was real obvious which ones are the keepers, it's easier to execute on your priority because it's going to be really clear which wave is going to give you the score. Right now, you're talking about this is a mixed box of chocolate right now.
No.
You don't know what you're going to get when you bite into it when you take off on these waves.
Oh, totally. And also you don't want to be, you know, have priority paralysis where you just sit out the back waiting for that wave, hoping that it comes your way, because he's got to make a move. I mean, it's under 2 minutes remaining. He needs that 7.17, so rolls the dice on that occasion. It doesn't pay off.
3.4 does not change the situation in the water for Sammy Pupo. He's still looking for a 7.17. Josh Burke, the 7.34 is his requirement. And heat control now handed over to Jack Robinson. Big lead as well as priority sitting out the back. So Jack just needs to close this out, Rosie. He's truly in the driver's seat as he sees on his peripheral Felipe Toledo taking a position, getting ready for his heat, because it's just less than a minute to that heat start.
Yeah, interesting to see Jack letting, you know, Josh and Sammy kind of paddle around the lineup where Jack has that priority. He's not really paying much attention. Now we see him moving towards Sammy Pupo. Like you said, he wants to close his heat out.
Well, we've seen buzzer beaters, and you know, Jack's been actually the one who's been handing out the buzzer beaters, and he would hate to have the tables turned on himself. So he's got to keep his guard up right here. He deems that wave is not worthy, and he's 100% right. Well, it's been a busy heat, a busy lineup. A total of 28 waves ridden in this heat, Rosie.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action for us to kind of digest as we see all of these surfers trying to find that opportunity. Jack's wave, I mean, we talk about the 7-point ride. It definitely had the height and the amplitude that to open up with the big air like that too on one of the bigger set waves. There's a lot of risk in it, and he was well rewarded.
Well, there you go. Jack Robinson again shows the great form that he's displayed so far this year, and he is going to jump into the round of 16. We're going to take a break, but when we get back, we have a heat on your hands. Felipe Toledo, Nat Young, and Brian Perez all in the water. Taking a look at event number 4 on the calendar, the legendary Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Felipe Toledo was in fine form in varying conditions from Bells Bowls on up to Rincon, where he got to ring a bell, Rosie.
It's such a prestigious event to win, and Felipe, I mean, even from the opening rounds, it was unquestionable that he was the in-form surfer, the guy to beat throughout the event. Just displayed so many different variations of his surfing, that beautiful rail game, the quick-footedness through the smaller days, but just such a great display on every day that they had at the contest. Kapa, I was so impressed. The air game, the rail game, the speed, it was all of the combinations that you want to see for a champion at Bells Beach.
Really, it shows you the versatility and a surfer that's able to bring out big scores out of waves that don't look like they have anything in them. We can take a look at our yellow jersey contenders. Number 1 in the world right now, Felipe Toledo. You can see that cup with the Rip Curl Pro, but he's had 2 other finals. He just comes off a finals appearance in G-Land, and earlier this year out in Peniche, he had a runner-up finish behind Griffin Colapinto. So there you go, the yellow leader's jersey on the back of Felipe Toledo, and I can't wait to see what Toledo's going to bring in this heat.
I'm so excited. I've been watching him free surf out in front at El Zonte, been staying at Puro Surf, and Brazilian contingent is staying a little bit down the beach, but it's so cool to see these guys. I mean, they're all going out surfing together. Him, Gabrielle, Sammy Pupo, Miguel, Jadson, Andre. They're just traveling as a full family and lifting each other up.
Here's our heat, Felipe Toledo, Nat Young, and the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. All out there. Perez, of course, a local here at Punta Roca, won the local trials, so he's got the whole town coming out on the cobblestones to root for their local hero. Felipe Toledo, well, he once won back on Nat Young because Nat Young served a defeat to him out in Margaret River. Here we go, live action. Well, actually a replay from the break with Nat Young and that razor-sharp backhand, Rosie.
Yeah, love watching Nat unleash on his backhand on a roping right-hander. Obviously coming from Santa Cruz, there's no shortage of those, but so cool to see Nat just mix it up on this end section.
Wow, that was a 5.83 and a valuable opener for Nat Young. Here we go. Perez, nice snap to begin. Double pump off the bottom, quick to the lip there. Can't find more open face, and that's where the wave score is going to be deemed for the Pink Panther.
Yeah, you see even Nat Young just kind of looking over his shoulder, keeping a close eye on Brian. Here we go, Felipe.
Toledo, quick snap, throws the tail on that sharp eye board, comes around this section. Another lightning fast snap, combos it up to a layback in the whitewater, just showing you the speed in which Felipe Toledo is able to operate.
Yeah, he's got so much speed and momentum through his surfing. Actually noticing, you know, over the last few years, he's definitely bulked up a little bit, a lot more muscle mass on Felipe. But he's still kept that light-footed quickness to his surfing, which is so key.
Incredible board speed, incredible projection from Felipe Toledo. So we're waiting for scores for both Perez as well as Toledo. And I have to go back, you know, to my statement in that 2022 looks like it's really is lining up for Felipe Toledo, because he's a surfer of a caliber that deserves a world title.
Yeah, I think so many people agree with you on that as we see Brian eyeing off this wave.
Brian Perez, big fin throw there. And that's all he's going to get out of that particular wave. He's going to go back searching for more on the backhand. Nat Young, again, showing good wave selection here, opening up on the double up and able to get a rhythm on the backhand. That toe heel motion he's able to maintain, and vertical approach. Again, great performance and really superior wave selection at this moment.
Yeah, great read on the conditions, and just looking at the surfboard under his feet, I mean, it's got that kind of yellowy tinge to it. You'd have to think that that's one of his favorite boards that he's bringing over here to El Salvador. He looks very comfortable on his equipment right now and super comfortable on these bowly waves.
Really quick on the backhand. Nat Young used that backhand to defeat Felipe Toledo at Margaret River, where Felipe had a disappointing 9th place. Nat Young went on to a 5th place finish and made that mid-season cut. So that was an important event for Nat Young, and he utilized his backhand just like this.
Yeah, and it's good to see, you know, the surfers that have made the cut now. It almost feels like there's that pressure release. And now that that it's been said and done, they save their jobs for next season, you can almost see that they're surfing with a lot more freedom. I get that feeling from Nat right now, that he's obviously wants to think about making that final 5, but there's also the pressure's off. He's not looking for that requalification. He's not surfing for his job.
Yeah, again, well, let's check in with our correspondent, Mitchell Salazar, for some insight on Brian Perez.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, Brian Perez, in his early 20s, the biggest opportunity of his life here, the surfer from Punta Roca. And what a way to give him an opportunity here. He won the trials, so he did have to surf a heat before this event started. But you're talking about a population of just under 6.5 million here in El Salvador, one of the best surfers to ever come out of this area in Central America. And now he's got a shot to compete not only against the world #1, against one of his favorite surfers in Nat Young too. So competing out here for the first time at the championship tour level, he's looking to pursue the qualifying series as much as he can this year and look to qualify for the challengers and then eventually the CT. But want to give a big shout out to Brett Simpson too from Hurley. Gave him a big opportunity. Now he has a sticker on his board and he's going to look to pursue the QS.
Well, that's great news. That means we're going to see more of Brian Perez. Also want to see some of the other finalists in the trials, some other emerging surfers out of here. Porfirio Miranda, Erickson Ortiz, and Juan Carlos Ramos. So we're seeing, as our global sport continues to grow, these different regions start producing world-class surfers. And the abundance of surf here in El Salvador is impressive. And so it's no surprise that we're seeing such great surfers coming out of these waters.
Yeah, it's so fun. I know a couple years ago there was a team trip over here at Punta Roca, and Griffin Colapinto, Seth Moniz, they were all here surfing this wave. Brian, you know, this unknown local kid was absolutely blowing up. It got to the point where, you know, Griffin and Seth were actually saying to their team managers, like, hey, you guys got to put this guy on your team because he's kind of blowing us out of the water. So, you know, Brian did have a major sponsor for a couple of years there. Obviously, a lot of factors come into play, but it's so good to see him get the support that he deserves. He's such a hard-working surfer, spends a lot of time at Puro Surf, training. I know he's got Marcelo Casalones in his corner, training him and really fostering the talent that's coming out of El Salvador and inspiring young generations to surf and get into the sport.
And I also want to say, just a nice guy.
Yeah.
On land, just a nice, humble human being. So Brian's is one of those surfers that you can't help but to root for.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, you meet the guy and he's just so, he's also another guy, he's got that calming presence about him. He doesn't mind giving, you know, the surfers that visit this region the inside track. I mean, sometimes when you get to some breaks, people are very territorial. Brian's super
opening
and welcoming.
Well, Rosie, another guy that likes pink is Strider Wazalewski. He's out of the water, but we're going to stick with Nat Young first before we get to Strider and see what Nat can do. Nat's Nat, and that's that, and throws the tail there, but incomplete. But no problem for Nat Young. No harm, no foul. 5.83 and a 4.83 so far for Nat Young, and he's in the lead. Now let's throw it into the other guy, the pink Waz, out in the water.
Thanks there, Kipes. Yeah, just, you know, Perez, you know, I was having a great conversation with him. He basically said that, you know, his whole family is invested in surfing. It's what's bringing their livelihood to them. I mean, you can see the way he's coming across this wave right now. 2 big snaps, looking for the inside corner here. Let's see what he's got as this thing loads up for him. Looks like he's looking for the lip line. He's got another hit there. Let's see if he can finish this thing off on the inside. Big, nice throw tail. And then backing him up, you got Toledo on the open face again. I mean, look at this, going to the air, big whip, quick turn right there, world #1. Bang, straight back up into the lip again, looking for a closer on the inside right in front of Perez. Snaps away, and will he finish? Of course. Bang. These guys are on fire out here. I guess I'll get back to Perez though. His whole family relying on surfing. His dad selling coconuts and drinks to the traveling surfers. His brother's a filmer and you know, documenting surfing. Perez himself out here obviously living off of surfing and enjoying that lifestyle. He said the #1 thing in El Salvador for them has been surfing, and the government taking notice now. El Salvador 100% behind surfing. We love it down here in Surf City.
Thank you so much, Strider. As we see a board change happening in the water right now for Brian Perez. And I wonder what happened there with the equipment. Maybe you can find out for us a little bit later, Strider, on what happened with that board change. And we're waiting for scores, both for an exchange from Brian Perez as well as Felipe Toledo, both surfers surfing their waves well. Going down there is our heat leader, Nat Young, so he's going to have to scratch back into position. But first, here we go. Replay Brian Perez, Rosie.
Yeah, he's such a big guy. He's got, you know, that tall stature. He throws it around so well on this wave. Good couple of maneuvers there, comboing it up. And you got to think, I mean, Brian obviously coming in as a wild card, we always say there's no pressure. But when you're the hometown hero, he's definitely got a lot of expectations on his shoulders, a lot of pride that he's carrying for El Salvador. And there we go, Felipe out the back. Wow, he really went to town on this wave. I don't know if there's anything left in his bag of tricks after this one.
So quick on his feet, so dynamic in the lip, the variety of maneuvers that Felipe Toledo is able to display, and his ability to just make sure he finishes off the wave just like that. I'm expecting a big number for Toledo.
Yeah, his board's looking good. I mean, you think about the success that Sharp Eye's had just in G-Land. 3 of the 4 finalists riding Sharp Eye equipment. So Felipe is definitely feeling comfortable on his equipment. He probably stopped over in California and packed up a board bag of fresh boards as he transitioned to the right-hand point breaks of El Salvador.
Numbers are in, a 7.33 for Felipe Toledo, a 4.03 for Brian Perez. Toledo in the lead, takes it off on Nat Young, and Nat drops down to second place, needing a 7.08. Brian Perez needs an 8.87 if he wants to take the lead right now. 22 minutes on the countdown, and let's hear from our last heat winner, Jack Robinson. Impressive effort from the young surfer from Western Australia. Nat Young.
Jack, well done on a big win out there. I want to talk to you about risk versus reward, because the risk you put on the line with that huge air to start on your 7 was pretty massive. How does it feel when you're in the lineup pulling something like that off?
For sure, especially when it's the first turn. It looks a little bit easier before you paddle out, because for us, you know, the ramps and stuff that are coming through, but I actually got out there and it was pretty tricky. It was hard to do an air. Yeah, and just some of the landings, some of the sections, it's just, you have to have really quick reflexes. So yeah, just happy to get a few waves and try to catch more waves in the heat just to give myself some chances. So.
Awesome. I know that you travel closely with Iago Dora and their family as well, alongside you and Julia. Was Iago pulling out that massive 9-point air some inspiration for you as well today?
Yeah, I didn't see it because I was getting ready, and then I heard everyone go wild. But yeah, I knew he did something big, and it's good to see him back doing big airs and going for it again. So yeah, it fired me up a bit. I was like, oh, okay, that's the first good score. Someone's done a big air, I'm going to go for it too.
And how are you feeling coming into El Salvador, back-to-back wins on the CT? It's looking pretty good for you in the rankings.
Yeah, just, I mean, starting from zero again, really here, you know, first heat, and just, yeah, I'm just keeping it simple right now. Hopefully get a few waves, and yeah, new place, same but different, but yeah, just enjoying the place for what it is, and yeah, I'm excited for more.
Well, we can't wait to see more surfing like that from you. Thanks so much, Jack.
Thanks.
There we go. Jack's in the Zen bubble right now, you can tell. Very paced. He knows this is the beginning of the road, and he's very, I like the fact that this young man's able to put himself in that zone and not get too far ahead of himself.
Yeah, he's got this impenetrable armor around him. It seems like, you know, he's kind of just quietening the noise. He's just sitting inside his own world and enjoying El Salvador for what it is. And yeah, he's going to do his work when the time comes, when that hooter sounds. He's going to bring out the blades.
Well, speaking of blades, it looks like those Sharp Eyes are working pretty well, because under the feet of Felipe Toledo, surfing his way to that 7.33. Super impressive from the leader in the rankings right now with his surfing. And you know what? We did see a board change happen for Brian Perez in this heat. With more details on that, I'm going to throw it out to Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Yeah, he was on a 6.3 chemistry, and then now he's dropped it down to a 6.2. He's looking at a little bit less length there to try and liven up the surfing. I think just one look at Toledo, and he's seeing how fast he was going. I feel like he needed to spice it up a little bit. He said, yeah, 6.2. We're going to get a shorter board, get a little more movement, make it a little more alive.
Thank you for the reporting, Strider. So, yeah, and, you know, Rosie, that does make sense. A little shorter rail line, a little shorter board to fit into these quicker transitions, if you will, with this wind swell joining in with the groundswell.
Yeah, and it tells me two things too, Capo, is like, one, Brian Perez is extremely tall if he's dropping down to a 6'2" to get a bit of shorter length. And two, this guy has got multiple game plans at the moment. He's got a plan A, a plan B, so he's really thought about his strategy for this heat.
Yeah, you know, to win the game, you got to play the game, and really it turns into these 35-minute blocks of playing the game, and wave selection, equipment, and your performance, and actually the priority rotation coming into play. Right now, Nat Young, needing a 7.08, has first priority, Rosie. He's been really good with his wave selection, but you talked about it before, priority paralysis. He's really going to be in a mindset right now to make sure he makes the right decision on a wave so that he can attain that number. Under priority, the Pink Panther looking down the line, feeling out this board after the equipment change, has to skip through multiple sections here. There we go with a nice snap and a quick combo up, finds a little bit more open face. This wave continues to push down the point, giving him more opportunity, and slides through that section. Long length of ride, and is able to finish it off. And the locals love it. Shannon, you're down on the cobblestones. How'd the support feel?
Oh, everyone's so pumped. Everyone just saw Brian Perez, the local powerhouse, get a wave down here. We're in Surf City. There's 21 kilometers of coastline here that have been dedicated to surfers, and we've got so many of those surfers here in the crowd, all stretched out behind me, all ready to cheer on the local and Brian Perez, and it's a great day to be down here in El Salvador.
It's a beautiful place. There's an abundance of surf, and a lot of effort made by the government over here to make this all happen. There's a huge variety of waves out here, Rosie, and we've been able to enjoy it. This is my first trip to El Salvador, and I'm so impressed.
Yeah, I love it. This is my third time. Yeah, I actually spent my birthday in 2019 surfing out here. You know, there's so much to see. I mean, right now we're in La Libertad. With Punta Roca, you get El Tunco is the next town over. That also has Boca, that has really fun waves, like a more beach breaky kind of cobblestone break. El Zonte, where I am staying at Puro Surf, there's you know, this right-hand point break. So, you know, there's just no shortage of variety of waves and what you can do and see here. The food is amazing. The people, like we said, are so welcoming. Oftentimes you get to a place and it can feel a little bit territorial. Here, everyone's stoked to see you and have you come into the community.
Well, let's check out a replay of the Pride, the local here, Brian Perez.
Yeah, Perez just trying to find his feet. Like we said, he did that board swap to get a little bit of shorter length. He did have a couple bobbles on the opening sections, but now he kind of finds his feet and really gets stuck into this wave. There's no particular wow moment for me on this wave, but it's definitely something where he's getting that momentum and finding that rhythm in this heat.
And there we go. That was a 3.77. We're halfway through the heat, and this is a perfect time to take a break. When we return, we will have the conclusion of heat number 4 in the opening round for the men's here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like, oh, the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that. And then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like,
I want to take this whole new mindset of like being relaxed and trying to surf my best in the Jersey. I don't feel like I've done my best surfing in the Jersey yet, so really just to simplify it, I'd like to do that.
Okay.
We're always in a hurry too.
And we're always
right?
in a hurry. Couldn't have been more perfectly.
Not only is he #1 right now in the rankings, he's also the host of the Corona Lay Day Diaries. And Felipe Toledo continues to perform as we can get back into live action here. I'm Kaipo, joined by the wonderful Rosie Hodge. And Felipe Toledo, we'll see if he increased on his score line, a 4.63. Rosie, he stays in the same position, but that's in the lead right now. Important wave coming up right now. Use of priority with Nat Young. And that would be, unless he can make it back out and regain priority, a priority error for Young. Here we go with the local wild card, Brian Perez, the Pink Panther. Big snap there, and the crowd roars on the cobblestones for that effort, looking for more open face, unable to find that. So Perez needs an excellent score of 8.87 to take the lead off of Felipe Toledo. As we can see the gallery here on the cobblestones in this beautiful structure that we've built for the first time we've brought a championship tour event to the shores of El Salvador.
Yeah, stoked to be here to witness this event. Front row action, and you know, I found myself watching Brian's wave and kind of just holding my breath as he was going through those maneuvers, going through the motions there. There was just parts where he was starting to get hung up. Thought he was really going to get to unleash something huge.
Yeah, just talking about the local efforts that have been so impressive here as we take a look at this replay for Brian Perez.
So you see Brian just display a lot of water there, kind of slides it out on the fins. Second turn, that's where he gets caught up. Unfortunately, I wanted to see him just combo up that maneuver on that section right there. He gets hung up.
Yeah, unfortunate, not able to find more open face. The score is going to really lean on that opening turn, a 3.97 for Brian Perez, and El Salvador representative, and this the entire country here has been so impressive. We have 21 kilometers of tourist zone of national interest set aside by the government with a number of surf spots. You talked about your experiences here before. El Tuco, La Paz, Punta Roca, El Zonte, all of them. I mean, how many surf spots are there within this 21 kilometers, would you reckon?
Yeah, and it's not just the amount of surf breaks. I also think it's the variety and the quality that you get. I mean, on different kinds of swells, you can find a little corner to surf. You know, those last few days, it's been kind of flat out here at Punta Roca. You can go down the coast and find a little wave that's sucking in more swell. There's kind of beach breaky action. We had rising tides the other day. Shannon went over to that, and she said there was this perfect little beach break for the young girls to surf. So there's definitely something for everyone over here in El Salvador.
Yeah, nice warm water. Don't have to worry about ice cream headaches over here in El Salvador. One guy that deals with it really well, coming from Santa Cruz, is Nat Young, as we just see him with a couple of snaps on the backhand. That's not going to be the 7.08 that he's looking for right now to retake the lead off of Felipe Toledo, just under 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's been, you know, just that race to overtake Felipe at the moment. Nat Young started so strong. Like you said, he's had such a good read. I think, you know, now that he's given a priority, I think he can really start to move around this lineup a little bit, because I noticed the waves that he's got his scores on so far have been a little bit further down the point, so maybe he can luck into a few more of those little gems.
Rosie, Strider wants to get on this conversation as we talk about the breaks and just the abundance of great wave riding here in El Salvador. Strider.
Well, we're in a local heat, right? And we got the Pink Panther out here doing his thing, and before him is Robert Rotterdam, who actually named Punta Roca Punta Roca. It was the name of the river mouth before, and then they decided, because of all the rocks, they actually changed the name here, and then the government came in and changed it completely. So this actual whole territory here, pioneered by Robert Rotterdam, and it's nice to see that you know, guys like that come down here and establish themselves. And Jimmy Rotterdam, his son, an amazing surfer from here. So just a shout out to Robert Rotterdam and all the other local surfers here who are established and making this place what it is.
Yeah, Jimmy Rotterdam and just a lot of the surf pioneers here. We're going to have more talk about pioneering surfing over here. We're going to have some legends on surf. I don't want to give up the surprise that we're going to present to you later, but we have had a lot of surf pioneers here in El Salvador. This particular break, the Chilama River right above Punta Roca, where it's fed by a lot of rains that come through this area, but also it's a volcanic neighborhood, so that those volcanic stones get tumbled on their way down the river, placed here, these giant boulders and cobblestones, and have made so many of these epic cobblestone breaks, Rosie.
Yeah, there's so much that goes into, you know, the ecosystem here that creates these waves that we get to enjoy. Yeah, it's just been a fun experience learning more about the area, and getting to travel here. And I'm excited. Like you said, we've got a special surprise coming up later. I think we're going to hear a bit more about what this place was like back in the day.
I love to hear from surfing legends. Well, you know, another thing is, since we're talking about our great experience here in El Salvador, I had my first pupusa yesterday, and I enjoyed it. And so now I think I'm going to be on a search for more pupusas throughout the rest of this trip.
You should. You should eat your full, because it's not like you're going to get to come here that often and eat pupusas, because that is like a culinary experience unique to El Salvador. So you eat your full.
I will. I'm getting hungry right now.
I know. I'm a little bit jealous just looking at you, because you can just, like, you got one of those metabolisms like a hummingbird. You can eat as many pupusas as you like. And no, it's so good. I mean, the food here has really been great. I'm staying at Puro Surf. Like I said, they've got a beautiful restaurant that overlooks the point, that uses, you know, local produce, and it's all just beautiful and fresh and healthy. So there's a lot to do here, a lot to eat, a lot to surf. You've got to keep the calories up if you're going to spend hours in the water.
Yeah. And bring your sunscreen, because it is warm, but I'm not complaining about the warmth, because I love myself some tropical climates. Up and out, Nat Young, just trying to find some positioning out here, trying to find and just shift out a diamond in the rough, as he's last in the priority line right now. So he's way up the point at Punta Roca, and just needs to fish one out under priority if he wants to attain a score.
Yeah, I think a nugget of information that I got from Jack's interview is just, you know, he said when you're standing on the beach looking at this wave, it looks super fun, but it can be deceiving when you're in the water at just how tricky it can be.
And it does push down the line quite rapidly, some of these. So sometimes, you know, you see a wave and it'll run faster than you think. So you really, positioning at the paddle and the takeoff is really, really crucial. I mean, these are the best surfers in the world. They surf really fast, but we've seen guys get caught behind the section here because of this running wave.
Yeah, you're kind of making that decision. Oh, here we go. Right up. Nat Young.
Here we go. Nat Young squares off the bottom. A nice hook off the top. That's all he's going to get. On the corner here, Felipe Toledo. Big fin throw. And another snap for Toledo, being patient here. You can tell him that he's looking for a ramp, but he's going to settle for a combo right there through the skating through the section. Builds up more speed and a vicious hack to finish, throwing the tail, busting the fins, double up on the inside, moves through again with incredible speed and rail work for Toledo. This wave continues to roll down the line, and he continues to perform. Looks like he's going to top his 5.57. Perez right behind him on a long wall, big snap, throwing a ton of spray, loading up and looking down the line. The wave stands up, and he carefully carves off the top. More double up action on the inside here for the Pink Panther, Brian Perez, looking for a finish, launches the air, throws the tail, goes complete. Score that for Brian Perez. Crowd loves it.
Yeah, good wave from Brian. Good to see him get what he was looking for, that opportunity, but also interesting exchange with Nat Young taking out the back and Felipe opting to use his priority on that wave, because that was a great wave for Felipe. It would have been a great wave for Nat Young, and probably would have got him back in the picture to be on top in this heat. Now Brian Perez also getting something to sink his teeth into as we watch him kind of looking down the line, trying to find that cupped out section. He finds that connection, looks down the line again, eyeing off another bowly section. He wraps it around. You know, he had to work with a lot of flat water out the back, but then he kind of tip-tap-toes right into that air reverse. Beautiful connection on that last turn. And Felipe, like I said, he used his priority on this wave, stopped Nat Young from getting any more scoring potential. This was a great wave. It had so many sections to it, so many little cupped out sections, little froth on the face. What do you reckon, Cops? Is he going to improve his 5.57 or?
I think he's going to improve his score with this, because look at this wave. It continues to give on the inside, gets a little more on the double up there, continues to quickly surf through this section.
Yeah,
and the variety of maneuvers also.
I mean, it's touch and go. There's a score that's dropped in for Felipe that didn't quite do it, but I'm also interested to see Brian's number come in.
Yeah, we're still awaiting scores for both Brian Perez as well as Felipe Toledo to set this heat and the situation in this heat. We're under the 4-minute mark, and judges are contemplating on those numbers to set the heat. Perez on the paddle back out. And anticipating his number from our on-site announcers to give him his situation.
And just in terms of a learning curve, I mean, my eyes are just so glued to what the judges are dropping. And I think for, you know, if Nat and Brian don't advance to this heat, they can still take out those lessons from what they've observed in this heat and the numbers that they were receiving from the judges. Go back and look at the tape and think about what they can do next time to get the advantage.
Scores starting to trickle in for Felipe Toledo, and it's evident that he is going to improve his situation. A 6.5 just drops for Toledo, and he extends his lead. We're still waiting for the number for Brian Perez on his last effort to establish the situation in this heat at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's tricky now for the surfers in second and third, looking at what they require. I mean, Brian, a near perfect 9.8 is what he needs, so you'd have to say he'd need to chop that up into 2 waves and maybe have another opportunity after this score drops in.
Yeah, he's going to reduce his deficit right now. Brian Perez as a score in a 4.93. Now the numbers and the situation set. 8.9 is the need for Brian Perez. Nat Young needing a flat 8. Nat Young with priority and 2.5 minutes counting down on the clock, and the information now from our on-site announcers, Rosie, are reaching our surfers' ears.
Yeah, you can see them just take a pause as they let that information sink in.
Priority yet to be established, and just dropped for Brian Perez is right behind line for Nat Young. So both second and third in this heat do have an opportunity in the final 2 minutes to take the lead off of Felipe Toledo, but it would have to be an excellent performance for either surfer to do so.
Yeah, it's so tricky. I mean, looking at all 3 of these surfers, they've all had such amazing moments. There's just been, coming up against someone like Felipe, who's so in form, that's got the momentum, it's just such a tough task to get that win against someone like him.
Felipe Toledo, we talked about at the beginning of the heat as we led up to this heat, is a surfer who's able to extract numbers out of waves that don't appear to have that potential in them, but just based off of his pure performance is able to get those big scores. And that's what he did again, Rosie.
Yeah, no, agreed. I mean, those are those, you know, they kind of set themselves apart. Those surfers that where you watch them take off on a 2-foot wave and you know they're capable of getting the score, those are the scary surfers. Like, you know, Italo, what he was able to do in 2019 at some of the locations. Felipe has that same aura about him. You never take your eyes off him. You never give him an inch in the lineup.
Gabe Medina the same way. There's a special breed. And you know what? Jack Robinson is adding his name into that list of surfers that can make numbers happen at will.
Yeah. That's a special skill.
Well, the waves have taken a bit of a breather here in the last 45 seconds of this heat, so things are looking like both Nat Young and Brian Perez will be heading to that elimination round for men, and Felipe Toledo looking good to skip that straight into the round of 16. Just 30 seconds to go, and not a lot of wave action. Perez looking at this insider. We'll see what he got. Nothing doing there, so the situation will remain the same as we start counting down this heat. And the obvious outcome right now with just 5 seconds is going to be Felipe Toledo taking out the win, 13.83 two-wave total, and skipping to the round of 16. We'll be back with heat number 5 of the opening round when we return to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Surf City, official tourism partner of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. By Corona, this is living. And by Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go! You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona, world #1 flexing in this running right-hander that is often compared to Jeffreys Bay, which he's dominated multiple times in the past. This one, warm water, and he was so explosive. Thanks for being with us. Another big heat about to start as we welcome in a very special guest. Honored to be next to the 76 world champ, Peter Townend. PT, so great to see you. Thanks for coming in.
It's an honor, mate, to be in the booth. You know, like we were just talking, I've never been in the booth to do a WSL World Championship Tour event, but I've done a bunch of QSs actually with you. Like in Sydney, we've done them, and different places, but it's great to be in, and it's great to be in El Salvador, because for me, it's a special place. This is where we made the movie Big Wednesday.
So many great things to catch up on. I cannot believe this is your first call on a CT heat. Laura Enever as well, longtime CT standout, here for the call. PT, so El Salvador was where you got a lot of the surfing done for Big Wednesday, or did you guys move around a bit?
Well, no, if you go back and watch the start of the movie, you'll see that the very first scenes and all of that stuff where Billy Hamilton as a doubles riding the broken board and stuff, that's all here. And then the scenes like where the 3 of us get on the one board, that's on Senzal. And then the scene called Jack's Lonesome Ride, which is before he goes to Vietnam, that's me surfing Senzal.
That is a special wave. I recently watched that again, and that is incredible. PT, Laura Enever joining us for the call as we dive into the story of Kolohe Andino, Italo Ferreira, Jackson Baker, all looking for a first-place position to skip the elimination round. Italo Ferreira, world #6, wants a spot in the WSL Final 5, Laura.
He really does. Italo, he's had some moments of brilliance throughout this year. He got that 3rd place at Portugal, but he is looking to climb the rankings, and he's looking more shredded than ever. You could actually break your wrist if you tried to punch those abs.
Oddly enough, it's a part of his training, isn't it? I saw a video of him doing pull-ups, and he had someone punch him in the stomach over and over again. No joke. It's totally a part of his fitness program. He is built like a wall. Italo is able to do some pretty hi-fi surfing in some incredible sections out here in the last couple of days. He can create speed in the flats. He's going to be very explosive in this heat. Also Jackson Baker, who is enjoying his first lap against the best in the world.
Well, Joey's on the right color board.
I was about to get into your favorite color, because we've seen this pink color being a favorite for a lot this year, as we see a lofty attempt at a forehand punt. PT, where did that begin with you? The color pink is kind of like a part of your last name.
My mother's to blame. So in 1969, I'm getting a new surfboard, and I'm just a grom. I'm not a surf star or anything at that point. And I'm dinner at the breakfast table. I said, "Hey, Mum, I'm going to get a new surfboard. And what color should I get it?" And she said, "Son, you should get it hot pink. They will never miss you." And so I got the board hot pink, and then I came second in the Queensland Junior Championships. And I went, wow, this pink thing's working. I might stick with this.
I think that is great. Oh, what a great idea. Italo Ferreira staying pretty active already. Let's see what he just did here, Laura.
Oh, wow. Italo looking fast. New haircut. Fresh. Faster than ever down the line, looking for this big section. Goes huge, and unfortunately just off the back there.
What an exciting surfer, an amazing personality, and trying to go for a 2nd world title this year. Last year went for a world title at the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals, which was incredibly exciting. PT, what was your reaction to watch that last September?
Oh, it was incredible. I was there for the whole event. I mean, to me, as a spectator now, that was one of the great days of professional surfing, because it changed the paradigm of the world tour. You know, and I think as a spectator, I mean, you couldn't beat that last day where every heat counted. Like every heat counted.
Really special to feel that type of intensity, knowing that it was going down on one day. So Italo's experienced that a lot in a short period of time, because his world title he did win was in that sudden death final at Pipe against Gabriel Medina, Laura.
Yeah, that was, what a moment that was. And, you know, he's in 6th right now, so he's going to be wanting to jump up and just secure that spot in the final 5. And, you know, he's been there before. He's incredible under pressure, and he pulls incredible stuff out of his bag when he most needs it.
Let's catch up with world number 1, Felipe Toledo's with Shannon.
In the yellow leaders jersey, Felipe, congratulations on a first heat win. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much. I feel great. I feel blessed, feel happy and comfortable too. It's been quite a trip since G-Land. Go back home for a night and then jumping on the plane again, El Salvador, and then only like 3-4 days to set it up and jet lag and surf and try new boards and all that. It's pretty crazy, but it's part of the game, part of surfing. Again, I'm humbled to be here and the position that I am right now, and yeah, I feel great.
Amazing. Talk to me about the likeness of this wave to Jeffreys Bay, a place where you've had so many good results in the past.
Yeah, it's super similar, except for the warm water, the warm weather. But other than that, the waves just, as fast as J Bay and a lot of sections, and you got to time it really good, where to turn and, like where to wait and do an air return. So it's kind of hard, but as soon as you get it, like you figure it out, it becomes like a really fun and super exciting wave. So yeah, stoked.
Well, it's exciting to see you out here as well. Would you like to say something in Portuguese to your friends and family?
Yes. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que está torcendo. Amo vocês, obrigado à minha família, minha esposa, meus filhos, meu pai, minha mãe, todo mundo que tá no time. Tamo junto, amo vocês. A gente se vê no próximo round. Valeu.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Felipe Toledo's kind of assumed the role as the captain of the Brazilian Storm with energy, with leading the tour rankings as he's chasing his first world title. Meanwhile, Italo lands a big full rotation during the interview, PT.
Well, yeah, I mean, the standard was set in the beginning of the day when Iago Dora did that incredible aerial right at the top of the point. I mean, I was sitting with some of the coaches, and they go, well, there you go. That's what's got to be going to happen, and you can see it right now, right?
Impressive. That was one of the best airs I've seen all season. I think Iago's punt, they gave him a 9. The debate's going on between his air and also Griffin's air that he landed where he got a 10 at Portugal earlier this season, Laura.
Yeah, both of those absolutely incredible. I just love seeing these. This is going to be such an exciting round. The waves that we have on offer, they are sectionally, they are fast, but it's going to, we're going to see so many of these guys going to the air, and already some incredible highlights from this event already.
So right here with this one, Italo earns a 4.67 on one maneuver. A lot of height, but he's probably going to want to get a better score. Maybe if you can combo that up, that'd be impressive.
Well, the judges have been pretty tough today. I was sitting with all the coaches, and they were calling a little higher on a lot of waves than what was being scored. It was hard to get out of the 5 and 6s to a 7 or a 8. There's been not too many of those today.
I even went up there on my break, and I was asking about Iago's 9. I was like, any 10s maybe get thrown? They're like, no. And then I realized it was time for me to walk down the stairs. It was really quiet up there. Obviously, the best judges in the world on the panel for an event like this, but they're also scoring it as a point break, looking at multiple different sections, maybe a single maneuver air as big as Iago's in a beach break. Maybe then they might have gotten closer to the 10.
Well, if we get lucky, because like I spent 2 months here, if we get offshore wind and the swell's this side, it becomes some barrels. They're real barrels. I mean, you can get barreled like you do on the Gold Coast if it comes offshore.
That's exactly what we're hoping for today. It's all about high performance action as we come off the bottom with Andino. Wraps the first section, now starting to drive down the line. There's the reverse attempt. He'll get stuck with now 25 on the clock. PT, first time you started hanging out with Kolohe. Can you remember way back when?
Oh, yeah. It was 2006, and I was now the coach of the U.S. World Junior team, and we were going to Brazil. And I had to talk his mother, Tina, into letting me take him to Brazil. She wasn't. She was. Dino was all for it, but Tina wasn't really for it. And I said, listen, I've got 2 sons that I raised. I know exactly what to do. Trust me, I'll make sure he comes back alive.
Yeah, and it's that, Laura, you remember being that age, getting sent around the world. It can be scary, especially for your parents going, bye guys, I've got a job to do.
Totally. I think my parents sent me off to Hawaii when I was about 11 years old.
You're kidding.
Yeah, missed my flight home, and I missed my 12th birthday party. They ended up having the party without me. Because, yeah, I mean, it's part of the sport, but the most special thing is that we get to get shipped off with our heroes, someone, you know, Chloe going off to Brazil with you would have been amazing PT, and I got to go off and stay with Lisa Anderson. So,
Oh my
you know,
God.
it was just
What a way to start.
Yeah, incredible way to start.
Well, that probably gave you that whole big wave charging thing that you have, is because you went there so early.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe a couple of screws loose.
Yeah.
A couple of screws loose.
Oh, we love it. Italo out in front, 4.67. Kolohe with the 3.33. Jackson Baker now holding down priority. And PT, quickly, El Salvador, you came here to do the filming for Big Wednesday. And is it true that you haven't been back since?
I've not been here in 45 years, and let me tell you, it's changed.
It has changed. Okay, that's what I was
where
going
we're
to.
sitting right now was just a fence with cactuses all the way down to. Bob Rotherham was here, and he had opened the restaurant down near the pier, and we ate there every now and again just to mix it up. But yeah, it was just fence with cactus pretty much, and of course the other part that was way different, no leashes.
And just looking at the size of these rocks, that
Well,
must have
no,
been.
and because we were doing a period piece, we couldn't have leashes on the boards that we were riding for the movie. We could wear them when we went shortboarding because we were on our shortboards, but for when we were making the movie, we weren't allowed. So there was a lot of rock dancing.
But at the time the filming was happening, you had just won the world title.
That'd be right. And
So you were defending world champ heading into 1977.
right.
And then you left the tour?
So if you just want historical context, so 76, there was no man-on-man. It was all 6-man heats, 12 events, and I got in 7 finals. Now, I never won one, but I got in 7 finals, and that's why I had enough points to win. Next year, the very first tournament of the year, set the stage for what we know as pro surfing today. Peter Druin ran the stubbies. And it was the first man on main, and the waves were perfect at Burley, like 6-8 feet Burley. And I lost a rabbit in the quarterfinals, and I came here, and all the guys are going, "You can't leave the tour, you're the champ." And I go, "Yeah, I'm going to Hollywood to make some money," because they paid us at Warner Brothers that $1,000 a week. I mean, you kidding me? We didn't win that for winning tournaments in those days.
Yeah, it was clear. You were going to the movies.
And so I came here, and a little later on, I got Ian Cairns the part as being the double for Gary Busey, and so he joined us a little later, and we stayed here for 2 months.
That is classic. Gary Busey played Leroy,
That's
the
right.
masochist.
It was a perfect match for Kanga. Come on.
Great looking back. That is a cult classic these days. Big Wednesday, released back in '78 to movie theaters all around the world. Great to have you back here in El Salvador. Now for the first ever CT event. As I look at the numbers, Kolohe has taken the lead. Italo to second. Jackson Baker is now going to roll into his first wave of the matchup. Moving down the line, he will kind of feel his way off the lip. Regains control off the bottom, then drills the second turn.
I'm liking that pink board.
I knew you would, PT. And now heading into this inside corner, snaps it well. And blasting it one more time. I felt like that wave just got better and better as he kept on surfing down the line.
Yeah, he waited over 10 minutes for that one. So, I mean, amazing start there for Jacko. He obviously has identified that he wants to be on the best waves of the heat. You know, Italo obviously going to the air right behind him. And, yeah, amazing. A couple of turns there. Sorry, not going to the air, but Italo getting busy at the start and going to the air. But Jackson, knowing that he needs to get on the best waves here.
Kolohe Andino throws down the ramp, or the wrap, I should say. Now gets a turn in off the top. Now patiently coming around the corner, styling through.
That was a like roundhouse wraparound,
Yeah.
like the old days of Chris Brown and the Bud Tour.
Oh yeah, one of the best wraps in the game, that's for sure. Always love a great shout out to the late Chris Brown. Kolohe Andino, always great technique. And whenever he did an air when he was a kid, Dino would always laugh and say, "I didn't teach him to do that." Dino always was focused on technique, perfect fundamentals. That form has just been ingrained in him since he was about 9 years of age, maybe even before that. Last score was a 2-6. Italo had some great power turns on the back end, and I love to see how Italo switches gears, Laura, from being able to do a single maneuver punt into a few carves. First, let's talk about Jackson's wave, Laura.
Yeah, this was a nice turn off the start. He almost lost it there, but just making his way around the section. Big turn, throwing a bunch of spray there. carving around and negotiating these bumps here. There's a lot of them today. So coming into the inside, I love the way he finished off here, and coming into the inside in a big tail blow to finish.
Well, the
Also,
interesting thing
Kolohe
with this
on
wave,
PT.
the interesting thing with this wave is we see Kolohe's wave outside. Is you want the ones that wind back at you a little bit. You don't want the ones that run away because then otherwise you just section comes down in front of you. And we've seen that happen a lot today where the guys are getting caught behind by overturning and not thinking like Queensland point break. You got to think Mick Fanning, go down the line and then worry about the maneuver.
Cool to see these surfers adapt quickly, kind of like Felipe was mentioning in his interview. They haven't had time. It wasn't one of those venues that could come early, work out some boards a week before the event starts. It's straight from going left in the jungle, a lot of flights to get here to El Salvador and trying to figure it out on the fly as we have a great opportunity to catch up with the local hero. We'll send it to Mitch.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, here with Brian Perez, the local sensation. I'm going to ask him this question in English, then in Spanish, translate his answer back. So the first thing I'm going to ask him is what it meant to him to be the first Salvadoran to compete at CT event and have the local support. Brian, para empezar, muchas felicidades. ¿Cómo se siente ser el primer salvadoreño en competir en un evento del CT, más aparte tu logro de haber competido contra el número 1 del mundo?
Sí, la verdad que es un sueño hecho realidad. Desde pequeño yo quería estar en esta stage y nada, la verdad que agradecido por esta gran oportunidad, agradecido con Dios porque me tiene acá disfrutando de este momento tan especial y agradecido con todos los salvadoreños que me están apoyando. Es algo, una vibra muy grande, para mí un momento muy especial que lo voy a guardar en mi corazón para siempre.
It's a great vibe just having all the Salvadorans down here with the support. It's just amazing. The sensation of competing at home here in Punta Roca, something he's never felt before. Now the second question going to be, what's it going to be like changing things up in the elimination round in comparison to the opening round? Así que tuvimos ya la ronda inicial, vas a estar en la ronda eliminatoria ahorita, pero ya después de haber competido contra el número 1 del mundo, ¿cómo te sientes tú entrando al resto del evento?
La verdad que ya el primer hit era un poco de nervios, la verdad, pero de ahí ya creo que el siguiente ronda a soltar todo lo que tenemos en la bolsa, así que nada, motivado, eso es solo un hit, sí, hay otra oportunidad, así que a darle con todo y yo creo que las olas van a mejorar, así que nada, enfocado a cambiar un par de cositas y de ahí enfocado y motivado para la siguiente ronda.
Felt a little bit of nerves, but now he's motivated and trying to do justice in the elimination round. He knows this way better than anybody else, so he's looking for the win here at his first CT event. Brian, muchas felicidades y mucha suerte.
Muchas gracias, gracias a todos por el apoyo.
Joe?
Love it. Gracias, compa. And I love the energy coming out of Brian Perez. They call him the Pink Panther around here. So more pink again. I think that's...
I'm liking him too.
Brian Perez is one of the most welcoming locals I've ever experienced when we all showed up here. He's just welcomed us with open arms. Same for his brothers that we've met, Gordinho, who's flying the drone, working for this event on site. They grew up right here on Punta Roca. And to see where Brian's going, just not only in the main event, but getting sponsor backing right after the trials win. What a special moment for the local community.
Well, and he's got world-class talent. I mean, I was here yesterday when they were doing some just warming up, and he was out there with Ethan Ewing. There was just a couple of them, and he was mixing it up. I mean, he's really got good talent. He's got to get himself into that Challenger series and, get some results.
And he's only 22 as well.
He's only 22?
Yeah.
Wow.
With that beard, you'd think he's 30s.
Yeah. I'm still trying to grow a beard as we watch Kolohe up and out. Still waiting for a 4.62. And thinking about him getting the attention as this local hero, take us back to the 70s, PT. I mean, when you were surfing for the movie Big Wednesday, was there a local scene in the water at the time?
There were a couple of locals that surfed out here, but of course Bob Rotherham had come here from the East Coast and opened the restaurant, and so he was out there. And there were a few expatriate Californians down here at the time. A couple of Dankin brothers from Huntington Beach were down here, and then they were hanging around, and a couple of them got little jobs as extras on the movie set. They didn't come down for that, but they ended up, sneaking in and getting a few free lunches, on Warner Brothers.
Right place at the right time. And mentioning the Rotherham, the last name, you think of Jimmy.
Great surfer.
Amazing surfer. I remember watching so many video parts of Jimmy surfing all these point breaks. That was really put the place on the map even further back at the turn of the century. As we'll take a quick break here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Italo Ferreira still out in front.
I want to take this whole new mindset of like being relaxed and trying to surf my best in the jersey. I don't feel like I've done my best surfing in the jersey yet, so really just to simplify it, I'd like to do that.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most, by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
As surfers, we love traveling around the world, finding the best waves, going to the most beautiful beaches. Well, PT started it, and we're still doing it today, but we obviously want to give back to the local communities and make an impact to stop plastic pollution, restoring the coasts, and reducing climate impacts. So you can join the conversation, hashtag #WeAreOneOcean, and tag @WSL to show us how you are doing your part. Is We Are One Ocean. 12 minutes on the clock. Italo and Jackson waiting for scores. First place skips around, and that's what they're all trying to do right now. During the break, Italo got this wave, Laura.
Yeah, nice first turn here. This has a nice bolt with this wave. Big, tight turn in the pocket. Let's see if he can finish it off and get another turn. Slashes, working his way to the inside, stalling a bit to try get something, but unfortunately nothing at that end section. Jackson Baker on a big-looking wave. He started off with that 5, 6, 7, the best wave of the heat, so this is his backup right here. Bowling section, huge turn. See if he can get something critical on the inside here. Big turn. Oh, just goes down.
Couldn't ride out of it.
Incomplete, but what a great wave for the height, the bowl on it. He did have a lot of white water on the face, but he looked like he had total control. And it's great to see a wave of that size with some critical sections, but he knows he left some points out there falling on that critical finish. Jackson Baker, proud to represent Meriwether Beach. PT, do you catch up with MR quite often these days, or?
Of course, and I hadn't met Jackson. He's a Newcastle boy, so I went up and introduced myself, and we were just talking about MR because yeah, MR and I grew up together, but he lived in Newcastle. And school holidays, his dad would drive him to Coolangatta, so that we were teenagers surfing what today's the Superbank, but in those days it was Snapper and Rainbow and Greenmount. So MR and I have known each other a long, long time. As we see Kaloe there taking a little fall, unlike him to miss a snap off the top like that.
Yeah, it's so true, especially seeing him free surf. He's been out there with his nice routine every day. I feel like his boards look incredible. He's been landing everything he's been going for. Interesting how things change sometimes when the jersey's on, Laura.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's so much bump and stuff to negotiate out there today. And I think, you know, it's been quite clean before the event, and we've seen some incredible highlights of Kalohe. As we see Jackson here, this was a good-looking wave, one of the biggest waves that we've seen these guys get in the heat. Started off nicely, came around, hit it. This was the wave that unfortunately he didn't finish off, so he left some points out there. Some whitewash on the face, but he negotiated it well. If he'd been able to finish this end section, it could have been...
Well, probably would have put him in first, I would think, because he didn't need much of a score.
Interesting. 9:30 on the clock. Strider, did Jackson make a board change?
Not Jackson. It was Italo. Italo made the board change out here. I went over to look at the board to find out why he changed out in the water here, and his caddy said, I don't know. And I don't know if he's just not giving me the info, but then we looked at the board and there's no numbers on the board, absolutely nothing. So interesting. You know, he's basically got his own head around what he's got under his feet, not telling anybody what's under his feet, and he just came over to switch it out. It might have been an epoxy to poly changeover. There was one was epoxy and one's poly, so maybe that was the change in the board. One a little too light on the surface, the other one's digging in a little deeper, and that's the one I think he just grabbed.
Good man, Strider.
Must be a Stoked model.
He just wanted to do the rock dance one more time, show off. He's been doing that better than anyone.
The Stoked model is something he definitely worked on with Timmy Patterson, as we've got Jackson looking like he's going to crush that first turn.
Oh.
He does, but he can't right away.
Well, to Laura's point, you know, I've been sitting in the competitor area, and we don't see it as much as they do, but they say the bump on the wave out there is really serious. You know.
And we're seeing that in real time, and definitely looking at turns that these guys pull off all day long. It's definitely wreaking havoc at the moment. Kolohe setting up a first turn, framed it up well. Into the open face, slashing cut back. He's got an inside track to punt. There's the reverse for Andino. 3 different types of turns. Looked like he had some fun on that wave, Laura.
Wow, that was a good wave. Clean face, finally. He's probably just like, thank you, finally something clean that I can work with here. And, you know, that signature blowtail air reverse that we're used to seeing Kolohe do since he was 2.
It's so true. He's had that thing up a lot.
That's about right.
There comes Jackson off his first turn. There's his second. Nice pace off the bottom. Messy section, but he rides away. Fades it quickly and shuts this one down. The winner at Surf Fest on his home break earlier this year has really felt like he's on quite a roll, surfing with a lot of confidence. And
Well, I have one thing in common with him. I won Surf Fest an awful long time ago.
Do you remember when that was?
1973, yeah.
You have an incredible memory.
Who was in the final, though?
Well, no. That was one of the few times I beat Michael Peterson.
Wow. And that's something you'll never forget. Snap right under the hook there for Jackson on the replay here, Laura.
Yeah, this was super nice. It looks like Jacko got this one paddling back out, and Italo was too deep, so he did some work on it. He's actually got into the lead. He got a 6.1 on that wave that he fell on in the last turn, but you know, here's the wave from Kolohe. Coming off the bottom, nice slash in the possum. Another slash.
Yeah, really looking solid. And then the air section, Laura.
Yeah, this was amazing. So clean. Came around, just stoked. I love the way he just moves and shuffles his feet around his board. Basically, toes on the nose. He's doing them.
It's such a good point how technical you can get with footwork on shorter boards, especially with airs. You look at their boards in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and they're waxed from tail right up to the nose.
Well, that was a critical wave, Joe, for Kolohe, because now he's back in the mix. Look, if you look, he doesn't need that bigger score now to be able to take the lead.
Huge turning point for Andino, chasing a 6.27 now. Italo holds priority. He's chasing Jackson Baker. So Baker's been the most selective, and he's holding down the lead, anticipating another number to come through. I feel like Jackson's wave selection's been solid, and he's just fallen on a couple of key points. Let's get an update on the conditions with the Wasps.
Thanks, Joey. Yeah, you know what? The waves are getting a lot better. We got that tide pushing in, and the faces are starting to draw out. Higher tide, larger faces. I love the look of it right now. So we're looking like we're going to get some better conditions as the tide rolls in. The wind's mellowing out a little bit. So it's really fun to see these things line up. Jackson Baker just paddled by. He said, oh, I think the food got me this morning. So I don't know if he's feeling something, but, oh, I'm going to get caught inside.
All right, Strider, pack the mic, and we will talk to you in a moment. 5:15 on the clock. Jackson Baker, 6.17 and a 5.67. But promising, hearing that the tide's starting to fill in and might get a little bit easier to surf, hopefully.
Well, and like I said, there is a rumor that the wind might go offshore. And if it goes offshore with the incoming tide, it's going to be really good in the afternoon.
Fingers crossed. Thinking about the waves you got to surf back in the 70s, did you get to surf Punta Roca, or were you surfing
No. We surfed. We filmed at Punta Roca, and then we filmed at Senzal. Those were the 2 primary locations, and you know, we had some incredible days, especially Senzal. You know.
How did your career change after the movie?
Well, I think if I look at it from a point of view of my peer group, you know, like, one of the things that had separated me from my peer group, because going off to make that movie in Hollywood, I get asked so much about, you know, being in the movie Big Wednesday, and And so, you know, from a career point of view, I always reflect fondly on that. You know, like, and we have someone up here just looking like a tallow on his backhand.
That's right, loading up off the bottom. Nice vertical snap. Nice controlled surfing from Italo. So spontaneous, he will ramp up if he gets the section, but clean backhand surfing. And he'll just shut that one down.
Wave.
Smart maneuver choice, Laura, for Italo, chasing a 6.84.
Yeah, that was a clean wave by Italo. He obviously knows he just needs that mid-range score, so going to turns and getting some work done for sure.
Real clean read. Italo got his first victory of his career on his backhand attack at Bells over Mick Fanning in his retirement event. And then everything changed. He learned the way to win. Backhand wins at Karamas as well, where he even had a perfect 10 on finals day. Very explosive. PT, what'd you think?
Yeah, well, he got really good solid turns on this wave. Without the aerial, it's interesting. The guys have been doing these aerials and they're getting this big score, you know, but this is just solid, great surfing from Italo. Good snaps in the open face. I'm interested to see where they go with this score, because out today, they haven't been giving out big scores, and he needs basically a 7. He needs a 7 on this wave if he's going to go to the lead.
It's interesting, too, when you look at the numbers he's had this year. He's only had 4 numbers all season that were above the 8-point range. So he's often winning heats in 6s and 7s, as he's number 6 in the world at the moment, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a strong competitor. I think this year it's probably thrown him off a bit. He's had, you know, moments of brilliance and then, you know, some tough losses as well. But, you know, just saying, noting what you were saying, PT, I don't know if that's going to be the score. It's going to be closer to help his cause, though.
Well, it's definitely going to improve on his second wave. I just don't think it's enough to get in front of Jackson.
Gabriel Medina very focused on the waves here at Punta Roca. Awesome to see his comeback at G-Land.
Oh my God, the heat against Judson Adre. I mean, he was back.
Oh yeah, didn't need any warm-up to feel the jersey. Everyone was thinking, all right, well, he's already the favorite to win no matter how much time he takes off.
So many
Here's the score that just came in.
Italo 6-1-7.
Not enough.
In second. Baker out in front. Kolohe drops to third with priority. All with similar type numbers. Jackson with a 6 and a 5. Italo with a 6 and a 5. Just a lower score for Jackson, putting him just out in front with 90 seconds to go.
Well, and it's so tight, and Kolohe has the priority. So if he, as I say, if you get the wave, you have a canvas of opportunity. And right now, if he can get the wave, he could win the heat.
Italo might be searching for a ramp here in the final minute to try to get the lead. Just trying to tag all these sections. Racing down the line, forces the fin throw. But the wave didn't really help him out too much, did it?
No, it didn't.
That was a tough wave to surf. It was obviously a small one paddling back out, and you know, he tried to go down the line looking for some sort of big section, and we could tell he wanted to punt, but he just didn't get there. But that cool fin release at the end, that was some nifty work.
Yeah, it was a well surfed wave, but it didn't give him the opportunity to score what he needs.
Important ride for Andino. Uses his priority with 40 seconds. And he just has to step off.
He was looking, you could tell he was looking for a ramp too.
That's been kind of the recipe of today, getting those big scores. Felipe was brilliant, throwing combination of airs with explosive turns as well. Down to 20 seconds. Andino can't catch up to that one. It looks like he might be having to face the elimination round. Italo standing by for his last number. And it might just be up to that score to see if Baker can hang on. Italo's already on the rocks. He is the quickest guy on the rocks out of anybody in the field. Usually people take their time, not Italo.
Those rocks are crazy to get over. I mean, Laura would have experienced Burley Heads rocks. Those aren't easy to get over either.
Yeah, I hate rocks.
Well, it's all about this wave, Laura. Do you think it'll be close?
Oh, I think it'll be close. I just don't know if the wave had the height and enough critical maneuvers to get to that high 5 he was looking for. But, you know, nonetheless, he's surfing so clean and sharp. Unfortunately, yeah, 4.7, not enough for Italo there.
So not getting the score at the buzzer. Italo stays in second. Kolohe stays in third. It's Jackson Baker taking the big win to skip all the way into the round of 16. More action continues here in the opening round of the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. We'll be right back. It is a nice hot afternoon here at Punta Roca as the opening round continues for the best surfers in the world. Heat number 6 for the men. We've got Griffin Colapinto as the top seed, number 7 in the world. Got his first victory of his career earlier this season in Europe. Kai Wabeli, he's dropped to number 11, but he kicked off this year as a wild card replacement for Gabriel Medina. Started off with an equal third at Pipeline, enjoying his best year to date competitively. And Jake Marshall representing Encinitas, who might kind of quietly be the guy who has the most experience here in El Salvador. His family has a home just a few minutes away from Punta Roca, so he's had a lot of reps, and a lot of surfers talking about how to figure out new locations. Must be nice for Jake to kind of be in his second home.
Yeah, I was talking to Jake over in G-Land, and he was so excited to get down here. It's a second home for him, and you know, he was like, don't tell anyone about all the fun waves around. I want to have them to myself. But you know, Jake, he knows this place so well, and you know, he's going to know most of the rocks at Punta Roca here.
Yeah, it's really cool. He talked to Brian Pettis, the Pink Panther, and he's like, oh, I've known Jake and all the Marshall brothers for a long time. In fact, even was able to get one of Jake's old boards back in the day that really helped him get started on some really good equipment, which is really cool to see how close-knit our surfing community really is.
Yeah, it's so close-knit. I mean, I think us surfers, we're all out there, and it's like we have an instant connection, you know, riding waves, riding lumps of ocean that just get produced way out in the middle of the sea. It seems quite crazy, but we're all here doing it, and yeah, another fun heat. It seems like the waves are actually pushing in more. We saw some of the biggest sets today in that last heat, and I think we're going to see a lot more.
It's interesting how spiritual it can be for people and how much it can change your life riding just one wave.
For sure.
Next thing you know, you're stuck in this beautiful world of chasing waves around the world. Laura, do you remember your first wave of your life and where it was?
I think I actually... I don't know exactly where it was. I remember, you know, just going up and down the east coast of Australia with my dad. He taught me how to surf, and then, you know, surfing in Bali where it was nice and warm. And I just remember when I was 9 years old, I got so hooked, and it was like, quit gymnastics, quit all the other sports, and it was just every day down at the beach.
That was it.
Yeah, that was it.
Destiny was clear to be one of the best surfers in the world. Griffin Colapinto, we were just chatting with his father, who's down here supporting him in this event. Long-time lifeguard. I think he's coming up on 40 years of service and protecting everyone in the beaches in San Clemente. Mitch, his father, had a really good routine. School teacher during the year and then lifeguarding through the summers down at Trestles. So it just made sense for Griffin and Crosby to be down at the beach all day. They've got a surf camp in their family, and
so cool.
I think oftentimes Griffin would just want to show off for the campers, being this young little Grom that was ripping in the local events, and people are getting the first waves going, who is that kid? He's already doing airs? Who knows? I think that kind of built Griffin into being the showman that he is today.
Totally, and I mean, just after surfing against, watching Kolohe surf his heat, I mean, that whole San Clemente crew is so tight, and Kolohe took them all under his wing. I remember seeing Griffin and all the other boys, Jet Schilling and Cade, when they were so young, and you know, they're all surfing so amazing now, and they pump each other up. It's like a little brotherhood, and then Crosby as well. Griffin and Crosby just released their movie DNA, which is apparently insane.
And speaking of Griff, there he goes to start carving on that opening section. Now just pacing and waiting for something big. Big coil up off the bottom, fin to the sky. Awkward fall there for Colapinto.
Ow. You know, it's coming down here, it's the hot water. There's so much that can, you know, change up your board. The water is so hot that sometimes your wax can get slippery, your feet can be slippery, but hoping his knees are all fine there.
Yeah, that was a big section. Kind of another story of like Kolohe landing everything in the warm-ups. Griffin's been on fire in the warm-up sessions and just falling on his opening wave. Float to start for Jake Marshall. Hard off the bottoms, nice snap off the lip. Now digging into this nice quiet top turn, just keeping connection with this wave down the line. Deeper off the bottom there, nice snap. And he will hop out. Now it's Kaio's turn. Former World Junior champ starts off with the roundhouse, then throws the reverse. Nice transition. Vertical off the lip. And now attacking the oncoming section. Well, red wave for Kaiwi Belly.
Wow, all three surfers getting started there. That was exciting stuff.
Really enjoyed that. All surfing completely differently. All three regular footers get to look right at this wave on their front side. So Griffin already has the 2.5. We'll see how much better Jake's was. And then for Kaio, he got to mix it up quite a bit there.
Yeah, I think Kaio's definitely going to get the best of that exchange. It was a really good start. As we see Griff's wave here, he came around the section, a nice carving turn here. Just, yeah, sort of negotiating these bumps here and looking for a nice section on the inside. And, you know, we knew he was going to coil up for these end sections that he's so used to hitting, and that would have been amazing, but unfortunately the foot's slipping. Let's have a look at it here. Blows the tail around, and yeah, that back foot just slipped off. Almost did some butt surfing.
Tut fall there, and then what about Jake's wave?
Yeah, this wave was a really well surfed wave, like very well read. It just unfortunately didn't have any huge sections. Jake smashing that part there, and a couple of floats around the section, just waiting for it to bowl up. Coming through the inside, and unfortunately I think he just probably was hoping for something bigger here, but you know, look, he's surfing so smooth and like he's been here a lot before. Kaio, here's his wave, a nice big carve to start. Here he blows the tail around, spins around, and then this is his big turn to finish. Sorry, not that one. Here we go. Boom, a huge layback slash there. Loved that from Kaio.
Well, red wave for Kaio, so not the complete roundhouse to start. Nice carve, and then really got moving down the line. Griffin Colapinto drills the first section of his second ride of the matchup. And just a mountain of whitewater is going to shut that one down quickly. But that first connection was brilliant.
That was looking like such a good wave to start. Unfortunately, just didn't have a second section there, but that first turn was huge.
Well, I was wondering if my friend was going to text me back. It's better if he just calls, right? Perfect time for a phone call from our very own Chris Cote, calling us from North County, San Diego. Cote, so great to see you. Thanks for calling.
Hey, first time caller, long time listener. Excited to be on the other side watching in, as I would be doing anyway. But I get very excited when I see that these contests are in fact on. And I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. This wave looks super fun. Actually, was just down in El Salvador a couple weeks ago. I wouldn't say I'm an El Salvador expert, but I'm definitely an El Salvador enthusiast.
Oh, especially, I think the last couple of years, Chris, you've been coming down here, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been on free surf trips. I've worked some big events down there as well. And it's one of those places that I've kind of had the chance to see grow, not only on the, being there, boots on the ground, but also seeing it from back here, it's just really fun to see this rising surf nation and to see, you know, what the government has done to put so much behind our favorite pastime, our favorite sport. And I don't think I've ever seen it happen this fast and this effectively, you know, calling it Surf City, creating that tourist zone, and really making it a super welcoming place for surfers of all skill levels. I know I sound like an advertisement here, but I really believe it. I love El Salvador, and I think I can clearly see you guys are loving it as well.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I think every time we visit somebody, Chris, we're going, oh, wait, I want to stay here next year. Then you go to the next place. You can't really go wrong. And oftentimes you've got a fun wave you can walk to right out in front, which makes it really convenient. You want to find a nice place to stay, good waves right out in front, and then talk about the food as well. You've got to have a few pupusas last week when you were here.
Oh, absolutely. I put a couple in my pocket and imported them back to the States with me. I like them that much. Yeah, you know, it's definitely one of those places that will surprise you. You know, I think historically speaking, El Salvador has always kind of had a feeling of, ooh, should I go? What is it like? But in the past, decade, they've started this rise, and in the past 2 years, the investment into the local infrastructure, into surfing as a whole, has made them I would say it's a blueprint for other rising surf nations to follow, because not only do they have these amazing waves, but also the ease in which you can get there. So hopefully we'll see rising surf nations around the world follow this blueprint, put the dollars where they belong, in surfing.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Chris. And I mean, you're in the same board riders club as Jake Marshall. And then we found out that he's actually been coming down here for a very long time. Did he tell you anything about that, coming to El Salvador early, or is he trying to keep it top secret?
El Salvador, I would say, is kind of, was for a long time a low-key surf destination for surfers in California, of course, on the East Coast. You have Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and I would say El Salvador fits right in there in the mix as popular surf destinations for the better part of the last 20 years. For Jake, for him sneaking down there, of course, he is a high-speed surfing regular foot, and as you know, El Salvador has plenty of right-hand point breaks for a guy like Jake Marshall to tear apart. So, of course, he would be a guy that would really love surfing in El Salvador, and I think it suits his skill set. And I think, like El Salvador, Jake Marshall has really surprised a lot of people around the world for what he's accomplished already this year. And in both cases, El Salvador and Jake Marshall, huge things in the not-so-distant future.
Chris, it's Laura here. How you going?
Doing great. Good to see you.
We miss you, but where's your favorite spot to surf down here?
I mean, the left at La Bocana is pretty much a dream wave for a goofy footer or a regular footer. I mean, super powerful. I liken it to kind of a lowers on some performance-enhancing drugs. It has so much push, and it will destroy you. I think Central America is not known globally for its power, but wherever you paddle out in El Salvador, you will feel it. It's right up there with Hawaiian style power. I went down there and brought, I don't know, a 5'4", and I got destroyed. So if you're going to El Salvador, bring some good wave boards, maybe a step up, because even on a day like today, I'm sure all these surfers coming in, yeah, this is what you would call flat in El Salvador, just like on the North Shore. The flat days are overhead. So I think these surfers, as they're looking down the contest window, are going to be excited as we see hopefully swell increasing. But the place in general has this really surprising, friendly vibe. You can walk around the streets in Surf City, especially, with so many places to stay, great food, and I don't know, I felt very welcomed. And I think to have these big events like on this scale down there is showing the world that El Salvador is right up there among all top surfing destinations. So yeah, long answer to your question. My favorite waves so far, I would say La Bocana left, and there's a couple little sneaky spots, a couple 20-30 minutes on either side of you that are super fun.
As we'll drive down the line with Jake Marshall, throws down a nice vertical snap. Quick fade to set up this inside bowl. Extends the float. Straight off the lip again. Marshall loading up for another float. Nice smooth approach into this inside section. Big tail blow, ends up incomplete. So missing the finish, but had a real clean effort before that fall, Laura.
Yeah, that was such a nice wave. It had that beautiful line on it that we're used to seeing here at Punta Roca. He got a lot of work done, and that would have been a pretty good score if he could have held on to that last tail blow.
So Jake Marshall, 4.17 to start as we go back to the first turn. Great connection to start, Laura.
Yeah, just negotiating that bump there and waiting for it to double up on the inside here. Gets the nice float and then comes around. Nice snap in the pocket. His board's looking so great. Lining up for this inside section. This was where the money was, but unfortunately just going down there.
So wiping out there as we stand by for scores of last of Jake Marshall. Still hanging out with Chris Cote as well, but we'll hear from the winner of the last heat. Jackson Baker is with Shannon.
Jackson, congratulations on a heat win. You're past the elimination round, which is a great result at the moment, working your way through. Talk to me about how you're feeling out there.
Yeah, it feels good, definitely to get that one underway. Yeah, post-cut, it's been tricky to adjust now, like the pressure's off, but it's how much pressure you put on yourself. And yeah, I learned a lot of G-Land, and now I'm back to really fire up and yeah, show that I deserve to be here. And yeah, that was a good heat. I mean, I left a lot of meat on the bone out there. I probably left a 7 or an 8 in the hands there with that fall, but that, I mean, winning a heat with things like that to learn from, yeah, I'm stoked. So moving on through, I'm really happy to avoid that elimination round. With coming into this comp as one of the lowest seeds, you don't want to be there.
And talk to me about just finding some rhythm out there, working out the right waves and adjusting to some different conditions here.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a fun wave. Like, I'm just stoked we're back on a right point. This is it's a dream. Even though it's onshore, it may look on the webcast that it's not that fun, but like, I mean, regardless of the wind, it's a world-class wave and it's so fun. I managed to get 2 sets and that was the plan. So yeah, I'm enjoying my time here. I'm staying in a beautiful place at Puro Surf, and with Carissa and Rossi, we got a great little squad going. So yeah, I'm just enjoying my time.
What's the late days been like before competition has started with the 3 of you?
We've just been cruising. Yeah, just surfing, not doing too much. We like to keep busy, but you also got to have rest as well. I'm on Chris's program. We're having a couple naps, mid-arvo naps, so everyone kind of goes into their rooms and has naps. But I mean, that's what keeps you going over here. It's so hot. It's hard to adjust to the temp here. Even though we did come from G-Land, this heat's really hot and it's a really dry heat, so you got to keep hydrated and yeah, just push through.
We'll definitely drink some water, and well done out there.
Thank you very much.
Great job for Jackson Baker. What a stellar athlete he is, and doing a great job first to survive the midseason cut and still winning heats. Chris Cote, how have you been taking in Jackson Baker's rookie performance?
Yeah, it's been incredible. You know, we started seeing the rise of Jackson Baker a couple years back on the QS. He had some stellar runs through the Advanced Triple Crown of Surfing events on the North Shore. You know, I think Jackson is in a similar position as Jake Marshall. I don't think a lot of people kind of had them on their radars to even make the mid-year cut. So for these two surfers already overachieving in their rookie seasons, I would ask you guys. I'm watching the contest through the computer. I watch both these guys surf at Pipeline from the host set. What have you guys seen as the big change with Jackson Baker and Jake Marshall that has kept them surfing at this level? I think Jackson's definitely a louder kind of showman in terms of, you always see him on the broadcasts, and saw some great videos of him in the jungle at G-Land, while as Jake Marshall kind of in the shadows, more low key. But what about their surfing has impressed you guys and kept them on tour all this time?
Oh, it's such a great question, Chris, as we just track down the line with Jake for a moment. I think the world was blown away when Jake Marshall stepped up and took out John Florence at Sunset Beach. You know, for that event as well, and even for John, quarterfinal pipe, the way he surfs Sunset is unbelievable, winning the digital Triple Crowns in the past, but also for Jake to step up and show that, hey, I surf Sunset all the time, and that he's put those reps in. He kind of was maybe an underdog in the rookie class picture, but he proved, you know, how much time and how much effort he really has put in. So I think for me, it was thrilling to see Jake getting to show the world all that hard work and definitely making a statement, making the midseason cut. For Baker as well, I think it's interesting when someone's personality is so amazing that sometimes that always captures my mind, but I think it does for a reason, because that energy he brings into the water as well. And so his heats are very enjoyable, very entertaining, and I feel like they're just beginning as well, Laura.
Totally. I feel like with both of these surfers, it's so exciting because we don't know what to expect from them. And, you know, we saw Jake obviously blow up at Sunset and take down John and, you know, have some incredible performances there, as well as Jackson. He had some incredible highlights. I remember that wave at that pipe that he got, that really round, thick one, and that was, you know, he was just, you know, he couldn't wipe the smile off his face at pipe. He was like, I can't believe I get to surf this with, you know, no one out. And so I think for both of these guys, this is so fresh and fun, exciting, and they've grown so much throughout the year. And, you know, Jackson obviously at G-Land was having so much fun, life of the party. And then, you know, this event, he's like, staying off the Coronas, not going to have any until after I'm back into business. Like, I'm serious now. And so, you know, it's been a roller coaster year for everyone. And, but yeah, so many, you know, incredible moments from both of these guys. So I'm stoked to see them have made this mid-year cut. Jackson Baker especially, you know, yeah, he actually had to do a GoFundMe to get back here on tour to do the Challenger Series last year, and you know, to see him make the most of that is really cool. Oh, great stories on tour, and you know, adding to Jake's highlight, but also then hurting himself in Portugal, dislocating his shoulder. I know he's done that injury before in Chile. That made me really nervous, but how quickly he came back and how determined he was must have made everyone in the parking lot at Seaside really proud, Chris.
The Lot Trolls always showing all the support for Jake Marshall. And, you know, he shows it right back when he comes back into town. Nearly every time there's something to celebrate. We always have really fun pizza parties for Jake whenever, you know, he wins a heat, pizza party. You know, gets a good result, pizza party. And anytime he comes home, he comes straight home to a pizza party. So it's really cool for the local community. You know, we had Rob Machado as our tour surfing hero for a long time, and now we all celebrate Jake Marshall, you know, when he's in town or out of town. And right now, I bet the Lot Trolls are a little nervous because Coyote Belly has been on fire all season long. I'd say one of the toughest surfers to beat on tour this entire year, and he has been a stalwart on my fantasy team. I don't think I've taken him off the team yet, and I'm not going to do that anytime soon.
Smart man, Chris. As we go to the replays, waves are looking incredibly fun. Look at this wall that he had to dig into, Laura.
Yeah, this was an amazing wave. Kyle sat and waited. He's only got 2 waves in this heat, and look at this one. It was an absolute gem, getting in these big sections here and coming around the section. Unfortunately, couldn't get another turn in there, but yeah, strong wave to back up his 6.33.
And then to Jake Marshall, looked engaged here, Laura.
Yeah, that was a nice turn there. So tight in the pocket and just finishes it off there.
Great read, especially on the last 2-turn combo. Part of that wave for Jake Marshall, probably his best so far. Kai Wabelli getting a solid number to go with his 6.33 as well, as this heat still has plenty of time. Chris Cote, miss you, man. Thanks so much for calling, and can't wait to hang out with you in the booth in Brazil, basically next week. We'll see you very soon.
Yeah. If you guys need anything from America, just send me a text. I'll bring it for you to Brazil. Cannot wait. It's always one of my favorite events of the year.
Do you mean that? A board and some clothes would be great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, a board depends on the board, I guess.
You guys
Oh, Laura, I'm not bringing one of your big wave guns, so sorry about that. Anything 6.0 and under, I'll bring down for you.
A couple of peanut butter cups, please.
Good man, Chris. Enjoy the action. We'll be talking to him very soon. Chris Cote is a man of many talents, surfs, DJs, in the band, cut you up. There's nothing really he can't do, which is always fun to hang out with as well.
A good vibe.
A lot of action in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with this man preparing, a 3-time world champ. Gabriel Medina preparing for Callum Robson and Jadson Andre.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably like 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So what I've been riding lately, my own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to El Salvador. What a beautiful country. Here for the first time. Laura, your first time?
Second time, actually.
Lucky.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I've seen so much more of, the country and Surf City since I've been here. And, we've had some fun waves. We've had some good sessions together, Joey.
You were ripping. I saw your combo the other day in front of Puro Surf.
Oh, trying to keep up with you.
Hashtag put Laura back on tour as quickly as possible. It's just so enjoyable when you have multiple waves to surf around a venue. Traveling on tour for so many years, you know what it's like for the battle to warm up and try to feel your equipment before an event starts. But some of these surfers actually opted to surf other waves around the region just to get some space.
For sure. I think that's, so important. Everyone's had their different, strategies coming into this event. Like we were hearing Felipe and a lot of the guys talk about, it was a huge journey here from G-Land and, the jet lag and just getting used to this area. So many crew have just kind of stayed and surfed out the front of where they were staying and, just getting into their groove here. And then some of the other guys like Jack Robinson have been surfing at 4 a.m. out here at Punta Roca and Italo out here every day. So, everyone doing their own thing just to get ready for this incredible event.
Gotta love that. Some things that happen in your life are so cool when they're not really planned, right? Sometimes it's just you find yourself in a place that you never thought you'd be. I think Kaio's still pinching himself on how this year has been rolling his way from thinking he was off tour. I think he was honestly thinking about a career change. He started some businesses back in Brazil, little restaurants that he's been really excited about. But now everything's different as he's in a great position. Throw tail into the flats and a hard landing for the Griff.
Yeah, it looked like another slip for him, unfortunately. He's just looked like he threw his hands in the air in frustration that he couldn't pull that one off. He's so used to doing those on repeat.
Ouch.
Ow.
These guys learn how to land hard. What happened here, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, he timed it perfectly, got up there. He's done this so many times, another slip. Just unfortunate there. Hope his ankles and everything are all good. I just still it blows my mind what these guys can do and how strong and nimble their bones and ligaments are.
You don't have to vote now. Colapinto's air in Portugal against Kolohe, or what we saw today from Iago Dora, or are they just too different to really pick one?
Oh, they were both very, very exciting. Griffin's wave was, I feel like, super, super clean. Very into the flats, whereas Iago's was upside down and just was like magician.
I suppose Griffin was a bigger section. Really, I guess we got to go to the heat analyzer on worldsurfleague.com tonight and make those comparisons. Join that conversation at WSL as well as we see Gabriel Medina preparing for Callum Robson and Jansen Andre. Starting off his comeback with a third at G-Land and always the man to beat.
I'll tell you what, we've seen a few good new haircuts in the last 4 days. I think the surfers must have been getting a bit bored, but Italo, Gabby, Jack Robinson's got blonde hair. I love all the hair switch-ups.
And I guess you don't have time to go to your local barber if you're on the road this quickly.
Actually, Jack Robbo, I think his wife Julia tried to do his hair and wasn't very satisfied with the color, so he actually went to a local barber here and got it dyed blonder.
Classic. Colapinto, smooth through the whitewater. Big off the bottom into the tail blow, and that bump has been taken down. The world's best today. He's still chasing a 5.67 to take the lead.
Yeah, he just looks a little bit frustrated now that he's having these falls that he's not used to. We're used to seeing Griff stay on his feet so often, and only a 3.2 as he's back up right now, so doesn't need a lot. Kaio, he's just found the best waves of this heat and stayed on his feet.
Strider, Raspberry, Wazalewski, when Gabriel Medina is at a contest, the energy lifts around him. What about in the water as he just paddled out?
Yeah, you know what? You can feel the energy as it just kind of bubbles over a bit. And to be honest, it's there. He's still the competitive factor. but I feel like he's got a lighter aura around him, if you could say. He's found a happy place, and that's something that's beautiful, right? This guy has been so hyper-focused and so intense on a lot of levels, but I mean, obviously in the water now he's out here to win, but around his friends and all the people that he hangs out with, it's been really fun to see him hanging out with Jadson Andre, who's paddling up to me right now with a big smile, and everybody else on the Brazilian Storm that these guys get to hang out with. It's a beautiful thing, the camaraderie that they hold out the back. Jake Marshall going out. Oh, over the fall.
And Jake goes down. Yeah, Strider, it is really cool. And I think we often talk about the relationship of the Brazilians on tour, but I think more so than ever, you are seeing Gabriel Medina enter that place, being more social, where oftentimes those early years, Strider, he was kind of on his own with his family, and now he's kind of deciding how he wants to spend his time. Yeah, it's a really cool thing. He definitely takes his time and find some alone space. Here we go, Griffin down the line, big boost, throws that tail way out. Wow, that was a lot of body over the top of that wave right there. It was crazy looking from out the back. Back to Medina, just a beautiful thing to see him take his space, but also find time for his friends and his family. It's a thing.
Strider, you've been in and out across the rocks a few times today. What's the trick? Any trick to the rock dance?
There is. You got to look for the lighter colored rocks. They're like the yellow ones. Whoa.
Maybe we should paint some of them. Nice little walkway.
That would be very helpful because I haven't found those rocks yet. 3:50 on the clock. Kai Wibeli leading with a 6.33 and a 5.67. Jake Marshall, his best of 5.93. And Colapinto has been going for big airs, but he's been falling on all those big decisions on those crazy closeout sections. So he's taken a lot of wipeouts, but he's down to 3:30 to avoid the elimination round. We're counting every result from here on out. That happened after the midseason cut. The start of the year, these guys could have one throwaway result. That's all changed. So now that you could be keeping an elimination round result is tough, especially when all goals now are to make the WSL Final 5.
For sure, and I think we saw that with Kyle. He had such a strong start to the year, and you know, what a roller coaster, incredible year he's had, and he was pretty disappointed, you know, that he the 9th place, 17th at G-Land. You know, he just wanted to get, you know, just get something up into those, you know, get some good scores and get some good results just to climb that ladder again.
Colapinto 5.67 with 2:40 on the clock. The big brother of Crosby Colapinto. I guess you say older brother. Crosby might be a little bit taller. He is in fact a bit taller. But it's cool to hear their story of the siblings pushing each other. Jake was happy to, you know, is still happy to have younger brothers that push him as well. They're actually down here in El Salvador. But often all those, the Marshall brothers, the Colapinto brothers would often be around the same beaches going for free surfs. And one thing that I kind of witnessed just being around them at that time was how competitive they were with each other. Remember one time Griffin was staying at Jake's house in Encinitas. Taylor Clark was there. All of a sudden Griffin's got a deck of cards. There wasn't like a moment where there wasn't a competition happening. As soon as the card game was over, it was to the ping pong table. Yep. And then back to cards again. And then back to the water to surf. It was just constant competitive energy, which has to be a secret to their success.
Totally. I actually sat in on a few card games in G-Land at Joe-Yo's camp with Jake and Griff, and I tell you what, there was some dares going down for the losers, and it was so serious. It was, I was like, I'm not competitive enough for these guys.
And what was on the line was pretty classic. I remember one night Kolohe lost in the card game, and he had to eat his dinner standing up on the chair. He also had to serve everybody.
Yeah, he actually had to be our butler, which was actually incredible. I ordered about 8 drinks. Excuse me, sir. I even tried to tip him, but he didn't accept it.
Oh, they love it. They're having so much fun behind the scenes as we've got a minute on the clock. Kaio with the lead and priority. Does it get any better than that?
Yeah, I mean, with a minute to go, Kaio is in a good position right now. He's the only person that's been able to put up, you know, 2, you know, mid-range scores. So I think, you know, look, Jake and Griffin only needing a 6 and a 5.6, which is so attainable for both of those. As we see Griff just sort of paddling down the point, trying to look for anything that he can find on that inside section. It's the best thing you can do right now, to just paddle away from the other two and hope that something swings wide.
Caio Belli, a World Junior champ, an all-star and a final at Bell's years back, as he's looking for a major win this season. He's been through a lot of ups and downs throughout his career, but he always comes back stronger. He was so stoked to sign with Rusty Surfboards, who builds boards around the world, but more famously in San Diego, California. And they've been working incredibly well and helping him get a big win here in the opening round of competition. A 6.33 and a 5.67. Belli skips the elimination round. We'll see him again in the round of 16. More action to come after this, led by Gabriel Medina. We'll bring in Mitchell Salazar and his Tio, Kaipo Guerrero, right after this.
It's a one-day push. Whoever does best is gonna win.
The finals format is essentially head-to-head matches. So seed number 5 goes up against seed number 4. Whoever wins that match goes up against seed number 3. Whoever wins that match goes up against seed number 2, and eventually you meet up with seed number 1 for that world title.
Now it's like, can you perform when it matters most?
It's about glory. It's about putting your name down in the history books. And it's about becoming a legend.
And we are back at Punta Roca for the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Taking a little look at Make or Break. That was episode number 7 of the 7-part series. You can catch that on Apple Plus TV, and it is a must-watch if you're a surfer, or if you just want to know more about the wild world of professional surfing. Speaking of wild world of professional surfing, check out this heat. Gabriel Medina, Callum Robson, and Jadson Andre in opening round heat number 7. We got the 3-time world champ out in the water, and we got myself, Kaipo, here on the booth, along with my good friend Mitchell Salazar.
Your sobrino.
You're my sobrino, my nephew.
Yes.
I'm Tio Kaipo Guerrero.
You gotta be like practicing your Spanish and like all of your accents when you're here in Latin America. Gabriel Medina, Jadson Andre, Callum Robson, Brian Perez.
I'm learning to roll my R's so much better as Guerrero. But thank you for joining us. This is going to be a great heat, and you know, we've had some challenging conditions, Mitchell, but the performances still have been pretty outstanding.
They have, and I think we've seen a lot of people come from behind to win a lot of these heats too, but last heat, Caio Belli taking it from the get-go, and here's Jaddy on his opener that scored in as a 4.5 Kaipo. Decent start, and we've seen a lot of people make it through these heats with 11-point heat totals. I think this is something that could easily be in his top 2 at the end of the heat too. And then Gabe right behind him, this scored well, 6.67. Just a beautiful, strong combo on the outside, and conditions have bettered so much with this higher tide. At this size, Kaipo, you kind of want a higher tide because it just gets closer to the rocks. It hugs that point a little bit better. And the combo right here at the end too, just drifting the fins on the backhand. And I don't know about you, but he's a lot larger than I've seen him since the last time in September.
Put on a little bit more muscle. Gabe Medina, 3-time world champ. That Kabiaka design board underneath his feet looks money, and he's just got so much board control, Mitchell. And I know you like your stats, so I just want to read off some stuff about Gabe Medina. 3-time world champ, a 67% heat winning percentage. That is second to only Kelly Slater, who has a 71% heat winning percentage. Gabe Medina has had 17 perfect 10s in his career. 108 excellent heats. That's 108 heats with the 2-wave total over 16 points and 315 excellent wave scores. That is, those are waves over 8-point ride. By the numbers, Gabe Medina is just an absolute animal.
He is, and I think he's one of the most influential surfers of all time. I think the impact that he's had on the sport so far is nothing short of great. And I think he's got a lot more to give too, Kaipo. If there's one song that comes to mind for his comeback, Can You Hear Me Knocking by the Rolling Stones.
I love it. Well, Gabe Medina already coming back with the wild card for the back half of this year, as well as he's going to have a wild card into, no matter what happens this year, into the 2023 championship tour. But he came right back at G-Land with a semifinal finish, just like he never left. Gabe Medina, certainly a force to be reckoned with, and I like the flavor of this new Medina that we're seeing.
Me too. I think it looks great, and yes, it's going to be a stacker too. Callum Robson has looked great all year long. He's number 10 in the ranking, so he's got a lot to prove here too.
Well, Kyle Belly, I'm going to give it up. I got him on my fantasy team, to tell you the truth, so I might as well give it up. And he just won his first heat, and he's into the round of 16. He's with Laura.
Yes, Kaio serving so strong here, your first heat of the day. You know, you said you've been a bit sick. How do you go about a heat when you've been unwell?
Yeah, I've been sick for, I don't know, 2 weeks already, and it just like feels so hard to find energy. And but at the same time, when you don't have everything right, like you just try to focus as much as possible and try to do the bare minimum you have to do. And that's what I did. I caught only 3 waves and try to stay on my foot. And yeah, I'm super happy to make, like, just to skip that round 2. Like, after you fall on that round and the season start going and start getting more tired, like your pressure, like mentally, like you pressure yourself really hard, like, oh, come on, like I cannot go to round 2 again. And it just feels really good to skip that round and get some more energy, and yeah, it feels nice.
Bummer that you've been under the weather, but how good is it to be back down here in El Salvador? You've been down here quite a lot and you know this wave. Does that give you confidence?
Yes, I've been here so many times and it's one of the places I love. It's like a for sure good surf trip when you come here. Like, you don't really need to see the forecast. And this is the first time I've seen like this. Like, this is the worst I've ever surfed, and it's just a really good surf spot, and it's one of my favorite places in the world. And yeah, super stoked to be here. Like, this is the paradise. It doesn't even feel like a job, you know?
And talk about the rock dance. You've got a few cuts on the feet. That's pretty hard.
Yeah, everybody, like, the rocks are so slippery and there's some barnacles. Like, it's inevitable for you, like, just slip and your foot just goes right on the barnacle. But it's all good. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow we get some cleaner conditions and good waves.
Well, rest up, Kyle. We'll see you tomorrow into the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you, Laura, and para bens to Kyle Belly moving into the round of 16. That's what's on, you know, that's what's this opening round's all about, Mitchell. After we got through the back half of the season, winner of this heat skips that elimination round. During that interview, we saw Gabe Medina with this wave.
Well, he needs to make almost every heat that he has remaining in the events that he can surf in. And as you can see right there, it doesn't seem like he's really missed a step at all, Kaipo. Beautiful full road, and just went a bit too strong for how that section was right there. And then Jaddy right behind him. Another short wave for him, just the one and done on the outside. So I think there's a lot more on offer than what we've seen so far in the previous heats. Obviously, there's a big talent out there in the water, and the surfer in red right now, Gabe. But I think at the moment, goofy footers are kind of having an advantage over regulars in terms of actually coming around the section and being able to surf easier in the pocket. If you've noticed, a lot of the regulars have to surf further on the open face. It's choppier out there on that open face.
Well, with priority right now is Callum Robson, the young Aussie rookie out of Evans Head. And he's been setting pro surfing on fire, making a name for himself. For more on that, I'm going to throw it out to Waz on the water.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, you know, well, we got Medina popping around out here, as well as Jadson doing some amazing acrobatics, but we saw Baker come through in that acrobatic heat with power surfing, so Callum Robson can do the same thing. He's so solid up in that lip and does those big, huge carves. He's young, he's strong, he's ready to do it. So when he's just going to wait for those special waves and see if he can find himself on that open face and do those carves. That said, I love watching Gabriel Medina surf. The guy is so fun. He just took off on that little tiny wave, literally hopped across a couple of foam sections like he was a bunny rabbit, just light as a feather, and then just boosted into a full rotation backside 360 air on just the smallest little wave. So really fun to watch him. You can't give him any space out here because he's going to do something with it.
Hey, Strider, I want to pick your brain. Who you got on your fantasy team? You don't have to give me your whole team. Just give me a couple of your picks.
I haven't dropped a fantasy team since Pipe.
Okay, we'll be back at you then. You can figure that out. Back to the action in the water. 25 minutes on the countdown. Gabe Medina up and riding again, and as Strider says, just in such control. Now a little bobble there, but he gets caught up with it. Medina continues on. This wave showing some space with the higher tide, a little bit of water over the cobblestones. Mitch, looking for some type of finish. A little sleepy section here, but there he goes, fires away, throws the fins out the back, way over the head. Bonus section on the inside, and the quick surfing and the extended leverage from Gabriel Medina evident here in a difficult wave to surf.
The amount of speed that he gains off the bottom, too, is what's most impressive to me.
Jaddy Baby going vert there. Jadson Andre ringing the lunch bell. A couple of 12 o'clocks back to back for Jadson. So the goofy footers, like you said, in these higher tide conditions where the waves have slowed down just a little bit as they're speeding down the point, the goofy foot is showing some leverage on the back end.
I've seen it before. Miguel Tudela, the young Peruvian, has done extremely well here in the past with similar kind of conditions. I remember seeing Alessa Quizon on the last women's QS here too. She made the final against Keely Andrew. She had the best wave of the event, a 9.93 with conditions that were extremely similar to this too. And I just think that not only are they able to come around the section a bit easier too and surf in the pocket, they also have that spring like Jadson has right there. See how he goes up straight up into the lip, and he's always coiled when he's coming off the bottom too. That combo was just nasty at the beginning, but this wave right here, this first turn, the commitment, boom, straight up into the lip. Did get a little hung up when he was coming out of it though, but the amount of control and just precision that he's able to have, especially after not surfing in events for the first half of the year, Kaipo, this is impressive. And then he's just setting up right here. And this is where I don't understand how he got the amount of speed for that turn. Just blowing out half of his board with the fins, and the amount of control that he has on these waves too, impeccable.
The control, the positioning, the leverage, all obtained by Gabriel Medina shows you why he's a multiple world champ. And the surfing is much better for Gabe Medina to be back on the scene right here. And again, he's going to improve upon his scoreline from early indication, from a couple of numbers dropping from the judges. Callum Robson, however, has been holding priority now for about 8 minutes, Mitchell.
Yeah, and I think when you see the name in this heat, especially now that this format forces you to make a heat from first all the way to the round of 16, you need to win.
Yeah.
Now you're going into the elimination round. So I think he knows that in order to beat Gabe, he has to be on the best waves in these 35 minutes. The only way I see him winning this heat, if he actually sticks to his rail game, and he has to be on those clean waves too, Kaipo, but he's proved it before. Made the final at Bells Beach, which is one of the hardest waves to surf on the entire championship tour. This kid's got skills, and there's a reason why he's number 10 in the world right now.
He is a power surfer, but also just as impressive is his mental fortitude and how calm he is able to stay within heats, and how competitive he is, and how he's able to take down big names that don't faze him. Callum Robson, I mean, just about a year ago, I had to ask him at that first Challenger Series event at the US Open, is it Calum, is it Callum? I didn't know much about him. Since then, I've learned a lot about him, and I've become a huge fan of his style of surfing. He's only 22 years old. He's got a big future in front of him.
Yeah, and he's a really nice kid, does a lot for his community back home too. One thing that impresses me a lot about him too is that he was able to qualify in his first real year on both the qualifying series and the Challenger Series too. So you could see the commitment that he has to not only his surfing, but being a professional as well. And now working with Richard Dog Marsh, I think you've seen leaps and bounds as far as improvements go too.
Oh, once you're in the dog pound, you're getting some really good notes. Here we go. Jadson, Andre high lining through this first section, floats around it. He's going to have to struggle to find some open face again. The high tide's going to help him out a little bit though, and he is going to be able to make it to some open face. One more time there, throws a tail, but incomplete for Jadson. Previous wave score of 4.1. Previous wave score for Gabe Medina of 5.33. Medina in the lead with a 6.67 and a 5.33. Pretty commanding lead at the moment for Gabriel Medina.
Given the conditions, absolutely. 12 points is a great heat total to have, and you're talking about the world's elite, and especially after the cut, these judges are making their work a lot more difficult too. I've seen a lot of scores that I thought were going to be higher today get dropped down, and I truly think that they're keeping them at such a high standard, especially since there's so much on the line with the WSL Final 5.
Really good point that you made, Mitch, in that opening ride for a 6.67 for Gabe Medina. Personally, of course, I'm not a judge, I felt that number was a bit suppressed for the performance that was displayed by Medina on that ride. But maybe to your point, those scores are being suppressed just a little bit because they know the potential of what all of these surfers can do.
Yeah, absolutely, and they know what the waves are capable of too, but I think given the conditions right now, they've been scoring accordingly, and it's not easy out there either, Kaipo. You know, you see a lot of these world's best struggle. I thought Griffin should easily have been a favorite in the last heat. He wasn't able to find anything above a 6. So if these guys are having hassles and struggling out there, what do you think a below average surfer is going to do out here at Punta Roca right now?
Going to stay on the shoulder and go down the line. But these guys are trying to bang every section for sure. So many user-friendly waves here in El Salvador, and just a beautiful place to visit. Here we go. Medina. Patient before that first snap, placing that turn up in the lip. Has to get through a high line here, working his way down the cobblestone point. Lip glide to finish. And just 2 maneuvers. I don't know if that's going to better his 5.33. We'll see what the judges think.
But either way, it's an intelligent approach, because he's always been in second or third priority when he's been in that position to catch those set waves. And there you see Miggy Pupo, who's also been having a stellar year, number 8 in the rankings. And you know what? He's kind of gone under the radar as far as qualifying for the WSL Final 5 too. I love to see him have a shot at lower trestles at the Rip Curl WSL Finals too. He's done well there in the past. He's actually won the event at a 6-star prime in 2011, so he's got a shot. He just needs a few more good results here in the back end of the year.
Miguel Pupo, yeah, been on tour since 2012. Number 8 right now. Number 8 right now on the ratings. I believe this is his best year on tour so far, and so getting better with age, Miguel Pupo.
Like a fine wine.
And he's got the motivation of his young brother, Sammy, also on tour with him.
And one of the few moments that we've seen 2 surfers on tour at the same time too. You're mentioning me off air the other day that Mikey, Tyler, and Owen had that for a while, but I mean, besides Andy and Bruce, Teco and Neko Palaratz, I can't really think of any others. On
CJ
tour.
and Damian Hopgood.
Well, yeah, true. I know what I'm thinking about.
Mike and Derek Ho. Yeah.
Keep going.
Andy and Bruce Irons.
I already said that.
Okay.
Callum
decides to go. Has to bang over that section there. Kind of like a lip glide float combo. Waited a long time for that wave, and that wave did not pan out for Callum Robson.
I think he got a bit too desperate there, Kaipo.
Meanwhile, Jadson Andre with a vertical stab up in the lip. Another vert hook comes around that section. Lining up on the inside here. Wave doubles up for the finish. Throws the fins a bit. Wants a little bit more. And he's going to get a little bit more right on the inside cobblestone section. Andre, snap on the backhand again. Rocks popping out, and that doesn't deter Jadson Andre for a finish. Flings the board in celebration. That was an inspired performance.
Probably going to be his best wave too. 17 minutes to go. He's right back in the heat. And as you said, Medina did it better. His low score in his last is a 4.27. But I like that strategy. When you're not in priority rotation, just try to catch as many waves as possible and build on your low scores. But this wave of Jadson's smart. He knew that he was out there by himself. Great first turn, straight up into the lip. I like the way this board is reacting to these conditions too. It's much more like a beach break right now due to that wind swell still in the water too, Kaipo. So a lot of these waves double up, flatten out, and then they double up on the end section as well. So smart surfing just to stick with it. And a great finish right here too. Going up into the lip a couple of times, and the reaction time that he has with that board underneath his feet, it even seems like he's riding an epoxy right now.
7.5 will take Jadson to the lead. We're waiting for that score to drop. As we wait for that score, we're going to take a break. We'll come back with that score and more at the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf, so what I've been riding lately, my own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
It's the Red Bull Big Wave Awards as we look at a wave, a giant wave from Lucas Shumbo Chianca at Nazare, and what an impressive ride. This is one of the nominees for the Ride of the Year category. We got the Ride of the Year, the biggest paddle, and the biggest toe awards with $350,000 in a prize purse. You can check out the Red Bull Big Wave Awards at worldsurfleague.com. I'm looking forward to that, Mitchell.
I don't know if I have a death wish, Kaipo, but that looked like a large wave to me. So that guy's got a lot of guts just to go on that.
That's actually our Costa Rican contingent that have made it down their way here. We got fans from all over the world making their way to El Salvador and Punta Roca.
A lot of Central Americans, though. I met a couple of surfers from Guatemala so far this trip. Some Argentinians have stayed behind after the last event that was here a few weeks ago too, and good to see the Costa Ricans as well. Just 2 countries down to the south, Kaipo, and why not make the trek to the first CT event that's ever visited Central America too.
Yeah, and just Central America as a whole. Warm water, friendly people, great waves.
Yep, I love it here. This is like my 4th time since 2019, I think.
You're my guide and my translator, Sobino.
I'm like everybody's translator for this trip.
13 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown. Let's catch up with the numbers. As we wait for break, we were waiting for the number for Jadson Andre. He needed 7.4. He got a 6.33. He has reduced the deficit behind Gabriel Medina. Now Andre needing a 5.68 to move into that number 1 position. Ooh. Callum Robson has to get busy. He needs 2 waves with a score of 12 points or more, and that's not going to do it for the young man from Evans Head as he kicks out. Gabe Medina, our heat leader, with priority. Jadson Andre kicking out, so Medina, Mitch, with another commanding performance, and here he goes again. Good looking wave. Oh, late foam glide. Why not combo it up with a tail throw? Flows through that section right there. Again, up in the white water, flicking it right through the lip. Gabe Medina just showing so much board control. Now he gets onto the open face. Rapid fire snaps on the backhand. Great tempo, great power, great technique. And Medina just sliced that Punta Roca right up into pieces.
He sure did, Kaipo. And, you know, I think when it comes to one of the greats, this is definitely one of them. The easiness that he just did that first turn with, just outstanding. It really is.
You're a goofy foot. I'm a goofy foot. When we sit in these seats and we get to see surfing like that,
for real,
that you can relate to, it is inspiring. I'm jumping out of my seat.
Well, I don't think I can surf this well, but I definitely try. But that first turn, just incredible. The way he was able to foam climb and then ditch the fins right afterward. In the same turn, too. Like, I don't think people realize how difficult that is. And then you look at this combo here right on the inside. Look at the just easiness that he has to maneuver and control that board. Johnny Cabianca, by the way, his shaper, has actually been down here in El Salvador for a few weeks, shaping boards for the locals. So he might have tested the equipment out for himself too. That's why Gabe's surfing so well, but look at the score.
7.83 for Gabe Medina. Gabe Medina in the flow zone, where he can do anything that he wants. That board just, that Cabianca design, glued to his feet. Wow, that was a difficult wave, but Gabe just put the board at any angle he wanted to.
For sure, and I was on the higher end of that score too, to be honest. I know the waves have maybe changed a lot more from this morning and just compared to the sevens earlier today. Still, I think that's easily one of the best waves of the heat of the day, and boy, just the amount of surfing that he's putting on and the display really in 8 waves too. If you see all 8 that he's caught, 4 of them have been, you know, below average scores, and then 3 of them have been very decent scores that would probably go into everybody's scoreline today.
Callum needs to mount a comeback, get some momentum behind him. Good start there, but pokes the nose. Struggles with it, wrestles with the board, goes down, unable to go complete on there. And Callum Robson's going to continue to put himself in that combination position that he's in. He needs a 2-wave score of 14.5 better. Jadson Andre with priority needs an excellent score, Mitch, at 8.17.
He can get it, and I think using priority here to catch the best wave in the next 10 minutes, not only crucial, but I think it's the only way you're going to beat the surfer in red too, Kaipo. That's where I thought Callum was having a smart strategy at the beginning of the heat, but he caught that one wave with 17 minutes to go, and it ended up being a terrible wave. And I don't really understand why you would go on a wave knowing that you've used priority for that long already.
Jadson Andre with priority, 32 years old. I called Jadson from Natal City in Brazil. Jadson, to me, is the spirit animal of the Brazilian storm. Jadson is one of those guys in that whole group of Brazilians that's always pumping up everyone. He's always supporting everyone. He's got an infectious energy around him. And we're so glad to see Jadson still on tour. His 10th season on the championship tour. And he's had to battle so many times to stay on this elite tour. And Jadson's come through every time. Just lately, he did that in Western Australia, where he had to get a 9th place finish to make that mid-season cut. And Jadson got it done.
So you want to know a fun fact?
I love fun facts.
Jadson Andre was only the 3rd Brazilian to win a championship tour event. Neco Padarats, 2002 in France.
Sí.
Mundaka, Adriano de Souza, 2009.
Sí.
Santa Catarina, 2010. Jadson Andre, he beat Kelly Slater in the final.
I knew that. That's when Jadson unveiled the Jaddy Baby air reverses that like rocked the world at that time. Jadson Andre, and he's still doing it. So good to see him. He is in priority position. He does have that opportunity, but like you said, Mitchell, it's going to be a special wave to be able to surf for that 8.17. He already got a 6.33 on a series of maneuvers that he had, and that was a long wave with probably 5 or 6 maneuvers in it. So he's going to need something bigger and more impressive to attain that number.
I think it would have to be less done, but on a bigger wave and with bigger sections. So you have to catch a quality wave, first of all, and second, you have to perform on it too when you're seeing the guy in red paddle deeper than you too, because you know that he's going to force you to go on a bad wave out here right now. And just under 8 minutes to go, I think if you're thinking maybe break it up and still catch 2 waves, you could do that with 8 minutes, but I think it could come down to just the one.
The young phenom from the North Shore getting ready for his heat. Baron Mamiya, he's going to be up against Miguel Pupo and Matthew McGillivray in the final heat of this opening round for the men's. Baron Mamiya went from wild card to CT rookie with his performance this year, so we're going to see him for the rest of the year and next year.
I like to compare him to, oh, seems like he might have slipped right there. Ooh, hope he's okay. But yeah, the rock dance is tricky.
It's the scariest part about this wave.
It is.
Let's take a look at our heat recap, and it has been Gabe Medina in the flow zone doing anything he wants to right here with great surfing, just like that, skipping that section, Mitch, and banging the lip on the backhand.
And how's the read that he's had so far in these waves too, Kaipo? Just great flow, great way of dealing with all these bumps, and the higher tide has provided a better surfing platform for the goofy footers in my mind, and so far, Gabe's been taking advantage of that. And then Jadson with the response, a 6.33 on his best wave, so not a bad comeback, but when you see the amount of turns that he's been doing in comparison to the less quantity but more quality turns that Gabe's seen, you've obviously seen a big difference in the scores. And This is the best wave of the heat, one of the highest of the event so far, 7.83, and well-deserved.
Medina just showing mastery on that Cabianca, and don't call it a comeback because he's been here the whole time. Gabe Medina in form, never lost it, and continuing to assault this wave on his backhand. I like the looks of this Gabe Medina.
Yeah, and there's a reason Tone Loc wrote a song about him around 30 years ago, Funky Cold Medina. He's looking good.
Jaddy, baby, right here. He's going to be surfing this one. Smooth face for an 8.17. Nice start. Little late there, off timing, so that's going to cost him a little bit. Spend some time in the whitewater. Again, up into the lip, but again, whitewater catches his heels. That will not be the 8.17 that Jadson Andre needs. We'll wait for that score to be official, and we will set the tone and the situation in his heat. Mitchell Ross consoling, coaching Carissa Moore as they prepare for their heat.
She looked good this morning, Kaipo. I think that she was just lacking one more wave in her heat to make it through, but you know, she's got another chance this afternoon with higher tide conditions too, much more different than it was this morning.
Yeah, I mean, now that the wave has got more water on the cobblestones, I really think that you're going to see Carissa Moore come out firing. She's one of those surfers that she learns real quickly if there's a misstep, but her overall surfing is just obviously the best in the world. She's a 5-time world champ.
Yeah, she is, and she's the reigning world champion too, competing at a time where I would have to say both the men's and women's surfing are at the highest they've ever been. So, going to see some good surfing out of Carissa. But so far this heat, you know, it's been Gabe since the beginning. He opened up with that 6.67 and then backed it up with the best wave of the heat, a 7.83. He's looked great so far, Kaipo. I think he hasn't really lost a step. And if you're talking about him trying to make the WSL Final 5, the Rip Curl WSL Finals, it has to be semifinals or better in each and every event that he's surfing.
Well, he's already got one semifinals, and I got, you know, anything can happen in the world of surfing, of course, because we have a dynamic, fluid playing field, and that's the X factor. But overall, when you look at the performance level that Gabe Medina is returning to the tour with, it's world champion performance level.
Yeah. Well, and if you look at the rest of the calendar, he's semifinaled in Brazil before. He hasn't won, but he's done well there. He's made finals day plenty of times. He's won at J-Bay, and obviously he's one of the best of all time in Tahiti too. Yeah. So he's got a good shot.
I like that. I like that breakdown, Mitchell Salazar. We're down to 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Jadson Andre looking for a double up there. Sees the whitewater down the line. Not going to give him any opportunity. Clock continues to tick down. Callum Robson with priority, but unfortunately for Callum, he will be in the elimination round with the men because I just think the time is not adequate for him to get those two waves and score a 14.5.
Well, there's no doubt, and even if he does get one wave and breaks combo, you know that the other two surfers are going to be gunning him down and just playing defense the whole time. But at least he's got a shot to prove what he's worth here.
Let's just enjoy the surfing right here of Callum Robson. Has to skip through that section. Powerful lip glide. Has to skate through a little bit of a flat section, a little bit of frustration as he kicks out of that wave.
Yeah, he's just going to have to press reset, just eliminate this from his mind and surf the elimination round heat like if there were no tomorrow.
Jaddy baby going for the backflip.
Who's your Jaddy? I mean, he's going for it at least. He does need an excellent score though. But, you know, I just don't see that happening right now. Medina's been so in control of this heat, and to me, it's really outstanding. I think a lot of people counted this guy out even after being out for 5 events, and now coming in semifinal at G-Land, probably going to get another keeper result here, and then he's won 2 out of the other 3 remaining events after this too.
And if you want to know more about Gabrielle Medina, we opened up this show with a promo for Make or Break from Apple TV Plus. You want to check that out, especially that final, I mean, do them in order from episode 1 to 7 to really get the breadth of the whole story. But that episode 7, that finals episode, really gave you a look into the mind of Gabe Medina. So, like I said, it's now streaming on Apple TV Plus. It's you got to check it out. And the stories and the humanizing element of this series, I really, really enjoyed.
Right. I think it's one of the best documentaries they've made, not only out of surfing, but I think in sports in general. So it's a good look behind the scenes of what these athletes go through in their personal and also professional lives. But it shows you a different aspect than what you normally see just on screen.
Yeah, it's not all too bright suntans and pina coladas, is it, Mitch? There's
And
some
smiles.
There's some hard work sometimes, and there's some lonely moments and some tough mental times that everyone has to get through when you're dealing with a sport such as surfing, which is an individual sport. You don't have another teammate to really lean on. It's all you. Jadson. Nice paced ride through here.
Not bad, Kaipo.
Well, you just see, even with this unfavorable wind and wind swell, the quality of this wave here at Punta Roca.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a decently surfed wave, too. I don't think it just had the scoring potential for the 8, but either way, he's looking good. I think out of the heat totals for people that have ended 2nd and 3rd so far in the day, he's actually looked like one of the better ones.
I'm impressed on his rock crawl. That was one of the best exits I've seen out here. That was smooth. Medina, just going to show us something. Why not? Little varial attempt there by Gabe Medina.
Look at you, bringing out the skate tricks.
Well, don't call it a pop shove it if you're grabbing the rail. You got that one, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody has to bring back the passion pop, too. Remember that trick?
Yeah. I don't know if there's a scoring potential on that passion pop.
Yeah, there is.
Sure did have a cool name. All right, well, we're going to close it out right now, and it is going to be Gabe Medina with a dominant performance. He'll go to the round of 16. We'll be back with the final round of the men's opening when we return.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
The Lost Tapes presented by Outerknown, streaming right now on WorldSurfLeague.com. We've just dropped the first episode. We got 10 more for you to enjoy. And Gabe Medina enjoying some time with the fans after a brilliant opening round performance out here at Punta Roca. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar, and we're into another heat, and we're watching Matty McGillivray. No stranger to right-hand points. The young man grew up in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, making his way down the line. Still yet to find any open face, and he's going to have to eject out the back. Right behind him, this is Baron Mamiya looking down the line, building up some speed, looking for a ramp. Still seeking that ramp. There he goes with the pop, air reversed, gets the completion there. And time to do a little busy work to make the connection on the inside. Double up section in the inside, and why not? One more air reverse to finish it off for the young Hawaiian Baron Mamiya. This is the final heat of the opening round here of competition, featuring Miguel Pupo, Baron Mamiya, and Matthew McGillivray.
Pupo, Mamiya, McGillivray. Get a combo right there. A goofy against two regular footers, and boy, number 8, number 9 in the water at the same time, Capo. This is going to be a great heat. Ow!
That looked like a great start for Miguel Pupo. Unfortunately, pokes the nose on the bottom. Matty McGillivray releases the fin and glides through the lip there. Nice smooth face doubling up on the inside here for Matthew. Series of cutbacks, and now going to work his way down the line. Wave really pushing down the line, throws the fins, gets the nose, and rotates out of that maneuver. So Matty McGillivray, rapid fire. So a lot of waves already ridden just within the first 4 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think the game plan is to not give our cameramen and camera women any kind of breaks, because even last heat I felt like Gabe caught 11 waves, everybody else caught at least 6 or 7, so they've been extremely active. But that's what happens with this high tide. It just gets so much closer to the rocks that it's not as difficult to make those last sections, Kaipo, and you really want to attack those big sections when they're coming towards you. Sometimes they're close to the rock, so you got to do what you got to do right now.
Let's hear from the 3-time world champ, Gabe Medina.
Yes, down here with Gabby, fresh haircut, new necklace. You know, you're just saying it was pretty tricky out there, but you looked in control from the start of the heat. Talk us through it.
Yeah, that was a busy heat for me. I got so many waves, and it was really hard to surf, you know. I don't know, look fun from outside, but out there it's kind of hard to surf, and I'm just happy with the win, and hopefully we get better waves next round and the wind get better, you know. But yeah, I'm happy with the win.
And you've been down here a bit before with your family and surfed a lot of the waves around here. How good is it to be back down here in El Salvador?
Yeah, I've been here a few times, and feels good. It's a good country. People here are so lovely, and we've been eating some good food, and yeah, just surfing all day. So it's been fun. I've been spending time with Jadson, Philippe, you know, just with the boys surfing every day, and just to make it more fun. And it's been fun.
Yeah, you guys look like you've been having a lot of fun with the whole crew. You know, coming down here after your 3rd place in G-Land, where is your motivation and hunger at now?
Yeah, I really want to do good, you know. I want to get some good results. I know I got to make some hits, and I'm just letting it go. I just want to surf and just spend some time surfing, you know, and yeah, if it comes, I'll be happy. I really want to have a shot at Trestles, and yeah, let's just keep surfing.
And some fresh boards as well, some different boards from G-Land?
Yeah, I got some new boards from Johnny. He's been here in El Salvador for like maybe almost 2 weeks. So he's been shaping my boards here, and all brand new, feels good. Some different board, and yeah, feels good.
Looking good, feeling good. Go have a nice rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you guys.
Gabe Medina looking good, feeling good, eating good. Those guys had some specialty there. I think it's your friend Bo.
Yeah.
Makes that wonderful fish that's baked in the loaf of salt that you crack it open, and it's so tender and juicy, and a special way to prepare that.
It was great. When I was staying at his hotel like a few weeks ago, I mean, the food here, the cuisine in El Salvador is some of my favorite. I'm a big fan of seafood, Capo, where I'm from in Mexico. We have a really similar cuisine, but the biggest difference here is I think you're finding fish that you don't normally find in other spots too. It's mostly due to the rivers. You see a lot of huachinango, which is kind of like a snook, but just particular to this area. I like to have it deep fried. So for anybody that's listening, if you're ever down here in El Salvador or anywhere in Central America, have a deep fried fish, Kaipo.
Ooh, I'm an island boy. I like my fish and poi. I'm good with that. We got some numbers in right now. 5.83 for Baron Mamiya, 5.17 for the last of Matthew McGillivray. Miguel Pupo still trying to find his feet. He's got a 2.83 and just a fractional score.
This is a good wave.
McGillivray, nice double up section here, and he executes a brilliant top turn off the bottom again. More severe on that second turn. Drifts the fins, catches the fins, gets back out in front, gaining momentum, a couple of floats, wants to find some open face. He's not going to do so, but I love the control from Matthew McGillivray on that last wave.
Second turn was gnarly, just critical.
Miggy Pupo on the backhand, snaps, drifts the fins, comes around this section, has to high line it to get around it. Little frustration there in the body language as he jumps off.
Yeah, only 8 minutes have gone by though. He still has plenty of time to get back into this heat. Going back to McGillivray though, how was that second turn, Kaipo? I think one of the best maneuvers I've seen all year long was the way he was able to eliminate Kanoa from competition in Margaret River too. Just the one turn on the set wave. Look at this, beautiful setup. Read this wave well, but look at the second one. Ugh, all the way around, the control that he had with the amount of whitewater when he was coming down. Just absurd. And some great combos right here to finish the wave off, but the meat of the score is going to come from that first combo.
Yeah, Matty McGillivray with a new board provider. He's made an agreement with Channel Island Surfboards, so he's got those blades under his feet. He's got a number of models to choose from in that CI collection right there. And from what I've just seen on that, he's got a couple of good boards under his feet. It looks like it's working really well.
They look responsive. I've also been speaking to Lakey about her equipment. She said that she's riding the CI Pro most of the time. I think the 2 Happy would work quite well out here, but yeah, I've seen a few people ride epoxies as well. I'm not opposed to that whatsoever, because when you see a higher tide like this, you kind of want something that's a lot more buoyant and on top of the face, especially at Punta Roca with the amount of speed that you're getting down the line the whole time.
Yeah, Channel Islands have been making legendary boards for over 30 years up there in Carpinteria, California. My favorite model from Channel Islands, the New Flyer.
Oh.
Round pin New Flyers.
I was a Proton guy myself.
Protons have a lot of rocker. They're good for waves that have a lot of push. 25 minutes and 30 seconds on the countdown. 5.77 just checks in for Matthew McGillivray. Combine that with a 5.17, that puts McGillivray up in the lead. Priority sitting with Baron Mamiya, however, with a 5.83. So Baron does have the single highest wave score. He needs a 5.11 to snatch that #1 position from Matthew McGillivray. Miguel Pupo needs an excellent score if he's going to do it in one wave. That's an 8.11, but Miggy's got a lot of time. Baron Mamiya with 88 on his jersey, sitting patiently out the back.
Yeah, how's this kid's story too? I was about to compare him to the legend of the prodigy, BJ Penn, and how he came on the scene.
I love that.
Right?
I love that you mentioned that, because I nicknamed him the Prodigy.
Really?
I call him the Prodigy. When he won his event, he won a CT event, right, at Sunset Beach, as a wild card, and that's exactly how I introduced him on the stage as the Prodigy. I've always felt that he was a prodigy. I've seen him come up through the amateur ranks, and his surfing was so much further down the line as far as development than his age since he was 10 years old.
Yeah.
And then when we talk about pipeline, I'm telling you, I mean, he had I think he started off with a 9th place at Pipe this year, which would have been a little bit disappointing to him, but he came against the informed Kelly Slater. But this guy right here, I mean, he's one of the best pipe surfers in the entire world.
I agree with you.
Now he's doing it on the right-hand point. Let's see what he has. A couple of snaps gliding through those sections, and that wave just let him down.
Well, remember, this kid was leading the rankings as a wild card too. Like, how unexpected is that? That's just incredible. Like, you would have never thought that somebody as a wild card was going to be #1 in the world with the likes of Felipe, Jack Robinson, Kelly, everybody on the championship tour. And all of a sudden, Baron Mamiya just bursts in and is like, excuse me, I'm over here.
I think I agree he belongs on the championship tour. Let's check out Shannon Hughes. She's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I just wanted to touch for our fan base around the world and the fact that we're dealing with pretty extreme temperatures out here in El Salvador, especially midday, around the mid-80s in Fahrenheit, about 30 degrees Celsius, especially when that sun is out. We've actually got right behind the Red Bull Athlete Zone a plunge pool. I just saw Carissa Moore jump in, Gabrielle O'Brien a few minutes ago, and it's a great way to just cool the body down. They've been throwing in some ice throughout the day to really help those surfers, especially the women's elimination round that's coming up. Second time the girls are going to be surfing today, to keep that core temperature low, to really keep themselves feeling good and healthy heading out into some hotter conditions this afternoon.
Thank you, Shannon, for the reporting as we see Miguel Pupo going to town, and that's what he needed to do to get back into this heat. We'll wait for that number to calibrate and to get the decision from the judges. As Shannon was talking, we saw Carissa Moore right before that jump into the plunge pool and jump out to cool down her body as she's coming up in elimination round for the women. When we get back into that competition right after this heat, Carissa Moore will be up against the wild card, Tia Blanco.
Dude, my money don't jiggle, jiggle, it folds. Did you see that last turn on this wave right here? What is happening? Just a lot of setups I felt, but this last combo in particular was just really beautiful. Look at that, straight up into the lip, and that turn right there. Boy, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that, really.
Miguel Pupo just gets on the inversion table on that one, just right upside down, no problem, pulls it back underneath his feet.
The control, too, with the speed, and that's one key that I really think is the most important here at Punta Roca, because you see a lot of people, especially regular footers, speed management is something that a lot of people that have won here in the past have had. And if you see it with goofy footers, they haven't really had the same amount of success as regular footers have had. It's also because they're not able to generate the same amount of speed as a regular footer can on the forehand. So just props to Miggy right there. That last turn was incredible.
Yeah, it's easier to push on your toes than your heels.
It is.
Here we go, some preheat happening for the 5-time world champ, Carissa Moore. As we talked about it before, she was cooling her body temperature down. Hot, humid conditions here, warm water, which no one should complain about ever because it makes it such a pleasure. There's no shock at all when you get into the water here.
Your joints feel better.
Yeah, bathtub-like conditions.
You go to cold conditions, your toes are hurting. Imagine walking out on those rocks if it were freezing. Stub your toe on one of those things.
Yeah.
Good luck. What an event, Kaipo, huh? We've been having a lot of fun on the lay days, too, surfing some other spots.
Oh, such a great, this has been a pleasure. 6.23 for that performance for Miguel Pupo. Now, his requirement to snatch that lead off of Maddie McGillivray, a 4.71. Baron Mamiya up and riding. He needs a 4.11 or better. Let's see what the young Hawaiian has. Bangs that section. Skates around, no problem. Decides that there is no more opportunity, and a little bit of frustration on the kick out for Baron Mamiya.
He doesn't need much, though, just a 5.11, and I think right now would be a good chance for him to get his best to Kaipo, at least improve on the 5.83 and add a little bit more pressure to both McGillivray and Pupo, because at the moment, Pupo's probably in the best position to make this heat with that highest score, 6.23, but I think if you're Baron, maybe just open up a little bit more on the inside. There is a lot of scoring potential, especially for good variation of maneuvers with these bully sections closer to the rocks.
And out of these three surfers, I would dare to mention that Baron Mamiya does have probably the best air game coming into this. I know you're thinking about that one.
It's debatable.
But, you know, he can also turn to some aerial maneuvers to get that score. But I like this heat. I like the way it's playing out right now because it's anyone's heat.
It is, and because everybody has at least one good score, and I think McGillivray's next decision is going to be crucial to the development of the rest of the heat, because with 19 minutes to go, he's holding down priority. He already has a couple of scores in the 5s. Really going to be important to get a score at least up in the upper 6s, maybe a 7, add more pressure to both Miggy and Baron, because as you were saying, they have an incredible air game. Baron has good grabs, stale fish lobs, a couple of straight grabs, and then Miggy on the backhand can do some impressive things too. We haven't seen a rodeo flip from him in competition, but he has them in his back pocket too.
Flying up ahead, you can see it, the positioning up and down the line, and furthest up the point with pole position being Matthew McGillivray. Then following in second priority, you see Miguel Pupo has positioned himself so that if McGillivray doesn't go, he's next in line. And then at the bottom of the rung, Baron Mamiya in third priority is happy to sit down the point. So that's a nice illustration of really the surfers paying attention to their priority in the water.
Well, it's strategic experience right there too by Miggy, because it's pointless for you to sit further outside than the person with higher priority, especially if they're going to go on a great looking wave. They're just going to block you and you're going to lose priority anyway. So I think for Miggy right now, it's all about making a decision that's conscious around what McGillivray is going to do.
Interesting with the paddle right now from Baron Mamiya. So he may be putting a salesman hat on right now because he's a little bit on the inside. He's either going to fish under the priority, or he can act like he's interested in some of these waves and see if he can get some of his other competitors to maybe take a lemon.
I think Miggy's a little too smart for that, though. We'll see what McGillivray does, though, because he's the younger one out of both him and Miggy. But I don't mind the strategy from Baron, just moving up the point. Those waves tend to be real good for airs. We've seen a couple good scores come up there. Kolohe, Jack Robinson had a great air, Italo too, so I think that might be a smart decision.
Well, as there's a little bit of a lull, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with more action and the conclusion of the final heat of the opening round for the men here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
It's a beautiful day in El Salvador, and there's so much of the world out there waiting, and Expedia helps you see more of it. So let's see what's waiting for us. How about a helicopter tour? We're gonna go, let's go! That was insane. Beautiful views from above. Thank you, my friend. What an incredible trip. Expedia is truly made to travel. Good times in El Salvador as we get back to live action. Ooh. Big straight air from Matty McGilvray, skipping a section there in the air. And he's got more down the line here at Punta Roca. Why not an air reverse to finish? And has to really struggle for that completion, unable to complete that air reverse. But I like the straight air to skip a section down the line.
Why wasn't invited to the helicopter, Kaipo?
Shoot.
Don't say you forgot.
No,
you're thinking about an excuse.
You know what? And there was no excuse, Mitchell, to tell you the truth, because that was a Bell 421, so that was an 11-seater. It's actually the Cadillac of helicopters.
So you just forgot to tell me, basically.
I'm sure it's in your messages somewhere.
No, that's not true.
I'm Kai Paguro, joined by Mitchell Salazar to talk you through this Heat 8, the last men's heat of the opening round. We're going to go straight into the women's elimination, Mitch, after the conclusion of this heat. So you're going to want to stick around. We're not finished with competition today. Elimination Heat 1 for the women will get kicked off with Carissa Moore versus the wild card Tia Blanco. So it's going to be a nice regular foot versus goofy foot challenge there in that Elimination Heat 1. Miguel Pupo here. Straight up, straight down. Patient off the bottom. Nice carve again on the backhand. Wade really reeling down the line, unleashes a tail throw there. One more time with a little projection. Has to carve through that section. Wave still giving him more. And the finish for Miguel Pupo, 4.71 is his requirement. I say he got it.
Yeah, I think so too, by a long shot. Is that Barron real quick?
Yeah, we got Barron just throwing the board away. So the real story is going to be Miguel Pupo and that performance on the backhand. Again, a 4.71 was his requirement. I think he easily got that with the surfing that he did on that wave.
Well, see, and that's where I was thinking that McGillivray's selection on his next wave was going to be so crucial to the rest of the heat, because that came in as a 4. And this is the replay right here. A nice single air, as you were saying, just to go down the line. So that single maneuver scored him 4 points, basically. The other roundhouse, but I think if he completes this air right here, he's definitely getting something at least in the upper good. Just unfortunately, when he landed, too many ribs right there when he was coming down. This wave I love, though. up into the lip right here, just waits for this section to stand up. How's that carve right there too? To find a section like that, Kaipo, and be able to bring the tail around like he did, very beautiful. And then comboed it up right here at the end. Great pace, a lot of flow, and excellent use of his rails too, so that's going to be a great score for him. And this is what we saw from Barron on the outside. Just a couple of setups and was going for something big, but it seemed like his timing was off for the entire wave.
Yeah, Barron Mamiya, that was a 2.3. He's not going to figure into his top 2 waves. Tia Blanco getting focused for her heat along with her coach, Matt Myers.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of success as a coach after many years at Rip Curl.
Tia Blanco earned her way here as a wild card because of her performance winning the Ultimate Surfer.
She looks super calm too, doesn't she?
That's what a good coach brings you, right, Mitch? Is that calming effect right there, and to get in the zone, know that everything else is taken care of, and you just have to go out there and get 2 good waves.
Yeah, Myers doing a great job too. Has a lot of kids in California. He's going straight to the U.S. Championships at lowers right after this as well. Been working with the likes of Luke Weiler, among others, and now working with Tia. I think he's one of the guys that's going to be up and coming in the future as far as coaching goes.
That's right. Matt Myers also coaching No Limit Poser. Well, the number came in for Miguel Pupo, a 5.7, and Pupo takes the lead.
Yeah, and by a good margin now. Both McGillivray and Mamiya needing something in the low 6s, so it would have to be very comparable to Miggy's 6.23 at the moment. And with 11 minutes to go, I mean, I think it's still anybody's game, knowing that they have a decent score. Everybody does, at least Kaipo, as their best. But, you know, this is one of those heats where I think it's been so competitive so far that you haven't really seen the one person stand out over each other. And I truly think that if McGillivray lands that last rotation, he'd still be in the lead too.
Well, we'll see how it plays out, but Miguel Pupo really enjoying a great year. He's a husband, he's a father, he's a family man. Started off the year with his best result in a championship tour event, a semifinal finish at Pipeline with some impressive surfing. He had a 5th place, he had a quarterfinals at Bell's. He's really been putting stuff together. I think the maturity that we've seen with Miggy, with Miguel Pupo, has been impressive, and I think that's one of the keys to his success.
You know, what's the scariest thing about it too? He's only 30 years old, so he still has a long ways to go. But number 8, as you were saying, he's going to look good, and if he finishes in the final 5.
Here we go with the prodigy, Barron Mamiya, on a larger wave, little elevator off the top there, aggressive turn, hangs on through some bouncy water, finds a rail to carve through, patient off the bottom, beautiful full rail wrap to finish before he kicks out. So that's going to get him right back in the game. He's going to ditch that 3.13 that he currently has in his scoreline. Another big set wave coming through for Matty McGillivray. Frothy face to contend with. Little carve off the top, projecting down the line, throws it up, out, and has to really put the gecko toes in the wax to try to ride out of that one, but goes incomplete.
Well, Miggy just had a sigh of relief when he was paddling back out and he saw that. But I think Barron's going to get a decent score right here, Kaipo. A huge wave, I think one of the largest we've seen all day long. And with just under 9 minutes to go, should probably at least compete with the 6.11 that he requires.
That is going to be the big question for Barron Mamiya. Can he eclipse a 6.11? That's his requirement to take the lead off of Miguel Pupo. Just 3 maneuvers on that wave. But of course, like you said before, Mitch, it's not quantity, it's quality which is going to get your score.
And the quality of the wave too. As we see Carissa paddling out. Oh, watch out. I've slipped like every time coming in and paddling out, Kaipo.
That is, I mean.
Have you?
What is that?
Have you slipped or like fallen on the rocks?
I don't want to jinx myself. Here we go. Barron Mamiya on the replay.
Yeah, this first turn, very difficult to go up and over that section, and a great bottom turn straight into the second one too. So just based off of the quality of the first 2 turns, I feel like this is going to be enough for the lead. And as we said, the size of the wave too, he was able to find this thing. And look at the score coming through.
7.67. Barron Mamiya got the job done and takes the lead with 7.5 minutes remaining. So we were talking about quality versus quantity, larger wave, all of that added up to a 7.67, up in the very good range.
Yeah, and he got lucky with being in good priority rotation for that wave too. First wave of the set, real clean face and risked it too. We don't talk about the amount of commitment that this kid has put into his surfing, not only at Sunset Beach, Pipeline, but also at waves like Margaret River too. I think that's one of the keys of his success so far, is that he's not been afraid to really attack those critical sections. The kid's only in his early 20s too.
Yeah, 22 years old, and just at the beginning, at the start of the road of his professional surf career. As we know now, the professional surf career has been extended officially because Kelly Slater's still winning contests at 50 years old. So
you trying to make a comeback?
Well, I'm over 50 to tell you the truth. And I couldn't do it.
I saw you surfing the other day. What are you talking about?
Thank you, Mitch. You're too kind. 6.5 minutes remaining here, and now the task on Miguel Pupo is 7.28. The task on Matthew McGillivray has 7.73. And so some big numbers required to topple Baron Mamiya off of the top of the heap right here with 6 minutes.
Miggy outside. There's something here. They're going to let the first one go, and you see those deeper ones, that's past the point. So really, when you're looking towards the beach, there's a house that I usually use as a marker. That means that that's kind of the main takeoff zone. If you're deeper than that, it means that you're too deep. But here goes Miggy.
Good looking wave as far as wave size, way overhead. Loads up off the bottom, has to glide through that first section, a little caught on the heels there, and that's going to cost him.
Yeah. Didn't really engage and connect with the lip the way you wanted to on the first turn, and was off balance and really off rhythm for the entire rest of the wave. So just going to have to hunt something on the inside now, Kaipo, to get that 7 that he needs. But, you know, he's got the air game. I think this is a good chance and a good time to kind of use that if he can actually catch the wave, though.
McGillivray looking at that one with priority. Doesn't want to put too much of an effort into it. Doesn't want to lose that priority. Down the point, we're going to turn our attention here to Baron Mamiya. Loads up off the bottom. Beautiful carve, keeping it on rail. Right back up for another carve. Some clean surfing. Some frothy water to contend with, and a little bit of backwash, but no problem for Baron Mamiya. Let's see if he can improve upon his low of a 5.83 and extend his lead.
Backdoor Baron. There's a reason you called him the prodigy, Kaipo. This kid's got everything it takes to be a world champion, and, you know, being in the top 10 right now, only 22 years of age, as you were mentioning. I also think that his surfing doesn't reflect his age. I mean, he's so young, and the way he surfs, the aggressiveness that he has, and he's under the guidance of Sean Ward too from Huntington Beach, so a great person to have in your corner, just kind of telling you what to do or what not to do in the moment as well.
Well, and he's at the cusp of the generation which is basically the World Surf League generation to me. These kids have come up being able to watch these broadcasts, to watch everything, to watch replays, watch slow motion, and really be able to analyze technique of the world's best. They start watching these programs at age 12, and a decade later, you're someone like Baron Mamiya, who has such a mature style, but a lot of that is the input that he's getting from a lot of the surf media out there at his disposal, so that he can work on technique, so that he can work on body positioning, so that he can work on things that make you a very polished surfer. And that's why it looks like his surfing is beyond his years.
Doesn't hurt when you're also from one of the best places in the world, like the North Shore. Oh, Miggy! Almost had it.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo goes down. He's a 7.28 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown. That's not going to do it, so he's going to have to scratch down the point and find a way. Matthew McGillivray, however, with priority, Mitchell, does have some opportunity. He needs a big number, 7.73, but holding priority, still having 3 minutes, he still has that opportunity.
Yeah, but remember Margaret River, though, he got a high 7 with just the one turn against Kanoa, so it's not impossible. Is it improbable? Probably. You see that play on words right there? Improbable, probably. Trying to make you laugh, Kaipo. But
it's working. I laugh on the inside sometimes because I'm a warrior. Guerrero. Guerrero. That got you laughing, didn't it? You're 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the countdown here. Baron Mamiya on top. Manny McGillivray trying to find some position here at Punta Roca. Looks like he likes this one. He's going to do the whitewater roll into a double up. A little bit of a setup turn there, but there he goes, glides off the top with a snap. Wave steepens up and is running down the line. Big gaff back into the whitewater there. Has to skip that section, and unfortunately, no more opportunity down the line, Mitch, so I don't think that's going to be the number that he needs.
No, not at all. And look at this, Miggy now having a look right there. There was a moment on that wave, Kaipo, where it seemed like he kind of hesitated a little bit to go up into the lip line. That's when he went around it, and then the one carve afterwards. But maybe not necessarily a missed opportunity. I think it was just a very difficult wave to serve. And look at this now, Miggy with an opportunity.
Smooth off the bottom, glides off the top. Miguel Pupo looking down the line, punts it for the backside rotation. Unable to get the board underneath his feet for the completion.
Barron, I'd be going on this.
Mamiya's interested in this one. Rolls into it. Streaking down the line. Nice carve there as the wave doubles up on the inside section. Throws the fins, but comes unstuck.
But it's intelligent, though, because he kept both McGillivray and Miguel off of that wave. And most importantly, he was still looking to better his low score of the 5.83. Because regardless if they need something in the sevens, and that's been hard to get so far today, it's still attainable with the quality of the waves we've seen so far in this heat.
Said it before, I'll say it again. To win the game, you got to play the game. Sometimes you play offense, that means performance. Sometimes you play defense, and that is with intelligent use of your priority. So regardless of the result there for Barron Mamiya on the actual score, which was going to come in at about a 2-point ride, the defense that he plays was crucial.
Well, and look at this, 45 seconds to go. I don't know if Miggy's in position to catch a wave out the back, but McGillivray is. And after needing that 7.73, you did see the way he was looking to attack that wave on the bigger sections. As of right now, though, it seems like time's going to run out. But in the elimination round now, Kaipo, probably tomorrow, having some great waves on offer, I think we're going to see both of these surfers shine.
Yep, stick around because we are not over yet. We're going to have 4 more heats today. The women's elimination round will be hitting the water after the completion of this heat. And this heat is just ticking down, and it looks like the prodigy, Barron Mamiya, has punched his ticket into the round of 16. Horn sounds, and it is official. As we take a look at the numbers here, and we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to have Joe and Rosie on the set, along with a special guest. Don't go anywhere.
Great to have your company for an exciting opening day of competition at the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist and current world #1, takes on the ultimate surfer wildcard, Tia Blanco. Just one-on-one heats from here on out as we establish the quarterfinals on the women's side. And how good is this? Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge. And Jackson Baker, fresh off a win into the booth. Thanks for joining us.
No, thanks for having me. It's cool. It's cool to be in here, and especially for a good friend of mine's heat, so it'll be cool to commentate.
What do you think of the set?
It is a really cool set. It's cool to see. I've seen it a couple times on the Challenger Series, but the CT one's definitely a bit bigger.
CT chairs?
A bit comfier.
Yeah,
I can get used to this.
Well, you have a saying, win the morning, win the day. You certainly did that. How was your heat?
Yeah, it was good. It was nice to get the round one win. Definitely takes the pressure off. You don't want to be in that elimination round. So, yeah, it was nice. I definitely won the heat, but there's a couple of little errors. So, I mean, if I can iron them out and into the next round, I'll be, yeah, looking good and feeling good.
Really cool. As we break down this heat, Carissa Moore, Tia Blanco. I've been seeing a lot of clips of Tia hanging out at Puro Surf. Obviously, Carissa, yourself, Rosie. What a great spot to hang, Ro. And you're seeing a lot of Jacko every day as well.
Yeah, we scored. It's definitely one of the premier places to stay here at El Salvador. And yeah, been checking out your program with Carissa and Mitch, and it's been so cool just seeing you guys all hang out, all smiles and super relaxed, it seems like.
As we look at Carissa Moore getting things started. Nice way just to pace herself, not trying to rush into a big turn, and she'll just trying to change her mind here, look for something better. I love how she's not kicking out. She's just committing to lay down a couple of nice rail hooks. And now chasing down this inside wall, wrist looking for something big, finds the lip line, stays on her board, and will fade out. It's interesting finding the tempo and rhythm to these waves, as Tia Blanco will have a quick answer. Quick backhand jam. Wave sloping out just a bit here. But Tia was so ready for this event, spending a lot of time here in the lead up to the contest. Now she is going way down the point here at Punta Roca, and all signs of spray, and her silhouette down the beach. She pulled that last maneuver as they are sitting really far down the point at the moment, Jackson.
Yeah, wow, they were some pretty long first waves. It's really tricky actually when you're out there, like to understand where you are in the lineup. The point kind of bends in all weird different ways. So I think the girls started pretty high up. I guess they may have jostled for priority or just the inside. But I feel as though I guess they just wanted to get one under the belt with a 35-minute heat, and woman on woman, I mean, you're just catching waves and enjoying it, I think.
Can you take us into the vibe of your camp? You know, obviously Mitchell Ross, certainly a surfer you looked up to from your same local town in Newcastle, but also joining forces with one of the most decorated surfers of all time in Carissa Moore. What's it like on the day-to-day leading up to an event?
Oh, it's yeah, I guess we're just so relaxed. It's such a good little crew we got going on. I've been lucky enough to work with the team since Portugal, and I guess that's when I kind of turned the year around, and yeah, kind of did good for myself. So I guess it's working in both parties. So I mean, just to be hanging around with Carissa and Mitch, like, I mean, I still kind of pinch myself that I'm hanging out with her, and I mean, I'm lucky enough to have Mitchell from my home area, so we've got that great relationship.
As we look at Carissa's opener, Rosie, what'd you think?
Yeah, it was interesting, Joey, just seeing her, like you said, she kind of had to switch gears after that first kind of fake out turn that she did. Now she gets an easy read through that cutback. But like Jackson was saying, I think it's a lot harder when you're out in the lineup as opposed to looking at it from the beach. I think this wave has had a lot of water moving. We've seen a lot of weather. There's that wind swell that's coming into play. She finishes off so nicely. So, you know, she does so well to regather herself. And Tia, you know, similar kind of situation. There was a part of this wave where she really had to kind of nurse her way through the turns.
And then this part here kind of sloped out a bit, but took her for a long ride way down the point here at Punta Roca. It seems like a wave that kind of forces you to let the wave lead, and you have to respond on demand, huh, Jackson?
Yeah, for sure. It's I mean, today is probably, even though it's probably the best we've surfed it is tricky with that wind quite up the face, but that does call for those bigger turns. You have those fluffy little lips, so, and those progressive bigger fin waft turns. So it's definitely really enjoyable. Like, I've really enjoyed learning this wave. It's been pretty small the first few days, but today, even though it is onshore, it's still world class, and but it is definitely a tricky wave. You do let the wave kind of do everything for you, and you're just trying to just keep up with what you should be doing.
Carissa Moore a 5, Tia Blanco a 4.17. for Tia Blanco, new to the scene, had her first CT experience back at Portugal, now coming into play for the second time, using a wild card from her Ultimate Surfer win. To have your score so close to a 5-time world champ on the opening exchange, how do you think she's reacting to that, Rosie?
Yeah, I think that's, you know, she can take confidence out of that, Joe. It's such a great point when you hear that score over the loudspeaker and, you know, the world champ has had the first of the exchange and Tia gets the second, and you kind of hear that it's really close in the numbers. That can really, you know, get that mindset of working towards being like, hey, my turns, my surfing compares to what Carissa's doing at the moment.
Jackson in the water on a lay day at G-Land, I couldn't help but notice you cheering on everybody in the water, even people that you'd have to go up against. Didn't matter what country they're from, you're just stoked and frothing. Is there a part of you as a new face on tour just going like, are you kidding me? We all get to surf together? Are you just still pinching yourself?
Yeah, for sure. It's I guess that's the part of adjusting to it all, because I guess you've got to compete against them, and once the rashi's on, you've got to win. It's kill or be killed. So I guess that's what I'm adjusting to. But just being able to be on the tour and surfing with these guys like heroes, people I've grown up watching, yeah, it's a dream come true. So I guess that's kind of my side. I'm so happy and I'm grateful to be a part of it. And I mean, I think people kind of trip out sometimes when I'm so excited in the water. They're like, this guy's in the comp. Like, but I guess that's my thing, and it doesn't affect me in any way. Like, that's how I am. I talk a lot and I'm excited. So if it puts other people off their game, then I guess it could be a win. But no, I'm not doing it in that way.
It was quite fun for me because you had a heat with Geordie at Sunset, and I think he just got the better of you in that one. But yeah, he was like, oh, I was like, what's it like competing against Jackson, you know? And he was like, oh man, he's just such a good guy. Like, that's such an exciting heat. But that is like, it's such a good energy, because I feel like this tour, G-Land, you guys were in such close quarters. Now moving to El Salvador, you're hanging out with different surfers. So it does have that kind of community feeling.
It's interesting. We were talking about composure a little bit this morning, and doesn't always have to mean calm and just in this peaceful Zen state. That might not work for everybody. You know, someone's composure might be, I want my emotions a little bit higher. You know, you don't want to idle too much. You don't want it too low. Do you find what works for you before big events?
I'm slowly finding it. I think I had it pretty good at the start of the year, pre-cut. I guess it was just kind of just focusing on the job that needed to be done, and then I guess G-Land for me was a bit of a transitional event, like all this pressure off and then wondering what pressure you're going to put on yourself with the goals you want for the back end of the year. So I learned a lot there. So now I definitely know why I'm here and what I want to do within the sport and the tour for this year.
Carissa Moore is going to chip in, had the 5.0 on her first. She'll just wait for a moment. Now starting to drive. A surfer from Oahu winds up off the bottom, and a great connection. Nice patience. Second turn, a tighter jam into the pocket. And lighting up the end section with a cool fin drift. Almost thought she was going to have a low road for a second, but what a great performance from Carissa Moore. As she's going to put pressure on Tia Blanco. Rosie, what'd you think?
I wouldn't be surprised if that score goes excellent. If you compare it to her 5 and just those 3, those combination of maneuvers, we're going to get another look here. Jackson, what did you think?
It was nice to see her really patient at the start here. I feel this wave, you feel as though you got to fit a turn in straight away, but she just patiently waited for this little bowl. Big first turn, really nice second turn, and this third turn was probably one of my favorite turns of the day so far. It was a big layback slide. That was, for her to do that at that part of the wave, like that risk, that was huge, and it was really cool to see. She does that stuff all the time, but to do that under pressure is really cool.
You can see how she just reads a lineup too. Realize I'm just going to be patient, don't rush anything, and then really opened up, Ro.
Yeah, I feel like Carissa's one of those surfers that can recalibrate her approach, like depending on what the wave offers, which is so fun. Like you saw that 5-point ride, she's like, okay, I've got to tidy it up here and there. And like you said, the risk and commitment to go for that last maneuver like that, it's fun to see her start to open up and find that momentum.
Carissa opened with a 5, now a 7.33 as Tia is now chasing an 8.16. Let's catch up to the winner of the last heat. Baron Mamiya is with Tio Kaipo.
Well, Baron, you're into the round of 16. Really nice to skip that elimination round, but that was some work out there.
Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I felt like I was surfing such a bad heat. I couldn't, like, my first wave, I made the 2 airs, and then I kind of was just like, felt like I could not do a turn. Like, it was super hard to kind of time, and a lot of wonk on the wave. It's cleaning up right now, but like, I don't know, I felt like I was surfing really bad, and then I just somehow just got super lucky on that bomb that came in, and I surfed it all right. I think the wave did a lot more of the work than I was doing, but yeah, I'm super stoked to make it. Yeah.
You wrestled with that wave, but you wrestled well for that 7.67. Any adjustments that you're going to make looking forward to the round of 16?
Yeah, I definitely got to clean up a lot of mistakes I had. I kept falling. My timing was a little off, so I'm going to go back, watch the heat, and then, you know, just reset for the next round. Yeah, just try and, you know, focus on my surfing and just get some good waves.
Got folks back home watching in Hawaii. Any words?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom, dad, brother, girlfriend. Love you guys. I'll see you guys soon.
Hey, all the Mamias, be proud because Barron's in the round of 16. Check them out.
Thank you, Kaipo. Baron Mamiya, so happy to be on tour this year. We were talking about it earlier with Kaiwa Belly, how he's probably just going, oh my goodness, probably thought he was going to be doing different things in his career, and now it's turned into one of the best of his life. Same for Baron. Wild card shot at Pipe, wins Sunset. Joined you in the rookie class, Jacko.
Yeah, it's super cool. You always knew he was one of the best contenders in Hawaii, and it's, I mean, probably the coolest thing for me to watch is how he's adapted to the other waves on tour. Like, he's done so well so far, and he's still, I think he's just out of the top 10 or near the top 10. Like, to still be there, he's definitely showing that he's a contender, and even just to hear him in that post-heat interview, he's very critical of his surfing, and I feel like that's a great thing. Even though you do win the heat, you still want to come in and be able to pinpoint the things that you can do better in the next round, because if you content the whole time, then those things are going to eat away at you in the long run. So that was really cool to hear. I mean, he felt like he surfed a bad heat, but he still put up nearly 14 points. So I'm scared to see him have a good heat.
To be honest, that was kind of your take on your heat. You won, and I asked you about it. You're like, yeah, a few things I could already improve on.
Yeah, for sure. I fell on my 617, which shows that it probably could have been like a mid to high 7. So that was hard to deal with throughout the heat. I felt as though if I lose, that's the reason why. So I was trying to get that out of my head, and then to be able to win with that mistake, I mean, I know falls are pretty common, but to kind of iron that out and go into the next round, like, I'm going to be a pretty low seed coming up against a high seed, so I've got to stay on my feet and put my best foot forward.
Loving the insight from Jackson Baker winning his heat earlier today. Well, we're in the elimination round for the women. Shannon Hughes standing by in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Do you have an update for us on Brisa Hennessy?
I do. So I just had a chat with her. The foot's not looking too good. She got 8 stitches in it a few hours ago. Coming out of the water, cut her foot after actually her first wave in the heat. She said it's still pretty painful. She can really feel it throbbing and everything, but she's going to give it a go. She's going to paddle out, take the heat head on against Caroline Marks in heat number 3. She's feeling a bit gutted because she was really wanting to solidify her position in the rankings, specifically out of this event in El Salvador. Sitting at number 2 in the world, she's done so well so far to get herself there. But now she is kind of questioning how that foot's feeling and how she'll actually be able to perform. Good friend of hers, Isabella Nichols, showed up with a booty, so she hasn't decided yet if she's going to put that on over the bandaging to paddle out on or just go on straight with bandaging. But she's definitely going to have a tough run. I feel, though, she is the strongest warrior. She's ready to go. She's keeping that positive mindset, and she had huge goals set for coming into El Salvador, and I can see her working straight through this one.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Great insight there, and a tough situation for Brisa, but as Brisa is always doing, smiling her way through as she'll prepare for Caroline Marks in the elimination round, as Brisa is world number 2. Just traded the yellow jersey to Carissa over at G-Land, but there's that famous saying where Jackson comes from, beware of the wounded animal, right? And Brisa's going to fight through this one.
Oh, for sure. You see this stuff all the time, and it's actually so sad to see her get an injury, especially these rocks are treacherous, getting in and out, and for her to do it after a wave, she barely even knew that she did, and she just put her foot down and cut her foot, and yeah, 8 stitches, that's a lot. So, but you see these stories, Morgan Siblick with his toe in the Newcastle event, like, beware of the wounded. There's a lot of stories like this, so I'm really excited to watch this next heat. I feel as though she'll rise to the occasion, and with Caroline being back for this event, it's going to be a pretty special heat, I think.
Rosie, what goes into that process? Kind of thinking of where Brisa is with her career, the WSL Final 5. Why would she make that decision to surf through this kind of pain?
Well, yeah, like we were talking about, just being in that picture, dropping down to second after the end of G-Land, it's just so important for her to solidify that space. I mean, this is such a golden opportunity to make that final 5 picture. So Brees actually cut her foot in one of her opening waves of that heat, so surfed through that pain already, got it stitched up now. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what she does, because she was attacking in that last heat. So yeah, I guess every event right now is so important, so crucial to make that final 5.
Tour so interesting at this stage, kind of passing this mid-season cut where it's all focused on the WSL Final 5, and we'll get back to that in a moment because we've got a nice little roll-in for Carissa Moore. Getting a lot of speed, clean first turn right off the lip, laying down the forehand hook, bottom drops out, she controls it. Another clean frontside wrap, and she'll pace her way through this section as she's lining up some whitewater. Power hack complete for Riss, ditching a 5.0. As we've got some backing for Carissa all around the world.
It's almost laughable how good Carissa is. I mean, you watch her on a wave and she obviously, like, she's so skilled. She also makes it seem pretty easy, but then that's extra emphasis on what she does. I mean, the way she's evolved her career to win 5 world titles, I'm always just like so in awe of the surfing that she's doing.
So true. First turn real clean, Jackson.
Wow, all 3 of those the first 3 turns were amazing. I know they were quite similar, but she kind of like built through them all, and I think the 3rd one was actually the biggest one. And then she even, like we said on the last wave, she risked it on the end, and she's done it again. Like, she could have just rested her laurels on those first 3 turns, and she's could have gone safe on the end section, but with how she is, with the caliber of surfer she is and the talent she has, she just puts the knife in the coffin at the end.
The wild card, Tia Blanco, snaps the start as she's trying to come back against Carissa Moore. Already in a pretty big combination required because Carissa continues to improve. A 5, then a 7.33, now an 8.33 on her last. Rosie, this morning watching Carissa in the lineup, I felt like she was like learning with the conditions and adapting and improving. She kind of ran out of time there against Courtney Conlog, but she's done it again in this heat. Different types of conditions from what she had this morning, and she's only getting better.
Yeah, that's so true, Joe. I mean, she really has taken that last heat. She probably had a little conversation with Mitchie, yourself, Jackson, and just, you know, just had to retweak a couple things, and she comes back stronger than ever. But you mentioned the conditions. Thinking about this morning, it was almost a negative tide. It was wind swelly. The swell was still building in, and now you've got that tide pulling in. The swell's built in, so conditions definitely improving from this morning when she was in the water.
So cool to see Carissa on this kind of roll, but we really want to see what Tia Blanco can do to survive a pretty big combination of scores. We'll take a quick break. The elimination round continues right after this.
Pretty. Go, Gabby! Burn him! Burn him!
Excitement levels just lost track.
Bursted! The next heat winner we have Risa Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's enjoy something special. A Ride of the Year nomination for the Red Bull Big Wave Awards from Justine DuPont on an unbelievable wave at Tehupo'o at the end of the road in Tahiti. Watching this thing in awe, letting go of a rope and looking at this, Jackson.
Oh my God, that was psycho. Wowee.
Winners will be announced in early July. $350,000 prize purse. 3 men, 3 women categories for Ride of the Year, biggest paddle, biggest toe. You can find out all the information on worldsurfleague.com. Justine Dupont, unbelievable. Long time ago, she was on the championship tour, and she had this crazy career change. She got injured in that rookie season. Silvana Lima got injured that same season. One wild card spot at the time, and she's just kind of going, Silvana's probably going to get it. She just went into this crazy change of career path and has turned into one of the best big wave surfers we've seen.
She's amazing. I presented the Red Bull Big Wave Awards last year, and Justine just took everything. I mean, she cleaned up every single award, and then they interviewed her, and she's like, oh, I got it for that wave? I thought my other wave was way bigger. And like Nazare, Jaws, like she's done it all, right?
Thoughts on Tahiti, Jackson? Heading there later on this year.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's definitely somewhere I'm going to go early and put some time in there. I've never been there. I've never been to Chopes before. I've been to Papa and a couple of the places around there. We had a couple of junior series events when we were younger, so it'll be good to just get over there. And I mean, Pipe at the start of the year was a huge proving ground, so I guess if I can do that, prove myself there, it'll be good to go to Chopes. And especially now Chopes is at the end of the year, and it's not like a cut type thing like you fall off tour at the end of the year, so it'll be exciting to go there and enjoy it.
As we see Carissa Moore roll in here, sweeping off the bottom and kicking out quickly. Carissa and Tia know each other really well. One of Tia's best friends is actually Kayla Moore, Carissa's sister. So they see each other all the time. Tia kind of feels like she's got this citizen of the world feeling going. Southern California, spends a lot of time in Hawaii as well, representing Puerto Rico as well. She's really got the whole package.
Yeah, she's amazing. I get to see her a lot in San Clemente, surfing lowers. She's an amazing talent, and obviously winning the Ultimate Surfer, that was, tricky in itself. Finishing top 2 with her best friend Brianna Cope. Cool to see her get these opportunities and really put herself against the world's best.
Things got pretty wild on that show. Anastasia Ashley, Malia Ward, Kayla Durden. There were so many contenders, and for her to last throughout all the challenges, not just surfing, but these funny little games you had to win, but it was like testing your ability, athleticism, and it was like 115 degrees Fahrenheit. Not sure what that is in Celsius, Jackson, but
that sounds
40?
like enough. Sounds like anything above 100 in anything is a lot.
And she won 100K, which was really cool. And now getting to mix it up with the very best in the world is pretty special with these wildcard opportunities.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I was lucky enough last year in Newcastle, the one event first CT in Newcastle, I got the opportunity to do that, and I guess I'm very thankful for that, because that's brought me to this and burnt the fire, got me fired up last year to qualify. I mean, I think that's where I was like, okay, I can do this, and luckily the Challenger Series led into that and snuck on. So yeah, I guess it's a great stepping stone, and you really, even though you come up against the top seeds, being a wild card, it is really, really tricky. But I mean, if you want to prove yourself against the best, you may as well be against the best. So it is Tia taking off now.
Tia just up and out, still needing to break a pretty big combination as Carissa's holding down a 7.33 and an 8.33. But yeah, speaking of more waves on the way, Carissa Moore is going to check out this wall. Overhead on the takeoff. Again, incredibly patient. Just a little setup carve for Riss. Big swoop, and she'll eject there. She's not feeling the need to really chase anything further down the line. Interesting how she's still looking for her first win of the season and wearing yellow. And I think we bring up a topic from our vision from the booth and interactions on the sidelines. And seeing Carissa for a long time, we keep bringing up the topic where it feels like she still has this unfinished business about her because she hasn't won an event yet. You say that while she wears yellow. Jackson, you're in closer quarters these days being in the camp. Is there any truth to that? Are you feeling that same thing?
Not that I see. I think she's so happy-go-lucky and the most bubbly person. Like, what you see on camera and what you see around the event is exactly what you get. Like, that's just her naturally all the time. So I guess she still has that will to win all the time. So I guess maybe underneath it would be eating away, not having a win yet. But to be coming into, what are we at, the 7th event on tour, and she's in yellow. I mean, if someone said to you, oh, you may not have a win yet, but you'll be in yellow, you'd be like, okay, I'll be fired up for the last couple to get one. And I feel as though the surfing that she's putting down in this heat, even though she didn't progress through the heat this morning, she surfed an extra heat. I feel as though yes, it is an extra heat, but it's extra time in the lineup, and we didn't get here too long before. So I guess the more time in the water at Punta Roca, and especially now it has cleaned up from the last heat of the men's. It's cleaned up now. The girls are getting some pretty nice conditions now. So an extra 35 minutes in the water could go a long way.
Certainly can. I was thinking about the situation on tour these days. Obviously, your class of surfers going through maybe more pressure than anybody's ever felt before with that whole mid-season cut, which just feels like a scary movie now looking back. But you are a survivor of that. And now we're in this back half that we've never felt, where you already know you're going to be surfing pipeline at the start of the year as we watch Tia up and out. But now this crop of surfers on tour like yourself are now experiencing everything is on the line, focused on the WSL Final 5. However, you know you're safe for next year. So what does that do for your headspace, your surfing? Does it ultimately free you up?
Yeah, for sure. I think, well, for me, honestly, it's been a bit interesting to adapt to. I think at G-Land, I was like, well, like I'm on till next year, and kind of enjoyed myself there. But now I'm like, that didn't work for me. That enjoyment side, having a couple beers and stuff, and I do love a beer. But I mean, now I'm like, I can just enjoy that stuff after the contest, and I know how much I want to win. So now I'm like, I got to put my best foot forward. But yeah, it's tricky with the cut. It was hard, and I'm very lucky to have come out on the other side of it. And I felt like in that first 5 events, I was kind of cooped up. I didn't really show everything that I kind of had to show. So now I've got this platform to be able to just enjoy the next 5 events. And I mean, I've got goals of where I want to finish, top 10. I mean, top 5's not completely out of the picture. I've got points on the board. So yeah, I guess for me, it's just the higher I can get, the better. I'm at the bottom now, so can't go any further down. So I'll just aim up.
I love that. Speaking of cuts, I don't know, we talked at the start of the year, if you made the mid-season cut, there's just a quiet little conversation that the mustache was going to be shaved after Margaret River. I don't have to hold you to that, but do you remember that at all?
I do remember that chit chat. I'm so bad with that stuff. Every time I'm like, I'll just do all these bets. Like, I think I said when I qualified last year to Conor O'Leary, because I was such a long shot out. I was like, oh, I'll get a tattoo, and he's like, you'll get whatever Conor says, and I haven't got that yet. But I think I've got to get those on. Kind of couple little permanent stickers somewhere. But yeah, the mo's got to go at some point. I think I'm holding on to the dream. I'm losing the hair on my head, so I'm holding on to my little spot of confidence.
Classic. Yeah, I'm not going to hold you to that. That's up to you.
One day.
One day.
One day soon.
We'll make good on that.
For sure.
Classic. It was fun seeing you enjoy all the downtime and the surfs, obviously, with Conor O'Leary. Having that kind of support is incredible on tour.
Oh, for sure. We've got such a good little crew of Aussies, and even now it's like, it's not just the Aussies. It's in G-Land we were all on pretty much 3 camps, and it was like you didn't even feel like you're there for a contest. Like, yes, the contest had its days, but we had a lot of lay days, and just be able to hang out in camp with guys like Felipe, Carissa, like it's so cool, and everyone just feels like everyone's in this together. And yes, there's a contest at the end of the day, but we got to enjoy our time on the road.
Tia Blanco getting into the open face, throws down a snap, hangs onto that rail line. The open face is pretty sloped out, so she'll just try to push down the line. Great snap there for Tia, and she will step off, looking to better a 2.07 and break the combo against Carissa Moore. Really enjoyed the episode that Jackson had on the lineup with Dave Proden. Loved Rosie's episode as well. 2 great lineup stars, which is still up. You can find that wherever you watch your listen to your podcasts, which we got to go deep into your history competitively, your jersey number, everything. That was a really cool insight, spending time with Dave Proden.
Yeah, it was so cool, and actually to do it in the jungle. We're actually in the studio like this, in the G-Land jungle studio. So yeah, it was really cool, and yeah, just to chat to Proden, and I know, kind of just give people the other side of what's not completely shown. I mean, I've got my surfing side, and I've had some other things go on throughout my life, and yeah, I'm happy to share that stuff. If I can help anyone with what I've gone through, and it helps them get through that similar stuff, then I mean, there's no point holding that just to yourself. I mean, I held it to myself for so long, and it's better to just let it go and speak it out. I feel like it makes you feel a lot better.
Well, Jackson, I'm going to have to catch up on that lineup episode, but I was actually going to say, you know, your charge on the Challenger Series, watching you with your post-heat interviews, I was going to say, like, one of my favorite things about you, aside the fact that you absolutely rip at surfing, is that you let in the fans. Like, you're not afraid to, like, really talk about your emotions and what you're going through. And yeah, I was just a huge fan of you, watching you through Europe. So it's been really cool to see your progression, to see you on the championship tour, and just it's fun to be around that energy on tour.
Yeah, thank you. That means a lot. But I guess that side of it just come from like my family, and then especially the camaraderie side with the boys. That's come from like Connor O'Leary, and I mean those other like Wade Carmichael, Cooper Chapman on the Challengers, and now myself, Connor, and Cal get to do it on the World Championship Tour. And I feel like the Brazilians have always done that camaraderie thing so well that we're just trying to like kind of catch up, like just to be able to watch your mates and support, like to watch their dreams unfold as well is a really special feeling. So it's cool when you're succeeding, but seeing your mates also succeed, it's like, yes, it's an individual sport, but like to kind of, you want to see your countrymen succeed as well. So it's a really cool journey, and I guess it's only just started for a lot of us, so hopefully it can go on for a long time, like the Mick and Joel stories like that. That'd be pretty cool. I guess that's the dream for everyone.
Oh, it certainly is. Did you have a chance to go home before you came here?
I did. I got 3 days at home between Indo and here. It was good just to kind of unpack the bag. It was kind of nice, like just to forget about that event, move forward, yeah, got to see my partner and my family, and just, it's nice. It's like a little recharge, even though you'd kind of, I know, come from a contest and you're looking down the barrel of a bit of jet lag and stuff like that. It was nice just to regroup, and it's always nice to get a home-cooked meal. My partner Emily is an amazing cook, so I definitely miss that when I'm on the road. So to get home, I'll take a night at home. If I have to fly 16 hours, I don't mind, just to see her and the family and my dad and my sister. So it's pretty special.
Yeah, it's like nothing better than sleeping in your own bed after a long event, after traveling, like getting home, seeing the family. Like you said, it's just that reset that you need, but also like getting under the covers of your own bed and just feeling comfy. It's a pretty special thing.
Oh, it's really cool, and it's can be tough with this really rapid-fire part of the season. We're moving from event to event. I thought it was so smart that Tia Blanco came here incredibly early. Her free surf pips have been amazing. Joining forces with Matt Myers for some mentorship and coaching, as Carissa Moore's freestyling through the inside, just hopping out. Her last 2 waves, she's just kind of kept short, kind of feeling her way down this point of Punta Roca. Tia Blanco holds priority, still looking to break the combo. Seen Tia a lot in Oceanside, lower trestles, competing in a lot of events. Be fun to follow her journey to officially qualify full time for the championship tour. But a true wild card in this event, just trying to upset the rhythm of the WSL Final 5. And it's got to be pretty memorable to be in a heat with Carissa Moore. Those are the type of heats these surfers never forget, especially when you're close to the family as well. Tia's going to walk away feeling proud of this opportunity as a wild card.
Oh, for sure. You're very thankful for these opportunities, and yeah, to just put up some scores against the world #1, and I guess just to be here and a part of the CT, like, it's a pretty cool feeling when you get your first Rashi. It's very different to just a QS Challenger Series Rashi. It's personalised to yourself, so it's pretty cool. So I hope she's enjoyed the experience, and I mean, wouldn't be surprised if we see her on tour one day.
And I think she has one more shot at the championship tour this season. We'll see where that ends up going. But the wild card story is such a fun one in pro surfing, Rosie. It's like you don't know what to expect. Someone can come out of nowhere and take down the best in the world.
Well, we've seen that a handful of times, especially on the women's side. Steph Gilmore, I mean, Moana at the beginning of the event against Carissa at the pipe final. That was just insane to watch. So, you know, as soon as you're given that opportunity, you get that email and you know it's going to happen, you get that little bit of like anxious, excited, nervous butterfly feeling like this could be my shot to like go all the way.
Carissa Moore will take a victory lap here against Tia Blanco and just get a chance to feel out her equipment one more time, squaring up vertically, laying down a clean frontside wrap. Ended up keeping a 7.33 and an 8.33 in this heat, and she'll put together one more final turn before she calls it a day and moves on into the next round. which is the quarterfinals. Jackson Baker, thank you so much for coming in. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you guys for having me. It was cool to be in here and especially commentate one of Chris's heats, so it was really special. Thanks for having me, guys.
All time. If you haven't heard it yet, look up the lineup with Dave Proden. Listen to this man, his entire story, and make sure you see his next matchup here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Joanne DeFay, Gabrielle O'Brien out there next. The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City, official tourism partner of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. By Corona, this is living. And by Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. Elimination round continues here in Heat 2, and this is the one-on-one format now. We had 3 surfers in the lineup in the opening round. Now it's just down to head-to-head surfing. From here on out, Joanne DeFay taking on Gabrielle O'Brien for a shot to move into the next round and get some crucial points to make the WSL Final 5. DeFay moved all the way up to 3rd in the world after her win at G-Land. And Gabrielle O'Brien, the rookie from the island of Kauai, is number 10 in the world, heading into stop number 7 of the season. Joe Trappell with Rosie Hodge, and inviting back into the booth, 76 world champ Peter Townend. PT, how's your day been going since I saw you last?
Well, things have changed a bit since I was in here a little while ago. I mean, the tide's come in and there's some serious sets coming through, like serious stuff out there, and the level of surfing has been just crazy.
Yeah, great to see Carissa just kind of flow, find form, and sometimes there's that advantage, surfers will say, of ending up in the elimination round and actually getting more time in the water here at Punta Roca.
I'm not sure about that one. I think I'd like that the easy pass to the, especially in the girls, to the quarterfinals, right?
I guess surfers say that once they win, right? And then move on and say that might have been an advantage later.
Yeah, in hindsight, you know, going to the elimination round really propelled me forward. But yeah, it's true though, because Jackson Baker spoke about it even in the last heat with Carissa in that elimination round. The first time we've seen her in it this season. Yeah, it's like that extra rep out at Punta Roca. Like you said, the waves have changed, they've turned on. So yeah, we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Carissa to see how she fares in this event, to see if it's true or not.
Joanne DeFay, we've seen a lot of her since 2014 PT. She featured last year at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, now number 3 in the world.
Her improvement from year to year, these last couple of years, has been phenomenal. Actually, you know, in my household, I live with a bunch of guys and we have a pool about who's going to win and who's going to get to the top 5, and you know, everyone has to put $100 in. And last year I picked Joanne to actually make the 5 and no one else did.
Well, great call. That was an incredible call. It's like you're seeing her improvement every year. It made sense that she'd put herself in a position to be a world champion. Now winning events is pretty common for Joanne DeFay, especially if she's going left, but remember how dangerous she can be on her forehand as well. At Snapper, she kind of stopped everybody when she did that nose pick reverse. So it was one of the most radical maneuvers completed in a jersey.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch her, and like you said, she's got that progressive element that she's adding to her approach, that rail game. Obviously, backhand reunion, that's a no-brainer. But here on a right-hand point break, I'm always impressed with her. But this heat on paper against Gabrielle O'Brien, I think this is a huge matchup. Both of these ladies very well-versed on the rail surfing.
Interesting, PT, how we started the year. The rookie class was big. 5 new faces, now 1 left standing after the cut, and I feel like Gabrielle O'Brien was almost shadowed by some of the big names that were in that rookie class.
There's no question about that, but her Hawaii upbringing, I think, is what made her shine through to get here and make the cut. And she's a phenomenal talent, as were all those other new rookies. I mean, those girls are all coming back as far as I can see. Wouldn't you agree, Rosie?
Oh, totally. And I think even watching them like in the opening events in Hawaii, I was like, these women are going to be in the top 10 come the end, come the cut. But yeah, you know, one by one, there was just those kind of rookie mistakes, as you call them, for a reason. But Gabriella has just been so staunch. I mean, watching on the Challenger Series, doing it without a sponsor. Now she's got a bit of help. It's just cool to see her gather that momentum. She's got great people in her corner coaching her too, with Reynos Hayes. So she's just got a good support crew.
Felt like the tour didn't change too often on the top 17. It was pretty rare to get even multiple rookies at times, because a lot of surfers were kind of protecting those spots from the QS to the CT, where it feels like there's this era of the changing of the guard happening right now. Why do you think that these women are getting so good so quickly that they can get to the main stage, and not just one, but in all regions of the world right now, PT?
Well, I just think the development of the women's surfing, I mean, coming up with the equal prize money, all of that has inspired the young girls to, wow, I really want to do this now. You know, it's not like being a second-class citizen on the tour. You're equal with the men, and the money's a big part of it. I mean, these days, the money that you can make on the tour, even if you're losing all the time, is phenomenal, and even now down to the Challenger Series. I mean, the money's good in the Challenger Series, and so, you know, like, these girls are young. Some of these girls, you know, they're all teenagers, and wow, they're making way more money than somebody that's going to school or working at McDonald's, right?
So true. And like it should be too, as we know. I mean, I always feel like surfers are some of the best athletes in the world, you know, full stop. And it was cool for DeFay to win the event at G-Land, calling her travel agent right away. She's like, yeah, just book me in the front of the plane, and
yeah,
it doesn't matter. I won't look at it. I'm going to lay flat. I mean, that's how it should be, right, Ro?
Well, I mean, that was actually a clever call on career-wise, because that was such a trip back. So she probably wanted to save some of her body, surf the most in that event, as you see Joanne up and riding now.
Just S-ing her way into a nice, clean frontside wrap. There's the float. Looking for maybe another turn on this inside section. Just a little tap on the redirect, but the opening score's out of the way.
So, Rosie, you can totally relate, because when you were on tour, I mean, there was definitely no equality between the men and the women at that point.
Oh my gosh, when I look back at, you know, the journey that women's surfing has taken, it's just so impressive, and it's obviously a monumental time in women's surfing, like you said, equal prize money, and just the fact that so many women are rising up. The talent level is just incredible. Gabby up and out, but the talent level is incredible. But I can almost liken it to like the momentum generation of the men surfing, because you've got this like this hunger and this motivation bubbling up, and all these women are pushing each other. Joanne taking off on this little wave.
Joanne DeFay just starting to really build some speed to come around the corner here. Her 2.83 that we're watching back again, PT.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are kind of just a little bit of a warm-up here. You know, they haven't seen a real set yet. I mean, the couple of sets in that last men's heat, oh my God, those were like solid 8-foot sets, you know, like.
Yeah, really solid. It was really cool to see a bit of wall here at Punta Roca. And Gabrielle O'Brien on her star, Rosie.
Yeah, beautiful. Fins free there, just sliding that tail. Just saying it's so much about Gabriella, just the variety and the combo of maneuvers, the pace throughout that, just staying tight in that pocket as she looks for more open water. A lot of foam on the face of this wave, but she's just making it mincemeat right now.
Wow, this is a good start.
And then throwing it away on the end section, but a cool read. Definitely the best number of the heat so far in the early stages of heat number 2, the elimination round. Let's catch up with Carissa Moore with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Carissa, you had to take the long road to the quarterfinals, but that was a really dominant performance in that last heat.
Thank you so much. It's always like a bit nerve-wracking when you find yourself in the elimination round, and this morning I just felt a little bit out of sorts with the low tide, and we haven't had a swell like this on the bank since we've been here, so I think it was kind of great to have another opportunity to kind of feel out the lineup and get a little bit more confident out there.
Yeah, I got to do some more homework out there. I wanted you to talk about really the difference right now between low tide and high tide, because it seems like a completely different wave.
Yeah, the tide difference is huge right now. I think especially, it's exaggerated even a little bit more because of the full moon. But well, yeah, we're all doing the rock dance. I think the hardest part of this wave is just getting in and out. I like literally ate it so bad on the way in.
Well, having fun, surfing great, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals, Carissa Moore.
Thank you, Kaipo. Carissa Moore, happy to get some fun waves in that last heat. It'll be reseeded once again into the quarterfinals, so she will have the low seed in the draw once we get there. So a lot more surfing to do for Carissa as we stand by for the numbers for the rookie Gabrielle O'Brien, really opening things up. A 7.67.
Whoa, that's a good score.
Impressive.
We haven't seen lots of 7s today. That's a real good start to this heat.
And I'm interested to see how that's going to affect Joanne Defay, because the rookie is not afraid to lay it down. Dominating the Challenger Series last year. Impressive at basically every venue. She's had an amazing positive takeaway, learning moments as well. Was clutch at Margaret River with the cut on the line and did everything she had to do to make that midseason cut, Rosie. Super impressive.
Yeah, I love that event. I loved, you know, waking up in California, just checking the results and seeing what had happened and watching heats back. Gabriella was just such a stand-up. Margaret River is so tricky as you see this replay. I just love her timing. That first maneuver, to me, like, it's so easy to overpower those sections and fall out the back of the wave, and Gabriella just does it with such ease, keeps that board underneath her and swoops into a few more turns. Well rewarded, like you said, PT, with that 7.67. We haven't seen too many of that number. So the judges really rewarding the surfing, even though she fell.
Yeah, but the work that was done before that, there were 6 like really on committed maneuvers right in the critical section of the wave, right in the pocket the whole time. You know, she was doing it in the pocket and then being able to drive back to the face again. And you know, that's why the judges loved it.
7.67 for Gabrielle O'Brien. Enjoying her time here at Punta Roca, learning things very quickly, and she's been very focused. Even yesterday, where it was pouring rain, she was getting her reps in the water first thing in the morning, out there making sure her boards are dialed. She's loving every bit of this tour. She has a lot of events she's planning on enjoying, like Jeffreys Bay. When you ask her about venues on tour, you're seeing a kid living her dream in real time. It's pretty special.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see someone so excited. I think sometimes you get to the stage of your career, you're a veteran on tour, and you can become a little bit jaded with all the traveling, and it's non-stop. This tour right now is really, you're packing bags and you're on the road for months at a time. Like you said, Gabrielle O'Brien is looking forward to every stop on the championship tour.
It's really cool where she comes from too. You know, having our opening round heat earlier this morning with Tatiana Weston-Webb, coming from the same island of Kauai, but even before them, you know, from Rochelle Ballard, from Keala Kennelly. It all inspired a younger generation, from the Malia Manuel, Lana Blanchard crew, Bethany Hamilton. It seemed like there were more talent coming out of that specific island than any other, especially on the women's side, PT.
Well, yeah, a lot of those girls came through the NSSA system, you know, because Hawaii comes to California for the NSSA National Championships. It used to be at Trestles, and now it's in Huntington Beach. And most of these girls came through that system. And you know, like the qualifying has always been said that in those days you had to go through Huntington Beach to end up on the tour. And some ways you need to learn to win at Huntington Beach if you're from that part of the world. You know, like, because at Huntington, you know, you're going to be at adversary with normally you're in Hawaii, and it's way warm water, and it's pretty, and there's more juice. You got to come to Huntington and grovel.
Yeah, it can be a very big contrast to learn how to win, and that was what was so impressive about Gabby Bryan in that first final of the Challenger Series last year at Huntington with young Katie Simmers.
Yep.
And remember, Katie Simmers could have been on tour this year and made the decision to delay the start. Challenger Series starts at Stamper Rocks, and what does she do again? Repeat how she started last season, Rosie. There's even more talent that could be back on tour next year.
Yeah.
Oh, Betty Lou Sakura.
Oh my gosh, insane, right? I know, there's just so much talent from the women's side. I'm just so interested to see, you know, who progresses in the future, because I think these women coming up, the upwelling of talent is going to push the sport even further.
Oh, it's so true. Well, Kaipa Guerrero is one of the hardest working men on the scene. I hope, are you taking a break, Kipes? Where are you?
It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. I found the best place. This is the Corona bar, and this scene is just incredible. I'm enjoying it right here. I found probably my favorite place on the entire competition site, and look at these glistening, beautiful amber Coronas.
Ice cold. You deserve it, Kaipo. You completely deserve it. We're not jealous in the booth at all. We just know that you've earned every bit of that.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm going to wait for you, though.
How's the vibe over there, man? Looks like everyone's having a lot of fun.
Everyone's having a great time. The vibe's awesome, and the service is absolutely outstanding.
Look at that, on demand. You're double parked.
You better put the mic down.
It's the
best. Good man, Kaipo. Enjoying his time here at Corona, doing amazing things in pro surfing. Gosh, from where you'd rather be. Here at Punta Roca. Hot sun, ice cold Corona, watching the best surfing in the world. Does it get much better than that, PT?
No, it doesn't. And, you know, we were talking a little earlier how I've got to tour a little bit more of the coastline of El Salvador. I went down south to the Wild Coast, and if you think it's good up here, wow, you should go down there.
Pretty exciting just to explore and see what this country has to offer.
Well, and their whole theme with Surf City, the government sent a delegation up to Huntington Beach because we're called Surf City before COVID hit. And we gave them a tour of Huntington Beach. We took them to Quicksilver headquarters and did all of that so they understood what we do with the branding called Surf City. And that was our whole plan with the government. And that's why I'm here. The Tourism Commission brought me here, and that's why they sent me down to the Wild Coast and went down there to see what the rest of the country.
Oh, that's really cool to know as we see Joanne DeFay trying to catch up to the rookie now. Great connection there off the top. And belts it again. The surfer from Reunion Island is just trying to cover some ground here. That section's going to hold her back, but she catches up to the closeout finish. Well done there for DeFay to hang in there, only needing a 5.22. Rosie, is that going to be close?
Yeah, I think that's going to be close on this decision. It's good to see her own brand of surfing coming to light now. She's only locked in that 2.83 so far in this heat, so you can see a little bit of urgency in her approach right now with Gabby with the 7.67 out the back with time and opportunity. She knows she's going to put more numbers on the board, but closer inspection of this wave. Beautiful bowly wall up ahead of her. Next with that first section, look at all that reverb coming off there. You mentioned that high tide, and there's just a lot of backwash kind of coming up the face as she's making her way on this wave. Beautiful connection on that turn too. So well-timed, well-placed maneuvers. It's so easy to get bucked off when those ribs are coming at you and the backwash from the rocks.
Especially a lot of white water on the face on that wave too.
Yeah, engaging the fins is super tricky.
Did such a great job on my feeling watching the replay. She's going to get the score without a problem. Rosie, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Joey. The way that she connected with the sections, I mean, that was a difficult wave to surf, and she surfed it well.
Joanne DeFay is famous for having one of the best backhands on tour, but reminding us that she loves rights as well as she jams the finish, scores in now a 6.33, gets the lead change. Gabby with priority now just needs a 1.49, so still incredibly close as this one continues. PT, when you came in this morning, I was thinking about how to introduce you. You know, obviously world champs, you got to start there. But I think you've done almost every single thing you can do in this world of surfing. Isn't that right?
I've done a few different things, that's for sure. I've been a world champ and a competitor for 10 years, and then I was in the business world, you know, as a publisher of Surfing Magazine at one point in time. I did a lot of TV work in the old Bloods Surf Tour days with ESPN and Prime Ticket with Bill McDonald, who's the Lakers announcer today, you know, like in primetime television. And then of course coaching. I've done a lot of coaching back to, I think my most famous moment was when I took Tom Curran to Australia as a teenager, and he won the ISA Games in '82 in Australia, in my hometown. And if you know that story, The Aussies weren't real happy with that. They actually, we had a US team bus that they egged.
Really?
That sounds powerful.
Sounds about right. Oh my goodness.
And yeah, so I've done a lot of different things, you know. But you know, Joe, I don't really think about it. I just do it, you know. Like and of late, one of the greatest adventures was actually coaching the Chinese team to take them to the ISA games in France. And coaching for the Chinese government, let me tell you, that's a little different.
Oh, so cool. A little bit of everything, PT. We're loving the stories. As we just saw Carissa Hennessy deciding to surf, getting 8 stitches after a heat this morning. She's preparing for Caroline Marks in heat number 3 of the elimination round. Back for more right after this.
J'aime bien faire du yoga, même si ça fait partie de l'entraînement un peu, mais c'est les moments que j'ai pour moi, où je suis toute seule, où tout redescend et je me recentre un peu sur moi et c'est important.
Go, Pity! Go, Daddy! Burn him!
Excitement levels just lost track. Bursting.
The next heat winner we have Carissa Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm Courtney Kalmog. I'm from Santa Ana, California. Being a surfer from Santa Ana, I grew up only surfing on the weekends. A lot of people don't realize that. I went to school Monday through Friday. I was a weekend warrior.
Johanne Defay will always be remembered as the first ever to win here at G-Land on her backhand, on fire, in the final with one of her good friends, Carissa Moore. Really unstoppable, Rosie.
Unbelievable watching her form throughout this event and just listening to her on the podium with you, Joe, after she won it. Just so much emotion. I love the way she looked at her dad and thanked him for being in the jungle with her that entire time. There he is over there, just she's such a gracious winner too. It's like really infectious when she wins an event. You can't help but be super happy for her.
Oh, really cool to see her on the podium. And I remember when she won the US Open, that was like her breakthrough win. I was so excited for her. I kind of just rambled off a quick sentence really fast, and she was still getting better at English at the time. And her first response on the podium was like, "What did you say?" But it was like the emotion. Everyone around her was just so happy. Everyone was celebrating that moment for her in her career. She's got a family she always stays with in Huntington, and she got to celebrate. Her English just continued to improve, and we got to get her know her personality, and she just kept on winning. She's in such a great moment in her career.
So you got to grovel through Huntington Beach.
Yes, exactly.
It's the gateway to bigger things.
Yeah, it's always good things happening there. Good memories as well for Defay looking back on that winning feeling.
I've got a question for you though, Joe, because you said after Joanne won in G-Land, she was like, okay, I'm sitting up front on the plane. And obviously that is investing in your career, right? Because she's got long travel.
Right. Strider does the same thing.
Yeah, he needs to lay flat. He spends a lot of time in the water. But I want to know, did she get the seat beside her for her dad?
That is a good question. We're going to have to follow up on that. I think he deserved it. Yeah, for sure.
Totally.
Well, she's probably got enough points to upgrade, right?
Yeah, you'd hope so.
It's actually, you know, the job within the job, isn't it? Of how you can travel, how you can add up points to make sure you're not in a middle seat on a 14-hour flight, you know, and making sure you have all the things you need to perform, let alone jet lag on top of it. And I think we're at the leg now where we're really going to feel that. Who can manage their fatigue the best? Who can get to the right time zone the quickest?
Yeah.
All those things definitely add up on you, PT.
And keep the mental thing in your head. You know, one of the things I always say about surfing, which is what the Chinese didn't understand, you do your best surfing when you don't think about it. Tom Carroll said that a long time ago, and that's you got to have this fun component in your mind, and the travel can wear that down.
Yeah,
you can wear that fun element down. So these days, the importance of keeping that mental edge, because you know what, amongst the tour, everyone can do pretty much all the stuff these days.
Yeah, it's so true. The caliber of talent is unbelievable. Wrapping turn to start for Johanne Defay. Wide open face again. She'll carve it into the pocket. Nice easy pace on this right.
Well, she picked this up under priority. This is a smart move.
Incredibly smart. How's this inside section? She jams it with authority, ditching the 2.83.
No question about that.
And it's interesting when you look at the size of this lineup of Punta Roca with all the changes we've seen as well, Rosie. It might be pretty hard to hold off someone with priority because there is a lot of space out there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think priority is coming into play as much with this jumbled up lineup, and definitely seeing two different types of waves out here. I mean, you get those ones that kind of run off, that have a lot of face to them, and then you also get these cupped out ones that really hug the cobblestone so nicely and open up for you. When you stay tight in that pocket, it offers the opportunity to get tight in that lip.
Nice little rhythm on those wrapping turns. How'd you like the back part of this wave, PT?
Well, I think that just her performance on the wave was definitely an improvement on what she's had so far, because that other wave, you remember, she was lots of white water. This one had more open green face, and I would think the judge probably favor this wave a little more than that other one.
Almost that diamond in the rough type look. Some of these waves are a lot of crumbles and steps like that. But we've got Gabrielle O'Brien just getting bumped off her board on the takeoff, and that's been a pretty common theme today. A lot of awkward bumps, ribs up in the face.
Especially earlier on.
Earlier this morning, it was a lot of routine type maneuvers for the best that were dealing with that bump in the face.
That could have been a blessing in disguise, because looking at that wave, it kind of had that crumble to it. It didn't seem to have that open face.
And she gets priority back, Rosie. Look,
yeah.
That's kind of critical.
That is going to be huge, especially because waiting on scores, Joanne Defay, she's already in the lead. So has she dropped that score, Joe?
6.93.
Yeah, see, they judges like the no white water on the face.
It definitely was clean, glassy, had a bowl on it. We often talk about wave selection all the time, how important it is. Sometimes I feel like, can you really break it down in real time, or is it always broken down in hindsight in a wave, in a lineup that changes so much?
Well, that's where the priority rule really comes into effect. I mean, you got to be smart with your selection, and I think in this particular heat, these girls are pretty evenly matched. I think priority is going to become critical here towards the latter part of this heat.
Definitely, and you got to think, Gabrielle is still feeling pretty confident. The highest number, the 7.67, is still in her corner and just needing a sub-6 to take the lead. So, you know, there's still time on the clock, and this woman, she performs under pressure, has that priority. So let's see how she can kind of utilize those tools to her advantage.
Every elimination round loss will sting, because all roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals in September. Joanne wants to be there once again. Number 3 in the world. Remember, Tyler Wright had to pull out of this event after getting COVID over in G-Land and now missing this one. That called up Sally Fitzgibbons. Tatiana Weston-Webb in 5th. Lakey Peterson 6th at the moment. So things are looking interesting with that WSL Final 5 talk. Last year it was Steph Gilmore, Joanne Defay that kicked off the whole world title showdown last September. Sally Fitzgibbons, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and Carissa Moore. And it went to the third and deciding title match. Tati came incredibly close to changing that whole thing last season. Basically, maybe one turn. She fell on a turn that maybe could have done it against Carissa Moore. So much pressure. We'll see what happens this year, Rosie. Last year, you were making a lot of predictions on who would be there in the WSL Final 5. It might be even harder to do now that we've got such a condensed tour.
Condensed tour, but on the women's side, it is especially exciting as we see Gabriella using that priority. I'll get back to that point.
Gabrielle O'Brien, the rookie from Kauai, looking for her first section through the whitewater. She'll be a little bit behind now. Needs the 5.59. She's not going to find it there.
Not going to find it on that one. The wave just didn't work out.
Like I was saying, you know, looking at all these events, we've had different winners at each stop. So for the women, it's really become this tight race. Like, there's still opportunity for people down the leaderboard to make it in that top 5. Tyler Wright out of the picture at this event, unfortunately. So it's still wide open at the moment.
It's really fun when you get that feeling, because there used to just be this run of Tyler Wright, Steph Gilmore, Sally Fitzgibbons, Carissa Moore, who were just owning that top 4. You'd have a Courtney kind of sneak in, a Lakey Peterson, but it was kind of just domination from that crew. When Tyler won her first world title, she won almost half the season. It was just repeat victories, same finals with the same characters. this year's feeling very different with.
Well, that was kind of the same way on the men's side with Medina in those early World Championship wins. You know, like I mean, he just dominated, and some people don't like it, but I do like the one-day thing at Lowers. It's pretty. That last year, that final day was one of the greatest days I've ever been live in surfing. I mean, and I've been to Pipe Masters with some of the best ones.
I think you've been to all the events, really.
Not all of them. No,
Most of
them.
Perfect attendance.
Yeah, I wish. Not like you guys. You guys are nearly at every tournament doing the commentary. I'm at home watching you guys on my laptop.
Oh, anytime, please.
One thing I will say, last year it did feel like WSL, the surfers, they deserved, you know, those conditions that they got, just because fighting through the COVID protocols, doing everything they could to make those events happen, that really felt like they needed that, as we see Gabby's mom on screen.
Yeah, but hats off to the WSL from point of view of staying true to the course to get through all of that stuff. I mean, we've been through, like, just not the WSL, just our whole people in the world with COVID. I mean, just, you know, the world we're living in at the moment. It's craziest time in our lives, you know, on many levels.
Huge effort last season, condensed year, 7 events in the regular season, quarantine for 14 days in Oz, charter flights to crown an undisputed world champion. Now coming into this year, there's so much excitement, you know, having a big schedule, returning to venues like Jeffreys Bay, also getting G-Land back on the map. You know, the chase for G-Land was a few years in the making of getting the women there as well for the first time, which is remarkable. Now into a really special time of the year where we'll go from El Salvador straight to Brazil, then to South Africa, Jeffreys Bay, and then the women back again in Tahiti. Rosie, you were kind of in that transition of Tahiti popping up on the calendar for the women and then disappearing. You've got to be thrilled that it's finally back on tour.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I think the caliber that we're seeing on tour, they belong in places like Tahiti. And looking back at the women that competed there previously, they are just, you know, outstanding in my mind. There's so many moments that like stick with you when the women sent it at Chopu for those first couple of events. I, on the other hand, was personally pretty thrilled that they didn't have the event while I was there, because I just don't think I had the talent to tackle that wave, as we see Joanne trying to answer back here.
You would have been on fire as we look at Joanne Defay float the first section. Kind of a setup turn and just stepping off. Still has the lead. Important ride here, and Gabrielle O'Brien decides not to go. She still needs a 5.59, 322 remaining on the clock.
And to add to what Rosie was saying about the women's side, on the men's side, with John dropping out with injury, I mean, that makes that 5 pretty interesting. Who's going to get the lowest? I'm telling you right now. And you know, you got someone like Callum Robson that's just come out of the blue. You know, that side's pretty wide open too. And then look at Gabby coming back. I mean, that's just like throwing havoc into the men's side.
You look at that roll, Rosie. I don't know. It just seems impossible. You're like, how can someone just start at the halfway mark and then make it to September, but then it's Gabrielle Medina.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh my gosh, if anyone could do it.
No one's going to question him, right? And it's also fun to see someone like Ethan Ewing in the mix right now for the final 5. It's just a cool, fresh perspective on the tour. Yeah, Gabby's definitely just been like let loose on the competitors at the moment. I'm so happy to see him back and competing, and it's just cool. I mean, even seeing Caroline Marks back, you know, we miss these surfers when they miss a couple events.
Taking off now is Joanne Defay. Nice clean snap. Patience off the bottom.
See, and she got this wave again under priority.
She certainly did, PT, as we see that belt to slide.
Didn't make that last maneuver, but it's interesting. I think Gabriella's got to be careful, not let it keep, when she's sitting out there on priority with only a couple of minutes to go, letting some of these go by, these opportunities, because, you know, the way the waves have been coming in, there might not be another good performing wave here in the last 2 minutes.
So Gabrielle O'Brien thinking through that strategy. Once again, she will fight for a score to take the lead off Joanne Defay. We've got her winding up off the bottom. Bryan throws down that clean carving turn, kind of checks it and just really tries to put everything into a wild end section maneuver. She goes straight down. And that might be it for the rookie.
that was really tough to watch because it just seemed like, you know, you take off on that wave and you're almost in two minds whether you project down the line or if you drop down to the bottom and get connected with that first maneuver. I think it would have set her rhythm up on that wave a little bit differently. She just seemed to be a beat too far ahead on that wave for me.
Ends up going down. Minute left on the clock as things are heating up this afternoon, about 83 degrees Fahrenheit. Now it always says feels like on those weather maps. Feels like 100 from where we're sitting.
Humidity at 100.
Hey, this must be cool compared to Garagigan, right? This must be cool.
Yeah, this is actually nice.
I heard it was a little warm over there.
It was very toasty in the jungle. Going back-to-back to very hot events. You have to manage your time in the ocean, make sure you're hydrated. Gabrielle O'Brien trying to find some space with 20 seconds to go. Fell on that closeout decision and still needs a 5.59.
Well, not holding priority, I wouldn't like the chances.
Especially with the role that Joanne Defay's been on, world number 3. Defay will take this wave and look to close out the matchup. Clean decisions with her wave selection. 6.93 was her high mark, and she'll get one more look at this ocean before she calls it a day. Defay moves on to the quarterfinals. Once again, Brisa Hennessy is going to surf with 8 stitches in her foot against Caroline Marks. We'll take a quick break. More action to come right after this.
It's a beautiful day in El Salvador, and there's so much of the world out there waiting, and Expedia helps you see more of it. So let's see what's waiting for us. How about a helicopter tour? We're gonna go, let's go! Beautiful views from above. Thank you, my friend. What an incredible trip. Expedia is truly made to travel.
Welcome back to the action here in Surf City for the Surf City El Salvador Pro. 2 pros in the lineup. Brisa Hennessy up against Caroline Marks. Both looking to solidify their position into the quarterfinals. Brisa doing so well in the rankings this year, sitting at number 2. Caroline Marks sitting at number 12 on the rankings, but that's because we haven't seen her back in the jersey since the Billabong Pro Pipeline. She's returned to competition, and we are so excited to have her here in the booth. Shannon Hughes alongside Mitch Salazar and Laura Inover, 2 of my favorite surfers, 2 that have so much experience out here, and it's always a pleasure to call the action with you both.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. I appreciate that. You're going to make me cry. You know, all of a sudden, like, I feel too flattered to even speak.
Mitch has had more experience than me. I've been out here out here once, but yeah, we'll have to have a little commentator's cup at the end of this.
Oh, I'm down.
I'm so keen, especially for a right-hand point, always my favorite kind of waves to paddle out in.
Cool.
Some great conditions today, especially through this afternoon. Mitch, what's it been looking like out there?
Yeah, I think it's changed a lot since this morning. Obviously, the tide has come up a lot more too. But one thing that I really noticed a lot more is that we're seeing those bowls on offer on the inside section where we didn't really see them earlier today. I think a lot of these surfers, especially the goofy footers, are taking advantage of them. You saw Gabe as far as the men's go. I think Caroline Marks in this heat is going to note that too.
Exciting to see some scores starting to trickle through. We did see some action during the break. This for first of Caroline.
Yeah, just awesome execution right there up into the lip line, and a big wave too. I mean, it's picked up in size substantially from this morning. And how's her control of that board too? It seems like she's riding something a bit more different than this morning too, with a little bit more length.
And then Brisa Hennessy got a piece of the action with this one.
Yeah, Brisa surfing with the 8 stitches in her foot, you know, just getting through that pain. It must be, you know, obviously not what she expected today, but coming in actually before her heat, before her first wave, I think she cut her foot and she surfed her whole first round with that huge chunk out of her ankle. So really, really, really crazy.
Absolutely insane as we see her now with a great looking right-hander opening in front of her. Driving through that back foot, it's that back foot that's got the injury. You can see the booty on it. She's got 8 stitches in it, just stitched up a couple of hours ago, and she'll go down there losing control, unfortunately. But I love that she was able to find a little bit of moment, a little bit of rhythm on that wave. I had a chat with her in between heats, and over the last couple hours, checked in with her a couple of times, and doctors took great care of her, but she said there's still that throbbing pain. It's definitely a pretty deep cut, and she wasn't really sure how her performance was going to be, just because her foot, her cut's so bad on her foot at the moment. But that she's also really hungry because she has come into this event really wanting to solidify herself in the rankings. Laura.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to be able to surf with 8 stitches in your foot, she actually surfed her whole first heat, and we called that heat, and we had no idea that she had that cut. She was still throwing big laybacks in the first heat, and she said that was like a really painful turn. She almost made that, and if she made that layback in her first round, she probably might have made it through to the quarterfinals. But I mean, these surfers putting their bodies on the line, this means so much to them. And Brisa in her position is obviously just thinking, I have to go for it. You know, if she doesn't make it through, she can rest up and heal that cut. But, you know, she wants to make the most of, you know, the event here. So, I mean, kudos to her for going for it. It's really incredible.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Mitch, with that higher tide, at least the entrance and the exit from the lineup's a lot easier right now.
Yeah, less difficult, I think, is a better term, but I think it's been quite noticeable that it's been painful for her on those first 2 waves, so she's going to have to go through that, and the implications that this heat has for her are, you know, without a doubt, so important. So just making it through to the quarters is going to be a difference changer, but I think this heat in particular is going to be one of the tougher ones in the elimination round. Caroline Marks, who hadn't really surfed much in the first 5 events of the year, coming back at a great spot too. I think on her backhand she's much more lethal than on her forehand, so this is a good location for her.
Oh, it's so exciting to see Caroline back in the jersey. She's already dropped in a 5.5 on the scoreboard, Laura.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited to see Caroline back, and both Caroline and Brisa have grown up surfing and competing together. They're really good friends. Brisa qualifying in 2019, Caroline 2018. So these girls so fresh. You know, they just know each other, are really good friends as well.
In that last heat, we saw Joanne DeFay find some rhythm towards the back end of it. She walked away with a win, and she's into the quarterfinals down with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, impressive surfing. And Joanne, we were chatting in the booth as you do. Joe mentioned that you flew business class back home from G-Land after your win. Yeah. So well deserved. And I said, did you fly your dad home? Did you upgrade your pops after that big win?
Of course I did. Thanks, Papa. Well, you're welcome. I mean, yeah, no, of course I did. It was like kind of a little celebration, and I wasn't supposed to be back home. You know, I was supposed to come straight to El Salvador, but then I just felt like I needed that time, you know, to like take the win in and be with my partner and my friends, so, and my sister, you know, her kids. So I called Deborah, the agency. I was like, please find me a ticket. If it's business, it's great, because I did a little bit of cash. So, but yeah, it was nice. I had 2 days at home, and it is it was special, you know, like I don't win that much. I mean, I guess not a lot of people win a lot in surfing, so it was important for me to sink in all of that confidence and the happiness that it brings, you know, when you work so hard for something and you achieve it. It's cool. So, and then I flew back here, and then all of a sudden we're back in the water, and it's all finished, and you know, into the next one. It's the same for when you lose or you win. You just have to be into the next one. So I'm happy to be in El Salvador. I'm sharing a house with Lakey and Brisa, and we're having a good time.
And, you know, sharing that house with Brisa, you probably got some insight before she paddled out with that injury. What was she saying to you?
I know. She's been super brave. She said like the stitches was pretty hard to swallow. You know, she got a little bit scared, but then after that she felt like much better. And you know, she's a good cook, so we went back home and we had a little breakfast, coffee, and then she was like, okay, I'm ready to try another hit. So I'm sure she's gonna do her best.
And part of the final five last year at low trestles, how are you feeling about your chances now that you've climbed so far up the rankings?
Yeah, I mean, we have still a couple of events, and I feel like all the girls have been on fire this year. You know, we had 6 events, 6 different winners, so it can just continue like that until the end, so who knows. But I would love to have another chance in trestle. I have the best family like hosting me there, and I just feel good vibes around that town, San Clemente, and the surfing people there, so I would love to have another chance here.
Always great catching up with you, Joanne. Thank you for your time.
Always so lovely to hear from Joanne, walking away with the win at the Roxy Pro G-Land. But these events are going quick, Laura. I mean, straight back in the jersey.
Straight back. She only had about 4 days to celebrate her win and be the, the past event champion. So, this schedule this year, we've had the next 4 events, very back to back, and. So she took in that celebration. I love that she upgraded her and her pups back to France, back to reunion. Actually, she said it took a long time to get back, but she deserves it.
Especially Mitch coming into a new country. She spent some time here in the past, but for getting through jet lag, all of those different things to really come in and feel solidified. As we take a look at what we saw from Brisa Hennessy, it looks like that foot is not giving her the slightest bit of agitation.
It didn't seem so on this wave, and how about that combo in the first 2 turns? And I really like the way she's drawing out her turns too. She's actually using the whole perimeter of the wave rather than maybe dictating what the opening part or the opening section would do. She's reading them well, but just need to complete that wave to get a decent score on the board. But either way, I think this is no doubt going to be your best.
Yeah, I loved that wave from Brisa. The way that she timed and chose her sections to, do that slash that we love to see from her. She's just surfing so powerful and not even looking like the foot is phasing her there.
Well, and you know what she has at this location too is that it has that Pacific power to it too. And growing up in Kailua and surfing waves like Sunset Beach and Haleiwa so much, this is a wave that has and replicates that kind of power too that you see in Hawaii.
Yeah, that power is such an important part of the conversation here in El Salvador. There's just such a punch to so many of the waves around.
Yeah, that first wave of Brisa is coming in at 6.27, so amazing stuff there for Brisa. But I just love the way that she compresses and gets so low in her bottom turns to just unload in these sections, and that's what we've seen her do this year. She's just come out of the gates flying, looking so strong and powerful and precise with her turns.
Thinking about Caroline Marks, she's currently sitting in the lead mid. She's got those couple of 5s that she opened up on. What are your thoughts around goofy footers and them having a possible advantage out here at the right point?
Well, if the past says anything about, their success at this event, it's that they haven't been as successful as they should be. The last time a QS was around here, Alessa Quizon got second. She had the highest wave of the event, actually. I remember it, a 9.93, and I think 4 out of the 5 judges gave it a 10. It was just the one that made that average come out differently, but I think that they tend to get a little bit repetitive. I think that regular footers tend to have an advantage as far as variation of maneuvers goes, but the verticality the goofy footers can get is second to none. They really do get a lot more vertical than regular footers do.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see from Caroline here. We saw a glimpse of it on that 5.27 and the 5.5. She got to go very tight in the pocket, and we're going to just see if she can get a really bowly wave. Then we'll just see her do those turns we've just seen that's taken her to wins all over the place.
And we've seen some of those more bowly waves rolling through as that tide has peaked through. We're just about a half hour past the high tide as Caroline paddles past. There has been some logs through the lineup today, Mitch. There's been a little bit to negotiate.
There has been, and As far as the past goes for these ladies too, they've only matched up twice as far as CT competition. 2019 in Bells, 2021 last year at Newcastle, and Caroline's actually won both times, and not by a huge margin, but she has the mental edge over her. And I don't know if you remember this, Laura, but last year we were in Los Cabos for the QS.
Yes.
They matched up too, I think in the round of 16, and Caroline ended up winning the heat on a tiebreak. Risa needed a low 8. She ended up gating an 8.0, and they tied. But since Caroline had the highest wave, she made it through.
No way.
It was crazy.
Caroline will be wanting to get a couple back on her.
Yep.
Down to 23 minutes on the clock. Caroline Marks currently sitting up in the lead with priority at the moment as well. Brisa's just chasing a 4.5. Impressive to see Brisa find herself with that 6-point ride with the stitches in her foot at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Caroline really start to unleash on that backhand, especially with sets like this starting to roll through. Caroline has a look, and she's going to have a dedicated paddle, and she'll have to pull out of that one, which will hand priority over to Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, interesting that she even paddled for that wave, too. It seemed like she was quite far out. I like that she's deeper than everybody else, though, because that really allows for that vertical surfing way up the point. I think the ones that are further down are a lot less steep.
Yeah, I mean, talk about positioning out there today. I think in that last heat we saw Gabby, she kind of got stuck too far up the point and actually opened the door for Joanne to get a couple of waves wider. And you know, she had the highest score of the heat, but couldn't back it up. So I think, you know, would you be up the point right now or kind of sitting in the middle?
I'd start off the point, probably get a backup halfway through, and then I'd go back to sit up there. I just think the quality waves that actually run all the way through are the ones that are going to get you excellent scores.
You know what's so interesting is that priority didn't change because Brisa hadn't established priority yet. She wasn't quite far enough up the point, so Caroline's held on to that priority. But looking for someone with a different perspective, Strider Wasilewski down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. How's your perspective from that stage?
It's actually really good. You can exactly what you guys were just talking about. That deep peak is kind of luring you up there, and it always is breaking. And it looks like you could always kind of be deeper and be further up. And it seems like what we saw in that last heat with Gabriella having to be down the point a little bit worked out for her opponent. So Gabriella got sucked way up there trying to find those deeper ones. It just kind of, it's like the carrot at the end of the stick. You always seem to want to try and get there, but you're too far up. And you know, watching it, actually looking into Tommy Whitaker's book, you can see all the little dots that he has. He's got his little handbook that, as a coach, of takeoff spots, and usually there's an A spot and a B spot. And he said today, all in between, littered along there, different places that the athletes have been taking off. So with this kind of funny swell coming across the face of it, it's opened up so many different places to catch waves along the point.
Oh, I love that insight, Strider, and it is crazy to think of just the number of takeoff spots out here, Bench.
Yeah, but look back to the highest scores of the day so far. Where did Gabe get the 7.83? Where did Lakey get her 7? Where did Courtney get her 7.5? So they've all been way up top. They've kind of kept those scores relatively low from the midway point all the way to the bottom. They really want to see you take off and hit that first critical section outside.
Yeah, and those waves at the point, they definitely draw off and you know, get steeper and more critical. I'd love to see that book of Tommy Witts. You might be able to sell that little bit of art with all the dots on it. But
How's
yeah.
his hat? Play more golf.
I love that. And Harry's hat, Steph's partner there, he's always rocking some pretty awesome hats.
He's got some pretty good outfits going on the contest side every day.
Best dressed for sure.
Yeah, it's so, it would be so great to be able to have a little peek inside Tommy Witt's book there and see the coaching tips that he's giving to someone like Steph, 7-time world champion who's paddling out in the next heat. She'll be in the lineup up against Tatiana Weston-Webb. Both of those surfers were there at the Rip Curl WSL Finals last year, which was really exciting. They'll be trying to battle their way back into that conversation again for this year to get a second run at it. Caroline Marks, she was so close last year, Laura, to getting herself into the finals. Finished out tied number 6 in the world alongside Tyler Wright, just outside that final 5. As we take a look at some live action now, Caroline Marks, using priority on this wave, patiently sets it up for that first open slash on her backhand and finds that bully section, lines it up really well. Wave continues to steepen up for her, and she just drives hard off the bottom. Now makes that transitional moment to put on a powerful finish.
Oh.
Just gets bumped off her feet, Mitch.
That was a missed opportunity right there. That was going to be something, at least I thought, in the lower excellent. But as of right now, she's going to extend her lead, I think, with this wave. And with 19 minutes to go, looking good and move through.
Yeah, that's the wave that she was looking for. You could see that she could get so, you know, critical and tight in the pocket, and that's what it's going to take for her to beat someone like Brisa on her forehand out here. So you can see she can, she's coming around the section, just waiting for this one to bowl up. Soft at the start, but here, this next section, nice and tight in the pocket, boom, throwing the tail out. Another big, deep slash here by Caroline. That's what we're used to seeing from her. Unfortunately, this was where the missed opportunity was.
Yeah, that wave kind of doubled up right there at the end too, but if you've seen one thing from Caroline on every single one of her waves so far this event, the only time she's not looking at the lip line is when she's coming out of the turn. So her mind is always on the next section or the section she's about to hit. And that's just something that you learn at a young age. And her technique is so great for how young she is right now at 20 years old, too.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And the career that she's had so far, Laura, she was the youngest surfer to ever qualify for the Elite Championship Tour at just 15 years old, 16 by the time she was actually competing. Incredible for her rookie year back in 2018.
Oh my gosh, and her rookie year, 3 third places. She came out of the gates firing. I think the judges just couldn't believe what they were seeing when she was, you know, just coming off the bottom and just smashing the lip so hard, throwing so much spray, so much power, and just such incredible technique. And yeah, she got third at Bell's, US Open, and the Surf Ranch all in 2018, which is incredible. Then 2019, second to Carissa. So yeah, she's just had an incredible career so far for how short it's been.
Yeah, it really seems like it's been a huge missing piece of the puzzle for the women's tour this year, to not have Caroline around and to really be pushing the rest of the women to have to surf to their absolute best.
Especially when you include the likes of Molly Picklin, Gabby, Luana Silva, Sakura Johnson, who was on tour too. I think they were kind of missing that push from Caroline, and a lot of them weren't even able to surf a single heat against her too. So maybe not having that expertise of surfing against somebody like Caroline Marks, who's been a world runner-up too. Yeah, it would have been something great for a lot of those young women.
Down to 17 minutes on the clock. It's been great to see a lot of the local fans down, specifically cheering on Brian Perez earlier today, but also just feeling so stoked to have a championship tour event here at home.
A lot of Costa Ricans here too, not only supporting Brisa, but Carlos too. And it's great to see that Latin American support for not only their surfers, but I know Mateo Rojas, one of our beach announcers, his niece actually stayed after the event at La Bocana with one of her best friends just to see Caroline Marks surf too. That's her favorite surfer.
It's so cool being able to see events like this, Laura, come to areas where there hasn't been really prominent surfing events. There's been some ISA events over the last couple of years, but it's been the last few years that it's really kind of started to take on that flavor here in Surf City. And for so many of these young surfers to be able to see the world's best performing at a wave like Punta Roca is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's been amazing seeing the schedule and where the tour's been able to go, and, you know, coming here, as we saw with the rising tides, it's just, you know, these are all the local girls that are surfing. They get to watch their heroes at their favourite wave, and, you know, they'll remember this forever, and it's a really special opportunity, and, you know, for all the locals to be here and cheer on their favourite surfers, it's really, really cool. And I mean, yeah, this wave is world class. You know, today it's been tricky. Some of the surfers, yeah, saying it's trickier than usual today, but hopefully the next few days we'll see this swell come in and clean up and see what Punta Roca is really about.
Down to 15 minutes on the clock at the moment. Our surfer in red has first priority, and our surfer in black, both surfers deciding not to take a look at that one.
This is a good wave right here, though.
Next wave in the set, maybe a little bit cleaner, looking like it's got some good section to it already. And Brisa's going to position herself. Has a strong paddle. She's going to be unable to get into it, so under priority. Marks now into a solid size section opening up in front of her. Connects in for that first turn. Keeps that projection moving down the line as well. Wraps it around for the second, and now she's going to be looking for that in section, but it doesn't quite stand up for her.
Yeah, I think she was just waiting for something to bowl up as soon as she stood up, and it kind of caught her off guard. It was one of those waves that just had so much water mass to it, too, that if you don't really time those sections well, it bumps you off of the wave, and it's dangerous, too. This wave has so much power down the line. With these rocks, if you're not careful, you're actually going to end up on these rocks if it pushes you so far down.
Talk us through this one, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, paddling in, it looked like a mistake that Brisa missed it, but then, you know, it didn't clean up enough for this end section to offer any sort of, you know, good moment for Caroline to try and unload there.
Now, the previous score for Caroline did better her situation. It came through as a 6.23. That's the highest score on the board for Caroline. just shy of the highest score, Carissa Hennessy, sitting in at that 6.27 at the moment. But it has increased that requirement now on the Costa Rican up to a 5.46. She is sitting out the back with priority for Carissa Hennessy. We've got 14 minutes on the clock. We're going to go to a quick break. And stay tuned because we've got so much more action right after this.
I love the aspect of like bringing people in at a table and talking about life, and I think that's really enriching to me because I really believe like we're here for connection.
Go, kitty! Hi, Daddy! Excitement levels just lost track. You did get it.
Today we have the Rising Tides program happening, and a bunch of young female surfers from El Salvador have come down so we can surf with them, spend the afternoon with them, and hopefully inspire them to become maybe professional surfers.
It's really awesome to have the support from Puerto Rico, especially with their incredible message in general. I feel like that's why we're all here, to live a pure life.
I was one of the young girls that looked up to the professional women surfers, and it's really cool to see how this program inspires the young girls, and it's inspired me, and it's super cool to be on the opposite side now and be here with the young girls in El Salvador.
It makes you realize that what you're doing on tour and traveling the world and surfing, you're really encouraging young girls to get out there and have a go and chase their dreams.
Caroline Marks currently out 5.5, and she finds tags the lip, and she's looking for even more opportunity down the line. Roca. This wave starts to fatten out down the end section, but she does really well to connect with it and to find that inside double up for a strong finish. Great performance from Caroline Marks.
Yeah, I love that wave personally. I think it's going to score extremely well. And how's this next heat? Steph and Tati, they've met up a few times before, 8 in total. And guess what? They're tied 4-4.
Love it. I'm so excited to see who's going to walk out ahead, who's going to get that 5th win over the other. It'll be a great heat coming up. And scores in. Laura, it's a 7.07, and it puts a big requirement on Carissa Hennessy.
Oh, that's going to sting for Carissa because she had priority then. She was on the inside, and she either must have been a little too far out or too deep for that wave. And yeah, so that's, you know, she's going to be hearing that score right now, just being like, like, why couldn't I have been a bit further over? And but you know,
she's got some time on the clock still, 10 minutes to go. She is chasing that 7.04 though. And she got pretty close. That 6.27 Mitch was a really good wave. It was just that fall in the end section.
Yeah, and that's where Laura was talking about that curse of maybe sitting out the back a little bit too much. I still would have stuck to this game plan personally, just because I think that the best scoring opportunities are still outside. But as you saw Caroline there, she got that wave inside of Carissa's priority. But another thing too, that was a clear example of how goofy footers can prevail over regular footers. If you notice, one of the last turns she did, she came around the section and she was right up in the steeper section in the pocket. So that's the one thing the goofy footers have against regular footers, is that they can just get more vertical right there.
Yeah, and that wave of Caroline's, it did look like quite wonky, so you could tell that it was a wider set that didn't really run perfectly along the reef, but you know, she was able to just capitalize and turn it into an absolute gem keeper score.
I loved seeing that little bit on Rising Tides presented by Pura Vida with Carissa Hennessy out there. So even if she does lose out in this heat, she doesn't advance into the quarterfinals. She's already made a great impact here alongside of a few of the other girls that were there a few days ago. There's a great beach break about 10 minutes north of where we're currently sitting. That's just the perfect learning grounds for young surfers here in this area of Surf City. And it was so much fun to see so many young faces, as well as some girls that were teenagers and into their 20s participating as well from the local crew. There was a group from the local Christian Surfers El Salvador group that came down together, and you've got this great group of girls. They get together, they encourage each other, they're teaching the young ones how to surf as well, and just pushing each other to have more girls' faces in the lineup. And it was really fun for them to be able to have that opportunity to get to surf with some of the world's best right here at home for them.
That is so exciting. You know, just like we saw Gabby talking about the rising tides, it's, you know, one day you're surfing with your heroes, and a few years later you can be one of them. So I mean, I think it's amazing. And you know, El Salvador, here at Surf City, there is so many amazing waves for all, you know, all type of surfers. I think it's the most amazing place if you want to come down and work on any part of your surfing. You really can down here at Surf City.
Definitely. Mitch and I, we've been here since the ISA World Surfing Games, so we're on maybe week 3 now.
Yeah.
It's been a while. You've been getting some pretty good waves up and down the coast, Mitch?
I have, but you know, I've enjoyed more than anything my time outside of the water. The food here is great. I love the environment. The people here are extremely nice. Been hanging out with Brian quite a bit, and his coach Marcelo Castellanos from Puro Surf. They're amazing people, but as you ladies were talking, I actually think this is a huge opportunity for not only the ladies of Central America, but Latin America as a whole, to really come and experience this event, because you haven't really seen a huge development in surfing within this region of the world in female surfing. And you know, I think Leilani McGonigal is going to do great things in the future. I think Dominique Barona, she already went to the Olympic Games last year. She's had a great impact on this area of the world. Anari Gomez, and obviously Sofia Mulanovic, she's the first world champion ever from Peru. So, you know, big things are coming for this region, I feel, with female surfing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's been really fun to see some of those younger names, but the older ones pouring back in as well. Dominic, Mimi Barona, she was around for Rising Tides the other day with us, and I saw her around the contest site today. It's really fun to be able to see women like her who have had such great success on their own, like the Olympics and some great results at other events, to be able to be down here and see this, but also to have some of that younger pack. There's a few girls that were competing for the El Salvador team for ISAs, and it's just been a really fun environment to be able to run into people down the street, getting some food, like you said, Mitch, and also to be able to see everyone in the lineup.
Yeah, I just always remember when I was doing the QS, all the Latin American girls were all traveling together and were always just the biggest vibes. Sophia, Mimi, you know, all of the girls were just, you know, they were always just having the most fun for sure, and just shredding and just being so inspiring to, yeah, to all the women that are in all these, you know, different countries down here.
And they've got such incredible waves on offer. I mean, the whole coastline through Central America is just littered with great point breaks, lefts and rights, great beach breaks as well.
Look at this.
As we take a look, Brisa sitting patient with priority for a long time, has to duck out of that first section, Mitch.
Yeah, just a bit too deep right there too. And I don't know about you two, but I feel like that was a good sell by Caroline Marks too. And she pushed her so far up that she was out of position for that wave. And it seemed like it might have had a lot of opportunity down the line, but still some time, 6 minutes to go. If I were her, I'd be breaking away from Caroline though.
Yeah, it looked like an absolute gem when she took off on that, but unfortunately just that section came down a bit too quick.
Down to 5 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Caroline Marks is currently sitting up in front. She found that 7.07 that really solidified her position, and we'll cross down now to catch up with Rosie Hodge and Caroline's coach, Luke Egan.
That's right, guys. Found Luke Egan watching Caroline. Obviously, we're ecstatic to see her back in competition. How good is it to see her, and what's her headspace been like?
Yeah, it's so good to see her back. She's eager and ready to go, and headspace is really good. She's just happy to be back into a professional surfer's routine, and you know, training and surfing, and yeah, so yeah, it's good to see her surf some heats.
And even in this matchup with Brisa, obviously in that elimination round, but it doesn't seem like she's missed a beat. How important has it been to keep her head and be able to click back into form when she needs to?
Very important. Even though, you know, she's only come in late in the season now, it's still important to get some jersey time, and we were fortunate enough to go to the Mentawais just recently. We're on a Red Bull training trip, and she was back on point. I was like, you're ready to go after that trip, and so I'm so excited to see her back and ripping. So she's back ready to go.
And you'd probably need some confidence reassurance when you're coming back and you've been watching the women, and obviously they're pushing the sport all the time. So how do you stay in that headspace of lifting your level to match up?
There's only one thing you can train for for heats is that's surfing heats, like real heats. So for her to be out there in surfing heats now, I'm sure she's going to get her eye in really quick, and she's going to get to the level everyone's at. But she's just stoked to be here. She's just not feeling any pressure. She feels really comfortable. She's here with her mum, and she's really enjoying the time with her here. So yeah, it's just so great to see her back in a jersey. It's exciting.
Definitely going to echo that sentiment. Luke, thank you for your time. Enjoy watching Caroline. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rosie. Thanks for catching up with Luke as well, because we just love the fact that Caroline's back here this year. And, I mean, she's putting on a really strong performance at the moment, Mitch.
Hashtag Goofies. We're taking over the world.
Yeah, it's so true what Luke was saying then about, you know, just when you get back into that comp headspace and into that routine, it's like you click into gear and you go back into all those, you know, all those things that you used to do when you were just, you know, whether it's waking up early, the things that you're eating, the way you're feeling your body in training, and just that that contest routine. It's super satisfying and fun when you're back in that zone.
And Laura, I mean, you spent 7 years on the championship tour. That is a lot of experience for you there. What's it like when did you have any of those injuries or just moments where you had to be outside the jersey for a little bit, like, and feeling that real eagerness to just get back into it?
Yeah, I had a few breaks just through injuries, some knees and some shoulders, dislocated shoulders, and yeah, it's just like when you're coming back and you're trying to find that confidence, you know, sometimes it can just be, you know, you're surfing good, you know, you're good enough, but, you know, just some mistakes in your heats, they can get you down. You just have to not be too hard on yourself. And so Caroline this morning, obviously wiping off that heat this morning and going into every heat fresh and just ready to learn and just get your groove back. So I think that'll be Caroline this event. You know, she doesn't have anything to lose. She's in 12th on the rankings and just wants to climb up and see what she can do, and she wants to, you know, do some damage.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see as we have a good-looking set starting to roll through here. Caroline Marks currently sitting with priority. Brisa's going to have a look under priority. She'll decide not to go on that one. This wave behind also just starting to kind of shut down. And it is a little crazy, Mitch, to consider the fact that for Caroline getting back into the jersey, she is competing now against the women that have made it past the cut, as we see both of the girls have a look there and decide not to go. So for Caroline, it's not just entering back at the start of the season where you've got the rookies on tour and some newer faces and it's just the beginning. But the pack that she's entered the conversation with again, they are the ones that are going to be competing for a world title this year.
Right, especially as a low seed, she can, you know, screw things up for a lot of these women. But more importantly, I think, as Laura was touching base on, you got to get back into your groove. And it doesn't take an event. It takes a few of those. So say she makes the semis, the final even ends up winning, that still doesn't guarantee that she's going to be in the mental headspace to have that groove for a single year. She's got to add that up over time, and I think you got to start somewhere. She's starting here right now.
Yeah, like we even saw Tyler Wright when she won bells at the start of this year. She even coming back after her illness was saying that, you know, even though she was getting results, she never actually, until bells, felt like she was surfing the way that she wanted to and actually feeling like that fierce competitive self that she was used to. So, I mean, you know, she found the groove back, and I really think Caroline will too.
Yeah, that's such an important point because Tyler had already found a win before that, coming out of injury or coming out of illness there between the Maui Pro finishing off at Pipe. So then for her, more than a year later, to come back and actually say that next win at Bells was the one where she really felt present, it's pretty crazy to think of how long those sorts of things can really play into a competitor's mind. As we're down to 30 seconds on the clock, Caroline sitting out in front, Brisa Hennessy chasing that 7.04 to get the lead away. And I'm just so proud of Brisa right now for paddling out again, because that cut on her foot, she's got 8 stitches put in just a few hours ago. It's a lot to handle and to be able to perform with.
Right, and just paddling out is a victory in itself, but I think it was the lack of opportunities in this heat for her that just didn't give her the move on through. But great for Caroline Marks, though. I mean, she made do with what she had. 4 scores above a 5. That's impressive, too, to do out here right now.
And the buzzer will sound. A nice moment between the girls in the lineup. Caroline Marks taking the win. She's into the quarterfinals. Brisa Hennessy, unfortunately, out of competition. We've got the final heat of the day. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Steph Gilmore right after this.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WSLStore.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise.
Welcome back to the action. Caroline Marks has just taken out a win over Brisa Hennessy, world number 2. And Caroline already starting to play spoiler to that conversation revolving the WSL Finals and who will make it into the Final 5. As she's back in the jersey for the first time since the start of the year at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. So exciting to see her find some rhythm in the lineup and to show that she is a threat coming back into competition, which we had absolutely no doubts about, but it's always great to see the surfer find that success for themselves. Now out in the lineup, it is our final heat of the day. Tatiana Weston-Webb up against Stephanie Gilmore, world number 5, currently up against world number 7. With 32 minutes left on the clock, we haven't seen a wave ridden yet. And it's been a long day of competition here to kick things off, but we've been really excited to be able to see the conditions continuing to improve, which is what our the word from Jessie Miley-Dyer earlier today from Tours and Competitions knew would be happening. We'd have that increase in swell, we'd have that increase in the tide as well, which would just help to provide some more opportunity running through these elimination rounds today. Shannon Hughes in the booth here alongside Mitch Salazar and Laura Enever, and it's going to be an exciting one to see who can come out on top here, Mitch.
Yeah, I think this is a final, really. These are actually my 2 picks to win the event. It's unfortunate that they faced each other in the elimination round, but somebody's got to make it through. I think Stephanie is no doubt the person to beat here, but Tati has one thing that just, that backside that she has is, I think, the best in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a good matchup, no doubt, as we see Brisa Hennessy. Just a little bit of a tiptoe up to the stairs there with her mom, Katie. Can see that booty. Thankfully, Bella Nichols had some booties with her today and was able to give Brisa one. They're the same shoe size, Laura, so it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, Bella would have had them from G-Land where that reef was so sharp, but obviously not expecting to have to wear booties here, but unfortunately Brisa just found the danger rock out there that took her out.
We're gonna have Tatiana Weston-Webb with the deep takeoff. Starts on her belly, goes up to her feet, just gets that first maneuver and falls. Steph Gilmore now will be sitting with that priority next to her name. And a good looking set rolling through. She's gonna have a look at this one. On her forehand, nothing goes better than Steph Gilmore. And right hand point breaks. And there's that nice smooth style to open up on that first carve, driving through that second one. A little bit of bump and wobble on the face of that wave. She cuts through and she'll look to gain some speed now as she comes through to this finishing section. This wave really starts to open up for her. Just digs that rail a little bit on the finish, Laura.
Yeah, that was a tricky wave to surf. I think, obviously Steph gave Tati the inside to start there. Tati's wave was, didn't work out the way she planned, but at least Steph getting started, she didn't really get to find a wave of any, consequence in her first round heat. So getting moments there, but unfortunately nothing too big.
Down to 30 minutes on the clock, and it seemed a little bit hard to find some speed on that wave, Mitch.
Yeah, no, this was a difficult wave to surf, but she opted to stick with it. I thought she was going to kick out after this first carve. I mean, great display of what a point break surfer looks like here at Punta Roca, but after that, I was thinking, okay, might as well kick out because that section got really fat. It seemed like it wasn't going to offer up a lot of scoring potential, and said and done right here, she had to kick out on the inside after another great carve, but got a little stuck. It seemed like she was off pace the entire wave.
Scores coming through for the first exchange. It's definitely going to go in favor of Steph Gilmore with that 4-point ride, just less than a 1 point on the scoreboard for Tatiana Weston-Webb to open up. And these two have matched up together quite a few times within their career. As we take a look at the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask, it's been 4-4 in their 8 matchups, Mitch.
Yeah, and look at the heat averages too, quite similar. And their last matchup was actually in Mex last year. So Steph took that one out in the quarters. She ended up taking out the event win, and what a great way to finish the day off, right? Steph and Tati.
So exciting. Laura, we were having a chat about this before we came into the booth. Just the fact that in those matchups, the 4 where Steph's gotten the win, they've all been in those right points. The Gold Coast, Bells, J-Bay, and Mexico. But Tati's had success in different types of waves.
Yeah, Tati's had the success in the more open water, heavier waves like Cloudbreak, Margaret River. And yeah, that's what and Uluwatu, that's what we're used to seeing Tati, where she just comes alive and, she's been able to get the edge on Steph in those waves. So, I mean, this is such an exciting matchup. I feel like both these girls right now are going to go head to head and, you know, being a goofy footer like we saw Caroline Marks, if Tati can find the clean wave, she'll have some big sections. But then the same with Steph. I'm actually kind of, I think it was quite smart that she stayed on that wave, because a 4-point ride right now, if she can back it up with an excellent score, is still a good backup in saying that, yeah.
Not to be on the other side of the coin here, but you're actually talking about runner-up in the world last year, though. So you should be expecting, you know, a tough heat out of this one. That's just my perspective. I think Tati is one of the best surfers we've seen out of her generation, no doubt. So I think this is easily a heat that's not only important for both of them, because they're behind in the rankings right now, 6 and 7. They need a big result here to make it into the WSL Final 5 right now.
Yeah, they both really need to get some work done. Tati sitting just slightly higher on those rankings, but really needing to get some work done to solidify a position. Steph's outside of it at the moment.
Yeah, Tati jumped, I think, 4 spots in the last event, or 5 spots. I think she's, she's jumped up quite a lot after that 3rd place at G-Land. So, I mean, yeah, I think both these girls, this is such an important heat for their, route to the Final 5.
On the road to the Final 5. It'll be exciting to see if either of them can make it back there again this year. In that last heat, we saw a great performance from Caroline Marks, walking away with a heat total of a 13.30. She's there with Rosie Hott.
Well, Caroline Marks, welcome back to tour. That was, you know, we've missed you, first of all, off the bat. But yeah, that coming up against Brisa, that was a tough heat. You're straight into the quarterfinals, your first event back. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, Brisa's such an amazing surfer and competitor, and we were having a laugh before. I even put on my Instagram story, like, oh, I'm looking forward to this heat. You know, we've surfed against each other since I can remember, started competing. You know, she's always been my hardest competitor, and she's pushed me probably more than anyone growing up. So I was just super grateful to have a heat with her, and she's been having a phenomenal year. It's been really inspiring, and I've been rooting for her, and it sucks I had to come up against her, but it was also really fun. So yeah, so stoked. It feels nice.
And we were catching up with Luke Egan, your coach, and we were talking about getting that confidence back as you're competing. I mean, you're coming up against this cut-down field, 10 of the best women. How do you keep your level up and find your own confidence in your ability?
Yeah, you know, I don't even know what I was really nervous coming to this contest. I'm still pretty nervous. I was really nervous in that heat, and I just try to tell myself, be calm. You know, you don't really have any pressure on yourself, but it's my first event back, so part of me was like, I really just want to catch a couple of nice waves, and I'm really stoked. The waves got a little excited, and yeah, we were having a laugh before. I was like, the locker room seems a little bit tighter. So every heat's so gnarly, you know, so every heat feels like a final, and it's really fun and exciting.
And good to be here with your mom and Luke in your corner.
Yeah, I'm super grateful for Luke's support and my mom, and yeah, just a small little team, but I love it, and I'm just enjoying myself. I'm in a way different position this year, so just trying to really work on my surfing, and really just grateful to be in the jersey.
Yeah, proud of you, Caro. Can't wait to see what you do in the quarters and the rest of the event.
Yeah, Caro, good job. So great to hear Caroline, even to just hear her reference those nerves, being back in the jersey and figuring out how to manage it once again, because it's been a while.
Yeah, those nerves are always there, and I mean, yeah, like she was saying, you know, there's no pressure on her, but at the same time, she just wants to perform. And you know, her and Gabby coming back as that same, you know, wild card spot. She probably watched Gabby and got very inspired by him coming back and getting that 3rd, and she's like, I want to do that. I want to get a good result, come out of the gates firing, and you know, just test herself really, and just, you know, learn and just see where she's at and what she can work on.
Absolutely, especially coming in with just, you know, the 3rd of the field, or the field's cut down, Mitch. There's a lot tighter space there in the locker rooms, a lot fewer surfers to really be rubbing shoulders with.
Yeah, and look at this wave from Steph. She's one of them. Drops her best wave, a 5.5, and as Laura said on her previous, it was kind of smart for her to stick, you know, to the wave that she had already committed to, and I think so on this wave too, because what happens here is that after these kind of little slips, it's almost just smarter knowing that if you're going to kick out and it's a 4, might as well just add on the extra point that you can on the inside. She did that right here. It was a tough wave to surf too, a lot of backwash. That's the only bad thing about the high tide here when there's waves, is that the backwash goes all the way up the rocks, and all of a sudden it's coming down too.
Yeah, that was a super hard wave to surf, and she stayed on her feet. We've seen today so many people getting bumped off, and yeah, even just saying, like Gabby, some of the strongest competitors on tour were just saying, when you're out there today, it's actually bumpier than it even looks. So, you know, the way that she was negotiating the bumps there was really good.
And even for so many of these surfers, learning a new break, learning something new and working it out as they go. We've got Strider Wasilewski down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I caught up with Joanne Defay, and she was talking about the fact that she's learning how to ride this wave, and you could see how Steph was learning on her first wave and how she was kind of in between turns as she finished up on the end there, and the tide's so much higher and it's a lot bigger of a swell today. So on this wave, she actually completes through and does some great surfing out the back, and then finds herself in a catch-up place where it's right through the middle. But then when she finds herself to the inside here, right in front of the competitors area, this is where she realizes that, okay, I didn't finish it right the first time, so now I'm going to find a place right here so I can come off the bottom and get one more nice little turn in and make a nice exclamation point to get back out the back and finish the wave properly. So learning as they go along. Stephanie on point after the first wave to second wave, finishing out perfect.
Oh, so good. Thanks so much, Strider. Mitch, seeing her make that adjustment as well in the moment to be able to make that finishing section is pretty great.
It is, and the recognition of a 7-time world champion might not be as noticeable as somebody who's, competing for the first time in CT event, but a game changer here too is that you actually have caddies in the lineup too. So somebody could be yelling something at you from the lineup, telling you, instructing you, whether on the wave or paddling back out. So having Tom Whitaker in the lineup doesn't hurt either.
Down to 22 minutes on the clock. It's been a bit of a sleepy start to this heat. We've got 2 scores on the board for Steph, a 4, backed it up with a 5.5 for her last one. Tati just had that quick takeoff, Laura, just a 0.5, but she's been sitting really patient since then.
Yeah, she's obviously looking for that clean set. She let that last set go. Obviously, you even saw Steph swing, but looks like she's taking a paddle now and hoping to get into a nice wally one.
And she'll just chip in from the top. Starts to bowl up right in front of her. Connects with that first section, and it goes a bit funny as she connects with the double up. And 2-turn combo to finish with on the inside, and in classic Tati style, rides out of an extremely challenging section.
Yeah, we love to see Tati on these those big chunky sections. She's not afraid of any reef or anything. She's always going for it. So yeah, I think that was a smart way for Tati, just obviously seeing it was going to run off and to get a good solid end turn there.
Waited a long time, Mitch, before taking off on that one. Let's have another look at it now.
Yeah, and now she's opened up the game plan to catch other waves similar to this one. Misses the first section, but look at this, gets the 2 for 1 right here in this last turn. Very difficult to do, getting up into the lip with a lot of projection down the line too. Had a little airdrop at the end as well, so that's going to score good for Tati.
And really so much commitment. It's shallow on those inside sections.
Yep.
There's a lot of rocks. We've been talking about it at Punta Roca here for the whole day. But to be able to just put that fierce attitude into attacking a section like that when there can be some consequence if she takes fall.
Yeah, the amount of risk involved is definitely something that they're taking into consideration. The section was steep, and look at this. Steep drop by Steph.
Very steep drop by Steph Gilmore. Looking for that first engagement with the rail, and she finds it. Now setting herself up here. Great drive back into the pocket, and she's got a good section to finish with. Finds that lip line to float down, and she'll kick off on the inside, and it feels like we're finally starting to get some momentum.
Yep, and she's probably going to replace her 4 on this last wave too. Great combo at the end by Steph, and a great read, as you were saying. Stephanie Gilmore and a right-hand point break go together like peanut butter and jelly, so it is already turning out to be a great heat with 20 minutes to go.
Wow, excited to see the scores starting to roll through for both of the surfers. Down to 20 minutes on the clock. And Steph getting out the gates with that 5.5. Let's take another look at this one, Laura.
Yeah, a little airdrop. Unfortunately, that first section came down on her here, but she was just waiting for it to double up right here. You can see her coiling up, trying to find this section. Went a bit soft, but she got a nice little slash in here. And then here we go, money turn, boom, over the whitewash and a little airdrop down. So it was good she hung on to that, but nothing too critical. I think she's kind of like, where is this section that I can really do one of my trademark slashes or carves on? But she's on. She's staying on her feet.
Staying really hungry, having a look for things. Tati's score starting to drop through now. And there it is. It's a 4.13 on the board for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She now has a place to build from. Waiting for scores for Steph Gilmore to roll through as well to see if it'll impact that requirement on Tatiana.
You want a Spanish lesson, ladies, in the middle of the heat?
Okay.
So Stephanie Gilmore, in where I'm from, we say tiene colmillo. She's got a lot of fang, which means she has a lot of experience. She's been around. And as you can see, she's been building up on her scores too on every single one. Started off with the 4, then a 5.5, and I think she's easily going to better the 4 on the last wave too. And this is where you see somebody that's had the quality of surfing of a world champion before and the experience of being put in those bad positions as Stephanie's been in before as well.
Nailed it, Mitch. It came through as a 5.67, and it's dropped through as the highest wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, and great surfing right there from Stephanie, and great recognition too. She's noticed that a lot of these waves that have gone by and ridden still have scoring potential. They might not be excellent, but they're getting her through right now.
18 minutes on the clock, and a much bigger requirement now on the scoreboard for Tatiana Weston-Webb, up to a 7.04. See Griffin Colapinto there, the sponge, sitting around, learning, paying attention. Men are off for the day. He's got some time to go home, but he's here making sure to continue to learn.
Yeah, him and Tommy Witz and Steph have all been a little traveling gang this year and feeding off each other, and you know, always serving together and doing, you know, heats and just, you know, on that Tommy Witz plan. So I've been loving watching them and, you know, that whole crew unfold and watch the story unfold this year.
Mitch, how important is it for those surfers to find those little teams coming out of different parts of the world, or maybe they grew up together? There's so many different dynamics to it, but to be able to have that feeling of home away from home, as well as other competitors that are pushing performances.
Yeah, when I used to travel, we had a great crew. Normar McGonigal, Carlos Munoz, Luca Mesinas, Alonso Correa, Derek Gomez from Venezuela, and I think we had a couple of Californians that would come on our crew every now and then, but that sense of unity and I think brotherhood was something that really inspired us and pushed us to want to be better than each other. I'm going to go out and say it, I was the worst out of the pack.
That's a fun crew.
Yeah, it was a great crew.
That's a fun crew.
You know, hanging out with guys that were a little bit older than me, a little bit younger than me, it was nice being in the middle because you're kind of like the even medium in a sense that, like, there was so much chaos going on around you. It was nice to travel with a lot of those guys, and I think for an event like this where it's a smaller pack, there's a lot more on the line, you really need to find that nitty group where it seems almost like a family kind of dynamic, you know? You're traveling with them year round.
And we're seeing that as well with, you know, Carissa and Mitch Ross and Jackson Baker at this event. And, you know, so many of those coaches are you know, doubling up with athletes on the men's and women's sides. And, you know, it's just, it really pushes you. I remember when I used to travel, I traveled with my brother for some years, and then I jumped on the micro bandwagon, and it was always really fun just having that little crew to surf with and push each other and bounce, you know, ideas and things off of, and really just relate to, you know, you can relate to the same struggles and, you know, just anything really, the jet lag, and yeah, just push each other.
Let me ask you this though, with which group did you enjoy yourself the most?
Both. I enjoyed myself a lot. Me and my brother had a really fun time traveling. We were just like young and loving life and just like, oh my gosh, how good is this? And then, you know, when I decided that I wanted to, you know, knuckle down and get a bit more serious, I was like, yeah, it was good to get on the micro program, and he sort of whipped me into shape to, you know, wake up earlier and, you know, take things more serious.
Well, it certainly paid off for you on both sides of it, and that well-balanced attitude now joining our team as well. It's been really fun to have you in that mix and to hear more of your stories from competing. We're down to 15 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Steph Gilmore still sitting out in front. Tati chasing a 7.04. We'll have to wait till we come back from the break to see if she's able to find it.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
J'aime bien faire du yoga, même si ça fait partie de l'entraînement un peu, mais c'est les moments que j'ai pour moi où je suis toute seule, où tout redescend et je me recentre un peu sur moi, et c'est important.
Excitement levels just lost track. You did get it.
At the Mayo Pro Portugal earlier this year, we watched Tatiana Weston-Webb walk away with a win at the Portuguese beach break of Super Tubos, and it was so much fun to be part of the very cold action, Laura.
Oh, it was so cold. Tati was wearing her Ugg boots in between heats, and, you know, she was just on fire here. Her third win of her career, and what a special one it was. It was, you know, yeah, just she was surfing absolutely amazing.
Incredible to be able to see her get a win like that at a place that feels like a home away from home for her in Portugal, being able to speak the language and really connect with the local crowd as well.
Yeah. And here's the tour schedule. Looking good for the back end of the year.
So excited. Coming up next, the Oirio Pro, and then the Corona Open J-Bay and the Tahiti Pro to wrap things all up heading to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, this stint of the tour, G-Land, El Salvador, Rio, all back-to-back, only a few days between each event, so we're all packing up quick smart to get over to Rio, and then about 10 days before J-Bay, so very exciting. This back half of the tour, I can't wait.
And impressive for Tati to see herself on that list of winners for one of the events so far this year, and that's something that we've been lacking from Steph Gilmore. This is 7th event of the tour this year in 2022, and Steph hasn't walked away with a victory yet.
It's extremely surprising. I actually am in shock that we haven't even seen her on the podium yet. So, this could be the event. I think she's my pick to win the whole thing, but I also think Tati could go all the way in and get this done.
This has been a tough year for Steph. I mean, starting off, it just hasn't gone the way she planned, as we see Tati on a wave here. Nice, sucky wave.
Oh, coming in with so much speed into that first turn, snaps it through for the second. Now looking for this Boley inside section to finish off on. It's getting a little bit funky on her. She's going to keep that pressure on the front foot and try and connect through for the finish, but can't find that momentum. And as you were saying there, Laura, it was a strange start to the year for Steph, having to miss out on the Billabong Pro pipeline, and then to have to kind of make that comeback and try and find that groove after missing out on the first event.
Yeah, she was so disappointed to miss out on the pipe event, the first ever women's CT there, and she actually did get quite sick and then had to build back that confidence to get out at Sunset, and she unfortunately then bowed out in the second round there. So after Sunset, she was in a different headspace with that cutoff coming up the first year, and was just like, I don't even know if she had to fight back, and she wasn't even thinking about the final 5, it was just the cut. So, she turned it around in Portugal and got that 3rd place there. And, then since then, she's been the quarterfinal queen. She's got all quarterfinals since then. So she's hungry right now. She does have her eye on the final 5. And, this is such an important heat for both these girls.
Yeah, it's really, really crucial. And knowing that all the events count past the midseason cut, no more events being dropped, every single result matters going into those finals.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter how you get there, whether 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. As long as you get there, you have a chance at winning the World Championship at the end of the year. And we saw Steph in that first matchup against Joanne Defay last year at Lowers in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It would be great to see her again this year, too.
And here she is with a solid-sized opportunity, a wave well overhead as she opens up for that first carve, sets that bottom rail, holds it tight to link through for that second whip. And now she's driving down for this finishing section, knowing that this wave, she really wants to make it count. Finding some speed, now connecting with that pocket straight up into the lift for a second time as well, releases those fins. And you can hear the cheers from the crowd on the beach as Steph puts on what almost was the perfect finish, but such a solid wave regardless.
Was amazing. Just paddling into it, I looked over my shoulder here to see that wave, and it was coming deep up the point, was just drawing off the reef. That was, when she took off, she was like, here's my chance, this is my ticket through if I can make it. And it would have been amazing if she stayed on her feet, but we just saw Steph on a point break. That was her there.
When you made the final at Snapper, did you beat Tyler in the semis, like with the turnaround wave on the inside? You got a 9 in that. Yeah. And then you faced Stephanie in the final, right?
Yeah, but she got me. Look at this. This is amazing. A bit of a bumpy start, but she was waiting. I love the way that she just went straight into this second turn. No bobbles or anything, just so nice and smooth. And just waiting for this inside section to wall up, back into the pocket. Here I thought she might have even gone too deep. She had to, get the accelerator on, and this bowly section on the inside just giving her so many sections to work with. And then a nice slash there, big layback slash. Love that turn.
Well, she didn't complete the finishing maneuver match, but I think it's going to be pretty good regardless.
Yeah, and I think the best part about it was actually the second elongated bottom turn.
Yeah,
to be able to do that here in a wave that has so much white water, a lot of momentum down the line, that's where you really see a surfer like her stand out.
Scores through, it's an 8.73, and it has just put Tatiana Weston-Webb in a combination situation.
It's a tough one to get out of right now.
That is going to feel good for Steph. I don't know if she's had, a wave above an 8.5 this year and into the excellent range. So I think, her coming here, she had a little grin on her face at G-Land when she was like, yeah, next stop's El Salvador, right-hand point. So, I mean, she was stoked to be heading here. And, today's been tricky, though, not what maybe she expected. And that wave was just one of the best waves of the day, really.
Is she riding the cash cow still?
Yeah, she's riding the cash cow, the replica, actually. So, it's a replica of the board that she's won at Mexico, Lowers, Snapper, J-Bay, and Bells. So DHD, he's done a great job with that cash cow.
Perfect board to have at the right-hand points.
Yes, exactly.
Paying off for her again here. Walking into that 8.73, she's now found herself with the highest wave for the women's side of the draw. We did see Carissa Moore find herself with an 8.33 in the opening elimination round. But Steph now walking away with the highest wave of the day.
Yeah, in both the men's and the women's too. Oh, no, actually Salvador has the 9, so you're right.
Yeah, he had that insane air. It was pretty special
but
to
still,
see.
An 8.73. I think the way she was able to not only draw out most of her turns, but the read that she had on her wave too really exemplifies why she's been a 7-time world champion too.
For sure, and that wave, if we can, see a replay of it, it actually had some perfect moments of it, but there was a lot of wobble and bobble to, negotiate on it. And I think that's what, she did so well. And even the way she did that wrap and went really deep on the wave. And I was just thinking, is she even going to make this section now? But it put her in the perfect spot for that inside section. So amazing surfing there for Steph. And that'll be a tough score for Tati to hear right now.
Yeah, that's a tough position to be in. She hasn't found anything higher than that 4.13 on the scoreboard in that combination situation, meaning she needs 2 fresh scores on the board now, Mitch, with just 7 minutes.
A pair of 7s will get it done, but as you were saying, Laura, it's really like the read that she has after this turn right here. It's a great carve, but look at this bottom turn. 2 seconds in total right there of that elongated bottom turn. I mean, her technique is just so great off the bottom.
Absolutely love it. And this is the wrap back, and she gets nice and deep, and it puts her in a perfect spot to just get into that tight pocket there. And again, and here she kicks the tail out, and then a lovely little slide here to just finish off. Would have loved to have seen her finish it, but she just did everything that she could on that wave.
She really did. There was just almost too much speed coming into that finishing section. Great to see her in that second combination too. Just go straight from, like you said, really deep behind it. Drive straight up into the pocket, nice and vertical, and then so seamless to connect through for the second. No double pump, nothing. But that speed carrying straight through from the first turn into the second.
Yeah, and we have a nickname for her here, La Reina, the queen.
La Reina.
Yeah, La Reina. And
La Reina.
she definitely has everything that I feel like it takes to be the greatest surfer of all time. She's in my top 5 list of all-time greatest surfers, by the way. I truly think that the way she's impacted the sport, being the only rookie on the championship tour to ever win a world championship in your first year too, that's never happened. Kelly Slater never even did that.
And then she went 4 in a row. I mean, incredible.
She's the queen.
She is the queen for a reason, and we just...
Looking for 8.
Looking for 8. That's exactly it. So currently sitting on 7 world titles, sitting at number 7 in the world, looking for an opportunity to get herself into the WSL Finals. And I feel like that's probably been the biggest question mark now looming over Steph. Will she be able to win a world title with a brand new format? It's such a different playing field to make it into that single-day event, Laura, to be able to have a few heats ahead of you, whether it's walking in as number 1 or number 5 like she did last year. It's a very big change to how she's won her world titles in the past. As we take a look at the heat recap here, Mitch.
Yeah, it was just the wrong start for Tati. She went on this wave, got a 4.13, which was a decent score at that point of the heat. But then afterwards, Steph started to back up her low score of a 4, ended up getting a couple of scores in the 5s. And then with this wave right here, a 5.67, she really started to manufacture some scores out of nothing. And next thing you know, she's getting the second score, second best wave of the day.
Laura, having a look at this one again, it was just so nice.
Oh, she just read it so well. There's that elongated bottom turn into that trademark Stephanie Gilmore slash that we love to see. And then, yeah, just negotiating this wobbly little section, making it look so fun. Even that little whitewash rebound was super fun looking. And then, yeah, into this section. I love this turn. And then the next turn here to just end it off. All a layback slash. Wowzers.
Such solid performance from the 7-time world champion. Laura, knowing that you're such good friends with Steph, one of your best friends, do you have that conversation with her often? Does she mention just that hunger to win an 8th world title?
Yeah, she's so competitive. I talk to her about it all the time. I'm like, do you ever just think of, you know, free surfing and going and getting barreled off your head? She's like, I really love to win. She's very competitive, and you should see her on the pool table or the table tennis table. She's actually a pretty bad loser. I smoked her in cards this year in Hawaii, and she was not happy. Yeah.
Really?
I did.
By a long shot?
Not really, but.
Oh, okay.
But
actually,
still, a loss is a loss.
Three in a row.
And a win is a win.
And I mean, on the other side of this heat, tough loss for Tati right here too, because she's number 6 in the world. She needed a great result going into the last 3 events after this. Going back home to Brazil, she's done well at Jeffreys Bay, and it's going to be great to see her in Tahiti too, but this was really a spot where I was thinking she was going to be making the final.
Yeah, well, we've seen Tati's highlights in, you know, the last few days and prior to the event come out, and she has just been a standout in the free surfs. She's been, you know, just coming off the bottom and doing huge turns and throwing so much spray and surfing so critical. So I think this is going to be super tough, and she's just going to feel like she just didn't get the opportunity every time she was out the back. You know, just the waves just weren't really working for her.
Yeah, she's just unable to find that rhythm and that momentum. As one of our wild cards into the event here, Carlos Munoz, it's been great to see him around the contest site this week.
It has, and he's here with his family too, with his manager, doing a lot of stuff for Corona as well on the side. So not only the pressure of competing, but the pressure of wanting to satisfy everybody around you close to home to Costa Rica and Central America. It seems like Tati might be up and riding here.
She's got a nice corner to pull into. Driving hard off the bottom for that first section, whips it into the pocket for that first turn. She's going to have to dodge around a heavy lip coming down in front of her.
Yeah, just unfortunate right there because the first turn was quality too. And look at this, Steph now.
On a victory lap, running down the point once again, feeling that rhythm here at Punta Roca. Looking so stylish as she does it. Connects through for this finishing section as it continues to offer even more scoring potential for her. She goes big on the finish.
Just
Laura.
looking even more free and confident and comfortable now, and just, you know, I kind of felt like at the start of the heat she was holding back and just wanting to stay on her feet after that, you know, sort of shaky start in the first round this morning, and to see her get her confidence back throughout this heat's been so cool.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It has that little flair of what we saw from her, what you were there to witness, Mitch, at Mexico last year.
Yeah, no, she had something in her eyes in that event, and definitely seemed like she wasn't going to be satisfied with anything else but a win. I think the same case is here at this event too. Right-hand point break, you're thinking, okay, Stephanie, Carissa, maybe a couple other people like Tati, but she's definitely my pick to win this whole thing. And eventually, I think she should be able to make the WSL Final 5 too and get a shot at the Ripco WSL Finals.
She's essentially a dark horse this year. She's just been floating around the back. She was in 10th place coming into Margaret River to make the cut, and you know, just had to make that heat against India Robinson to make the cut. So she's kind of just been fluffing around at the, sorry, not fluffing, but just found herself in a position she's never has before. So I mean, she's just got everything to gain from here.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see, and I can't wait to see her find some more rhythm and more momentum. Down to 40 seconds on the clock. Steph Gilmore out in front. She found that 5.67 kind of early, was consistently building on the scoreline, as you mentioned, Mitch, and then just lucked into, well, didn't luck into, but chose such a great wave that rolled down the point and capitalized on it to find herself with that 8.73. It put Tatiana Weston-Webb for the last 5 minutes or so into a challenging position in a combination situation. Tati now up and riding on her backhand. Found that first section. She's now going for a big hit. Finds that little lip line to connect with. And pacing it out now for the finish. Still with more on offer. And this will feel great for Tati, being able to find some rhythm as she rides through to the inside. But again, she's in that combination situation, so she won't be able to advance through either way.
Yeah, but as you said, take this positivity into the next event, especially going into Rio at home. You got to be looking good there, whether it's at Barriña or the left over there in Saquarema.
Yeah, Tati is deadly on beach breaks, and yeah, we'll see her back and strong, and she will be back.
Laura, what did you like about this one?
Yeah, I mean, this wave was super hard to surf. It didn't really give Tati any clean sections, but she did well. Look, showing that the brilliance that we love to see from Tati. You know, always displacing so much water and just attacking the lip, but you know, she's just going to wipe this one off, and probably just felt nice to connect a few turns and get through to the inside.
scores through. It's a 5-point ride for Tati Weston-Webb, which locked in as her best. But again, actually, it also broke the combination situation. She was then chasing a 9.4, but the buzzer went off. It's Steph Gilmore through with the win. Stay tuned for more. We've got the Corona Post Show coming up next with myself alongside Joe Trappell and Kaipo Guerrero. It's going to be a fun one after a great day of competition here in El Salvador.
It's a perfect time for a Corona Post Show here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Enjoying our time here on this amazing right-hand point break called Punta Roca, and after a series of lay days, finally getting a gigantic opening day out of the way. Opening rounds complete for the men and the women, and making our first eliminations from the women's side of things. Pretty dramatic, finishing with a big heat with Steph Gilmore and Tatiana Weston-Webb, two surfers that were a part of the Rip Curl WSL Finals last year. Thanks for being with us, Joe Trappell, Shannon Hughes, and Kaipo Guerrero to start the celebrations with the Coronas on set. Shannon, big day to digest today, and we had a lot of different moods out here at Punta Roca today.
Yeah, it was pretty wild to show up with contestable conditions this morning, but not super favorable. It was those really low tide heats early on, a lot of wind kind of coming into play earlier than we expected to. But the way it shaped up this afternoon, we had excellent scores on offer, and it was really well worth running. And looking at a wave like this, Kaipo, you're seeing the depth it has. On small days, there were some big moments, huge air sections, a lot to take in, and the surfers that adapted the best throughout the day ended up on top.
It's playing the game, right? It's everyone's in the same sandbox. You got to play the game. You got to be available for what's on offer at the time. But right now, Joe, what's happening right now is incredible. The end of the day, the swell's starting to pump. We got this high tide going on, and it's really showing the potential that this break has.
Well, we had the big news this morning of the injury to Carissa Hennessy. We talked about how hard it is to deal with the rocks, and she dealt with it in the toughest way. 8 stitches, and you kind of were getting the insight from the medical staff and also Brisa throughout that injury this morning. Were you blown away that she even attempted to surf this afternoon?
I was honestly shocked that she paddled out because she's got the full bandage going on there. She got 8 stitches just below. The good thing about it is that it's almost up the side of her heel rather than fully on the bottom of her foot. So it gave her the opportunity to still put that pressure on that back foot. She also got a booty that she borrowed from another competitor, Isabella Nichols, and found herself a pretty solid wave in that elimination round. She was right there nipping at advancing through.
And just feeling the position she is on tour at the moment, Kaipo, #2 in the world, just gave up the yellow jersey. I think in her mind, there's no way she was going to pass up the opportunity to compete.
Yeah, and just talk to her and her mom, Katie. It's just time for Brisa to heal, get ready for the next event. But you know what? Marxie's back. Caralupo with the backhand.
Oh, that was so great. What a welcome back to the tour. And Caroline was absolutely thrilled to have a heat with Brisa. They have so much history throughout their amateur careers. And what we've called in the past the best backhand on tour, back in motion at Punta Roca.
It's so exciting, and I love knowing that we're going to have Caroline back in the mix to start putting pressure on the rest of the field. I think Caroline surfing like this, coming from not wearing a jersey for a while, some great surf trips that she's been over the last couple of months. But for her to be back in, and now she's going to be pushing that pack that's looking for those opportunities in the WSL Finals, they're going to really have to come out firing because Caroline Marks is in the quarterfinals for her first event back.
Talk about spoiler role. With that WSL Final 5 talk, takes out world #2, Brisa Hennessy, and moves right into the quarterfinals. Remember, it is reseeded once we get that far as well. And Caroline Marks is that danger kind of wild card seed at the moment where she's going to try to take down some big names. Well, she's arguably has the biggest with world #1 coming into the next round. Caroline Marks facing off with Carissa Moore as we check out the final series. Steph Gilmore has Isabella Nichols as she just got past Tatiana Weston-Webb. All California battle, Lakey and Courtney, and Joanne DeFay and Sally Fitzgibbons. Kaipo, what's the heat to watch?
Well, emotionally, it's going to be Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks. Marksy coming back. She's got some great people in her corner. She's got Cool Hand Luke right here as a support squad. We already know what Carissa Moore can do, but actually, the matchup, quarterfinal #4, Stephanie Gilmore and Isabella Nichols. I think that's going to be one to watch.
We're kind of learning a lot on the fly with this new condensed format, experiencing it for the first time at G-Land and now for just the second time here in El Salvador, and just feeling a heat with Tati and Steph in the elimination round. I mean, we're going to see big heats like that early. Tati's got to carry that elimination round result now. Chances just getting a little bit tougher heading into the WSL Final 5.
Yeah, it's crazy moving past the cut. And even for a matchup there with Steph and Tati, that was the first time in their career out of their 8 matchups that they've matched up that early on. Their earliest, around 4. Typically for them, it's quarterfinals, semis, or the finals. So really, we're seeing that pressure being applied right out the gates here now past the cut.
Also the men getting involved today, and it started off with a bang, Kaipo. The first heat of the opening round, Jordy Smith, who's now the oldest guy on tour with Kelly gone. Also looking at Ethan Ewing, who's now the high seed in that WSL Final 5 picture, and a goofy foot named Iago Dora, who I thought was still recovering from injury. That's not the case watching him surf today.
You know, we talk about him coming back. We talk about the problem with the broken foot and that injury. Long time off. They call him the skinny goat. You know what? That landing pad and all the gear is way intact right here. Check this out. It was just so inverted, corked out, and the stomp, the landing. I could watch this a dozen times, Joe.
And then Jordy was actually thinking of taking that wave with priority. I think he was just so baffled of the upside down hook from Iago Dora. He ended up going over the falls. That was a 9 to go to first when this man, Ethan Ewing, Shannon, he was setting the pace the majority of this heat.
Well, he's just been on such a run as well. It's been exciting to see Ethan find his feet finally to be able to string together entire heats, not just those single moments. But it was Iago with that massive air. That was a moment to witness as well, like in live action. I was down by the rocks and actually got to see it right in front of me. And really, the video footage doesn't even do justice to how incredible it was.
The debate continues. Best air of the year so far between Colapinto's 10 in Portugal to Iago's 9. Is that debate continuing, Kaipo? Where do you stand?
The inversion on Iago's air was very, very impressive. But the amplitude that Griffin had at Super Tubos and the clean rotation, that full rotation, and the stomp not kind of having any struggle out of the way, Griffin still has the baton, Joe.
Shannon?
I'm kind of with that one for Kaipo. I mean, I loved Giago's 100% insane, but for Griffin, it was that full commitment. The section he landed on, he could have broken his ankles, broken his legs on. That's how high, that's how far he had fallen from the sky. To land together with his 2 legs and his knees intact, that was insane.
Yeah, 2 different versions of a big punt, right? And obviously the inversion for Iago was phenomenal. He said he would have been happy with that air just in real life outside of a heat. If he just did that by himself, he would have been very proud of that performance. But that just made things interesting, sending Ethan Ewing in the elimination round along with Jordy Smith, as we know how tough those heats will be potentially first thing tomorrow morning. Another big heat that was fun to watch. Baron Mamiya here for the first time in El Salvador as he took on Miguel Pupo and Matty McGillivray. McGillivray from South Africa has been showing off a lot of his power. He was kind of stuck in the 5 range, but it was all about Baron getting the big win. Even in his post-heat interview today, Kaipo, he said there's a lot of things he wants to improve on when he gets back in the water again.
The prodigy, he wasn't happy actually with this performance. He wanted more. He felt he didn't surf that good out there. He came through, did what he had to do, but you could tell in this heat, this was when things were starting to change out here as we see Miggy hammer away on the back end. This is when the swell started filling in, the tide started filling in, but there was this funk with it. This is the 767 for Baron Mamiya, and he really had to wrestle with this wave for the score.
Totally fighting through some big sections, and he definitely was feeling a little uncomfortable. He said some of the turns just felt awkward, even though he landed a couple of big things early in this heat. 767 was the big separation that brought him to a heat victory. Hand of the glass with yourself, Kaipo, Pupo, and McGillivray dealing with the elimination round. As we look at the numbers, Mamiya in fine form, but I think he's really wanting to get back into that WSL Final 5 talk. He's drifted out of that conversation just slightly in the last few events.
Yeah, well, he came out as a wild card, just blew our minds at sunset, and now to see him kind of outside that pack, but with a fresh goal. I mean, coming in as a wild card this season, he would have never been thinking about the WSL Finals. It was just next year try and qualify. Now that he's here, he's shown that he can put it down against the world's best men in the lineup. He's got to be looking at the finals.
It's really cool to see how he's handling himself, Kaipo, from working with Galley at Sunset, Sean Ward at certain events as well, and then just going, I'm just going to rely on my instincts. He's got a clear plan on how he's approaching the Dream Tour this year.
I'm impressed by his maturity right now. Just 22 years old, but really he's grown up a lot just in this tour year. And now I think he feels like he belongs. And he's quietly confident. And to me, when I see a surfer like that, it reminds me of Jack Robinson, that quiet confidence. That's when they get dangerous.
Speaking of dangerous, elimination round was pretty wild today for the women. Some extreme matchups. The case will be the same for the men. And it'll start with the first heat of the elimination round. Ethan Ewing, number 5 in the world, has a draw that nobody wanted. The local wild card, Brian Perez, the Pink Panther, is looking to create a big upset there, Shannon.
Oh, and I think if anyone can upset Ethan in the form that he's been in this year, it is the local and Brian. He knows this wave better than anyone. The airs, the maneuvers he's been pulling out in the free surf have been better than what we've been seeing from literally anyone else in the draw this week. Now it's just going to be that question, can he hold it together while wearing a championship tour jersey?
That's going to be the big test. Another big heat. Heat number 3, Italo Ferreira is going to be having his hands full against Josh Burke. Kaipo, how's this going to play out?
Italo's got to be centered for this one. Italo can't get his nerves be the best of them. He's already got that surfing ability that he needs to get any of these heats, but he can't have the weight of the jersey on him. Josh Burke, in contrast, has absolutely nothing to lose, so that freeness can be very dangerous to Italo Ferreira in this matchup.
Also really enjoying a matchup in heat number 6, 34-year-old Jordy Smith against Nat Young from Santa Cruz. This is a stellar heat. Nat's in a happy place. He's got his family here, but there'll be the pressure on. The thing is, he's got his backhand, which I think is his most reliable weapon when it comes to key heats. Obviously, final at Bells. He's won in Sri Lanka. He's won at home at the Coldwater Classic, but it is Jordy Smith who will have all of his weapons available on his front side. We know what he does at J-Bay. Now it's just in warm water here at Punta Roca.
That's an exciting matchup. The two fathers, they've got their young families starting to grow. They've got their focus is shifting between those sort of moving objects as well. But with some great waves on offer, I just feel like Jordy, he's got J-Bay as home, where he learned, you know, everything about it. The conversation lies here with Punta Roca looking like J-Bay, and I just feel like Jordy's going to have it.
Oh, incredible heats to look forward to potentially first thing in the morning. Let's take a moment here on the Corona Post Show to learn more about We Are One Ocean and the activation in El Salvador.
Volcanoes have long shaped Central America's geography and coast. In El Salvador's river carry dense volcanic rocks from the mountains to the sea. Once in the ocean, these cobbles and boulders can withstand powerful swells and form awesome waves in response. Today, Paso Pacifico and Oriental Salvaje joined forces with WSL, Shiseido, and community volunteers to restore native plants near the Chilama River and to create awareness for the importance of this vital ecosystem through the We Are One Ocean initiative.
Paso Pacifico aims to restore and connect the tropical dry forest and coastal ecosystems of Central America and southern Mexico. We're working with WSL in El Salvador to restore the habitats along the Rio Chilama, which is the river that supports the Punta Roca surf break.
SubCity. SubCity es una estrategia integral que tiene que ver con la sostenibilidad de los destinos turísticos, que la WSL tiene un gran compromiso con el medio ambiente, tiene un gran compromiso con el desarrollo de los deportistas también.
Para mí es muy importante porque soy surfeador, creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
This activation is really important specifically here at Punta Roca because it's protecting this little coastline that protects Punta Roca as the wave.
Venimos aquí para hacer una restauración de vegetación nativa.
Sí, la verdad que es algo que tenemos que hacer todos, o sea, no solo los surfistas, sino que todo el mundo, de sembrar árboles, de cuidar eso y porque o sea, tenemos las mejores olas del mundo y tenemos que también regresar que el mar nos regala y que la naturaleza nos regala, entonces para nosotros los surfistas siempre es algo muy importante de cuidarlos y mantenerlos bien limpios.
I just learned how important it is to make sure that we're protecting the coastlines, that at my home break I can get involved there as well, and that waves like Punta Roca are all over the world and we need to help protect them.
Este es nada más un inicio, ¿verdad? De lo que podría ser a futuro, algo que otros vecinos de acá, de la zona, pueden también replicar para poder proteger los ríos, que son los que influencian esta zona de las olas que tenemos acá.
Like many things in nature, the Chilama River is resilient. If we work together to support the life that sustains the river and this wave, the local and global surf community can continue to benefit.
Together we are one ocean, and speaking of the ocean right here at Punta Roca, the waves are looking incredibly fun. After the last heat was finished, I saw Ethan Ewing running down there, a lot of the world's best trying to get a surf in, Griffin Colapinto scrambling as quick as you can over the rocks. That swell has really appeared this evening, and it's looking really fun right now, Shannon.
It looks incredible. I'm a little jealous of that pack heading out for free surf after today, but great too that they can really now start to experience Punta Roca and all that it has to offer. It's got such a great wave, such a great history around it, and now they can start to feel that energy coming through with that bigger swell.
Well, Kaipo, as we know, Surfline's been letting us know today was going to be important for opening day, and it looks like we could be very busy in the next couple of days as we bring up the forecast.
Well, I've been waiting for it, but we see it as these lows are coming through here, creating some sizable south-southwest swells for Wednesday, Thursday, looking to light up Punta Roca. We're just a developing storm offshore, though, so we're going to be watching the local winds a little bit. But the good news is, Joe, look at that. Plenty of swell in the water, especially tomorrow's 6 to 8 foot faces. It's on.
Great to see 6 to 8 foot. That's for tomorrow. So look forward to seeing potentially that heat with Ethan Ewing and Brian Perez first thing in the morning. Drops in size just a touch the following day. But Surfline letting us know that it should be rapid fire action with the world's best. Seeing some big heats first thing in the morning is what our plan is right here at Punta Roca. Well, it's now time for the top 5 of the day here on opening day of competition. Coming in at number 5 on the list, Jack Robinson. Fresh haircut, had to fix it a couple of times. Still in rhythm after back-to-back events with this lethal combo he threw down this morning.
Oh, just insane aggression coming through. Going for those airs right off the start as well and putting all that risk in and reaping the rewards. So cool to see Jack roll into competition, feeling like he's just got all that momentum. It's tough to back up a win. He's already done that. Now, maybe he can do it for a third time.
Incredible performance there. Number 4, 5-time world champ Carissa Moore. opens up really strong in the elimination round.
I wanted more, and we got more because she took the long road to the quarterfinals, had to surf her way through the elimination round. And you know what? I think this was some warm-up time for Carissa Moore because she just took it to Punta Roca, Joe.
I felt like she was just getting a nice steady warm-up through the opening round, lost to Courtney, then dealt with the wild card, Tia Blanco, and just had a nice, easy, controlled pace. Great wave selection. Carissa Moore, world #1, into the quarterfinals. #3, Shannon on the daily top 5. Medina on fire.
Oh, just finding his way on a great-looking right-hand point break for the 3-time world champion to be showing that he's got a lot of aggression in the tank. He's ready to show up, coming back at G-Land now, putting together a solid performance here for a second event of the year. It's a really exciting, dangerous thing to see, I think, for the rest of the pack.
It really is. He's so spontaneous. He's powerful. Everything he performs on a wave doesn't ever feel pre-planned. He had a really solid blitz on the backhand today, earning that spot in the top 5. I don't know, Kaipo, it's a lot of goofy foots at the top of our list on the top 5 today. You got to be proud of that. Caroline Marks comes in at #2.
Oh, I love it. Marksy, like I said, Caralupo returning, happy, and just showing that backhand that we've all had appreciated. We saw earlier Houhan, Luke Egan's here with her, but just this approach from Caroline, and the fact that I see her smiling and happy to be back in competition, that is really rewarding. And so a happy surfer, an in-tune surfer, that's a dangerous surfer when it comes to competition.
Oh, it's so cool. I mean, after all that time off, you tend to worry about her. She's such a wonderful human being. You wonder when she's coming back. She delayed it even further at G-Land. So a much anticipated return to the jersey for Caroline Marks, who's already been in a title race, who's won events. I feel like she's ready to win another one, Shannon.
Oh, she's right there, right on it.
#1 on the top 5, Shannon, Yago Dora.
Pushing the limits, going into the air, negotiated such a challenging section to link it up for this one. That tail was so insanely high, Kaipo. I can't believe it.
Yago Dora's just like, I don't need priority. Here we go. Jordy tried to get him on that, but it didn't even work out. 9-point ride, under priority. Sometimes you got to dig deep into the bag and you come out with that golden nugget, and that's exactly what Yago Dora did. And even more important, after talking with him, is the fact that that gives him so much confidence because he didn't really even know. He hasn't been pushing himself that hard. So to push himself that hard, to land that air, and to do it in the jersey, that's triple confidence.
It was like he said the best thing that's happened to him since he had the injury. You know, all that rehab, all the emotions that come with it to that moment right there, into the 9s, and he needed it. 3rd to 1st with that one.
Oh, incredible. To be able to pull together that kind of performance, I think you nailed it there, Kaipo. It's that confidence that he needed to be able to pull that full picture together, and to know that his body's feeling fine to be able to pull maneuvers like that means he's going to be going for a lot more.
Pressure heats, anticipation for tomorrow. Kaipo, feeling like we're starting first thing in the morning?
I feel very, very confident that we are going to be getting on with it.
A lot of emotion throughout the day today, as well as someone very close to our hearts of the WSL, Mano Zul, passed away. We just want to send our hearts and love to the entire Zul family and his friends during this tough time. We love you, Mano. Thanks for everything that you've done, not just for surfing, but for our friendship and the love and the laughs you've given us for so many years. We'll leave you with that this afternoon. We can't wait to see you first thing in the morning for the call with the men's elimination round on deck. We'll see you then. Buenos dias, everybody, as we see the world's best surfers prepare here at Punta Roca.
I think I did a full body detox. Now I'm feeling light, ready to go, ready to make sections.
Wow, so strong. Hopping over a big rock. Yago Dora pulls off one of the best punts of the year.
That was the most exciting thing that happened since my injury, actually.
You just got to surf free, I feel like. Try and get as many waves as you can and see how it goes.
Bang! These guys are on fire out here.
Give it to me now. Drop that.
Score that for Brian Perez. Crowd loves it. As we see Miguel Pupo going to town. Medina just sliced that Punta Roca right up into pieces. There we go with the prodigy, Baron Mamiya, on a larger wave. Aggressive turn, hangs on through some bouncy water.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.